Chapter 91. Renault, send all the conscripted light infantry to garrison the plantation. Roland said to Renault after a moment's reflection. After all, the current conscripted light infantry couldn't keep up with Roland's pace. In the future, Roland's army would be primarily composed of flood infantry, supplemented by professional troops. Light infantry, with their weak combat effectiveness, couldn't handle missions of high intensity. They were better suited to guarding a small area. Yes, Renault replied, then turned and left. I think I still have a chicken farm. Roland suddenly slapped his head, remembering that he seemed to have a building that hadn't materialized yet. Chicken farm, 10 acres, containing 100 primary magical beasts. Snow-winged chickens. Note: snow-winged chickens can fly and possess anti-fly magic. Wow! A primary magical beast, Roland exclaimed in amazement. Although it was only the lowest level of magical beast, a magical beast was still a magical beast. Its life force couldn't be matched by ordinary beasts. Consuming its flesh and blood could greatly increase one's energy, speed up cultivation, and facilitate advancement. How about let Yifeng help take care of it? Roland thought. After all, he was farming and raising chickens, so wouldn't it be nice to do both? Sage Yifeng. Roland returned to find Yifeng, digging in the soil with his butt sticking out. At that moment, he was carefully planting a blood-red plant with an enchanted spade engraved with intricate patterns. The plant bore 9 blood-red beads, and its leaves were a deep blue. The plant, barely an arm's length tall, gave Roland a sacred feeling. What is this? Why does it feel like you take better care of it than yourself? Roland joked. Don't underestimate this. It's precious. Maybe the last one left in the world. Yunfeng's expression suddenly changed, his stern face filled with displeasure. Ahem, that's not what I meant. Roland apologized quickly. His boss's word was his. This potion is called the 9-pearl heaven returning orchid. Yunfeng said unhappily, seeing Roland pretending to listen attentively. What does it do? Roland asked curiously. It's the main ingredient in the resurrection potion. Yunfeng glanced at it deeply, his eyes full of meaning. Oh my god! Resurrection potions really exist? Roland jumped up. He had never imagined that the mythical potion that could revive the dead in the game actually existed in real life. Of course. Although I only have a 10% chance of making it, it really exists. Yunfeng said calmly. Roland's eyes changed instantly when he looked at Yunfeng. This is a walking treasure. A ruthless man who can even make a resurrection potion. He has to keep an eye on him, and he will give him whatever he wants in the future. He must not let anyone abduct him. Because Roland found that as the level increased, the obedience of these system-summoned characters became lower and lower. On the one hand, his strength could not make them agree. They obeyed him only because he was now carrying the banner of La Grande. Not many people were truly convinced by his personality charm. Otherwise, there would not be the scene where Renault sang against him in Lonely Mountain. Secondly, when their strength reached a certain level, they had little respect for the royal power. After all, it was easy to understand. They were extremely powerful, and there was no place in the world that they could not conquer. Why should they listen to you? Well, your highness, what brings you back? Yunfeng asked casually, not even looking up. After all, Roland wouldn't come back unless it was alright. There's a sealed magic ranch here that needs your attention. Roland thought for a moment. Magic ranch? The Lagran Empire actually still has something like this? Build it next to the plantation and let me see. Yunfeng was immediately intrigued. A knowledgeable sage was only too happy to do something that would enrich his knowledge. System. Manifest a chicken farm. Roland muttered. Buzz. A flash of white light passed, and countless profound magical inscriptions danced out of the void. Flowing elements from heaven and earth gathered, forming low walls, the breeder's cabin, the chicken coop, the shed, the pasture. Then, magical arrays filled with power enveloped the entire chicken farm. A faint, transparent light shield enveloped the perimeter of the farm. Then, space opened up, and snow-winged chickens with white wings and gray bodies flapped their wings and flew out. As soon as they emerged, they soared into the sky, trying to escape the area. Unfortunately, the next second, they were gently intercepted by the light shield in the sky. No matter how they flapped their wings, they could not fly. Primary magical beast snow-winged chicken? Not bad, not bad, 10 males and 90 females. You are really lucky that this sealed magical beast ranch can be inherited into your hands. Although this thing was just a country baron's ranch during the heyday of the empire, it is still a remarkable thing to have been passed down to the present day. I have studied it along the way, and found that the current level of magic is simply too low let alone raising flying dragons and griffins. Even magical beasts that provide meat cannot be raised in captivity. Yun Feng complained. He never expected that the current level of magic was so low. Roland broke out in a cold sweat. That's right. You existed in the 5th era. And now it's only the 3rd era. If the system hadn't altered their memories, we'd be in real trouble. Wait. A country baron? Do I deserve the treatment of a baron? Roland's eyes widened. His life was actually the same as that of a baron in the Lagran Empire. Your Highness, to be honest, your life now may not be as good as that of a country baron during the Empire's heyday. At least their castles and population are intimidating. Although I don't know how you manage to maintain such a powerful and vast army with such a small population, especially the knights. Yun Feng's eyes flashed with curiosity. They are all wandering tribesmen who came to join me at my call, Roland said unhappily. No wonder you can't afford such a large army. Food is a problem, and I don't seem to see any signs of farmland outside the city. Yun Feng added ruthlessly. River City was newly built. Everything needs to be improved, Roland explained with a dark face. I see. I was wondering why your castle, as a king, was so shabby. But it seems to be filled with supplies. Where do you live? Yun Feng was filled with curiosity. Your Excellency seems to have used your mental power to detect things in the wrong place. From now on, you are not allowed to use your mental power to explore the palace area. Roland roared with a dark face. This is like hitting someone without hitting their face, and scolding someone without exposing their shortcomings. You got it all. Sorry, it's just professional habit. It's just a subconscious urge to explore. Yun Feng scratched his head awkwardly. Cuckoo! Suddenly, a female snow-winged chicken gave a low cry, and a snow-white egg rolled out from under it. Egg? Roland's mouth watered at the sight of the snow-white egg. Eating bread, vegetables, and bacon all day was not a bad idea. It had been ages since he'd seen fresh eggs. After casually taking the egg, Roland left Yun Feng's place contentedly, ready to find a place to enjoy this long-awaited fresh egg. Chapter 92. As expected of a monster egg, it's packed with energy. Roland wiped his mouth and finished his breakfast. A simple fried egg nearly brought him to tears. He hadn't eaten anything like it in ages. Woo-woo-woo. A melodious horn blared from afar, accompanied by a creaking sound, as all the gates of River Rapid slowly opened. Civilians filed out, carrying various tools. They would search for supplies along the way, centering around River Rapid. Others headed towards the River Rapid, carrying fishing nets and pushing carts. They supplied most of the meat needs of River Rapid. Perhaps due to the abundant fish catch, as the number of civilians in River Rapid grew, countless fish products were developed by the inventive Lagrang people, such as fish balls, fish paste and bacon porridge, fish floss bread, and so on. The fish harvest of the entire River Rapid gave the people of River Rapid hope for survival. Roland stretched and walked out of the tent. The streets, once teeming with soldiers, were now sparse. The flood infantry had suffered heavy casualties. Roland had dispatched the conscripted light infantry to the plantations and chicken farms along the river. The knights had gone out early in the morning to explore with the civilians, shouldering the responsibility of protecting them. Bedanian archers and Lagrang guards patrolled the city walls, leaving only a few flood infantry and Dorwinian heavy-armored swordsmen walking together on the streets. This change made the atmosphere of Flood less grim and more lively. Sir! Good morning. Caslow, who had been waiting outside the tent, hurried forward upon seeing Roland emerge. Good morning, Knight Caslow, Roland said, brushing off the snow from his shoulders. There are fewer soldiers on the streets. Caslow's eyes flickered with nostalgia. The soldiers are all needed, which is good. Otherwise, they just sit around in the city, idle. Roland smiled. By the way, sir, should you renovate your castle when you have time? Caslow gestured towards the castle in front, which was being used as a warehouse. No rush. Let's build a few large warehouses first. We can't just throw all the supplies away. Roland smiled. Hee hee. Look, I almost forgot. You're so thoughtful, sir. You truly are the embodiment of Legrand's glory. Caslow flattered him. Ha ha. Roland smiled. That damn flatterer, but why did that sound so good? Your Highness. What are your plans for today? Renaud had arrived at Roland's side without him noticing. No plans. Reinforce and renovate all the houses quickly to free them up. Our people need warm homes. Also, have Ivy and her priests patrol the city and treat the sick. We don't have doctors or alchemists to treat them right now, so we have to rely on the priests' light magic. Roland thought for a moment, before giving Raynor detailed instructions. Isn't that a waste? Raynor hesitated. After all, using light magic, primarily for saving lives, to treat illnesses was a bit extravagant. It can't be helped. Without alchemists to brew potions, we have to rely on the priests. Let them work hard for a while, Roland said in an unquestionable tone. He couldn't let Sage Yunfeng do this kind of work, could he? Brewing potions was usually the job of trainee alchemists. Asking Yunfeng to do it would probably piss him off. Roland and Caslow wandered up the city wall, and happened to encounter Marcus and Lance on patrol. Your Highness. The two men saluted hurriedly. No need for formalities. Lord Lance thanks you for your bravery in this battle, for leading the Flood infantry on the front lines. You played a decisive role in the coalition's victory. Therefore, I will confer upon you the hereditary title of Court Baron. Kneel. Roland drew his Dragon Slayer's sword and tapped Lance's shoulders. After all, conditions were limited, so everything was kept simple. I hope you will be faithful to your duties. Live up to the heavy responsibility. The affairs of Flood City must not be neglected. Roland encouraged. Thank you for your trust, Your Highness. I will certainly live up to your trust. Where your thoughts lead, my sword will follow. Lance knelt on one knee and spoke loudly. Although not a baron in full, the title of Court Baron was still a rare one, and each had its own advantages. Court nobles were nobles who had long served the king. Following the king, they were unlikely to fall as long as the royal family survived, not to mention the hereditary title. Marcus, you've been instrumental in defending the territory and ensuring the safety of the rear during the war. Now, I confer upon you the title of Lord. Kneel. Roland continued. Your Highness. Wait. Marcus interrupted Roland. What's wrong? Roland asked curiously. I don't think my contributions are sufficient to warrant this title, Marcus said shamefully. You have to remember that he had been a bystander throughout this battle. Not even a single orc had been seen, not even a single goblin. Marcus, diligently defending River Rapids, was constantly on guard against an enemy that didn't exist. It could be said that he had accomplished nothing. In that case, let's confer the title together later. Roland consoled the mortified Marcus. In contrast to Marcus, Roland felt that Marcus's contribution this time was actually quite significant. He had defended everyone's last resort. One lordship wasn't much, but since he didn't want it, he could keep it for now. After all, nobility shouldn't be treated like cabbages. Too many would be worthless. Looking at Marcus, Roland suddenly thought of Reno. That guy had turned and run after Roland offered him a reward. In the words of a certain northern governor in the game, don't let the glory of the nobility blind my soul, which is filled with holy light. Lay's original words. Roland was furious at the time. Has the nobility now become so lowly that people look down on them? You guys go ahead and do your work. Caslow and I are just taking a walk. You don't have to follow us. Roland waved his hand, stopping them from following. Caslow, look at how humble Marcus is. When I bestowed the title of Lord upon you, you didn't hesitate, you accepted it immediately. How can you be so immodest? Roland teased Caslow. God have mercy on you. My lord, I shed blood for you. I've been loyal to you. You can't do this. Was it easy for me to fight my way here to earn a lordship? Caslow said with a wry face. Well, that makes sense. Then, I won't deprive him of his title, Roland said with a deliberately stern face. What? Deprive him of his title? My lord, are you serious? You wouldn't kill a donkey after it's done its work, right? Besides, I feel like I, a dragon knight, am still somewhat useful right now, right? Caslow's eyes widened. That's right. At least he's an aerial knight. Why not wait until the Griffin Knights are trained before depriving him of his title? Roland muttered softly. Caslow. Report. A galloping knight interrupted Caslow and Roland's banter. What's going on? Caslow's eyes narrowed, his pupils constricting. He leaped, grabbed the reins, and pulled the speeding warhorse back. Your Highness. Our people were shot by an unknown creature while gathering wild vegetables in the woods of the eastern Lagran plain. The knight asked hurriedly. How many? Caslow asked quickly. At least dozens. The knight said quickly. Where are the rest? Roland's face changed. He was the only one left of the group heading east. The other knights are covering the civilians' retreat. The creatures that attacked us haven't escaped the woods. The knight asked hurriedly. What about the casualties? Roland continued to ask. No one died. All the arrows hit the shoulder blades. They don't seem to want to kill, they just want to drive us away. The knight thought for a moment. Centaurs? Roland and Caslow looked at each other, and expressed their suspicions simultaneously. Chapter 93. Gather the knights and heavy cavalry. Have all the Bardanian archers who can mount follow. Roland's eyes flashed coldly. No matter what happened, since the other side had injured someone, he must demand an explanation from them. We can only arm 200 Bardanian archers at most. We don't have many warhorses left, Caslo said after a moment's deliberation. All right, assemble the troops. Leave the city to Renault. Oh, and bring a priest. The wounded need to stop bleeding, Roland said. As you command, sir? Caslo nodded. Boom boom. A full 100 heavy cavalry and 200 Bardanian archers galloped towards the forest where the centaurs were. Let's go! Reunite with the knights first, Roland urged after leaving the city of Rapids. Although the arrow that had struck their shoulder blades wasn't fatal, the massive blood loss was enough to send them to face the dragon god. All right. Speed up, Caslo shouted as he rode from the front to the rear. With Caslo's urging, the entire army's march increased considerably. The crisp clatter of horse hooves instantly shattered the tranquility of the desert, and the small animals that had previously nestled in the snowy grass were frightened and fled in all directions. Something's happening. A Bardanian archer, scouting hundreds of meters ahead, spotted something unusual in the distance with his astonishing eyesight. What's going on? Caslo hurriedly rode over. It's our people. The Bardanian archer squinted his eyes and carefully identified the knights, who were covering the retreat of the civilians. Their fluttering cloaks became their most recognizable feature. Welcome them, Roland exclaimed in surprise. The massive cavalry instantly formed a pincer, closing in on the stumbling column in the distance. Attention! That's the sound of hoofbeats. At least 300 warhorses. An experienced knight captain suddenly dismounted, placed his ear to the ground, and listened carefully before shouting. Mount! Quick! Abandon all encumbrances. Mount! Young and strong men, take up your weapons. Surround the wounded. The battle-hardened knights immediately set to work, pulling the reins to spin their horses around the circle formed by the civilians. The advantages of this were obvious. They could take turns blocking incoming arrows from all directions, and they could also charge at high speed into close combat when the enemy got close, eliminating the need to accelerate. Your Highness has come to reinforce us. When the dragon flag representing La Grande appeared before everyone, countless people burst into tears of excitement. Just as they were being driven back, their king himself appeared at the head of the troops. Praise your Highness. Long live. The simple people of La Grande knelt on the ground to express their heartfelt respect for their lord. What's going on? Roland approached the leading knight. Your Highness. The situation is this. A group of knights escorted these people who were gathering wild vegetables into this woods, and we were attacked by arrows. These were the attackers' arrows. They only wounded one of our men in the shoulder, not killed him, the leading knight said to Roland after greeting him. Are any of the knights injured? Roland glanced around. Not at all. Their inferior arrows couldn't penetrate our plate armor, and the shoulder armor is thicker to begin with, the knight said, pointing to the white spots on his plate armor. Roland examined the arrow in his hand carefully. The exquisite shaft rivaled even those of the elves. The feathers at the end, used to stabilize the arrow's flight, were also meticulously crafted. But the main part of the arrowhead, the one that truly inflicted damage, was meticulously polished from flint. The glossy, rounded black flint had been honed to an exceptionally sharp edge. What's the use of this thing? Besides shooting at unarmored enemies, what else can it do? Roland said, speechless, testing the sharpness of the arrowhead with his hand. His people were being attacked by a group of enemies armed with such weapons, but he also confirmed that these attackers were indeed centaurs. Why would the centaurs migrate south from the northern wastes? Roland asked, puzzled. He had always thought of centaurs as a race native to the far north, with their own tribes, the largest of which were comparable to small human kingdoms. I don't know. Centaurs are peace-loving and prefer to live in forests or plains. They have a strong sense of territory. It seems they consider this forest their own, Caslo said, gazing at the barren forest. It's truly strange. Let's go in and take a look. They must give me an explanation, no matter what. A murderous glint flashed in Roland's eyes. To harm the people of the Empire without cause is tantamount to declaring war. Although Roland cannot yet restore the glory of the Lagran Empire, the Empire's flag must not be trampled upon by anyone. Are the wounded all right? Roland asked concernedly, as he approached the accompanying priest. Your Highness, they're all fine for now. Although they lost a lot of blood, it's not fatal, the priest said, as he cast magic to heal the wounded. That's good. The heavy cavalry will escort the priests and the people away. The rest of you, come with me to meet these centaurs, and show me if their bones are tougher than those of orcs. Roland said coldly. As you command, your highness. Countless people shouted in unison. All the heavy cavalry immediately left their ranks, escorting the vast procession of civilians. The other professional soldiers gathered round Roland. Let's go! Let's take a look. Roland kicked his horse's flank and headed into the forest. Dang! A strong wind blew, and Roland instinctively raised the ear on his left hand to shield himself. The force from his wrist made Roland tremble, and the arrow that had attacked him was instantly shattered by Ilir. Looking for death. Caslo cried angrily. How dare someone attack his lord in front of him? This was simply dereliction of duty. The dragon-bone longbow sprang into his hand. Caslo extended his slender arms, and an energy arrow condensed from his battle chi instantly formed. Bang! The long arrow shot out with a terrifying sonic boom. The terrifying aftermath of the battle chi tore through the trees along the way, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the forest. Damn you humans! You crossed the line. A roar echoed from the forest, and then, amidst the swaying shadows of the trees, centaurs emerged one after another. Crossing the line? Roland sneered. This doesn't seem to be centaur territory, does it? Roland clenched his sword grip. Damn you humans! Why are you hurting my people? The leading centaur questioned Roland instead of responding. Your people? Then who shot my people first? Roland was immediately amused. They entered our territory first. The centaur leader said confidently. Your territory? Are you kidding? This place is less than 20 miles from our city. When did it become your territory? Roland demanded coldly. Since we already live here, and there's no one living here, it's definitely our territory. The centaurs chorused. Haha, this place is very close to my city, so can I assume you're trying to invade my territory? Roland laughed, a cruel smile. You? Go back and tell Renaud to gather my troops. I see if I can destroy you invaders. Roland pointed at a Battanian archer and said angrily. How could someone be so shameless? They could occupy uninhabited territory and claim it as their own? Chapter 94. Human. Don't go too far. The leading centaur was a little furious. Ha ha. You want war? Then I give you war, Roland said without giving in. Soldiers of Lagrang. Tell them what happened to the last alien race that invaded us. Roland roared, raising his dragon slayer sword. Death. They will become the nourishment for next year's grass and trees. The fanatical soldiers roared. Either retreat from my territory, or be slain by us. I, the king of Lagrang, give you this final ultimatum, Roland said in a tone that was terrifyingly calm. Human, you gone too far. I make you pay. The centaur leader trembled with rage. Then let me see how much the centaurs can cost me, Roland said unfazed. Knights. Assemble. Prepare to charge. Roland roared. At his command, the Knights of the Holy Glory Knights quickly assembled, forming the most standard charge formation. For the glory of Lagran. Knights, follow me, charge. Roland activated his holy aura and led the knights forward. Glory. Mercy. Status skills were stacked upon the knights, and a variety of battle energy flames quickly enveloped the knights. Charge. Roland and his companions raised their lances and pointed them straight ahead. The dazzling edge of battle energy extended several meters from the lance tips. With a violent roar, the knights rolled forward like a torrent of steel. Charge. The Badanian archers showed no sign of weakness, effortlessly drawing their longbows and firing. Multiple arrows. Release. Suddenly, a rain of arrows fell from the sky, countless long arrows condensed with battle energy swirling and falling from the sky. Defend. The centaur shouted hurriedly at the whistling arrows. Swish. Puff. Rip. The centaurs raised their wooden or leather shields, streaks of green battle energy rapidly coating their surfaces. However, the powerful arrows pierced through the centaurs' crude shields. Aside from a few arrows that landed at poor angles, the others that struck the centaurs were successful. For a moment, men and horses were thrown to the ground, with many centaurs being sent sprawling. Raise your spears. Prepare for the charge. Roland shouted, assessing his position. Kill these invaders. The centaur leader roared, angrily waving his wooden spear, intricately engraved with magic patterns, to block the incoming arrows. Kill! The centaur leader roared, pulling out a massive 2.5-meter longbow from his back. Archers, evade. Holy Glory Knights, raise your shields. Caslo and Roland's pupil shrank, as if they had witnessed something terrifying. Retreat. Get out of here. Countless Badanian archers turned their horses in panic and galloped in the opposite direction. Roland, leading the Holy Glory Knights, could only charge forward. Bang, bang, bang. The crisp sound of bowstrings echoed at the edge of the forest. Countless centaurs, looking up to the sky, drew their longbows, hurling wooden arrows imbued with wood-attributed battle energy at high speed. Green meteors streaked across the sky, pouring down towards Roland and his group. Centaur's meteor shower, Roland shouted. Be careful to block. Invigorate your battle energy to the maximum. Caslo roared furiously. Centaur meteor shower. The centaur's signature skill. Battle Chi imbues the centaur's arrows with an incredibly high firing rate and increasing gravity over time. The higher they fly, the more powerful they are when they land. Upon impact, the wood elemental battle chi contained in them will also corrode the target's battle chi or magic, accelerating its depletion rate. Typically, an average centaur can unleash nearly 50 long arrows in 5 seconds. Centaurs are natural knights or archers. While their advancement is more difficult, the advantages of being a natural professional allow them to thrive in the wilderness and forests. Boom! 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 The knights' great shields trembled incessantly as the rain of arrows fell. The countless battle chi flame shields covering the knights began to crumble. The battle chi consumption of all the knights increased dramatically. For the first time, Roland felt a flicker of fear. The once indestructible glory skill was about to be directly breached for the first time. Kill! Charge! Don't let them shoot! Roland roared angrily. There was no way to retreat. Then he fight to the death. The Badanian archers had long since left the range of the arrow rain. Only the Holy Glory Knights continued to charge against the torrential centaur meteor shower. The battle spirit in each knight began to flicker. Your Highness! You can't get through like this! Castle roared, braving the hail of arrows. Charge! We still have hope! Roland roared. Bang! A wooden arrow dropped from the sky, like the straw that broke the camel's back, piercing the shaky battle spirit shield. The next moment, the shield trembled and silently shattered. Fearless spirit. A flash of light flashed from the Ilyar in Roland's hand, and instantly the feeling of being trapped in the mire vanished. The impact of the centaur meteor shower instantly dissipated. Immortal Ilyar! Roland roared, and a golden light suddenly spread from Ilyar. Every knight caught in the light became ethereal, now entering a state of ethereal invincibility. Kill! Charge! Roland shouted hurriedly upon seeing this. Kill these invading humans! The centaurs sheathed their longbows, grabbed their massive wooden shields and spears, and charged at the Holy Glory Knights. Glory! Roland roared, as if all difficulties had vanished and been resolved, because the knights' glory was restored. 5 seconds gave them a chance to reactivate their skills. Just as the knights emerged from their invincibility, shields of various colors of battle energy once again enveloped the Holy Glory Knights. Charge! The lance-wielding centaur leader issued the same command. Kill! The fellow centaurs raised their lances and charged at the Holy Glory Knights. They were knights too. Born knights. Their unity of man and horse made them superior to human knights. Their movements were more agile, alive, even more terrifyingly powerful. A centaur's main organs are concentrated in its torso, while a human's muscles are dense and muscular. Only a hit to the head or spine is fatal, otherwise, a hit to a human body wouldn't kill a centaur. Amidst fierce cries of killing, the two flesh and blood clashed fiercely. Boom! Muffled sounds echoed one after another, and various colors of fighting spirit flew in a crisscross pattern. Amidst the flashing of swords and sabers, all kinds of weapons danced wildly. Finally, after the Holy Glory Knights and the centaurs separated, both sides were surprised to find that neither side had fallen. Even more outrageous, the centaurs that had been shot down had all risen to their feet, and the fleeing Badanian archers had now circled back. The war had suddenly returned to its starting point. Damn glory! The centaur cursed angrily. Shameless shared fate. Roland and his group spat. Both of these skills involve mutual damage, but the centaur knights lacked the chivalry of human knights, instead acquiring natural skills through natural perception. Chapter 95. Your Highness! The centaur's fate skill has a similar effect to our glory skill. This battle will likely be difficult, Caslo said solemnly. There were at least 300 centaurs before him. Roland and his men were already facing a difficult situation if they charged head-on against them. The aftermath of the battle had already ripped through the edge of this nameless forest. The mounted Badanian archers dared not even approach this dangerous area. Humans! I give you one last chance. Leave our territory. The leading centaur roared, issuing an ultimatum. After all, a head-on charge against the knights wouldn't be easy for them. Bullshit! Roland's face turned pale. It was truly rare to see someone so confident in occupying someone else's territory. Then all of you will stay here. The centaur leader roared, waving his wooden spear. His face flushed instantly, veins bulging in his muscles. Die! As the centaurs raised their arms and swung with all their might, they launched wooden spears engraved with magic patterns. The whirling spears tore through the air and whistled towards the Holy Glory Knights. Defend? Roland's expression changed instantly. Countless knights stared in amazement at the parabolic trajectories of the spears hurtling towards them. No one had expected the centaurs to actually hurl their own spears. Bang! Bang! Crack! The wooden spears slammed hard into the knights' battle shields and extended shields, the immense force from the spear tip shaking the knights' bodies. God-given strength. These centaurs! Roland exclaimed. The thick wooden spears carried unparalleled explosive power, causing Roland, who had just withstood several of the spears, to exclaim, "What a tough guy!" "Sir! They're all born professionals. We're just taking advantage of their weapons." Caslow exhaled. Roland quickly scanned the area and immediately understood what Caslow meant. The centaurs across from him had no iron weapons. They were either stone or wooden, and their armor was just finely tanned leather. He hadn't noticed during the chaos just now. You know, different weapons transmit battle energy differently. Weapons made of various rare metals are definitely better than steel, and the Holy Glory Knight's fine steel equipment is absolutely superior to the centaurs, which are even inferior to the Lagrang militia. If it weren't for the equipment advantage, Roland and his men might not have been able to compete with the centaurs. Caslow! Ride the dragon! Roland stirred his battle spirit and felt it, his face instantly turning pale. He had already used up more than half of it. An ordinary knight's battle spirit would have been almost depleted. Another wave of centaur javelins would definitely result in casualties. As you command, sir? Caslow's mouth twitched as he watched the centaur pull out another wooden spear from his horse's back. Is this going to stop? He's so proud of having 2 extra legs, although the centaur's weaponry was far inferior to that of the Holy Glory Knights, but thanks to its inherent weight-carrying capacity, it can carry over 10 powerful javelins. In the hands of a centaur, wooden javelins are no less lethal than metal ones. Woo, woo, woo! A melodious flute blared, and a spatial portal suddenly ripped open in the void, and Cardo's slender dragon form shot out. Dragon! Evil dragon! The centaur, who had once again raised his javelin, panicked. Cardo's 4-legged, winged silhouette, high in the sky, truly resembled a dragon. A long, long dragon roar resounded through the heavens. Go! Retreat! Dragon Knights! The centaur leader was now filled with regret. Who could have imagined that among these knights was a dragon knight, known as the destroyer of cities? If he had known there was a dragon knight, he would have immediately turned around and fled without stopping. Roar! A Saiyan dragon's breath swept down, expelling directly into the forest, where the centaurs were retreating. Shoo! The nimble centaurs felt the stinging dragon's breath and whinnied, quickly turning around. Terrifying wind blades grazed several centaurs and plunged into the forest before them. The terrifying dragon's breath instantly exploded, sending wisps of wind elemental energy streaking all around. Countless centaurs' leather armor was ripped and their skin torn by the aftermath of the wind blades. Their armor instantly dyed red with blood. Kill! Roland shouted. When else would he not strike down the fallen? A random punch could kill a master, let alone a knight bearing a lance. My people, let's fight them. The forest was within reach, but the gully carved by the dragon's breath blocked their escape. The heartbroken centaur leader desperately turned and thrust his lance towards Roland. The anger, despair, and sorrow in his eyes seemed to solidify. Looking for death. Seeing the centaur leader break away from the herd and out of range of the shared fate skill, Roland raised a cold sneer, and the sharp dragon slayer sword leaped into his hand. Slash! A slender blade of battle energy extended from the dragon slayer's sword, severing the wooden spear in his hand with a single strike. Roland, unyielding, swung the dragon slayer's sword again, ready to kill the stubbornly resisting centaur with a single strike. Bang! A terrifying force erupted from the palm of his hand, instantly rupturing the palm of his hand, which was covered in gauntlet. Roland frowned, and let go of the dragon slayer's sword. He clearly felt that if he forcibly grasped the dragon slayer's sword, the terrifying tearing force could easily rip his shoulder off. Who? Roland exclaimed in shock. He had clearly seen that it was an ordinary arrow that had just shot away his dragon slayer's sword, and yet someone with such power. Farway! What are you doing? Roland roared as he saw the approaching cavalryman. He had never expected the attack to come from behind him. And it was from the grassland elf lord Vannerwee, who had fought alongside him, sharing his life and death. Plop! Several knights pounced, spears in hand, thrusting at the charging centaur leader. The mighty centaur leader waved his hands, raised his front hooves, and dodged the incoming lances with his bare hands, then engaged the knights in a scuffle. King Roland! Don't hurt them! Vannerwee roared before he even arrived. Swish! After resting his dragon-slaying sword on the neck of the centaur leader, who was being restrained by several knights, Roland said coldly, "Give me a reason not to kill them." Boom! Caslow descended from the sky on his flying dragon, subtly intimidating the restless centaurs. "They're centaurs. Allies of the steppe elves," Vannerwee said breathlessly, as he galloped towards them. "Do your allies have the right to occupy my territory and harm my people?" Roland demanded, lowering his sword slightly. Blood flowed from the centaur leader's neck. "There might be a misunderstanding here," Vannerwee urged, fearing that Roland's force would dislodge the centaur's head. "Misunderstanding? Tell me." "I'm listening." Roland's face was grim. This idiot was about to explode. The Holy Glory Knights had nearly suffered heavy casualties, and you're telling me it was a misunderstanding? Chapter 96. Wait! Don't get excited. Verway hurriedly tried to dissuade Roland, fearing that Roland might lose his temper and be chopped off by the centaur leader. "This is Balder, leader of the northern Mataput tribe. They certainly wouldn't enter your territory without a reason. They must have a reason." Verway, who had been wandering with his tribe for years, recognized the centaur before him at a glance. "Oh! Then please ask this great centaur chieftain why he has led his army to my territory." Roland's eyes shone with anger. Verway spoke rapidly in obscure Elvish, a language that carried an undeniable elegance. Balder spoke with Verway at an equally rapid pace, his lips moving up and down. The resentment and anger in his eyes, if condensed into substance, could have killed the Lagrang people present. Finally, Verway and Balder paused. Verway let out a long breath, a look of relief on his face. "What's going on?" Roland noticed Ver's relaxed demeanor, and immediately sensed something was amiss. "It's probably a misunderstanding." Ver sighed. "This is what happened." Ver began to narrate. Originally, the centaurs of the Tupid tribe wandered the northern wastes, chasing prey and living a nomadic life at the northern foot of the Grey Mountains. But not long ago, a large group of orcs suddenly appeared near the Tupid tribe's pastures. Like other intelligent races, the centaurs hated the bloodthirsty orcs and other dark creatures. However, their superior fighting power and mobility made them fearless of the orc army. After all, they lived a nomadic life, so if they couldn't defeat them, they couldn't just run away. With this in mind, Balder led his young and strong tribesmen to challenge the orcs. Nearly 500 centaurs, with the fighting power of trainee knights or knights, charged the orc army from the foothills. The brave centaurs, relying on their innate skills, shared a common fate. They engaged in frantic hand-to-hand combat with the orcs, breaking wooden spears engraved with magic patterns one after another. The enraged centaurs used spears, bows, hands, bodies, and hooves as weapons in a bloody clash with the orcs. Instantly, the orc army was completely routed by the centaurs' charge. The vanguard of 1,000 men was quickly torn to pieces by the centaur knights. Broken limbs, internal organs, and shattered armor and weapons littered the ground. The orcs, after their initial panic, calmed down. After several thousand-man phalanxes collapsed, the orcs finally stopped the lingering centaurs. These muscles had grown. Of course, the insane centaurs didn't understand that speed was paramount for cavalry. They exploited their four-legged superiority and fought recklessly against the orcs, relying on their shared destiny until they were completely surrounded. In the end, the brave centaurs were not knights, and shared destiny couldn't compare to glory. Unlike glory, where damage is shared and neither side survives injury or death until battle chi is exhausted, shared destiny simply shares life force, allowing for rapid healing when wounds are sustained. As time passed, the orcs grew in number, until finally, a centaur was pierced to death by dozens of weapons. The centaur's unstoppable offensive momentum was severely thwarted, and one centaur knight after another. The centaurs were swarming, surrounded, and decimated by the orcs. The number of centaurs dwindled rapidly. Balder finally regained consciousness and hurriedly called on his people to withdraw from the battle, but it was too late. Many of the centaurs who had fought in the battle were separated and surrounded by the orc army. In the end, fewer than 300 centaurs escaped the battlefield alive. So the centaurs of the Tupid tribe had to abandon their hunting grounds and flee south across the Grey Mountains. After bypassing lonely mountain and river rapids along the way, they finally discovered this unnamed forest not far from river rapids. Crucially, this forest was vast, with hundreds of hectares of pristine jungle, more than enough food for the Tupa tribe to survive the winter. It was not easy for them to lead their people to get rid of the orcs, who were harassing them. The old, weak and sick centaurs seriously slowed down their marching speed. They came here and found the Lagrang people from the Rapid City, who came here to hunt and pick. This made the centaurs, with an extremely strong sense of territory, furious. Although their relationship with humans was very cold, they did not hate them. The centaurs hid in the dark and shot at the Lagrang people who came here, but would the Lagrang people who had the support of the knights be scared by a mere arrow? When the expulsion was ineffective, the centaurs had no choice but to shoot the civilians who came here in order to drive them away. They could not shoot after the knight's plate armor was covered with battle energy. I see. Roland suddenly understood. No wonder the orcs, who usually roam freely, would actually set up camp. Roland had been baffled at the time. Orcs sleeping in the open air would actually set up a semi-permanent camp along the way. It turned out that a tribe of centaurs, pursued by them, were lurking ahead, watching closely. If there were no camp to block the centaurs' sudden attack at night, it would be a real bummer. Imagine being attacked by 300 knights at night. The unprepared orcs should forget about attacking Lonely Mountain and just go home to lick their wounds. Ultimately, it was these centaurs who bought precious time for the entire Lonely Mountain alliance. Otherwise, the orcs, who had quickly attacked southward, would have definitely surprised Thorin and Bard. Well, in consideration of your contribution to the fight against the orcs, I will not hold you against me. Roland's expression softened slightly. With no casualties on either side, there was still room for negotiation. Roland waved his hand, and the knights holding Balder immediately dropped their weapons. Balder, freed from his restraints, stretched his muscles, his sturdy bones crackling like frying beans. With a cold, displeased expression he said, "Human, do you think I'm grateful to you? If you hadn't taken advantage of your cheaper weapons, we would have defeated you long ago." Bader, having lost in the weapons battle, looked resentful. Due to their long wanderings, most of the now nomadic centaur tribes lacked the ability to smelt metal. Their only ironware consisted of a few precious iron pots, obtained through trade. Furthermore, their poverty-stricken condition meant they couldn't afford to develop their own weapons. Centaur armor and weapons were incompatible with those of most other races. Ha ha. Weapons are also a measure of strength. Roland chuckled. The quality of a faction's weapons is also a crucial element of its foundation, just as with the powerful elves and dwarves, whose superior weapons have contributed to their fame. Humph. Balder snorted, his eyes filled with resentment. Let's sit down and talk. We're still facing the threat of darkness, and we don't have the strength to fight among ourselves. Verway advised, looking at the two lords who were about to fight again. One of them was a knight order. The other was a centaur. If they fought, it would be like the earth would fall apart. A clash between knights was both the safest and the bloodiest. Either the two sides would cross paths without a single casualty, or flesh and blood would fly everywhere, and the remains would be scattered everywhere. Chapter 97. Whoosh. Heavy breathing mixed with the sound of heavy footsteps echoed. The earth trembled with the resonance of their steps, and scattered clods of earth danced up and down. A fiery red dragon banner appeared on the horizon, its golden holy dragon emblem gleaming in the sunlight. Rows of neat shield walls appeared before everyone's eyes. Tied infantrymen clad in heavy mail formed neat formations around the banner. Behind them stood 500 heavily armored foot archers. The Bedanian archers. On each wing stood 25 El Nino rangers, swords and bows in hand. Despite their small number, they were the most formidable killers hidden within. Their title as dragon hunters endowed them with the courage to fight any enemy to the death. Even these 50 El Nino rangers, even at a distance, were enough to inflict heavy casualties on the centaurs. Woo woo woo! Young centaurs and their mothers emerged from the withered woods, followed by a dozen elderly centaurs, weapons raised, trembling, as if ready to fight Roland and his men to the death. Barway hurried forward, speaking in an unintelligible elvish language before the old, weak, and sick men finally dropped their weapons, though the wariness and anger in their eyes remained undisguised. My army is coming. Roland turned his head to glance at the slowly advancing infantry, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Even if the centaurs truly desired another fight, they would have no chance. The multi-bolt barrage of 700 Bedanian archers could easily drive the centaurs into autism. Furthermore, with the presence of El Nino Ranger, known as the Dragon Hunter, and more importantly, the Flood infantrymen with their exceptional stasis power could completely halt the centaurs' charge. A real fight would be nothing but slaughter. Your Highness! Renaud rode forward, the pulsing divine aura around him revealing that he had blessed everyone along the way, enabling their swift arrival. Thank you for your hard work. Roland nodded affirmatively. While Renaud could sometimes be a bit sloppy, he was always reliable in crucial moments. What about the northern governor? What did they say, Your Highness? Renaud asked, glancing at the centaurs facing off against the knights and mounted archers. It's like this. Roland quickly recounted the centaur story to Renaud. So tragic? Renaud's eyes widened. Wasn't this a classic case of the scapegoat? If it weren't for this encounter, who would have known the sacrifices made by the pitiful centaurs behind the Battle of Lonely Mountain? But you know what? It's quite useful. Renaud suddenly smiled mysteriously, licking his lips, his eyes revealing an expression only Roland could understand. This isn't a good idea. Roland was a child who had received 9 years of compulsory education, so frankly, this was a bit unethical. Isn't Your Highness tempted? This is a force that could rival 300 knights in a crucial moment. Renaud whispered. Hey! What are you whispering about? We centaurs will not surrender. Our old and weak won't survive if we leave here. Balder stiffened his neck, his face flushed. He hadn't known this place was occupied by a lord before, and his blush was out of anger at Raglan's invasion. Now that he knew who owned it, his blush was out of shame. But Balder refused to retreat. Without their shelter, only the young and strong could survive in the late winter wilderness. The women, children, and the elderly would surely be left dead everywhere. He had no way to retreat. Your Highness, look, they can't survive if they leave here. How about this? Renaud winked, his eyes full of anticipation. What are you talking about? Caslow caught the two clowns' constant winking and little antics from the corner of his eye, and couldn't help but frown. Why did they feel like they were just browsing the market in such a solemn occasion before the two armies? They were haggling over prices like old ladies buying vegetables. How about this? Roland said with a guilty conscience. It just felt immoral. That must be it. A win-win. Renaud immediately gave a thumbs up. Really? Like this? Roland wasn't sure. This is the best way, Renaud said with certainty. Ahem. Roland raised his fist to his lips, coughed softly, and adjusted his clothes. Then, Lord Balder, in the name of King Raglan, I grant you this land for the winter. Temporarily name it Tupit Forest. From now on, you are its lord. You may kneel and pledge allegiance to me. Lord Balder of Tupit, Roland said in a resounding voice. What? Berway's jaw dropped instantly. All elven elegance was thrown out the window. King Roland was going to recruit a centaur army. This? Caslow's eyes twitched. Was His Highness mad? Everyone knew that centaurs were among the most xenophobic races in Middle-earth, and even ranked highly. He even dared to target centaurs. He was truly reminiscent of Emperor Raglan. Tell me your choice. Roland glared at Balder with icy eyes. Your Majesty, we only hope to stay for a while. We will definitely reward you in the future. There's no need to pledge allegiance, Balder said stiffly, as he looked at the Raglan army that numbered over 1,000. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough, it was that he simply couldn't defeat them. An army of 1,000 professionals was something that even the Orc army would have to reckon with. Submit your loyalty to me. Or leave this place. Or be buried here. Roland didn't give him a chance to argue. Balder's eyes were red, filled with anger, resentment, struggle, helplessness, and sorrow. Finally, thump! Balder's front legs fell to his knees. He looked at his tribesmen behind him, and closed his eyes in pain. Bader, chieftain of the Tupit tribe, pledges my loyalty to you. From now on, I will fight for you. I will respond to your call and command, and I ask for your protection. Balder said each word painfully, eyes closed. For the stubborn centaur, once sworn, a pledge of allegiance is a lifetime of unwavering loyalty, for their reverence for nature makes them incredibly pure and loyal. I accept your allegiance. I appoint you Baron of Tupit. Tupit Forest will be your fiefdom. Your people will be your subjects. Within your territory, you will enjoy the rights to collect taxes, recruit troops, and manage government affairs. At the same time, you must abide by the laws of the land and fulfill your obligations. From now on, you will fight alongside me, using sword and plow to conquer the land and gain glory. The glory of Lagran will follow you. May the dragon god protect you and me. Roland then tapped Balder's shoulders with the tip of his sword. Stand up, Baron Balder. Roland smiled with satisfaction. This was a great win. Good boy. Caslow muttered. What a big move Renaud and Roland had made. They had fooled their entire clan in a flash. Chapter 98. Baron Balder, Would you mind taking me on a tour of your territory? Roland smiled at the wary centaurs behind Balder. Of course, King. Your Highness, Balder said weakly, lowering his head. Relax, don't get excited. We haven't had any direct conflict. Being loyal to my king isn't a bad thing for you. At least the Tupa tribe, having suffered heavy losses, needs the protection of a powerful force, right? Renault, sensing the tense atmosphere between the two sides, approached the two. Please. Balder cast a long glance at the connected army behind them, took a deep breath, and made way. The Holy Glory Knights will follow. The rest of you, stay put. Roland waved his hand, halting the army's advance. If the centaurs truly showed signs of disloyalty, an army trapped in the forest would be ineffective. The flood infantry, obscured by the dense forest, couldn't form a flood formation and would have to fight individually. Even the branches would interfere with the ultra-long-range projectiles that the Bedanian archers excelled at. Therefore, the difference between numbers and numbers was completely meaningless. One knight order would suffice. Let's go and see the centaur camp, Roland said, somewhat tempted. It would be nice to see the exotic atmosphere. Led by the centaurs, the group traversed the bare forest, crossed frozen streams, and stepped over fallen ancient trees. Finally, a large camp appeared before Roland and his companions. Tall wooden houses rose from the ground, their wide doors intricately carved with patterns. This was the totem of the centaurs, the winged celestial being. Legend has it that only 1 in 10,000 centaurs awakens their wings beneath the Pegasus stone in the Centaur Kingdom. However, with the passage of time, the former Centaur Kingdom was long lost to history, and the Pegasus stone vanished with it. Since then, the centaurs have been devastated and unable to rebuild their kingdom, and the search for the Pegasus stone has come to an end. Centaurs. Roland softly muttered a few characters as he looked at the familiar totem. His eyes were filled with surprise. Your Highness, have you seen these totems before? Balder demanded hurriedly. Roland gave a wry smile. He hadn't seen totems before, he had even seen them alive. The most popular follower in the game was the centaurs. Centaurs could form mount contracts with humans. A knight with a centaur contract could easily defeat most knights of the same rank, let alone these rare centaurs. Your Highness, I beg you to tell me what you know. I beg you. Balder knelt before Roland. Only after years of wandering with his people did he truly understand the fear of loneliness. Balder had never seen another centaur tribe in the entire northern wasteland. He had even once believed he was the last of the centaurs. Now someone could actually recognize the centaur's totem. This meant he had seen them somewhere before. Overwhelmed with emotion, Balder knelt before Roland. Get up. I can tell you. Roland sighed. Though seemingly calm, he was actually terrified. He was still trying to figure out how to cover up his lie. After all, he couldn't tell Balder that he'd seen these centaurs 3,000 years ago. I found this in an ancient tome passed down from my ancestors. I just saw it, and it felt familiar, so I remembered it. Roland's lips twitched, trying to appear thoughtful. Ah. So. Balder's bulging muscles instantly shrank, his straight back hunched. He couldn't hide the disappointment in his eyes. He thought he'd get news from his own people, but he hadn't expected. Your Highness, haven't you eaten yet? Balder's keen hearing instantly picked up the rumbling of Roland and Renault's stomachs. I haven't eaten yet. Yet? Roland blushed. After all, after such a mess so early in the morning, he even missed lunch after all that dawdling. I have someone prepare the food, Balder said hurriedly. Although he didn't like humans, he was temporarily loyal to them. Besides, he had to give some respect to the nearby grassland elf king Verway. Soon, some less refined but more substantial food was served. Roasted rabbit dripping with fat, a thick soup made from cabbage and dried venison, rough wheat bread, some shriveled wild fruits, and even a roasted, red-hot wild boar. Enjoy your meal. Balder knelt on all fours in front of the thickly fur-covered table in the spacious wooden house, extending his hand to invite the 4 people to eat. Ha ha ha, I'd be polite. The scorching aroma wafted into Roland's nostrils. The fragrant roasted suckling pig made his mouth water. Even in Swiftwater, he rarely enjoyed such a delicacy. After all, Swiftwater, facing the Swiftwater River, mainly relied on fish for its meat. Furthermore, hunting in the forest was dangerous for ordinary people, and sending professionals to do so was wasteful. Therefore, Swiftwater's stock of fresh red meat was always insufficient. Crack! The stone knife effortlessly sliced through the suckling pig's crispy skin, and the juicy, tender piglet immediately oozed fat from the cut. Roland, eager to eat, quickly cut a piece and placed it on his plate. Fragrant! Roland couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. As expected of the nomadic centaurs, their meat-cooking skills were superb. Fatty yet not greasy, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, that was the delicacy before him. Ha ha ha, as long as your highness likes it, this is suckling pig marinated with a unique centaur seasoning, Balder said mysteriously. Roland took a bite of the tender, crispy pork and chewed it carefully. Sure enough, a faint apple aroma lingered in his mouth, and the fruity fragrance grew stronger as he chewed longer. Fragrant! This fruity aroma is truly magical, Roland explained. Ha ha ha, this is centaur brewed golden flower apple sauce. It's made with the finest magical plant, the golden flower apple. One tree can only brew one jar. And the only thing you can actually use is the thin layer of golden sauce on top. There's only one bottle. Balder gestured with his hand, forming a circle less than half the size of his fist. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect centaurs to have a talent for cooking. Roland almost swallowed a mouthful of the thick soup on his tongue. Delicious. Not bad. Even Caslow and Renaud were full of praise. This simple thick soup rivaled the craftsmanship of a hobbit. The milky white broth was overflowing with rich aroma, and upon sip, it had a mellow, fresh, and rich taste. One must say the centaur's culinary skills must be top-notch. Dipping bread into the thick soup, the aroma of wheat, and the rich flavor blended together, instantly elevating one's spirit. Someone! Bring some wine! Balder, excitedly chatting, slammed the table and called to the door. Chapter 99. Roland opened his eyes in confusion, his sleepy eyes as if covered by something. After a long moment, Roland finally managed to open them. Where am I? Roland looked bewilderedly at the animal hide covering his body, and the low, wide wooden bed beneath him, feeling completely bewildered. Oh no! Roland, this silly boy, had drunk himself to death. After sitting on the bed for a moment, he suddenly realized what had happened. I think I drank with them all night yesterday. Roland's mouth twitched. This drinking had ruined everything. Oh right. System sign-in. Roland slapped his head and said hurriedly. Ouch. It hurts. Roland grimaced, the after-effects of drinking slowly setting in. Roland, once a well-behaved young man who never touched alcohol, had suddenly passed out after being forced to drink so much last night. Today, Roland was feeling the pain of a hangover. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Wind Dragon Bloodline Dragon Crystal. Huh? Dragon Crystal. Roland scratched his head, a bit confused. He vaguely remembered that Dragon Crystal had some special uses, but his current headache prevented him from remembering them for a moment. Crack. Roland reached out and pushed open the door. Any water? Roland looked weakly at the team of knights standing guard outside. Your Highness, are you awake? The leading knight exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Roland emerge. Of course. Your Highness, this is water made with the elves' moon honey. It's perfect for sobering up. The knight quickly pulled out a golden kettle from his bosom, unscrewed it, and respectfully handed it over with both hands. Gudom gulp. Roland tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. Not bad. Quite sweet, Roland said with satisfaction, casually handing the canteen back to the knight in front of him. By the way, where are Caslow and the others? Roland glanced around, noticing several familiar figures missing. Your Highness, please follow us, a waiting centaur whispered. Okay. Roland followed him. Your Highness, how was your sleep last night? Balder asked Roland with a smile. What a rip-off. Damn it! Who have you got me drunk? Roland glared disapprovingly at the people sitting at the table. If he hadn't been so drunk, he'd forgotten what happened. He had slapped the person who'd been trying to persuade him to drink. Instantly, several of them turned their heads simultaneously. It seemed they'd all been involved in last night's tragedy. They tacitly avoided meeting Roland's gaze. Your Highness, your alcohol tolerance is truly terrible. You got drunk last night and vomited all over me. Caslow leaned in and started to bring up the issue. Are you serious? Roland's eyes widened. Had he really embarrassed himself in front of the centaurs last night? Had he vomited right in front of his own little brother? It's nothing. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Caslow instantly changed his tone. Roland held his forehead with one hand. Damn! A lifetime of fame is ruined. Thank you for your hospitality. Baron Balder, I hope you will fulfill your duties as a lord and not betray my trust. I hope you will accompany me in expanding our territory and securing more resources for you and your people. Roland smiled as he looked at the centaur lord before him. This was his first vassal summoned outside the system. Although the process was a bit tortuous, He had finally won him back with a combination of bluffs and trickery. "Your Highness," Balder suddenly said sheepishly. "What's wrong?" Roland asked curiously, watching Balder, who looked like a young lady entering a sedan chair. "My people, and I need some ironware and armor. After all, our current equipment is too," Balder said sheepishly. "Well, of course, no problem. Send someone to River Rapids in a few days to order or purchase standard weapons and equipment." Roland thought for a moment and agreed. Even if these centaurs were fully armed, they wouldn't pose much of a threat to Roland. After all, Roland's 1,000-strong army wasn't afraid of a mere 300 centaurs. There might be some casualties in a field battle, but if they held the city, 50 El Nino Rangers could easily slaughter them. Ordinary armor was like paper in front of them. Their life-matching skills were useless to El Nino Rangers. After all, a single round of accurate fire could easily break their single-target resistance limit. Killing a centaur in a single round was no problem. After all, there was still a gap between the life matching of a centaur and the honor of a knight. "Let's go! No need to see me off. Take control of your territory soon. The defense here is in your hands. I hope this place won't become a loophole in the Stormwind defenses," Roland said solemnly. This meant that part of the eastern defenses had been taken over by Balder and his men. Roland would reduce the defensive strength here. If the centaurs became as unreliable as the woodland elves, that would be a truly beautiful sight. "Don't worry, Your Highness. As long as our men are alive, no enemy can cross our territory," Balder said in a deep voice. "I believe you." Roland had no doubt about Balder's words. Centaurs have a strong sense of territory, as evidenced by this conflict. "By the way, I found a Wind Dragon Bloodline Dragon Crystal. I wonder if it's any use." Roland fiddled with the fist-sized cyan dragon crystal in his hand. The crystal looked exceptionally gorgeous in the sunlight, with mysterious dragon magic patterns entwined in the void surrounding it. "What? A Wind Dragon Bloodline Dragon Crystal? Are you sure it's a Bloodline Dragon Crystal?" Caslo was stunned, then exclaimed in ecstasy. "Yes, what's the matter?" Roland said casually, unaware that Caslo was trembling with excitement. "Sir, may I see it?" Caslo asked in a trembling voice. "Here." Roland casually tossed it back. Caslo quickly rushed to catch it, fearing it would fall to the ground. Although dragon crystals were indestructible, Caslo still felt that letting it fall to the ground was a blasphemy. "Sir, do you know what this dragon crystal means?" Caslo's expression was complicated as he gently wiped the dragon crystal with his handkerchief. "What?" Roland said nonchalantly, his mind still fussing. "Huh?" Caslo took a deep breath and said slowly, "This dragon crystal can allow a rank 5 Wind Attribute practitioner to reach the rank 6 title. More importantly, this dragon crystal can revert a Wind Attribute flying dragon and evolve it into a Wind Attribute giant dragon." Caslo swallowed his saliva. "Is it that powerful? Then it's a true treasure," Roland explained in astonishment. He had never expected this dragon crystal to be so powerful. "Yes, sir. Although this evolutionary process can take years or even decades, it can definitely evolve a flying dragon into a giant dragon. I never expected you to possess such a treasure. There weren't many in the treasury during the Empire's heyday, and those that did were generally used. You know, this kind of bloodline dragon crystal only occurs after the natural death of the head of a dragon clan." Caslo sighed, reluctantly handing the dragon crystal back respectfully. "Take it," Roland said calmly, not turning back to take it. After all, he was the only wind-attributed dragon knight under his command. If he didn't give it to him, no one else would be able to use it. Rather than keeping it as a treasure chest, it would be better to transform it into combat power. "Sir," Caslo choked up. "It's okay. It's just dragon crystal. Don't worry about it," Roland said calmly, unaware that if Caslo's loyalty was reflected, his number would definitely soar to over 200%. Caslo, with a complicated expression, grasped the precious dragon crystal in his hand and secretly made up his mind. Chapter 100. Roar! A deafening roar echoed from outside the city of Rapids. A cyan wind element swirled in a depression outside the city. The high-speed, free-flowing wind particles instantly ripped through the air above, creating several cracks of varying sizes in the sky. Ah! This time, the roar was less muffled, a hint of clarity and excitement permeating the dragon's roar. Cardo lay limply on the ground, his dragon scales occasionally falling off. Beneath the delicate scales, his tough hide cracked inch by inch, and strands of fresh dragon blood seeped slowly through the cracks into the ground. "Sir!" Caslo's face was filled with panic. He kept pacing around 100 meters away from Cardo, like an ant on a hot pan. "Don't worry. There's no point in worrying. Don't you know the after effects of using this dragon crystal are so severe? Roland covered his face, speechless. Caslow was so anxious that he fed it directly to Cardo, fearing someone would snatch it away. And that's how Cardo ended up. Ah! Cardo twisted his neck in pain, repeatedly slamming the bone crown on his head against the rocks on the ground. Like a terrifying battering ram, Cardo's crown easily shattered the rocks it struck. Crack! Crack! With Cardo's repeated slamming, cracks began to appear in the bone crown, and bone fragments continuously fell, scattering in a shower of shattered bone. What's going on? Roland was shocked by the dragon's self-mutilation. Cardo. Caslow's eyes filled with tears. Because of the equal contract they had signed, Cardo's pain was constantly palpable to him. He could already see Cardo twitching in pain. Crack! With a crisp sound, the already tattered crown shattered instantly. A surge of dragon power emanated from it, and a new bone crown appeared on Ricardo's head. Dense bone spurs instantly surrounded his head, and two short dragon horns quietly emerged. Reversion! Roland's eyes widened. This was the first time he had ever seen such a scene. When his information appeared in Roland's mind, Cardo had become a pseudo-dragon, while Caslow's information had become a pseudo-dragon rider. Huh? Caslow also looked at Cardo curiously. Cardo gave him a feeling of pain mixed with comfort. Although Cardo's body was now covered in blood, his vitality and energy were constantly increasing. Roar! Bang! Cardo roared, slamming his left claw down onto the ground. Dragon scales flew everywhere, and his vast wings spread wide. Cardo lifted his chest and head, roaring heavenward. Free wind elements surged madly toward him. With the influx of violent elemental power, Cardo's body suddenly stretched, from about 15 meters to over 20 meters, and his wide wings grew even larger. Ka! Silo, Cardo mumbled a few words. Caldo, are you calling me? You can speak now? Caslow exclaimed in surprise, unable to conceal the joy in his eyes. Speaking human language is one of the innate abilities of dragons. Dragons are naturally able to communicate with all races and speak their languages. Cardo's ability to speak proved that his bloodline was gradually becoming purer. Yes. Yes. Your Highness. Okay. Cardo nodded his dragon head slightly, turned around and bowed to Roland. After all, it was Roland who gave this item to his knight, and he should be grateful out of both emotion and reason. Great. We have another trump card, Roland said with satisfaction. I'm looking forward to the enemy's expression. Caslow smiled strangely. Although Cardo still looked like a flying dragon, his life force was completely different. Any enemy who treated him like one would suffer greatly. Cardo, now in a pseudo-dragon state, could cast almost any dragon language spell, barring forbidden dragon language spells. He was now comparable to a peak level 5 professional. Ha ha ha. My lord, let's go home and have a drink today. I treat. Caslow patted his chest excitedly, unaware that Roland's face had already turned the color of a pot. Don't mention drinking. Roland turned and walked away. He really didn't think he embarrassed himself enough after drinking, hadn't he? Huh? The night has advanced? Renault was very perceptive of Caslow's level. After all, their majesty levels were very similar, so it wasn't difficult to guess that Caslow had successfully advanced. Lucky, I advanced. Caslow grinned. It must have been the power Cardo fed back through the contract. Though not much, it still helped Caslow break through to Knight Commander. Seeing that Caslow hadn't flaunted the dragon crystal at all, Roland couldn't help but admire him. Only those who know how to conceal their weaknesses can thrive in this chaotic world. Of course, the fewer people who know one's hidden secrets, the better. Just imagine the expressions of those who hunt Caslow with small dragon hunting crossbows, and discover that the flying dragon has transformed into a giant dragon. TSK, TSK, TSK. In the afternoon, Sage Yufeng returned from the plantation and chicken farm by the rapid river. Upon entering the city, he headed straight for Roland's tent. Tear. Yunfeng tore off the tent curtain at his speed. Roland blinked, bewildered. Sorry, Your Highness, I left in a hurry. Yunfeng apologized, but without a trace of embarrassment. He casually set the curtain aside and, with a wave of his hand, a wave of magical energy quickly enveloped the interior of the tent, forming a small barrier. What are you doing? Roland jumped out of his chair in shock. Are you trying to usurp the throne? Roland's hand had already reached down, and only when it grasped the hilt of the Dragon Slayer's sword did he feel a sense of relief. Bang! Yunfeng ignored Roland's subtle movements and rushed over, laying his upper body on Roland's desk, staring directly into his eyes. Your Highness, I activated the barrier. No one without a 6th level strength can overhear our conversation. I want to know if you gave Knight Castlo's dragon the bloodline dragon crystal. Yunfeng stared intently into Roland's eyes. What are you trying to say? Roland said calmly. I just sensed the gathering of wind elements not far from the city. It's not naturally occurring. Furthermore, I noticed that Knight Castlo's wind-attributed battle aura has undergone a qualitative change. Most crucially, the dragon power within him is too intense. This is because his dragon has consumed the dragon blood crystal, and is transforming into a pure-blooded giant dragon, Yunfeng analyzed. Yes, your analysis is correct, but what made you leave your beloved magical plants behind and return here? Are you planning to take advantage of my dragon knight? Roland sighed, appreciating the alchemist's true embodiment of wisdom. He was also curious about Yunfeng's reason for coming. Your Highness, you're worrying too much. I simply wish to obtain some pure dragon blood. The only dragon I know is Sindri's star dragon. Now that I have Knight Castlo's dragon, it's even more convenient. Although it's a pseudo-giant dragon, the bloodline concentration is almost the same. Yunfeng said calmly. So what are you trying to do? Roland asked, puzzled. Pure dragon blood is the main ingredient in the dragon blood potion. Yunfeng raised his head, and casually said, Dragon blood potion? Isn't this a lost potion? Roland's eyes flashed with horror. Chapter 101. Sir Yunfeng, can you really mix a dragon blood potion? Roland asked in disbelief. You know, in the game, the dragon blood potion is a magical elixir that can break through levels. Its ability is to increase the upper limit of magic power, or battle chi, and break through level barriers. Players who aspire to become a level 6 expert are simply flocking to it. However, in the game setting, the dragon blood potion has always been a lost potion, and the potion rewards players receive are all inventory from various factions. Of course, but it requires pure dragon blood. Yunfeng nodded. As a wise man, he was very confident in his alchemy skills. What's so difficult about a simple dragon blood potion? Okay, I write a handwritten note, and you can ask Castlo for it. Whether he gives it or not is his problem. Roland decided to speak up front. What if Castlo refused to give Cardo the blood? Of course, thank you, Your Highness. I will go and persuade Knight Castlo. Yunfeng smiled with satisfaction. Alright, just don't cause any trouble. Roland held his forehead with one hand. While wise men aren't known for their combat prowess, no one in the kingdom of Lagrang, lacking even a single tier 5 combatant, could possibly hold him down. Roland stretched, rubbed his hungry stomach, stood up, lifted the door curtain, and walked out. Go find out what we're having for dinner tonight. Roland turned to the knight standing guard at the door. As you command, Your Highness. The knight pounded his chest and turned away. Roland donned a fur coat and decided to explore his city. Passing through the castle gate, he entered the somewhat deserted streets of Streamwind. With only about 2,000 residents, Streamwind wasn't even full. Roland opened the territory dashboard and habitually checked the current status of his territory. Flood City. Area, 1 kilometer in radius. Buildings, 1 ruined lord's castle, 200 ordinary wooden houses, intermediate level magic rune walls, stone well, blacksmith shop, barracks, archer's temple. Generals, Castlo, level 3, Renault, level 4, Rattle, level 4, Yunfeng, level 6, special personnel, Ivy, level 3, city defense officer, Marcus, level 4, administrative officer, Lance, level 2, troopers, 2038. Holy Glory Knights, 100 level 2 knights. Lagran City Guards, 100 level 2 warriors. Batanija Archers, 700 level 2 archers. Dwinian Heavy Swordsmen, 100 level 2 swordsmen. El Nino Rangers, 50 level 2 rangers. Flood Legion, 683 flood infantrymen. Conscripted Light Infantry, 200 light infantrymen. Raglan Heavy Cavalry, 100 heavy cavalry. Priests, 5 second level priests. Population, 2,216, tradable civilians, 837, review. A lonely king led the remnants of his people back to their homeland and built this towering walled city. The city's inhabitants are sparse, but everything is moving in a positive direction. The city's military is strong and capable of defending it, but it cannot withstand the resurgent darkness alone. The good news is that the city has finally received its own defense officer and administrative officer. The end of the war brings a glimmer of hope to Raglan's last territory. Abilities. 1. As the only territory of the Raglan Kingdom in Middle-earth, it attracts the remnants of Raglan. The system will direct a wave of wandering Raglan civilians to arrive daily. Hopefully, the Overlord will properly accommodate them. 2. Allow the recruitment of local civilians to train as flood infantry. Roland carefully examined the area and found that aside from a few additional civilians, there were essentially no changes. Wait! Why is there a new territory on this territory page? Tupit Forest? Roland was startled, then realized that the system could also view the territories he had granted. View territory. Tupit Forest. Roland muttered silently. Tupit Forest, area, 83 square kilometers. Lord Balder. Lord's title, Baron. Land of territory, 791. Territory facilities, 175 log cabins, for wells, and several fences. Comment, a poor subordinate territory, with little to recommend it aside from the Centaur's excellent combat capabilities. Ability, allows King Lagrang to recruit the local Centaur army. Is it so shabby? Roland was speechless. Besides recruiting Centaurs, there's really nothing else to offer? Never mind. Having the troops to recruit is good enough. Roland sighed helplessly. Others who traveled through time were able to maneuver through various means, fighting bravely and remaining invincible. Only he, a jerk like me, had to rely on luck to get things from the system. Things in the mall are incredibly expensive. Forget invincibility, even maintaining a small territory is a struggle. Sigh, what kind of garbage is this? Roland pulled out a small square piece wrapped in plastic. Anyone from Blue Star would understand. The elf-blocking gift I got for signing in a few days ago. You're giving me this when I don't even have a girlfriend? System, explain clearly. Are you mocking me? Why does the system give wives to other people, but not you? Roland looked at the family planning supplies in his hand, with a look of displeasure. Ding! Strong resentment from the host is detected, activating a hidden mission, Mother of the World. Mission requirements. Find a candidate for queen recognized by the system, limited to 1 year. Mission reward. A random 6th level professional. Penalty for mission failure. Decreased fertility. The system's cold voice sounded. Fuck. System. Roland exclaimed. What the hell is this decreased fertility? So you're just going to say I'm impotent and leave it at that? Before, you asked me to cover it up and bury it, and now you're just going to sterilize it? Host, please do your best to complete the task. The system replied mechanically. Fuck you. Is artificial sterilization even an option? Roland cursed. Host, please do your best. The system's calm voice echoed in Roland's mind. Can you please be a human being? Please, be a human being. I don't even know how to fill that cesspool in Moria. And you're doing this again? Roland said, feeling incredibly confused right now. There are 3 unfilial acts, and having no offspring is the worst. This system is simply eradicating the problem. Host, please work hard and restore the glory of Raglan as soon as possible. I give you my head. Roland dispelled the light curtain before him. Looking any further. It was painful. Where can I find a queen here? There's a bunch of unresolved issues in Riverstorm. And what do you mean by system recognition? Roland was touched by the system's cleverness. What a great mission. If all else fails, consider bringing Arwen back? Aragorn's queen is definitely worthy of being the queen of Raglan. Roland rubbed his chin, pondering. At this moment, Rivendell. Huh? Elrond uttered a soft sigh. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt like someone was targeting his daughter. In fact, not only was there another fight, but there were 2 of them. Someone's thinking of me. Is it Aragorn? Arwen vaguely sensed someone was thinking of her, instinctively assuming that Aragorn missed her. Sitting on the swing, she smiled shyly, her eyes filled with tenderness. Forget it. Spring's almost here. Let's get the people working on the land. This monotonous food is almost enough to make me sick. Roland complained about the monotonous Western diet. Coming from the great foodie empire, Roland had very high standards for food. Compared to the blue planet where Roland had lived before, the food here was nothing short of amazing. Spring's coming. Alas. We're running out of food again. Roland thought of his nearly empty castle. There wasn't much food left. Luckily, the people of La Grande were hardworking. If they organized the professionals to reclaim the wasteland, River Rapids should be self-sufficient in food after this autumn's harvest. Chapter 102. Cry. A piercing eagle cry echoed, and a swift, yellow-black figure darted past Roland. What? Roland's face etched with questioning doubt. What was that just now? It vanished in a flash. Could it be that an unknown monster had infiltrated Stream City? Someone. Check what that was. How dare it act so recklessly in Stream City? Roland, strolling, suddenly frowned and shouted to the knights around him. If a monster had truly infiltrated, it would be a threat not only to the civilians, but also to the professionals in the city. A surprise attack from a monster could be fatal. Yes, Your Highness. Two of the knights beside him rushed to the barracks and the city walls. They were ready to mobilize the entire city's forces for a thorough search. After all, Stream City was the last remaining city of the Lagrange troops, so they could never be too cautious. Be careful, Roland warned them as they left. If this crappy system didn't boost his troops, his manpower would be a serious problem. Even the loss of one would cause him immense grief. Roland sat absent-mindedly at the dining table. On the oak table before him lay exquisite silver plates inlaid with gold rims, and a set of mithril cutlery lay before him. The soft candlelight illuminated the crimson Dorwinian wine, gleaming like blood. Serve, Roland ordered casually, his mind drifting outside the tent. The figure that had flashed before him during the day still hadn't been found. A faint unease welled up in Roland's heart, and he lost even his appetite. Your Highness, this is white bread. It's not particularly white and fine, but it's the best we can get right now, a chef said apologetically, as he ushered in several servants carrying plates. It's fine, this is already good enough. Roland looked at the soft bread, which was fragrant with wheat, and had turned a crispy golden brown. A unique aroma slowly emanated from it. Roland indicated that it was already very good, which made the chef feel a little relieved. This is an appetizer of vegetables. Sorry, Your Highness, we only have a little cabbage. So we can only make you a vegetable salad. The chef said a little embarrassedly. After all, the supplies in River Rapids were so scarce. It's fine, the salad is delicious. Roland stuffed some salad into his mouth with a fork and tasted it. His eyes suddenly lit up. Although the ingredients were not particularly good, it was already good enough for Roland. This is today's main course. Roast suckling pig, the chef said proudly. You know, this suckling pig took the hunting team a lot of effort. This kind of wild boar is incredibly difficult to catch. Crack! Roland's knife sliced through it, and the suckling pig made a crisp sound. Roland put the golden roasted pork into his mouth, chewed it, and immediately gave it a thumbs up. Not bad. This roast suckling pig has a unique flavor. It's even a little sweet, Roland said, somewhat surprised. Ha ha ha. Your Highness, you're in for a treat today. I accidentally found half a jar of honey in the kitchen, the chef said proudly, clearly proud that Roland had been captivated by his cooking skills. It's really good. Roland nodded. Compared to the days of stewed meat or grilled fish, the meals now were like a feast for the gods. The flavors were much richer after all. This is a thick soup made from whitefish. It's great for digestion after a meal. The chef waited respectfully until Roland had finished eating, then ordered a servant to bring a bowl of milky white soup. Sorry to bother you. Roland, satiated, stretched himself and collapsed onto the bed in the inner room, bored. His mind was full of that figure from this afternoon. So, what exactly was that? Roland slowly closed his eyes in confusion, and went straight to playing chess with Zhou Gong. Oh my god! I slept for so long? Roland, soundly asleep, suddenly opened his eyes and looked out. The sun was already high in the sky. It was already noon. Someone, give me some water. I need to wash, Roland said helplessly, his face darkening as he lifted the curtain. He felt a little embarrassed to have his subordinates clearly see him sleeping in. Huh? King Roland? Good morning. Later appeared before Roland with a smile, startling him. Shit! Sir, could you please stop being so intimidating? Roland rubbed his chest, nearly frightened to death. A war mage walked silently. How could such a person exist? What if he scares your lord to death? Roland complained inwardly. Is something wrong, Sir Rattle? Although he had countless words of greeting to the women of his family, he remained polite and courteous as always. Of course it's something. Big news. Happy news. Rattle nodded. Seeing his white beard tremble with excitement, Roland could tell that the old man had truly encountered something joyful, otherwise, he wouldn't be so happy. What could have caused you to lose your composure like this? Roland couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, Rattle was like a mischievous old boy, gesticulating excitedly. Ha ha, Your Highness, I brought 5 griffin eggs with me when I came here. They hatched some time ago. After my careful training during this period, these griffins can finally fly, and they will soon be able to recognize people. So you should put the selection of griffin knights on the agenda as soon as possible, Rattle said seriously. You should know that griffins are masters. If you cultivate a deep bond with them from a young age, it will definitely be more effective in fighting. Moreover, griffin knights also need special air knight training to help them grow. After all, the sky is a space, not a plane. Attacks from the enemy may appear at any time from all directions. This is the most dangerous part of Air Knights. Even Dragon Knights have to carefully avoid the heavy dragon hunting crossbows and other Dragon Knights deployed on the ground, not to mention the mere Griffin Knights. Be it Air Knights, Paladins, or even the noble Dragon Knights, they are the easiest to hunt when they are weak. Therefore, selecting the right Knights and cultivating their relationships are Roland and his team's most important priorities. Once a Griffin Cub has passed its 1-year infancy and entered its growth phase, it can be mounted by a Knight. At this point, the Griffin Knight has achieved initial combat effectiveness. Of course, don't count on their endurance. How much physical strength and magic power can a growing Griffin have? As the Griffin grows over several decades and enters adolescence, its strength becomes truly formidable, rivaling that of a Dragon Knight, allowing it to dominate ordinary sky battlefields. No way! No way! Is anyone really planning to pit a Griffin against a Dragon Knight, or even a Dragon Knight? As for the Griffin's lengthy growth period, Roland can only thank the various magical potions invented by alchemists, many of which can accelerate the growth of magical beasts without side effects. Don't tell me the Dragon Knights of the Lagran Empire actually wait for the dragons to reach adulthood naturally. No fool would use their own humble lifespan to measure the development time of a superb magical beast. Cry. A young griffin poked its head out from beneath Later's robes and soared into the sky, emitting a childish yet resounding eagle cry. Isn't this the unidentified magical beast we encountered yesterday? Roland looked at the familiar griffin cub, a flash of yellow and black lightning, and couldn't help but twitch his lips. What does it mean to scare yourself? What bad luck. System check-in. Roland muttered inwardly, then quickly remembered that he hadn't signed in yet. Chapter 103. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving 50 Lordaeron Rangers. Holy crap. They shipped? They made it out of Europe? Roland rubbed his eyes. He'd been signing up for miscellaneous items for over 10 days now, and there were only a few he could use. The sudden appearance of a troop bonus surprised him a bit. However, once Roland saw the troop type, a gloomy look crossed his face. What the hell is this? I thought it was a Lordaeron Knight. What good is a Lordaeron Ranger? Roland wailed like a defeated dog. The Duchy of Lordaeron is nestled in the forests of the eastern corner of the Sea of Run. The entire forest belongs to the Grand Duke of Lordaeron. Lordaeron is most famous for its people, who are almost all half-elves. With their blend of elven and human traits, they produce renowned knights, rangers, and archers. Lordaeron knights aren't particularly powerful among knights. Because they're half-elven, they eschew heavy, bulky plate armor, opting instead for lightweight mail and chainmail. In the early stages of the game, Lordaeron soldiers were considered the worst of the worst. The only other soldier with respectable stats besides the knights was the ranger. However, the ranger's value for money wasn't as high as that of the average lord. While they could equip a heavy sword, buckler, and plate mail, the high price still discouraged most lord players. As for the Lordaeron knights, they were a tragic force in the early stages. They couldn't match the Raglan knights in head-on combat, nor in defense. They never wore plate armor for portability, and in speed. Well, no one could outrun them. The only thing that kept them relevant was that they were the only class in the game capable of successfully charging through the jungle. Their superb riding skills and excellent vision allowed them to gallop through the jungle and slash enemies with their spears. Until later, by chance, a player discovered the Lordaeron Knight's hidden inherited skills. In the Lord of the Rings game, each officially named knightly order has its own inherited skills. Roland's Order of the Holy Glory doesn't count. Knights from different regions possess different advanced skills, but the Lordaeron Knights all share a secret skill. Strike back. In layman's terms, if they were wielding a lance, using this skill would be a counterattack. If they were using a bow, it would be a return fire. This skill gave the Lordaeron Knights the ability to reverse their charge. So, during one battle, players discovered that the general's army had lost more men in pursuit of the Lordaeron Knights than in a head-on confrontation. This revealed something amiss. Thus, the Lordaeron Knights' hidden abilities were unearthed by players, and instantly, the Lordaeron Knights went from being ignored to being highly sought after. Countless lords sought to recruit a team of Lordaeron Knights to serve as a rearguard unit. TSK. I used to have a team of Lordaeron Knights. That reverse charge was amazing. Roland couldn't help but reminisce. Who could have imagined that a knight, seemingly fleeing, would twist his body, brandish his weapon, and unleash a terrifying murderous intent? Never mind, a ranger is a ranger. After all, it's a ranged unit. Roland shook his head, dismissing these nagging thoughts. Your Highness! Later interrupted Roland's reverie. Oh! What were you talking about? Roland said awkwardly. The ups and downs of the Lordaeron Ranger hadn't bothered Roland at all. Nothing, Your Highness. I just heard you still have quite a bit of Smaug's flesh and blood, didn't you? Later's eyes gleamed with shrewdness. Roland grinned. He immediately understood that the old man had probably set his sights on Smaug's flesh and blood. Who knew who had told him that? Roland could only nod and acknowledge that he still had some. Great. I was just worried about running out of energy-rich magical beast flesh and blood to feed the griffins. A giant, mutated dragon like Smaug should be enough for these 5 little ones to grow into. Later waved his hand toward the sky. Like a gust of wind and lightning, a figure darted back beneath Later's robes. It was the griffin cub that had just slipped away. Roland's playful mood suddenly grew. He leaned over, tilting his head to stare at the robe the griffin had just slipped into, trying to figure out how such a small creature could fit inside the robe. Unexpectedly, the next moment, a little eagle's head popped out, gazing up at the sky. Man and griffin stared at each other. The little griffin, watching Roland's tilted head, tilted its eyes to the side as well. Ha ha. How interesting. I didn't expect griffins to be so adorable when they were little. Roland smiled, his frustration instantly dispelled. Yes. Who could have imagined that a year later they'd be battling all sorts of creatures? Later sighed, stroking his beard. Then I won't bother you, Your Excellency, later. I take a stroll around the city. Roland teased the little griffin for a while, making it so angry that it spun around his legs and cried eagles. Then, Roland withdrew his hand, said goodbye to Later, and decided to explore his own city. Goodbye, Your Highness. Later gave Roland a mage's salute. Come and take a look. Fresh white fish from the Chenghu Lake. Only 2 copper coins each. One for you, fellow villager. The fishmonger shouted enthusiastically. Fresh mushrooms. Picked from the wilderness. Delicious and nutritious. The women from the foraging team also laid out their own game. High-quality charcoal. Low smoke, long burning time. 3 Gene for 1 copper coin. Although there are only a little over 2,000 residents, the industrious Ligrang people have created a bustling market on the central avenue of the city. Roland even discovered a tavern there. Roland casually pushed open the tavern's wooden door and squeezed in. A wave of heat mixed with the smell of cheap liquor immediately overwhelmed Roland, causing him to close his eyes. After a few seconds of adjusting to the environment, he opened his eyes again and took in the only tavern in the city. Goodness. That's an eyesore. Roland complained inwardly. The tavern wasn't big. Compared to the massive taverns of his past life, and even in this game, which often spanned tens of thousands of square meters, this less than 300 square meters seemed incredibly crowded. Roland estimated there were at least 100 people inside. There were even quite a few familiar faces among them. They were all soldiers off duty. A semicircular bar sat at the back, against the wall. Alcoves in the wall were filled with bottles and cans of liquor. A young woman sat at the bar, clearing the area and directing the waiters. Needless to say, she was the proprietress. Not bad. You can actually open a tavern here? Glancing at the jars of low-quality ale, Roland casually pulled over a high stool and sat down in front of the woman. What do you want, sir? Drinks or food? The woman glanced up and was stunned. Your Highness. I didn't mean to steal your wealth. I paid my taxes. The woman, upon seeing Roland's face, immediately knelt and crawled out of the bar. Technically, without a business license from the Lord, their actions could be considered stealing the Lord's wealth, punishable by death. No problem. Get up. Roland waved his hand, indicating he didn't care. He already paid the taxes, so he could open a bar if he wanted. He was troubled by all the complicated rules surrounding liquor franchises. As long as it didn't violate the law, he didn't want to make things difficult for anyone. I don't blame you. I'm just curious where your drinks come from. Roland observed the woman curiously. Chapter 104. Your Highness, please forgive me. I brought this wine with me when I moved in. If I have offended you, Your Highness, I am willing to give this wine and the tavern away. I only ask that you give me and my companions a way out. The female tavern owner whispered in awe, not daring to look Roland in the eye. Oh, my own? Roland was stunned. Refugees actually had wealth? And so much wine. System. What's going on? Refugees actually have property? Roland was stunned. You have to remember that when he first met the refugees, he was shocked by their poverty. Aside from the clothes they wore and a small amount of food, they didn't even have a penny, let alone gold or silver. Host, please check the territory information page yourself. The system's arrogant voice came. What kind of crappy system is this? Roland complained. Other systems give their hosts everything they want, but mine is a manual transmission? They figured they wouldn't tell you until they asked. Check the territory information, Roland said. After carefully browsing the territory's information panel, Roland couldn't help but grumble. So what's the difference, system? He couldn't find any difference between the current territory information and the previous one. Probably aside from the addition of 50 Lordaeron Rangers, nothing else had changed. Ding dong. The system screen began to spin rapidly, and soon a message appeared before Roland's eyes. Ability 1. As the only territory of the Kingdom of Raglan in Middle-earth, it attracts the remnants of Raglan. The system will direct a wave of wandering Raglan civilians to arrive daily. I hope the Lord can properly accommodate them. Note, there's a certain chance this will attract citizens. They come to you with various assets, too. Allow the recruitment of local civilians to train as swift current infantrymen. I suggest the host have their eyes checked by a wise man. If they are no longer needed, please donate them to someone who can use them. Thank you for watching. The system's cold voice sounded. I was looked down upon by a program? Roland said in disbelief. System, explain clearly. What do you mean by donating your eyes when they are no longer needed? Roland said angrily. Please don't be angry, host. Anger is bad for your eyes. I detected that your vision is nearing blindness. I suggest you switch your profession and practice as a fortune teller. Bah! Roland scowled, tearing up the system screen that was swirling before him, his nostrils flaring with anger. So all these drinks are your property? After a moment, Roland, having calmed down, remembered the bar owner beside him. She had now knelt on the floor again, clearly frightened by Roland's outburst. Stand up. I won't punish you. After all, they are your property. You have the right to decide how to use them. And since you paid, then the taxes will be protected by Lagrange. Roland helped the woman to her feet. Thank you, Your Highness, for your kindness. The woman bowed repeatedly in gratitude, her loca dress no longer able to hide her ample cleavage. Roland felt his nose run hot. Oh no! Roland panicked and quickly turned away. If he stared at those big white rabbits any longer, his nose would bleed. By the way, what's your name? Roland realized that this young and beautiful tavern owner had actually possessed second-level battle chi, but he didn't know what her profession was. Your Highness, my name is Rochelle, and I'm a second-level thief. Rochelle blushed. Thieves are considered a lowly profession no matter where they live. They are destined to live in the shadows. Exposure to the sun is simply fatal. Thief? Roland Yan's eyes were filled with amusement. He hadn't expected to see a thief. He was just short of such talent under his command. However, it was clear that Luo Tsuezi wasn't up to the task. A more specialized person was needed. What are you looking at? Are thieves strange? It's just a rare profession. Roland Yan said immediately after sensing the strange looks from the people around him towards Luo Tsuezi. In his eyes, as long as they didn't violate his rules and laws, everyone was equal, and any inherited profession was worthy of respect. Not to mention that the thief profession was actually very powerful. The thief profession was very interesting. From the first-level apprentice thief, to the second-level thief, to the third-level flying thief, by the fourth level, it had two main branches. One branch was known for its fierce fighting style, the fourth-level master thief, the fifth-level divine thief, and the sixth-level chivalrous thief. The other branch focused on surprise attacks and sneak attacks, the fourth-level assassin, the fifth-level assault assassin, and the sixth-level Creed assassin. Both rogues and Creed assassins are the nightmare of any light armored class. A naked Creed assassin can easily sneak up on and kill a naked sage. A naked rogue can easily engage a naked stalker in a grueling battle. What? Heroes and overlords? I suggest you prepare your urns. Therefore, top-tier assassins and rogues are enough to intimidate a faction. What a shame you're a woman. War is a man's business, women shouldn't be involved. Roland gave Rodriguez a complicated look before turning away. Who? After Roland left, Lotris immediately collapsed to the ground. Roland gave her the feeling of a dormant dragon, his every move exuding terrifying might. What a pity! If only we had some thieves! Roland lamented. Thieves could be sent to explore the countless dangerous areas in Middle-earth. Compared to other professions, thieves had a survival rate countless times higher. After all, their initial skill, the Eye of the Void, allowed them to detect countless traps and mechanical arrays. Why did I forget to drink some ale? Roland lamented. Middle-earth ale, with its meager alcohol content, was no different from beer to him. He'd been here for so long, and he really wanted to drink something to soothe his frustration. Forget it, I'm not going back. Roland, about to turn around, stopped himself. If he actually went in, the atmosphere inside would definitely be off. Who would dare drink? But it wasn't without reward. At least I learned that refugees can actually spawn citizens. Roland smiled. Citizens are great. They come here with their own wealth. There's a lot he doesn't have, and their presence has greatly enriched life in River Rapids. That girl, Rodriguez, is rich. Roland, who had just left the tavern, noticed several rune draft horses tied to the tavern's banner, and the cart behind them. Yes. Miss Rodriguez is quite well off in River Rapids. The knight beside him said, evidently having been there for a drink before. I just checked, and she only has one large barrel of wine left. It probably lasts about a week, but then it'd probably be out of stock. Roland recalled the scene he had just witnessed. Rotrus's wine stock was running low, and it would be sold out in a few days. Roland shook his head, clearing away his thoughts. The tavern's closure had nothing to do with him. All Roland needed was to ensure that River Rapids survived. Guards. Secretly investigate. How many citizens are there in River Rapids now? It would be best if we had detailed information on them. Roland whispered to the guards nearby. Yes, sir. Chapter 105. This system is really tricky. It actually hides such a treasure. Roland smacked his lips in delight. Compared to the impoverished refugees, citizens with assets and various skills are more conducive to the development of River Rapids. Huh? Going back to bed. Roland exhaled, rubbed his stiff hands, tightened his fur coat, and walked towards the castle. Sir! Someone suddenly called Roland from behind. What's the matter? Roland knew it was Caslo calling him. Sir! You really are tricking me. Caslo said helplessly with a bitter face. What's wrong? How did I trick you? Roland asked, eyes wide with confusion. Sage Yunfeng. Caslo stared at Roland with a resentful look that made Roland's body creep out. Doesn't he need some pure dragon blood to make a dragon blood potion? I told him to come to you. It's okay to give some of Cardo's blood anyway, Roland said embarrassedly. He was caught red-handed. My dear sir, Yunfeng wants the blood essence. My dragon is already useless after just a little blood. And it's been lying there for ages, Caslo complained. Cardo, whose blood essence had been drained, fell into a state of weakness. What? Blood essence? Roland was confused. He thought just fresh blood would be enough, but he hadn't expected to collect blood essence. Sir, how could such a precious potion as the dragon blood potion be made with just ordinary dragon blood? Then how many masters could be produced by killing a dragon? Caslo said helplessly, rolling his eyes. This time, wise man Yunfeng shamelessly took 10 drops of blood from Cardo. We should be thankful that this amount of blood can be used to make 3 bottles of potion. Caslo pursed his lips. You know, the probability of failure of the dragon blood potion is also very high. 1 drop of blood can be used to make 1 potion, and a 30% success rate is good. Roland was stunned. After all this time, he was the clown. Luckily I didn't get hit too hard. I'm just a little weak. Any more and I'd be completely crippled. Caslo sighed. What a loss. A good sky dragon knight had been reduced to a free-range chicken because of Roland's words and a piece of paper. How tragic. It's nothing. I'm going back to rest. Roland, sensing the resentment emanating from Caslo, fled immediately. Otherwise, he'd have to listen to the complaints of a quasi-dragon knight again. Your Highness. A muffled voice echoed outside the tent. It sounded like the knight Roland had sent had returned. Come in. Roland sat up straight. He had to maintain some appearances in front of his subordinates. If he slumped down in his chair and was seen by his men, it would be a scene of social demise. Your Highness, we investigated everything. The Knight of the Holy Glory Knight slipped into the tent and whispered to Roland. Oh! Roland leaned forward slightly, expressing great interest. He was curious about the talents within his territory. Your Highness, the citizens we've been able to investigate so far include Rochelle from the tavern, Xiao the baker, Barbaros the blacksmith, Seville the leatherworker, and a few ordinary citizens, the knight said. No way. Just 4 citizens with special abilities? What about the others? Roland asked hurriedly. The others are just ordinary people with some assets, nothing special. It's these few who have displayed special abilities. The knight said respectfully. Don't worry about Rochelle. What about the other 3? Roland asked. That baker's bread is delicious. Your Highness ordered the bread for your meal from her. She's the first baker I ever met who can make black bread so mouth-watering. The knight's voice was filled with admiration and praise. One could only imagine the extraordinary skill required of a chef who could make something as unpalatable as black bread so palatable. Not bad. She's a talented person. Let's do her a favor, as long as we can and within the law. Roland thought for a moment and decided. He meant to help her open a bakery, so that more people could enjoy delicious meals. After all, the food made by the refugee women wasn't exactly delicious, just barely edible. Where's the blacksmith? Roland was most concerned about the blacksmith. The smithy was currently being run by halfwits like Ren Shiqiang. While they could forge iron, they weren't the most professional. Yun Feng was quite professional, but asking him to make ordinary ironware was a complete waste of talent. He's a qualified blacksmith. He built a small furnace in the city and hired a dozen or so men. They scavenged broken weapons and armor to make tools and weapons, and business was pretty good. The knight smiled. That's great, let him be. Roland thought. He thought his own forging should be enough for the people of Swiftstream City. Hiring him to use the lava forge was a bit of a waste. How about this leather worker? We're using a lot of leather armor these days, and many knights' leather armor is worn out. Roland said with a gloomy expression. It was ridiculous that the once prosperous Lagran Empire couldn't even provide its knights with enough armor. What a tragedy. That leather worker is quite good. He's already tanning leather and making armor. The knight chuckled. His leather lining was scuffed and worn. As the last face of Legrand, who could have known that beneath the shiny plate armor lay a patchwork of tattered leather? That's great. Send all the backlog of furs over there, and have him find a few apprentices to take care of them. Tell him we're in urgent need of leather armor. While there's no war now, it's coming soon. Tell that leather worker Sewell to hurry. I command him as King of Legrand, Lord of River Rapids. Everyone must be equipped with new leather armor before the spring plowing is over. There will be a huge reward for completing it. Any delays? Humph! Roland snorted. Yes, your highness. The knight pounded his chest upon receiving the order, and meekly withdrew from the tent. Alas! There's still a huge talent gap. There are so few refugees with special talents. Even if there are, they're only half-baked. Roland complained inwardly. Citizens are truly precious. Having citizens with their own talents is simply the resource Roland needs most right now. Streamwind City is in ruins and lacks everything, but thankfully, a real blacksmith has arrived, so at least they can be self-sufficient in tools for the time being. Hee. Roland walked to the door, lifted the curtain, and extended his hand out. A cold wind blew across Roland's hand, the icy air cutting through it like a steel knife. Roland pursed his lips, staring at the dancing snowflakes with a soft sigh. Being a lord is truly difficult. The domineering aura and smooth sailing described in novels are all lies. Living in the chaotic world of Middle-earth means fighting not only the heavens but also the earth. At the very least, you have to contend with various alien races. Sigh. It's so difficult. Huh? Roland's peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a pile of dirt not far ahead. Is this grass sprouting? Roland exclaimed in surprise, looking at the newly emerged blades of green grass. Spring is here? Looks like it's time to prepare for spring plowing. I have to plant more this time, so I don't have to borrow food this winter. Roland swore. Chapter 106. Spring has arrived. Let's see how the farm tools are being arranged. Roland turned to Caslow. Yes, sir. Caslow nodded. After all, spring plowing was about to begin. If farm tools weren't distributed to the people, it would affect the harvest. Roland didn't want to live on black bread anymore. Being starved of food was truly unbearable. Make sure they have the farm tools. Tell all the blacksmiths to free up their hands to forge hoes, and focus on making the urgently needed farm tools. Roland ordered. Yes. Caslow responded and walked out of the tent. Come here. Roland called after a moment's thought. What are your orders, your highness? A Lordaeran ranger in mail armor entered. Saddle the horses. Gather the guards and knights. Let's go to the farmland, Roland said, wanting to see if there was anything missing. As you command, your highness. The Lordaeran ranger nodded respectfully and retreated. Your highness, what brings you here? Raynor asked Roland curiously, about 5 kilometers north of River Rapids. I'm still worried. I have to come and take a look. If something goes wrong with this year's spring plowing, River Rapids is doomed. Roland sighed helplessly. What could go wrong? The orcs are no longer able to move south en masse. Even a few orc farmers can overthrow them with a dung fork. Raynor smiled. River Rapids' situation was currently very favorable. To the north, the lonely mountain stood in the way. To the west, besides the city of Lorsenal, ruled by the White-Winged King, there was also the vast River Rapids as a barrier. To the east, the centaur Lord Baldur would block the enemy in the tufted forest. The only enemy might come from the south, but River Rapids' current military strength was sufficient to withstand any attack from a normal enemy. As long as tens of thousands of orcs weren't besieging the city, Roland could still hold out. This year will be very difficult. Aside from the essential troops remaining behind, everyone else needs to join the spring plowing. We're racing against time. Roland sighed. Their biggest enemy now is time. Assuming 4 mu of land can support one person, the population of Swiftstream City is less than 5,000. 20,000 mu of farmland will be needed to provide enough food, clothing, and shelter for everyone here. And that doesn't even include the area for vegetable cultivation. After all, the system doesn't provide seeds for high-yield crops, so the yield of ordinary crops in Middle-earth isn't much different from that of ancient Blue Star. Hiss! Renault gasped. He realized that Swiftstream City was currently penniless and had no resources. This year's spring plowing would also require stockpiling grain reserves for the future. This would increase the workload again. Reclaiming so much land during this time would be a death sentence. I think we could melt the weapons down and make hoes. Renault opened his mouth. Even with 2 smithies working non-stop, they could only produce a few hundred hoes. The gap was enormous. Nonsense! Roland glared. Just melt the weapons, and fight the enemy with your fists. I go find Thorin. Looks like I have to ask the dwarves for help again, Roland said helplessly. Although the Lagrang centaurs owed a debt of gratitude to the dwarves of Erebor, Roland was too embarrassed to ask for help. He'd been getting free rides from Thorin for so long. While the Thorin in the movies was a bit of a moron, the Thorin in this world was very kind to Roland. Oh! Send someone to Erebor to order 2,000 hoes, Roland said helplessly, clutching his forehead. The gap was too big. If he really asked the blacksmiths in River Rapids to forge them, everyone would starve to death this year. Oh, right! Take this gold. Don't go empty-handed, Roland said to Renault with a pained expression, as he retrieved a large wooden box of treasured gold and silver from the system space. As you command? Renault replied, turning his horse and pointing to a few men, giving them instructions. He then had them take the gold to Aluber City to complete the mission he had assigned them. Have you given the order? Roland asked, watching Renault return quickly. Yes, I have, Renault confirmed. By the way, do we have a carpenter? Roland suddenly asked. That, really not, Renault replied after a moment's thought. Although he didn't pay much attention to this aspect, there were only a few skilled people in Swiftwater City, and Renault would know any carpenter who existed. This is trouble, Roland said with a headache. He had just found the blueprints for a magic artifact among the miscellaneous items he signed in to the system a few days ago. A curved plow. This thing can make farming more precise and significantly increase yields, Roland said proudly. He held in his hands the culmination of ancient Blue Star technology. A treasure passed down by our ancestors. A piece of equipment that could last for thousands of years. What's so special about it? Is it a magical artifact? Renault looked at the blueprint bewildered. Sir! Caslow's voice came from afar, as if the voice had arrived before the person even arrived. What's wrong? You're so jumpy. Roland rolled his eyes at him. He almost been frightened off his horse by that idiot. Didn't he know that someone lost in thought shouldn't be interrupted? If you don't explain yourself to me today, you be wasted. Roland grew increasingly angry. Sir, there is a huge shortage of farm tools. At least 3/4 of the people don't have farm tools, not to mention the soldiers. Caslow frowned. Yes, I understand. I already placed an order with Aluber. Roland let out a defeated howl. What's wrong? Caslow was startled by the tangible sorrow on Roland's face. He quickly nudged Renault beside him, and whispered. So? Renault smacked his lips before muttering, Your Highness just spent all his wife's money on the farm tools. He must be feeling distressed right now. Renault looked at the distraught Roland in front of him, and shrugged helplessly. As one of Roland's earliest followers, how could he not know what Roland was like? Although Roland wasn't exactly stingy, he was still keen on accumulating wealth. Ever since his fortune was almost gone, Roland no longer dared to wander them all. Everything looked beautiful, except for his limited funds. He had finally saved up some money, but it was all gone in one spring plowing. How pitiful. Caslow sighed sympathetically, looking at Roland. He's seen how Roland saved money. He spent so much time searching for gold and silver from more corpses, only to get half a box. And now, he was back to the days before liberation. Crackle. Soft spring raindrops fell. Roland instinctively stretched out his hand, and the raindrops danced and rolled playfully in his palm. Spring is here. Let those with farm tools come and reclaim the land. Roland glanced at the sky. The rain wasn't heavy. A good day for work. Let's wait, Your Highness. It's raining. If a civilian gets sick and spreads a plague, it'd be troublesome, Renault said solemnly. Middle-earth's medical care is only SOSO. A flu outbreak could easily trigger a plague. There's no need to rush it now. Yes, let's wait until the snow melts. Roland glanced at the white patches stretching across the landscape. Those were the unmelted snow. Let's go back. It's freezing. A gust of cold wind blew in, its biting gusts seeping through the seams of his clothes, making Roland shiver. Chapter 107. Have you heard? We're going to reclaim the wasteland soon. A citizen from the city of Rapids whispered to the person next to him. Really? Where? Will there be any kingdom soldiers to protect us? The people around him said worriedly. Although everyone had a strong sense of solidarity with the kingdom of Raglan, that didn't mean they were willing to face the dangers of the wasteland. There should be soldiers accompanying us. After all, when we went out to collect food, we were protected by the kingdom's knights. Someone said nonchalantly, expressing their immense trust in the kingdom. That's right. King Roland will definitely send troops to protect us. Someone else responded. All right. We have to go with you to reclaim the wasteland. The Raglan guards patrolling the streets were stunned upon hearing the chatter. His Highness had already ordered that everyone except the necessary city guards go out to reclaim the wasteland. Now they just had to wait for Aluber's farm tools to arrive. Roland and his men have already begun preparing to reclaim the wasteland. Bai rubbed his chin as he listened to Maple Leaf Purple's report. Let's get our people moving too. Let's get the preparations done first, and start farming when the weather warms up a bit, Bai said. His situation was much better than Roland's. He had everything he needed, including farm tools and seeds. They brought a lot with them during their migration, so at least they didn't have to scrape together everything like Roland had to. Okay, King. Alas. Finally, a few days of peace. King Roland, you must withstand the hidden dangers in the east, Bai muttered after watching Maple Leaf Purple leave. Through his ancestors' teachings, he knew full well that the Dongi were no easy task. They were human too. Their smelting skills were far superior to those of the orcs, and their combat methods were more methodical. They were a formidable foe. What? So many hoes? Thorin's eyes widened. Did Roland think Erebor was a farm tool shop? Dwarves were best at forging weapons and armor. Was he trying to single-handedly convert the dwarves to farm toolmaking? Thorin had worked in a human city, living under someone else's roof and facing constant scorn. This impressed the proud dwarf prince deeply. Roland's move brought Thorin back to his old days. Thorin was silent for a few seconds, frowning as he thought. How about this? Send someone to pick it up in 10 days. Thorin sighed, looking at Knight Raglan before him. Thorin understood that considering the favor the dwarf owed Roland, this request was trivial. To let a rift between the two sides over such a trivial matter would be sheer madness. Forget it, let's just make farm tools. It's not like I never done it before. Thorin simply gave up. Thank you for your generosity, great king under the mountain. Knight Raglan pounded his chest in a salute and retreated. Holy crap! What the hell is this? Inside the tent, Roland stared at the thing before him, his eyes wide open. Your Highness! The guards outside the tent rushed in upon hearing Roland's exclamation. Step back. Roland coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment. As you command? The two guards clasped their fists and saluted before retreating. What is this? System, explain. Roland scowled at the tiny creature before him. Successful sign-in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a fairy dragon. The system repeated calmly. This is a fairy dragon? This thing is a lizard. Roland said helplessly, his face darkening. He had thought this system was a powerful one, but it turned out to be a rip-off. Roland stared at the lizard before him, less than half a meter long, with a strange expression. It seemed that aside from the pair of wings on its back, there was nothing else to prove its connection to dragons. Is it fake? I remember that elven dragons aren't particularly large, but they're not dwarfs, are they? Roland asked the system. Ding! Host, please explore on your own. Your uncle. Roland cursed. So what the hell are you? Roland poked the lizard before him. Roar! A powerful and dragon-like roar, unbelievable for its size, erupted from its mouth. A stream of colorful, natural dragon breath directly covered Roland's face. You? Roland's face was filled with shock. Before he could finish his words, a thin layer of stone covered him. The great King Roland had been reduced to a stone statue. At that moment, 1,000 horses raced through Roland's mind. This truly is an elf dragon. Elf dragon. Elf dragon. Important things must be said 3 times. This lizard-like creature is truly an elf dragon. The breath of natural dragon just now had already proven its identity. If this creature hadn't held back, Roland would have been reduced to a true stone statue or disintegrated by the elemental torrent. You should know that the elf dragon is the only dragon with all attributes. The elf dragon knows all the elementary, intermediate and advanced dragon language magic of the 13 basic attributes, including fire, water, wood, earth, wind, ice, thunder, light, dark, spirit, space, evil and holy, except forbidden spells. That's why the elf dragon is nicknamed a walking machine gun by players. The various dragon language magics in the sky may not cause much damage, but they are sufficient in large quantities. The elf dragon is the only one of the 2 dragons that is not good at melee. The second honor goes to the fairy dragon, and all the skill points are put into dragon language magic. Crackle. Roland's battle energy flared, effortlessly breaking free from the stone covering. What a playful little creature. Roland was amused by the Sundra dragon. After unleashing his battle energy to suppress it, he casually lifted it by its wings and held it before him. "Let me go," the elven dragon said in a baby voice, its mouth opening. Hee hee. Where's that courage you used to breathe just now? Roland teased, twitching its chin. "Let me go." Badass. The elven dragon twisted its body and struggled under Roland's teasing. TSK, TSK, TSK. Sure enough, you dragons aren't good at hand-to-hand combat. You let me play with you with just one hand? Roland happily played with it. After all, the creature had been suppressed by his battle energy, and as long as he held it, he had no worries about it breaking free. After all, the paladin's 3rd-level skill, Hand of Sealing, was very effective against such a small monster. "Your Highness! Lord Vanelvet requests an audience," a guard's voice announced from outside the tent. "Let him in." Roland, rubbing the elven dragon in his hands, made no move to greet him. "Roland, I was going to." Vanelvet's voice suddenly stopped. "What's wrong, my friend?" Roland raised his head in confusion. "This looks like an elven dragon," Vanelvet stuttered. If he was right, Roland's golden hand held an elven dragon, right? It should be. After all, elven dragons are a species of dragon born alongside elves, and elves have a deep connection to them. "Yes. How did you tell?" "I was starting to think it was a lizard." Roland smiled awkwardly. Verve was petrified on the spot. "You didn't steal it from Gondolin, did you?" Verve said blankly. He only knew that Gondolin once had elven dragons that lived alongside the elves, and that dragon warriors were renowned in Middle-earth. After Gondolin's fall, no elven kingdom had elven dragons anymore. "No! All the elven dragons in Gondolin must have died in battle." Verve shook his head. "So where did you get this female elven dragon?" Verve suddenly stared at Roland with a scrutinizing gaze, his eyes gleaming with a faint green light. He was clearly activating the elven's secret technique, the heart of nature, to detect if Roland was lying. "I found it," Roland said decisively. "I found it?" Verve's mouth dropped open after confirming the secret technique had no effect. "Could such a thing be found? Then could I pick up a dozen, please? Is that a problem?" Roland asked, puzzled, but he wondered if the system had given it to one of the elven dragons. "It's okay. Since she's a wild elven dragon, please treat her well. After she grows up, she'd be a great help." Vannerway looked at Roland with envy. After all, elven dragons, besides fighting, can also stimulate plant growth, making them valuable wherever they are. "I didn't notice. But why is she so small? And how did you know she's a female?" Roland had a million questions for Vannerway. She's now entered a state of natural recovery. This state reduces her energy consumption and allows her to better absorb and store elemental particles from nature. The only difference is her gender. Look at her crown. Male dragons have 4 horns, while females only have 3, Vannerway explained. "By the way, I suggest you summon Mage Rattle and Sage Euphone. If you let go, you'd probably be beaten." Vannerway looked at Roland's glittering golden hand and covered his forehead. This. Chapter 108. Rattle helplessly watched the elven dragon writhing in Roland's grasp. "Kill it, what a shame. Release it, it's unsafe. Seal it, too much trouble." So, Old Man Rattle simply went to live in Bumbu. TSK, TSK, TSK. An elven dragon. Yunfeng's eyes gleamed green, their greedy gaze almost reminiscent of Orochimaru's from a certain anime. "So what do we do with this creature?" Roland sighed. Who knew the system would give him such an uncontrollable thing? Is it returning to its natural state? Sage Yunfeng said seriously, looking at the little creature in Roland's grasp. I think so. Roland sighed helplessly. By the way, can you guys get her down for me first? My elbows are sore. Roland was at a loss for words. Using his skills to suppress this thing was no use. The little creature was constantly unleashing dragon power to attack Roland's sacred battle energy, causing his battle energy depletion to become horrific. Yes, Your Highness. Yunfeng nodded, chuckling softly at Roland's sweaty head. Roland, you're not good enough. It's only been a few minutes, and your battle chi is already depleted? Vanderway teased. Fuck you. How can a man say no? Roland's eyes instantly raged. You're trying to suppress a real dragon with your third-level battle chi. You be killed. Roland grumbled, his own plight already so awful, and yet he still made sarcastic remarks. Palm seal of the universe. Yunfeng spread his hand, and a brilliant hexagram appeared in his palm, unleashing the pressure unique to a 6th-level professional. Suppress. Yunfeng spoke succinctly. The brilliant hexagram floated out from his palm, attracting the elven dragon to its center. Visibly terrifying magical energy flowed through the hexagram, transforming into magical patterns that swirled around the elven dragon. Seal. Following Yunfeng's thunderous roar, the magic patterns hovering in the surroundings suddenly surged toward the elven dragon. One by one, they condensed into spells, transforming into magical chains that quickly wrapped around the dragon's body. All right. Yunfeng opened his eyes, a flash of light in his eyes. Smack. Roland's hand subconsciously loosened, and the poor elven dragon slammed face first onto the table. This. Roland awkwardly reached out to help the elven dragon up. No movement. Then Erwei stared at Yunfeng in astonishment. He had always thought alchemists were essentially useless in battle, but now it seemed they were still quite impressive. Completely sealing the power of a real dragon. He couldn't even do that. I accomplished your mission, Your Highness. Yunfeng bowed, the fatigue in his eyes deeply hidden. The palm seal of the universe sealing skill was undoubtedly the most powerful of the alchemist classes. Although Yunfeng appeared calm and composed at the moment, if one could discern a person's total magical power, one would notice that most of it had quietly evaporated. Ha ha ha. Congratulations, Your Highness. You obtained an elf dragon. Rattle said with a smile, stroking his long, white beard. The elf dragon's might was incredibly effective when it came to slaughtering the young. No one could doubt the terrifying devastation it could inflict on an army of ordinary people or low-level professionals. A single young elf dragon could easily annihilate an entire nation's ordinary army. The dragon tribe's nickname, Dragon Machine Gun, wasn't earned for nothing. Of course, there were many weapons that could counter elf dragons. Elf dragons had very poor defense, and were the only dragon species that could be killed by heavy crossbows. That's why they were sometimes called the shame of dragons. Your Highness, this dragon still needs to be properly trained and nurtured. I just checked and found that its elemental properties are somewhat chaotic, likely a sequelae of your forceful suppression with your skills. It needs to rest for a while. Yunfeng's lips curled up in a smile, and his sword-like brows relaxed. Clearly, this elven dragon had him excited. He would have no shortage of material for a long time to come. Yunfeng bared his 8 teeth, flashing what he thought was a kind smile. But in the eyes of the elven dragon, his smile was even more terrifying than that of a fallen dragon. After all, this seemingly kind human had sealed him with a single wave of his hand. Why don't you give me the elven dragon? Vanderway shamelessly approached Roland. After all, elven dragons thrive best when they're with elves. Elven dragons absorb the elves' emanating life force, while elves absorb the dragon's dragon power in their daily lives. Over time, they will eventually become the legendary Dragonborn. Elves learn more skills from elven dragons, while elven dragons need to learn combat techniques. What are you thinking? If you want it, offer something of equal value in exchange, Roland said angrily. He was a human, and the system gave him an elven dragon out of nowhere? That was outrageous. Look at how poor our tribe is. What valuable things are there? Take your pick. Vanderway covered his face, unable to laugh or cry. So you're still daydreaming? Roland's eyes widened. Even Vanderway, the would-be grassland elf king with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, had become mercenary. Okay, I go out for some fresh air, Vanderway said helplessly, looking at the triumphant Roland, his eyes brimming with envy. Not bad, not bad. A little miniature, but at least it's a real dragon, right? Roland consoled himself. Although there were no pure-blooded elves in River Rapids besides the steppe elves, the half-elves of Lordaeron would at least make do. After all, they met the requirements for elven dragons. Who could say that half-elves from Lordaeron weren't elves? Remember, Back in the day, the Principality of Lordaeron could muster 5 dragon warriors, who could ride elven dragons. This proved that the bloodline of Lordaeron's rangers was definitely suitable for elven dragons. Your Highness, I suggest you raise it for a while. Toughen up her willpower, and remember not to release the seal at will. If she ends her natural return, it would be a disaster. Yunfeng warned. If she broke free, that would be another story. Be careful, it's alright. I have to say, Your Highness, you're incredibly lucky. This poor little creature must have used a space jump to get here, only to be suppressed by your sealing hand, and then completely sealed by Sage Yunfeng. What luck! TSK, 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 later exclaimed. Roar! The little dragon before him roared, stretched out its front legs, spread its wings, and flicked its tail. Suddenly, it stood up straight. Roland. Later. Yunfeng. What's she doing? Roland asked quietly. I can't tell. Later and Yunfeng muttered. What's that? A dragon's roar? Meow. This poor creature probably hasn't gotten over the tragic reality of being sealed away yet. Hee. We're family from now on. I give you a name. How about calling you Smuff? Roland said happily, looking at the colorful Smuff. I don't want it. A clear voice echoed. The Smuff on the table was protesting frantically, expressing its dissatisfaction with this ambiguous name. Chapter 109. Your Highness has ordered. Except for the elderly, the weak, the sick, the disabled, and pregnant women, all others must leave the city and assemble in the north. City Defense Officer Marcus roared, hands on his hips. His voice, enhanced by his special combat skills, instantly echoed throughout the already small city of Rapid City. The lion's roar of Hedong? Roland shuddered slightly at the visible sound waves, then a look of horror crossed his face. Is this so unscientific? If someone stood before him, wouldn't they be roared to death? But Roland thought again. Middle-earth is not a world of science. Firearms are awesome, right? Awesome. But Middle-earth fire mages can sense and control the free-floating fire elements in nature from a distance of 10,000 meters. Just a single particle of fire can. Elements. They self-destructed from a distance of 10,000 meters. This was merely a basic operation for a magic apprentice. Although their effective attack radius was only a few hundred meters, their powerful mental strength was enough to control elements 10,000 meters away. Just a hint. This was why Roland had no desire to climb the modern tech tree after his time travel. Unless you start with shroom bombs, you also have to consider that the professionals in Middle-earth have countless ways to counter shroom bombs. They can just rip space and drop shroom bombs in, for example. Almost all level 6 professionals in various professions can fight with shroom bombs. To them, shroom bombs are just a slightly brighter firework. Haha, this is just a combat skill. A special release of the war cry. With a deep understanding of this skill, and a slight adjustment of the strength and sequence of the released war chi, you can achieve it. Casso chuckled. As Marcus finished speaking, the once somewhat silent river rapids suddenly erupted with a loud bang. Countless residents emerged from their houses, and young and strong men and women instantly filled the empty streets of River Rapids. Come on! Maintain order. Roland's pupils shrank. The sea of people before him reminded him of the horror of a stampede. If anything went wrong, it would be too late to regret. Yes, sir. Caslo's face also changed. Facing the surging crowd, even a knight would be apprehensive. Unless their strength had reached a qualitative level, they would still be trampled to death by ordinary people. Line up. Keep quiet. Anyone who pushes or shoves others will be killed. Casso shouted fiercely, looking at the crowd. Stop! Several knights raised their sheathed swords and smashed them down. The saying sweep a crowd with a stick was true. A sheathed sword swung in a circular motion was much easier to control in the knight's hands than a stick. As they tightened and tightened their grip, the crowded crowd was quickly toppled to the ground. Silence! Caslo drew his sword with a clang, and the crowd fell silent. Leave the city now in an orderly fashion. You are the people of Raglan. Not orcs who eat raw meat and drink blood. Caslo shouted angrily. As expected, under the control of the knights and other soldiers, the people of Raglan filed out of the city in an orderly manner. While the formations were not neat, they were still much better than the chaotic, duck-herding scene just now. Are you ready? Roland asked Lance solemnly. It would be a complete joke if they ran out of farm tools. No problem, King Roland. Leave it to us. You are the dwarves' best friend, and dwarves will never let their friends down. Before Lance could say anything, a short figure flashed behind him and took over the conversation. Keeley? Roland exclaimed in surprise. He hadn't expected the dwarf leader escorting these farm tools to be Thorin's nephew, Keely. It seemed Oakenshield valued him highly. "Hi, King Roland, I'm so glad to see you're well. My uncle talks about you all the time, and it seems you're doing well." Keely approached Roland with a friendly, sincere smile. "It's okay. We're short on food, so we need to reclaim a lot of wasteland." Roland sighed. "Time isn't enough." Keely frowned, calculating the time and realizing it wasn't enough. After all, with thousands of people to support and no savings, there was a vast amount of land to be reclaimed in River Rapids. "But I still have to thank you again. Thank you so much for your help. Otherwise, I would have been in a lot of trouble this year." Roland sighed. He had finally realized that the system's probability of providing soldiers was passable, but the probability of providing food was appalling. Counting on the system to provide soldiers was impossible. This system, who knew how many times it had changed, was clearly a master of killing and not burying. It just threw soldiers at you, no matter how you looked after them. Roland had signed so many contracts, yet they had rarely provided large quantities of food. "By the way, how's the plow preparation going?" Roland was clearly curious to see if the legendary curved plow was as magical as it was. "Ready!" The soldier below pointed to the racks on the cart. They were clearly the curved plow. "Oh right. Where are my cows? Where are my cows?" King Roland, after glancing around and failing to find the 50 oxen, was immediately confused. Without the cows, Roland would have no choice but to use warhorses instead. "Yun Feng, get out here! Where are the cows I told you to look for?" Roland, having searched for the oxen, but not seen them, roared with fury, as if ready to dig up Yun Feng's ancestral grave. "Your Highness, what's wrong?" Yun Feng popped out, sleepy-eyed. Apparently, he'd been up all night again, experimenting with alchemy. "My cow! My cow!" Roland leaped up in anger, pounced on him with lightning speed, grabbed Yun Feng by the collar, and shook him furiously. "Where's my cow? Where's the cow you took care of for me? Without it, how am I supposed to plow the land? You're still my plowing ox." King Roland, now unremarkable, grabbed Yun Feng and lashed out at him like a shrew. "Your Highness, calm down." Yun Feng, finally sobered up by Roland's manipulation, quickly opened his mouth to defend himself. "Where are the cows? Where are the cows tied to the city gate last night? Where are all those huge herds? Where are my oxen?" Roland grabbed Yun Feng's collar and began to spin him madly. Yun Feng was about to speak when Roland's flurry of attacks forcibly subdued him. Swish! Yun Feng finally couldn't bear it anymore and flashed out of Roland's clutches, appearing dozens of meters away. Ugh! Yun Feng began to dry heave. Roland's shaking was like an earthquake caused by a forbidden earth spell, and he had been at the epicenter. Only those who had experienced such a shock could truly understand that pain. "Fuck! You dare to run!" Roland was immediately furious. He'd lost his cow, and yet he dared to cast a spell and run. His battle energy surged, and he almost used his skill to charge. "Stop! Your Highness!" Seeing Roland's divine battle energy gushing out, Yun Feng's face turned green. Not to mention that sages weren't good at direct combat. Even if they were, they wouldn't dare to attack. "It's not lost. Your cow is still there." Yun Feng saw Roland getting restless again and hurriedly explained. If he didn't give Roland a reasonable explanation today, someone would probably have a 6th-level sage plow the fields themselves. "Where is it?" Roland asked with a sullen face. "I sent the light infantry over with the cattle this morning, and also had them clear out the surrounding wild animals. Seeing you were busy, I didn't inform you," Yun Feng said quickly. If he didn't explain, he'd probably be pulling the plow. It was Roland's turn to blush. "What about being busy this morning?" Ahem, he was busy. He was busy in his dream. "Sorry, Your Excellency Yun Feng. I was a little anxious just now. Did I hurt you? I hope I didn't hurt you." Roland, embarrassed by this, quickly leaned over and dusted Yun Feng off. "Misunderstanding, misunderstanding," Roland said hurriedly. After all, he was also responsible for this matter, having taken action without thorough investigation. Fortunately, no one hurt his precious child. It's okay. Your Highness, you're too kind." Yun Feng quickly dodged. After that attack, he realized his king was truly a formidable force. He had no problem fighting higher-level opponents, and he was completely stunned for a moment. Ahem, now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, let's get back to work. We still have to distribute farm tools to the people. Roland abruptly changed the subject. Chapter 110. Distribute them in order. Advance in an orderly manner. Roland said to Lance. As you command, Your Highness. Lance nodded sternly. Yifeng. Go and take these plows to the oxen, and have the attendants harness them. Roland turned and said to the wise man Yifeng, who was standing a distance away. Okay, Your Highness. Yifeng took off in a flash after hearing the order. Judging from his shimmering movements, he had clearly used flash to escape. His eagerness made it seem as if Roland was as terrifying as a monstrous beast. Fuck. They're running so fast. Roland's eyes widened, his understanding of someone reaching a new level. Good morning, Your Highness. A group of soldiers in exquisite mail armor marched in front of Roland. Roland took a closer look and recognized them as the ridiculously low-profile Lordaeron Rangers. No need for formalities. Roland nodded from his warhorse, carefully examining this familiar yet unfamiliar group of Lordaeron Rangers. The Lordaeron Rangers were generally over 175 centimeters tall, their brown hair crowned by a fine steel disc helmet. They wore a linen robe embroidered with the totem of the Lion of Lordaeron. The iron chains peeking from the sleeves revealed they wore close-fitting mail armor with fine iron rings. They wore gleaming deerskin boots. A fine steel greatsword, over 1.5 meters long, was slung across their backs. In their hands, they held a composite shortbow made of a mixture of mithril and yew. A zither-shaped fine steel arm shield, about the length of their forearms, hung from their right arms. 2 quivers, each holding 25 arrows, were slung at their waists. Judging by the glint from the glint of their boots, they likely concealed a dagger or short sword. Overall, they were well armed. Roland nodded inwardly. The Lordaeron Rangers' equipment was undoubtedly excellent, but it paled in comparison to the Bedanian archers. After all, the superiority of a lightly armored archer unit over a heavily armored one was obvious. However, the Lordaeron Rangers were not entirely without merit. After all, their shortbows were perfectly effective in both jungles and urban areas. In complex terrain, the Lordaeron Rangers would wield their great swords to warn any enemy who faced them that it was a fatal mistake. Protect the civilians. Do not allow any warcraft or orcs you see to approach the people. Roland's voice was slow and commanding. As you command, my king. The Lordaeron Rangers knelt on one knee in respect. Go! Roland waved his whip. Whoosh, whoosh. Your Highness Roland. A crisp voice echoed. Roland looked up to see a beautiful priest and several other clerics trotting after him. Ivy? Why are you here? Roland asked, puzzled. It seemed he hadn't asked the priests to come along to work. It was a good thing these delicate spellcasters could take care of themselves. Asking them to till the fields would ruin them first. Your Highness, there are so many people on this trip. It's best if we come along. We can help out if anything comes up. Ivy smiled. Roland choked, then realized her words made a lot of sense. After all, with more people, there are more variables, and any emergency could be handled on the spot. All right, stay with the group and don't get lost. Roland nodded, allowing Ivy and the others to come along. Caslow. Roland looked up and called out. Sir, I'm here. Caslow, who was directing the flow of people in the distance, heard Roland's call and left, going against the flow to Roland's side. Sir, is there anything going on? Caslow wiped the sweat from his busy face. Arrange some soldiers to accompany Priest Ivy and the others. Protect the spellcasters? Roland whispered. Although the possibility of an accident was low, it was still necessary to take precautions. In the event of an emergency, these spellcasters, with their weak melee combat, could be taken down by a farmer with a dung fork. Yes, Your Highness. Caslow certainly understood the poor melee abilities of these poor spellcasters, especially priests, who worship the dragon god. Their combat power was simply incredible. Is there anything going on? Roland asked, arriving at the designated reclamation area and finding Renaud, who had led the knights there before him. Your Highness, everything is normal. Renaud nodded to Roland. Well, scatter all the horsemen. Make sure there's no danger within a 10-kilometer radius. Roland said to Raynor, gazing at the long line of civilians behind him. Compared to the priests, these civilians could easily be killed by most beasts. Hey! Stop it! Smurf. Roland reached into his armor and pulled out the restless elven dragon. The little creature's 4 claws pawed at Roland's chest, squeezing him so hard that he felt short of breath. Let me go! I turn you to stone. Roast you like a suckling pig. Freeze you into an ice sculpture. Electrocute you into charcoal. A suppressed elven dragon muttered incessantly in Roland's hands. Roland's face was filled with disgust, and he mentally cursed the unreliability of this broken system. Other people's systems were so considerate, but his own was a complete rip-off. Not only were the rewards incredibly chaotic, but the fact that they even had a chance to backfire on the host was truly disgusting. Just look at this angry little dragon in his hand that could rival angry birds. Outrageous. Roland sighed, finding a rope to tie the Smurf around his neck. As Roland loosened his grip, the freed Smurf flapped its miniature dragon wings and soared into the sky. Unfortunately, after only 10 seconds of unrestrained grace, the poor Smurf was pulled back by the rope. Roar! A dragon roar, disproportionate to her size, suddenly erupted from the Smurfette's mouth. The previously silent Char warhorses leaped to their feet, instantly intimidated by the terrifying dragon's might. Smurf, hold back your dragon might, or I kill you. Roland's horse wasn't immune, nearly lifting itself off its back. Roar! The once imposing Smurfette suddenly lost her composure. She knew the holding her hand truly dared to kill her. With tears streaming down her face, the Smurfette, utterly humiliated, decided to vent her anger on the rope that bound her. With a flap of her wings, she swooped down, instantly snatched up the middle section, and bit down with her dragon jaws wide open. Crack! A crisp sound followed, and countless sparks, accompanied by a sharp grinding sound, erupted from the Smurfette's mouth. A certain elven dragon froze in shock. What's going on? Can't bite it? It's clearly just an ordinary rope. Hee hee. Roland glanced at the pitiful Smurf with a mischievous smile before silently turning his head away. Only the twitching of his shoulders betrayed his true feelings. Silly dragon. Do you think I don't know you can fly? How could the rope be just an ordinary rope? Roland shook his head. This dragon's intelligence was questionable. Although the rope looked like hemp rope, it was engraved with magic patterns and arrays. Only a system would have the time to create such a flashy magical item. You're tricking me into giving you this as a sign and prize system. Are you polite? Hunk. While Roland was teasing the dragon, the first hoe from River Rapids had sunk into the earth of Middle-earth. Spring plowing had begun. Chapter 111. Hunk. Hunk. Countless hoes swung rapidly, dust scattering on the wind. The early spring weather was still chilly, but that couldn't dampen the fiery enthusiasm of the Lagrang people. Men wielded hoes to cultivate the fields, while women drove oxen to plow or crush clods of earth. Ah! Roland closed his eyes, intoxicated by the earthy air, his thoughts instantly drawn back to the past. It's a pity. I can't go back, Roland muttered silently, his eyes filled with desolation and helplessness. What's wrong, sir? Caslow, who was following Roland, asked in confusion, noticing Roland's deep depression. It's nothing. Roland quickly gathered his thoughts and tugged at the blue elf, who lay hopelessly on the saddle. Woo-woo. Who could have imagined that a noble elven dragon would whimper like a defeated dog? Bad luck. Roland felt like dirt was falling out of his pants as he listened to the groaning from his crotch and watched the civilians of River Rapids stare at him in shock. Woo-woo. The sound abruptly stopped, and a strong hand grasped the collar of a certain dragon's fate. If you keep yelling, I'll wash the pot with you tonight. Roland threatened softly. Feeling the Smurf's quietness, Roland breathed a sigh of relief. That noise just now was so unbelievable. People farther away might have thought he was having sex. Order. Order the civilians to rest where they are. Prepare for dinner. Roland glanced at the warm early spring sun, turned to Lance, who was waiting behind him. As you command, Your Highness. Lance replied and left. The clashing of pots and pans, and the cacophony of shouts, nearly blew Roland's mind. He quickly led a small group of knights away from the crowd before he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew he'd be losing his ears if he stayed any longer. Your Highness? Why are you here? Renaud, who was patrolling the perimeter with his soldiers, immediately recognized Roland in his field armor. He quickly dismounted and trotted over to greet him. Don't even mention it. Everyone's yelling at the top of their lungs. I'd be losing my ears if I stay inside any longer, Roland said angrily. He didn't expect these people to be so noisy. It's just a meal, right? It's like Chinese New Year. System. Check the territory. Roland, bored, decided to check the system's evaluation of his territory. River City. Area, 1 kilometer radius. Buildings, 1 ruined lord's castle, 200 ordinary wooden houses, intermediate magic rune walls, stone well, blacksmith's shop, barracks, archer's temple, farmland, under cultivation, leatherworks, tavern, alcohol is scarce. Generals, Caslow, level 3, Renaud, level 4, Rattle, level 4, Yunfeng, level 6, special personnel, Ivy, level 3, city defense officer, Marcus, level 4, administrator, Lance, level 2, troops, 2088. Holy Glory Knights, 100 Level 2 Knights. Raglan City Guards, 100 Level 2 Warriors. Bedanian Archers, 700 Level 2 Archers. Dwinian Heavy Swordsmen, 100 Level 2 Swordsmen. El Nino Rangers, 50 Level 2 Rangers. Lordaeron Rangers, 50 Level 2 Rangers. Flood Legion, 683 Flood Infantry. Conscripted Light Infantry, 200 Light Infantry. Raglan Heavy Cavalry, 100 Heavy Cavalry. Priests, 5 second level priests. Population, 2,536, trainable civilians. 1037, review. A lonely king led the remnants of his people back to their homeland and built this high-walled city. The city's inhabitants are few, but everything is going well. The city's military is strong and capable of defending it, but it cannot withstand the new darkness alone. The good news is that the city has finally received its own defense officer and administrative officer. The end of the war brings a glimmer of hope to Raglan's last territory. Note, the great king has decided to revive his country, but time is running out. Abilities, 1. As the only territory of the Kingdom of Raglan in Middle-earth, it attracts the remnants of Raglan. The system will direct a wave of wandering Raglan civilians to arrive daily. Hopefully, the Lord will properly accommodate them. 2. Allows the recruitment of civilians to train flood infantry. Subordinate territory, Tupit Forest. TSK, aside from a significant population increase. Roland said after a careful inspection. But the number of conscripts for the Flood Riders has actually exceeded 1,000. Roland finally found something unexpected. It seemed he still needed to find time to train these civilian men. If needed, they could be quickly converted into Flood Riders. There's a huge shortage of alcohol. Roland frowned. You have to remember that the population of Flood Rider City is now close to 5,000. While there aren't many alcoholics, there are definitely many who would like to relax with a drink in their free time. It all comes down to food. Roland's brow furrowed even further. Wine, after all, is made from grain. If Roland had enough grain to spare, would he be so anxious to lead his men on a land reclamation mission? We have to think of a solution. We can't let the tavern close down. The tavern is a hub for all kinds of information. With the tavern, Roland's control over the territory is even stronger, so he really can't let it close down. Looks like we need to organize a caravan and roam Middle-earth, Roland said helplessly. He hadn't wanted to open the trade route so soon, hoping that La Grande could survive longer and develop. However, the scarcity of various supplies made Roland realize that if he didn't trade for much-needed resources, he and his men would surely perish here. You know, the food supply in Riverstorm is a critical issue. There's no place in the entire north that can sustain Riverstorm until the autumn harvest. Roland has already squeezed Erebor, the only hope, and most of Erebor's supplies come from years of accumulation in the Iron Hills. As for the Woodland Kingdom, forget it. The elves don't have much in the first place. Lance, Roland called. Soon Lance, dressed in noble attire, arrived beside Roland. Your Highness, what can I do for you? Lance asked respectfully. Do you think I opened the trade route for them to trade? Roland asked after a long silence. Your Highness, Lance asked, puzzled. Prioritizing development was the policy everyone had collectively agreed upon. Now, once the trade route opens, River Rapids will inevitably be exposed to everyone's eyes. After all, the only places truly suitable for Roland's trade are places like the Shire and the Kingdom of Gundor. Other places are either too chaotic or overrun by evil. Only these two can meet Roland's large-scale food trade needs. I can't hold out any longer, Roland said frankly. In reality, River Rapids will be facing the embarrassing situation of running out of food in less than 2 weeks. Ugh! Oh my God! What happened? Let's go and see! Roland, observing the commotion, quickly dispatched soldiers to gather information. Goblins! There really are goblins. Is this a goblin? A crowd gathered around a small, green-skinned dwarf, no more than 1.2 meters tall, and discussed the situation. But everyone was certain it was a goblin. After all, it looked exactly like the legend. What's wrong, folks? What happened? A knight on a tall horse rode his horse into the crowd and asked. Chapter 112. Gnome, the knight said in surprise, gazing at the green-skinned dwarf surrounded by people on the ground. The knowledgeable knight Lagrange quickly determined the creature's species. Why is there a goblin here? The leading knight touched his helmet in surprise. Keep an eye on him. I report to His Highness. The knight, undecided, turned back to look for Roland. What's wrong? Roland asked, noticing that only one knight had returned. It seemed something had gone wrong. "Your Highness, our people found a goblin in the fields," the knight said with a somewhat quizzical expression. "What? Goblin? Are you kidding me? There are goblins here? Aren't goblins languishing in the far north?" Roland said, speechless. "I don't know. Why are the goblins joining in the fun?" Renault's face was grim. Humans, elves, dwarves, orcs, goblins, and centaurs had all gathered in Rovanian, enough to form several mahjong tables. After the two battles of the Lonely Mountain, the already chaotic Rovanian region became even more chaotic. "Oh! Bring the goblins here and ask them," Roland sighed. "It wasn't even the War of the Ring yet, and all these monsters were already showing up. It's a goblin indeed. He looks quite distinctive." Roland bravely examined the goblin before him, only to feel a sudden discomfort in his stomach. Short stature, pale green skin. He seemed naturally forgiving, with short limbs, a large head crowned by a pair of bright eyes, and a long, pointed nose. His sparse hair made him look incredibly aged. The most comical thing was that he was clad in ill-fitting clothes, like a sack. "Greetings, Lord." To everyone's surprise, the goblin before him actually knelt on one knee and performed an elegant, aristocratic salute. "Am I dazzled?" Caslo exclaimed in disbelief. "I'm afraid these eyes are useless. Is it because I've seen too many people?" Lance, who happened to be walking by, froze in his tracks as if struck by lightning. Even goblins are so polite now. Renault's mouth twitched. Only Roland remained calm, his expression unremarkable. In reality, a turbulent storm was brewing within him. Roland once received a quest in the game that retraced the glorious past of goblin civilization. He was fortunate to witness the goblins' once glorious alchemical civilization and their sophisticated magical artifacts. Countless goblin wizards and alchemists relied on powerful magic and alchemical artifacts to protect their land and wage wars. Until one day, the vast goblin empire collapsed overnight. Countless goblins fled north, struggling to survive in the far north. The remaining goblins sought refuge among various tribes, but having lost their vast wealth, the goblins were unable to find work among them. After all, alchemy costs money. Goblins, small and weak, were no match for dwarves. Even odd jobs were frowned upon. Gradually, driven by a need to survive, the goblins resorted to stealing and robbing. The once prosperous goblin race became a pariah. "Huh?" Roland suppressed his shock, composed himself, and spoke slowly. "Mr. Goblin, what brings you into my territory?" Roland didn't dare treat the goblins as mere rats. After all, the goblin clan had once been wealthy. "You know the magic scroll? The kind that anyone can use by simply tearing it open. The original inventor of this thing wasn't nature's favorite. An elf, but a short goblin. In the eyes of the world, goblins are dirty, greedy, cunning, and huddled in dark caves." A series of derogatory words. But Roland knew that the goblin clan truly had a profound heritage. "My apologies, Lord. I strayed into your territory. I'm willing to abide by your laws. If you don't welcome me, please let me leave safely." The goblin in front of him, though not particularly attractive in appearance, spoke with neither servility nor arrogance. "No problem. I'd like to know your name, where you're from, and what you want to do," Roland asked, like a curious child. "Hey! Speak up. The man standing before you is the master of Rovanian and Rune, the lord of Riverstorm, the king of Lagrang, a great paladin, a noble follower of the dragon god." Caslo watched the goblin fall silent before stepping forward and addressing him with his sword. "My name is Jessieva. I wandered from Froich. As for my purpose, I'm going south to beg for food." Jessieva glanced at Caslo's sword hand, then spoke slowly. "I'm afraid it's more than just begging. Stealing probably counts as well." Caslo glared at Jessieva. Surprisingly, the goblin before him, Jessieva, showed no signs of guilt or remorse. Instead, he lowered his head and sighed silently. "This goblin's identity is not simple," Renault quietly approached Roland. As they brushed past, Renault used his battle aura to force his voice into a line. "I discovered." Roland narrowed his eyes. This goblin was truly unusual. When accused of stealing, most goblins would either resort to deceitful excuses or flee in shame. But the goblin before him clearly showed none of these behaviors. Instead, he displayed an expression of compassion. His dejected demeanor made it clear that Jessieva was definitely not a simple goblin. "Why aren't you angry when he calls you a thief?" Roland casually waved his whip at Jessieva. "Hasn't it been a tradition for thousands of years that goblins are cunning and skilled at stealing?" Jessieva chuckled sarcastically. "People are ignorant. They certainly don't know how glorious the Goblin Empire once was. Roland smiled back. He once had the good fortune to battle professional goblins in a System Quest instance, and overall, in one word, amazing. Have you ever seen magic scrolls being thrown around for free? Have you ever seen a large-scale war begin with a forbidden spell? These were all invented and perfected by these unassuming green dwarfs. Jesse shuddered at this, his eyes filled with disbelief. Besides his ancestral teachings, which had taught him these things and made him realize the glory of his ancestors, the world today had long forgotten the glory of the Goblin Empire. How did Roland know this? Could there be a second set of ancestral teachings left in the world? Jesse couldn't help but wonder. How did you know that? Jesse stuttered, startled by Roland's words. It's a secret. Tell me your purpose first, and then we can discuss it. Roland's lips curled up into a wicked smile. Perfidious human. Never again will you gain the trust of the goblins. Jesse shouted angrily, catching everyone off guard. Only Roland fell into deep thought. It seems the legend in the game is true. Roland sighed, recalling a passage in the game's history he had read. Chapter 113. In the First Age, the goblins, relying on their brilliant alchemy, sailed across the Helka Inland Sea and entered the Eastern Mountains. There, they flourished and established a kingdom. Their capital, Tywin, became the most prosperous place in northeastern Middle-earth. Countless alchemical golems roamed the city, and a large number of alchemists gathered there. It reached its peak in the Second Age. However, in the early stages of the War of the Last Alliance, the Great Goblin Empire suddenly collapsed overnight. Countless goblins fled Tywin, and that night, several great forbidden spells enveloped Tywin. When Roland first read this history, he wondered how the Goblin Empire, the Coalition's most steadfast ally, could have collapsed overnight. It seemed the secrets within were unfathomable. Betrayal? What do you mean? Roland rubbed his chin, his curiosity clearly piqued by this secret. Damn elves. Hypocritical elven nobles. Jesse looked up and caught sight of Verve, who looked curious, and burst into a barrage of curses. TSK. Such a deep grudge. Sage Yifeng, who was watching from the sidelines, smirked at the stubborn goblin. Who did I offend? Vannerway was bewildered. He'd just come along for the fun, strolling with Roland and the others, only to be lashed out by a goblin. Clang. Vannerway pulled out his sharp manicotti and placed it against Jesse's neck. All right, Mr. Goblin, I give you a chance to reframe your words. Vannerway threatened, eyes half closed. Ha. Just a homeless dog like me. What's there to be proud of? Jesse sneered, carefully examining Vannerway's features. It was clear that the grassland elves, without the nourishment of the magic well, looked more worn than the other elves. What? Verway was stunned for a moment, then reacted in an instant, nearly drawing his sword. No! Calm down. My lord, calm down. You are the man who will soon become the Elven King. Killing him will only stain your hands. Elven soldiers nearby rushed forward, and two of them pulled Verway back. Verway could only swear as he retreated to the side. If he really killed this thing, his reputation would be tarnished. Bards would compile his glorious deeds into poetry, and sing them throughout Middle-earth. From 300-year-old grandmothers to toddlers, everyone would know about the great achievement of a brave elven king who had slain a goblin. Bad luck. Vannerway turned and walked away, his eyes filled with the fury of a wound being exposed. After all, the grassland elves were a nomadic tribe, and lacking a fixed territory was a common pain for all grassland elves. Although temporarily staying with Roland, Vannerway still yearned for a piece of land that belonged to them. All right, Mr. Goblin, I need to know your purpose. If you insist on not telling me, I can only order your execution as the owner of this land. Roland narrowed his eyes, a flash of murderous intent in them. Although Roland was curious about the secrets and interesting stories of the Goblin Empire's past, he didn't want to be killed for no reason. Letting this goblin go free would lead to a leak of intelligence about his territory. God knows what this goblin has seen and heard. Besides alchemists, goblins are also known for their thieves. They are natural night walkers. Stealing, assassination, and scouting are their specialties. My lord, I have no intention of spying on your territory. Jesava's eyes flashed, and he remembered Roland's concerns. After all, the goblin's current reputation wasn't one to be condemned, but it was definitely one to be fought against. Goblins had played a particularly disgraceful role in many major events. This has nothing to do with me. What matters is that you're standing on my land. Roland interrupted Jesava's defense. Although the goblins once had their own glory and beliefs now. Forget it. You can't expect a bunch of goblins, who barely make a living to speak their mind. Jessiava was silent for a moment. It seems you're not going to speak. Roland sighed. Take him aside and chop him up, Renaud. Make sure his soul is purified. Roland ordered. If he wasn't going to speak, then shut up forever. Perhaps humans and elves had betrayed the goblins in the past, but what did that have to do with Roland? For his own life and the lives of thousands of his men, he could chop them up. After all, it's better to kill a friend than to kill me. Roland was struggling to survive himself. Wait! Jessiava kicked his legs and quickly broke free from the soldiers restraining him. Oh! You're ready to talk? Roland turned around and gave a mysterious smile. I'd like to speak with you privately. Jessiava sighed and whispered, looking around. What do you want? Casso's eyes grew cold, and the sword at his waist was already half-drawn. Renaud also glared at Jessiava with a stern look. The sacred flames of war energy gathering in his palms hinted that he could purify the goblin before him with a wave of his hand. Yun Feng, though still folding his arms and watching the commotion, quietly formed 2 spells in his palms, ready to be unleashed with a single thought. All right, retreat. Roland glanced at the crowd, who were all bracing themselves for a formidable threat, and smiled. If this goblin had any tricks up their sleeves, they would have used them long ago. Why wait until now? Mind barrier. Mind guard. Yun Feng, still worried, cast 2 spells to protect Roland's soul and body. Tell me. I hope you can give me a satisfactory answer. Roland said to Jessiava, looking at the crowd that had retreated into the distance. Sir, do you know anything about the Goblin Empire's past? Jessiava suddenly asked. I don't know, but if you're willing to tell me, I'd love to hear it. Roland said calmly. We once lived in the Eastern Mountains, where our inventive goblin ancestors built a prosperous city. Quen, we excelled in alchemy, we loved it. We used it to create the most sophisticated puppets. Our puppets were unrivaled in Middle-earth, and the Empire's puppet army flourished. Until the War of Wrath began. The elves begged us to join them, promising us dominion over the entire northern wastes, a land stretching from the Blue Mountains in the west to the sea in the east, all of Wen in the south, and the far North Sea in the north. Blinded by desire, we faced the armies of Morgoth from the east. We were weak in close combat, and those barbarians, at no cost, broke through the puppet defenses. Alas! The massacre began. The most elite goblin alchemists were slaughtered, with only a few wise men escaping. Jessiava's expression was filled with grief and indignation. And then? Roland asked curiously. Even if only a few wise men remained, the Goblin Empire wouldn't be destroyed, would it? Hee, we were severely weakened and abandoned by the elves. They never mentioned our original promises, and they refused to acknowledge our sovereignty over that vast land. We had no choice but to swallow our anger and lick our wounds in the Eastern Mountains. But, when the War of the Last Alliance broke out, your human lords came to us again. With their sweet words, they persuaded the then Goblin Emperor. We joined the war again. This time, we spearheaded the southward assault on the heart of Mordor. But we were besieged by the Eastern Wainriders, and our people suffered heavy casualties. And the coalition forces continued to advance. Fighting alone, we could only retreat. But Sauron sent his men after us. 9-headed chimeras descended from the sky, and demonic dragon riders wreaked havoc. Overnight, the Empire was reduced to a living hell, Jessiava said sadly. Chapter 114. Roland listened to Jessiava's story without comment. The worldview here was quite different from the Middle-earth Roland had known before. At least, there were no gods in this world, so everything Jessiava said remained unverified. Without an army to support us, our people escaped that infernal land and sought refuge with the humans. Unexpectedly, seeing our decline, the humans betrayed us. They expelled our people, refusing to help us. Without wealth, we simply couldn't afford the alchemical costs. We considered revenge, but... Ha! A peasant with a dung fork could easily kill a goblin warlock without alchemical supplies. Restoring our nation was a distant prospect. Now, all we have left is the letter Isildur promised us. Jessiava tightened her ill-fitting clothes. So what are you going to do? Roland suspected. Wasn't this kid going to cross Rovanian and head for Gondor to make sure Gondor fulfills its promise? Going to Gondor to find their king and fulfill his promise? Roland's lips twitched. Of course. What's the problem? Jessiava glanced at Roland and cleared his throat. Before his death, our last emperor cursed the Gondor royal family for breaking their promise. Their bloodline will gradually wither until it dies out before they fulfill their promise. Any lord who rules that land will suffer retribution. Jessiava smiled sinisterly. Oh my God! Roland was stunned. No wonder the Gondor royal family had such a difficult fate. I always wondered how such a powerful royal family could have been without a king for thousands of years, letting an outsider control the country. It turned out to be the goblins' doing. Your identity must be something special, Roland probed. These secrets aren't accessible to just anyone. Would you believe me if I told you I'm the current Goblin King? Jessieva said with a wry smile. Yes. Roland glanced at Jessieva and said solemnly, judging people by appearance is the most deadly way. A goblin who knows these secrets is definitely a noble among the goblins, even if he's not the Goblin King. These things aren't accessible to ordinary people. Some of these things, even Roland was hearing about for the first time, wouldn't be known to ordinary goblins. Goblin Key. This proves my identity. Jessieva produced a massive key from nowhere. As Jessieva injected magic power into it, the entire key began to glow with a soft orange-red light. The magic patterns flickered, clearly activating the magic circle. As the loudspeaker boomed, a series of words echoed. So you're planning to go to Gondor now? Alone? Roland was completely bewildered. This lone goblin was hilarious. It's not that I look down on you. In your current state, you can't even make it through the Mirkwood, let alone reach Gondor south of the Anduin River. Roland had to pour a bucket of cold water on him. Plop! Jessieva slumped to the ground, his eyes glazed over, his pupils gradually losing focus. So I suggest you gather some men before heading south? After all, the journey won't be peaceful, Roland kindly reminded him. All my followers died protecting me, Jessieva said dejectedly. He was now in a dilemma. Not to mention heading south to find Gondor, he didn't even have the means to return. The goblins' limited wealth and resources made it difficult for them to organize a team to reach this point. Even so, Jessieva had to put on a brave face all the way, bowing his head and following various caravans south. While crossing the Grey Mountains, they unfortunately encountered a large army of orcs. The caravan they followed was completely annihilated, and his followers all died protecting the king. The goblin warrior's fighting power. Let your imagination run wild. I won't elaborate on the beauty of the scene. That's it. A malfunction in my teleportation magic brought me here. I dug a hole underground to hide from the daytime predators, but I didn't expect a farmer to dig it out with a hoe. Jessieva laughed self-deprecatingly, having truly brought shame upon all the goblin kings of the past. This? Roland's face flushed. Oh my goodness! It seemed like he and his men were to blame again. His gaze shifted to the centaurs of Balder and the Tupa tribe. They weren't the only victims. So what else do you goblins have? Roland, driven mad by poverty, rolled his eyes and immediately had an idea. What kind of man was Roland? He was the kind of man who would leave behind a few kidneys even if a poor man came. What kind of place was River Rapids? Even Lu Huaqiang had to pick 2 green melons before leaving. If Roland didn't kill such a hidden gem, how could he be doing justice to himself and his people? He had to know that his empty wealth was still waiting for contributions from all sorts of destined individuals. He had to trust Roland. Thorin might be the first victim, but he wouldn't be the last. At this moment, Roland's knife was already trained on the shabby goblin king Jessieva. Jessieva looked at Roland with a puzzled expression. He was so broke, yet someone still wanted him. For this trip, the goblins have spent every last penny they have. Jessieva didn't say it directly, but indirectly told Roland that he was now penniless. Roland choked, speechless. By the way, your alchemical data and knowledge should have been preserved. Yun Feng, who was watching the fun nearby, suddenly interjected. Of course. This is the last glory left by our ancestors. Jessieva's eyes sparkled with tears. Although the goblins were no longer able to carry out various alchemical experiments, the alchemical results they had preserved were absolutely precious. They might be trash to others, but don't forget. Roland has a wise man under his command. Your Highness, consider bringing back some of the goblin alchemical discoveries. Yun Feng used his powerful mental power to connect with Roland's consciousness. Is it impressive? Roland asked inwardly. An alchemical technology tree capable of supporting an entire empire, don't you think? Yun Feng countered. Damn! It absolutely must be. Roland's eyes flushed. The goblins are the inventors of alchemy. They have so much we need to learn. Yun Feng said solemnly. Even though he had reached the pinnacle of alchemy, the more you know, the more you don't know. There was so much Yun Feng longed to learn. I try, Roland affirmed. You're at your wits' end right now. It seems you need help, Jessieva. The once great goblin king. Roland approached like a weasel offering New Year's greetings to a chicken. I don't have wealth. A gleam in Jessieva's eyes faded. He couldn't afford to hire mercenaries. That's fine. Alchemical research results and formulas are fine too. If you're willing to pay the required amount, I send a detachment of heavy cavalry to escort you to Gondor. Roland thought for a moment. After all, his mobile forces were limited. Using the Bedanian archers as cavalry would be a waste, and the Holy Glory Knights were clearly immobile. That left only the heavy cavalry. Alright. If you're willing to escort me to Gondor, I'm willing to pay with alchemical research results and formulas. Jeseva said hurriedly. Chapter 115. Okay. It's a deal. Yun Feng, prepare the magic contract. Roland clapped his hands quickly. A magic contract embodies the power of rules. Anyone who signs it cannot violate it, or they will be punished by the power of rules. It's arguably the safest method in this plane. As you command, Your Highness. Yun Feng smiled and nodded, his eyes filled with desire for the goblin alchemy knowledge that was about to be acquired. Let's see. If it's all right, once you sign it, these 100 heavy cavalry will escort you all the way south. Roland smiled kindly. Okay, Your King Roland. Jeseva excitedly extended her trembling hands, tears already welling in her eyes. The goblins' countless attempts to move south had failed because they had no wealth. They were hated by everyone. They didn't even have the money to hire a mercenary group strong enough to escort them south. The desolate and cruel northern wastes became the burial ground for generations of goblins. All right, I signed. Jeseva nervously raised his head and glanced at Roland. Seeing Roland's gentle smile, his uneasy heart finally settled a little. Baron Lance, listen to my orders, Roland said sternly. Your servant is here. Lance quickly came over and knelt on one knee in loyalty. Gather the heavy cavalry and lead them to prepare the baggage. I need you to safely deliver this goblin king to the capital of Gondor, Roland said calmly, his eyes filled with anticipation. Lance was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly realized what was happening. It seemed that he was the only one under his king who was adept at playing coy with the nobles. Besides, wasn't that exactly what a court baron did? Okay, Your Highness. I go inform them right away. Lance nodded, indicating he understood Roland's order, then turned and left. All right. Your Excellency Jeseva. I hope you won't let us down, will you? Yun Feng smiled gently. Of course. Jeseva gritted his teeth. With great pain, he produced a ring and handed it to Roland. This is the culmination of thousands of years of goblin wisdom, all gathered within. I hope Your Highness can help them flourish again. I'm a little tired. Could you take me somewhere to rest? Jeseva let out a breath, his eyes filled with despair. After all, he hadn't been able to protect the treasure left by his ancestors. However, Jeseva's gaze instantly hardened. The goblins were on the verge of extinction, and keeping these things meant no one would inherit them. Better to sell them for a good price. Some might say Jeseva was foolish. With such valuable knowledge in hand, why not use it to trade with Roland for supplies instead of heading to Gondor? First, after a brief exploration of the area surrounding the Lonely Mountain, Jeseva discovered that the entire region had just experienced war. It was already struggling to sustain itself, let alone provide supplies for the goblins. Gondor, on the other hand, had long enjoyed peace and wealth. Even the smallest glimpse of what was within its grasp would be enough for the goblins to digest for a long time. Second, without his guards, Jeseva couldn't get far. Whether it was warcraft or orcs, Jeseva was in imminent danger. Trading this knowledge, useless to the goblins, for a chance to return to Gondor and bring back wealth was a wise choice. After all, as long as one was alive, there was hope. No matter what race one was, there was hope. Ha ha! I was inconsiderate. Caslow, arrange for Lord Jeseva to rest. Roland whispered to Caslow. As you command, sir? Caslow bowed, clasping his hands and pounding his chest in a salute, then led Jeseva to the tent to rest. Roland smiled with satisfaction as he watched Caslow, radiating a faint dragon aura. Though faint, the dragon aura was incredibly pure. Perhaps I won't even have to complete the Battle of Moria before I can harvest a genuine dragon knight. Roland thought to himself. Your Highness, let me see what's here. Yun Feng rubbed his hands together excitedly, a look that instantly irritated Roland. He looked like a giant fly rubbing his hands. Give it to me. Look at you. You're acting like a country bumpkin entering a castle. Roland lamented. No wonder they say scientists are either geniuses or lunatics. The same goes for alchemists. These alchemists would tear down the very sky when confronted with unknown knowledge. This thump! Yun Feng happily took the ring from Roland's hand. His mental power instantly poured into it like a dam breaking, and a dazzling magic pattern illuminated. Yun Feng was so happy, he nearly fainted. I'm rich. I'm rich. Hee. Yun Feng smiled foolishly, hugging the ring. Speak human language. Roland kicked him. He knew how to keep people waiting. Hee. Let me give you an example. 90% of the alchemist's stuff is included here. There's even a lot of recipes for alchemy scrolls containing forbidden spells. Yun Feng's eyes unexpectedly showed a rare look of fear. You should know that forbidden spells are taboo magic that can only be cast by 6th level spellcasters, and the Great Forbidden Spell is the most terrifying of them all. These spells all have one prerequisite. Forbidden. Even a 6th level spellcaster can only chant and cast them when they want to use them. However, through their tireless efforts and long-term research, the goblin alchemists have actually created a scroll that can store and seal forbidden spells. This item is already considered a secret of the goblins. Obviously, the Goblin King Jesse Ava could produce such a thing. Yun Feng was surprised, and it also shocked Roland. They had already witnessed the power of forbidden spells outside the city of Losaniel. Now, the meteorite lake known as Dragon Star Lake is a constant reminder for everyone to remember the horror of forbidden spells. What else? Roland was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes suddenly became clear. Gudong. There are at least 100 methods for crafting forbidden spell scrolls. Yun Feng swallowed hard and said with difficulty, What's wrong? It's just forbidden spells. We have them later. Roland, confused, tried to comfort the stunned Yun Feng. No! Your Highness, you probably don't know this, but this scroll is quite different from ordinary magic scrolls. As long as you follow the recipe, it will automatically generate the corresponding forbidden spell. In other words, as long as you have enough materials, you can cast forbidden spells like a fireball. Yun Feng's eyes were filled with fear. He was not unaware of the goblins' glorious past, but he was astonished that they had actually reached the pinnacle of alchemy. Holy crap! Roland snatched the ring and instantly released his modest mental power to explore it. After all, this ring was just a sophisticated spatial device, filled with various documents and materials. Besides, it also contains a lot of blueprints for magical equipment. Yun Feng gasped. These were treasures that could not be measured in wealth. What a shame! So many of the raw materials for the forbidden spell scrolls are missing. Roland sighed. That's good. At least there's a lot of low-level equipment we can consider equipping the soldiers. Yun Feng smiled. Looks like this trip's a big win. This Jesse Ava is truly a treasure goblin. 100 heavy cavalry is a bit short. Let's go with the 50 Lordaeron Rangers too. We need to provide adequate protection. Roland smiled. Chapter 116. Baron Lance. Roland called out warmly upon seeing Lance reporting. Your Highness. The soldiers are ready. Lance came over and reported to Roland. Well, this trip is of great significance. I'm sending you not only to escort the Goblin King Jessava, but also to contact Gundor's current ruler, Turgan. We can't fight alone. The forces in the north are still too weak. We need our allies, Gundor and Rohan. Of course, Rohan isn't in a hurry to go, as the King of Rohan is currently incompetent. If you can contact the steward of Gundor, our northern strategy will be revitalized. Otherwise, without Gundor to hold them back, the Mordor army could easily crush all the kingdoms surrounding the Lonely Mountain. We need to let Gundor know that we still have the north to fight. Roland smiled bitterly. While the 2,000 troops in Riverstorm were impressive, they still held little advantage against the tens of thousands of orcs. Not to mention the Easterlings, who were even more formidable than the orcs, hadn't yet appeared. These 2,000 men were more than enough to protect Riverstorm, but the outcome of the battle in the open city was uncertain. I understand, Your Highness. Lance quickly grasped the idea. As a Lagran noble, he possessed a high level of political awareness. Of all Roland's men, he was probably the only one who truly understood nobility. I write a letter to the Prime Minister of Gundor later. Please ensure it's delivered to him. He's a wise man, and will understand what to do. Roland smiled. He doubted that Tegan wouldn't see the benefits of mutual support between the North and the South. Although he remembered Tegan as a wise regent, he couldn't rule out the possibility of accidents. After all, in this enchanted Middle-earth, there were countless magical techniques capable of controlling a person's body and even their soul. It was always wise to be cautious. I know what to do, Your Highness. Do you need to bring them some gifts? Lance asked cautiously. Of course. Bring them some scrolls. Roland thought for a moment, and made the arrangements. After all, he didn't have much to offer. He couldn't just give them a griffin cub. After much deliberation, Roland finally decided to get them some magic scrolls. After all, He had a wise man in his family. With enough time and raw materials, these things were just a matter of numbers. They were convenient and not cheap, and magic scrolls were valuable. No problem. I go back and prepare them. Yun Feng bowed lightly to Roland, then activated his blink skill and flew away across space. Sir, what are you thinking about? Caslow looked at Roland, who was lost in thought with a bitter face, not knowing what was going on, and had to step forward to offer his comfort. Oh, I was wondering, if the Dongi people attack us in this flat plain, we might not be able to detect them in advance. Don't forget that the Tupa tribe is only guarding the forest. They can easily bypass it. Roland stopped talking. Needless to say, any intelligent person could imagine the scene that would follow. The working people of Lag Lang would face fully armed Dongi people. Alas, we're short on manpower. We can only send as many soldiers as possible for surveillance and reconnaissance, Renault said helplessly. After all, even the best cook cannot cook without rice. The entire Lag Lang plain is so vast, and with only 2,000 or so men at hand, they'd be thankful to be able to monitor any disturbances within a 50-mile radius of Rapid City. We have to make do with this for now. After all, Lag Lang wasn't built in a day. As long as we take steady steps, we won't have any major problems. Lance spoke quickly, noticing the growing tension in the atmosphere. Indeed, we still have so many people. They can't conquer Raglan. Everyone praised Lance's words. After all, one must eat one bite at a time. Besides, King Roland is blessed by fate, and the Empire's people continue to flock to him. It won't be long before the Empire's glory shines across the river rapids once again. Have you decided on your route? Roland looked at Lance expectantly. After all, he was the leader of this expedition. As the saying goes, an incompetent general can tire out the entire army. Roland certainly didn't want his men to be gods of war. They should at least possess the most basic military skills. Well, here's what I think. First, we must cross Mirkwood and reach its western part, near the Anduin River, as soon as possible. Then, we can sail downstream directly to Gundor. Lance gestured on the ground, holding a branch in his hand. That's basically it, but have you considered how to cross the dark forest? And how will you get a boat to cross the river? Roland asked, which was also a test. We can go around the Woodland Kingdom. We can't take the old forest road anyway. Lance shook his head helplessly. Why? Wouldn't it be more convenient and faster to take the old forest road? Roland asked deliberately. I don't want to feed the monsters. Lance rolled his eyes and said casually. As long as you're confident. This journey will be long, be careful. You shoulder the important task of contacting the Southern Kingdom. The starting point of the Lagran Kingdom's fame will be there. Roland grabbed Lance's shoulder, patted him, and said excitedly, Don't worry, Your Highness. I won't let you down. I will definitely bring you good news. Lance promised. I understand. Take the soldiers, who are about to embark on a long journey back to rest. You should set off early tomorrow morning. Roland patted Lance. As you command, Your Highness. Lance is leaving now? Caslow sighed. Yes. Our political officer. I'm really not used to him leaving. Renault said sincerely. He and Lance usually had a good relationship. Lance always had to check in with Renault when arranging field missions. After all, Renault was in charge of the dispatch and command of most of the troops in Floodgate, and over time, the two of them became familiar with each other. The little goblins have a king. So, when will the grassland elves establish their own kingdom? Verway muttered quietly, just enough for Roland to hear. Roland blushed. He had seemingly boasted that he would help Verway become king someday. Because of his busy schedule and Roland's intention to keep these wandering grassland elves in Floodgate, he hadn't raised the issue. But since Verway had brought it up today, it needed to be addressed. Stop nagging. I definitely do what I promised you. If you're in a hurry, I can immediately find you a piece of land belonging to the grassland elves in the dark forest. Roland said earnestly, gazing into Vannerway's eyes. After all, he owed Vannerway a favor. The grassland elves' aid in the war was a debt he had to acknowledge. Trading a favor for land wasn't a bad deal for Roland. After all, it's hard to repay a favor. Forget it. I stay with you for now. Food and shelter are nice, but we grassland elves are broke. We don't have enough supplies to truly establish a nation. Vannerway said helplessly. After all, the grassland elves, with their sparse population, didn't have much in the way of stored supplies. The saying pockets are richer than face really applies to them. Upon hearing that these elves were freeloading, Roland lost his urge to keep them. All right. Take your time. I'm going home. Vannerway, hands behind his back, humming a tune as he returned home. I hope the journey goes smoothly. Roland looked at Van Erway, who was like a piece of meat on the cutting board, and then withdrew his gaze, his eyes full of worry for the soldiers who were about to leave. Chapter 117. Sir Lance, are you ready? When do we leave? Jessieva cautiously glanced at Baron Lance, who was adjusting the belts of his plate armor. Of course. But we have to wait. After all this? Oh! Lance's hand slipped as he spoke to Jessieva, and the breastplate in front of him suddenly fell off. With the crisp sound of the heavy breastplate clashing against the steel boots, Lance's face flushed red. He slowly bent his knees and plopped down before Jessieva. No, no! How can Sir Lance be so polite? The naive Jessieva hurriedly supported Lance with concern. Ah! Lance's expression was horrifying. After all, his heart and fingers were connected. Unprepared, Lance's breastplate struck him squarely on the instep. Unprotected by his battle spirit, his large foot felt like it was being struck by a warhammer. It was so painful. Someone! Where are all the dead? Can't you see I'm injured? Lance wailed, clutching his foot. Quick! Inform the priest. The Baron's foot is injured. A nearby heavy cavalryman reacted immediately, dismounting and running to Lance's side. He carefully removed Lance's boot, revealing a bloody, mangled instep. It's okay. No bones. The soldier tossed aside the deformed boot and examined Lance's wound. Are you all right, sir? Jessieva stared at the bleeding instep, stunned. It was the first time he'd seen someone injured by his own plate armor. It was truly impressive. Ah! Lance collapsed to the ground, clutching his foot. Who is injured? Where is he injured? Suddenly a beautiful figure in white came running over in a hurry. Ivy said breathlessly with a staff in one hand and one hand on her waist. Lord Lance got hit on the instep by his own plate armor. The soldier nearby couldn't help but laugh. You have to remember that Lance's plate armor was specially crafted for the nobility. Lord's armor. Its heft was directly proportional to its terrifying defensive power. The rare metals and engraved magic patterns inside were enough to allow its wearer to rampage through the enemy with impunity. Of course, if you insist on taking on a high-level professional, I suggest checking the graveyard beforehand. Puff! Ivy, a girl who didn't understand the ways of the world, laughed out loud right in front of Lance. Hiss, hiss, hiss! My dear Ivy, cast a healing spell quickly. I bleed out if I delay any longer. Lance grimaced. He'd been careless just now, not dodging. A plate armor slammed into my foot. That's a lot of force. Whoever got hit knows. All right. Don't worry. Dawn baptism. Ivy chuckled and gently waved her staff, chanting obscure spells in a rhythmic manner. Golden halos emerged from her back, pulsing with the rhythm of her chant as they slowly moved toward Lance. Golden light shimmered from the moving halos, and mysterious magical patterns flickered within them. Hear the call of the light, the dawn baptism finally descends, healing. Ivy paused her staff, and instantly the halos quickly wrapped around Lance's foot, slowly melting into his wound. Comfortable. Lance's eyes widened. He could see the flesh buds in the wound on his instep throbbing furiously, visible muscle tissue rapidly interweaving, growing, and healing. In less than 10 seconds, Lance's instep had returned to its plump white form. Only the arch of his foot and the blood beneath his sole gave evidence of the injury. Not bad. Aside from the skin being a bit whiter, it's no different than before. Ivy examined it carefully and clapped her hands, indicating that nothing was seriously wrong. Lance quickly leaped to his feet, not even bothering to put on shoes or socks. He stretched out his foot and walked a few steps on the ground, then carefully rotated the joint to examine it. Finding it was fine, he quickly gave Ivy a thumbs up. Thank God. At least my foot isn't broken. Lance thought to himself, feeling lucky. You know, he's a pure infantryman, and the demands on his feet are extremely high. With sufficient supplies, these low-ranking nobles could easily lead the flood infantry on a journey of hundreds of miles. They are the foundation of the empire. Excuse me, Your Highness Jessieva. I need to pack up before we set off again, okay? Lance said gently. The contrast between him and the Baron, who had just been bawling and wailing, was stark. It's okay. Feel free. I'm not in a hurry, Jessieva said hastily, his life and property in Lance's hands. Otherwise, because of the magic contract he signed, he wouldn't dare approach. While nobles have their own spirits and beliefs, there are also some noble scum who appear noble in public but become bandits behind the scenes. After all, sometimes the difference between a soldier and a bandit is just a thin line. Roland had encountered many scum who did such dirty work in previous games. So, when Roland proposed the magic contract, Jessica finally breathed a sigh of relief. All right. Pack up. Let's go. Lance also mounted a sturdy Shire horse. After all, everyone was traveling on horseback this time, and the idea of just stomping to Gondor was a bit of a waste. Just looking for excitement. Once they reached Gondor, Baron Lance would grind his legs up to his thighs. Yes, Your Excellency, Jessica said respectfully. Your Highness, I'm leaving. I will complete your mission. In the camp beside the farmland, Lance quietly beat his chest and gazed north. There, King Roland was busy plowing the soil and sowing seeds with his men, so busy that no one noticed the group's quiet departure. These heavy cavalry are so delicate. Lance looked helplessly at the troops that had stopped behind them. As heavy cavalry, they should be fighting on the plains, not in the woods. The most important thing was that the road Lance was leading was getting harder and harder. Your Highness, Jessica, is your route okay? Lance asked with a sullen face, as Jessica clutched a pitch-black compass beside him. Of course it's okay. This is an epic-level magical item. The Pentagram Treasure Chaser. Not only can it find directions, it's also very accurate in finding treasures below epic level, Jessica said proudly. The Goblin Empire still left behind many valuable items, and at least this treasure-hunting compass was quite impressive. Hiss. The soldiers nearby could only grin. This thing is a treasure. It may not look impressive, but it's truly effective. Crack. The ranger leading the way casually split open a newly sprouted bush before him, his eyes widening. Why did you stop? Lance asked unhappily, glancing at Jessica with displeasure, secretly worried his team might have reached a dead end. Baron! It's a Pegasus. A ranger whispered hurriedly, silencing him with a hand gesture. What? Pegasus. Lance was stunned, then ecstatic. Pegasus knights are the most common type of air knight, and their gentle nature makes them much easier to handle than other flying beasts. Don't move. Take me to see. Lance gestured with his hand. Chapter 118. Lance quietly parted the bushes in front of him, and carefully poked his head out. In the small patch of grass in the center of the dense forest, 6 snow-white Pegasus with green manes leisurely snorted as they munched on the grass. Speedy Pegasus? Lance was slightly disappointed. After all, a speedy Pegasus was only a low-level magical beast, a rather underwhelming one among Pegasus. Besides the ability to fly, it had very few skills. It's good to have one. I'm being greedy. Lance shook his head, dispelling his greed. Lance observed carefully for a moment, confirming that the small group of Pegasus wouldn't leave anytime soon, and then slowly retreated. Rangers, set the tripwires. Cavalry, dismount and surround them. Lance whispered. Yes, sir. The crowd shouted. Sir Lance, what about me? Jessica, riding a pony, asked, clutching a blanket. Ha ha ha, Your Highness, please wait a moment. Let me catch them first. Consider resting for a bit before that. Lance chuckled. Do you have any extra rope? Anyone have any? Give me some, Lance whispered. My lord. A Lordaeron ranger handed over a roll of hemp rope. Snap, snap, snap. Lance took the rope and tugged at both ends, the taut rope crackling. Lance unrolled the rope, straightened it, and tied a noose. He was clearly playing to lasso the horses. Honestly, the swift Pegasus weren't very powerful, otherwise Lance wouldn't have taken such a risky action. If his target was the flame Pegasus, he'd have turned and left without a second thought. Not to mention the light Pegasus, the ultimate Pegasus fighter. My lord, should we lure them over here first? Asked a Lordaeron ranger hiding in a tree. Seduction? That requires potions. Do we even look like we have potions? Lance rolled his eyes and grumbled. If he had potions, wouldn't I have gone to so much trouble to set a trap and catch them? Ask everyone, are the tripwires ready? Lance ordered the soldiers beside him. A tripwire is essentially a rope with weights at each end. When it's thrown and hits the target's legs, centrifugal force causes it to rapidly wrap around and trip them to the ground. Soon, the soldier returned the way he come and whispered to Lance, Sir, everyone's ready. All right. Tell them to listen for the signal arrows. Lance stared intently at the leisurely Pegasus ahead. Crack! A sharp signal arrow rang out through the jungle. Go! Lance leaped out of the bushes, the lasso already spinning. Shoo! The swift Pegasus stared bewilderedly at the humans constantly emerging from the jungle, stunned for a moment. Then, they reacted immediately, neighing and lashing their hooves as they fled frantically. The azure currents of air surrounding their bodies revealed they had activated their innate ability. Wind speed, greatly increasing their running and flying speed. Slingshot. Lance's eyes narrowed. He had been careless. He hadn't expected these swift Pegasus to be so fast. Whoosh. Woo, woo. Dozens of slingshots of varying sizes were hurled by the Lordaeron Rangers, sending swift shadows whizzing through the sky. Lightning shot. Stride. Step on the sky. One skill after another, the Lordaeron Rangers unleashed, rapidly closing the gap between them and the swift Pegasus. Joy filled their faces. For swift Pegasus were entangled in their tripwires, limping and unable to move quickly. Success? Lance pounded his fist excitedly. Shoo! Amidst the crowd's excited expressions, several swift Pegasus cried out in agony, then suddenly spread their wings and flapped. With a bang, the swift Pegasus had surpassed the treetops and flapped away under the astonished gazes of the crowd. This? Lance was momentarily stunned. No way. A cooked duck can fly? That's not right. How did they escape? Lance was completely bewildered. Even the Lordaeron Ranger closest to the swift Pegasus looked as if he'd seen something strange. He looked like he was just 2 steps away from pinning the swift Pegasus to the ground and capturing it, but who knew it could actually fly? Pegasus need a running start to fly. TSK? My luck can't be that bad. Could it be that those swift Pegasus just now all had the ability to take off? Lance couldn't help but smack his lips. He was truly unlucky. Most Pegasus need a running start before they can fly, even the Holy Light. Pegasus, like Pegasus, have a combat ceiling, and only Pegasus with the skill Extreme Lift can disregard the run-up and directly launch into the air. Thinking of this, Lance's heart ached, his heart pounding. What a waste! What a waste! Using this incredible skill, reserved for other powerful Pegasus, on a swift Pegasus is simply ridiculous. Lance strained his brain cells, pondering it carefully, and realized that swift Pegasus only had 2 attack abilities, Wind Blade and Great Wind Blade. Fuck! Lance, such an elegant noble, was now furious and cursed. Sir, what should we do? Lance's men stared at him eagerly, their eyes filled with inexpressible resentment. They'd been busy and excited for a long time, and then he just flapped his wings. And gone! Who could stand that? All right. Stop howling. Pack up, and we continue on our way. Lance turned away with a scowl, wasting a lot of good rope and wasting a considerable amount of time, only to end up with nothing. How's it going, Sir Lance? Did the capture go smoothly? Seeing Lance return, Jesse Ava, perched on a tree stump, kicked off with his short legs and asked with concern. He gotten away. Lance sighed, his eyes filled with frustration. Ha ha ha, it's all right, Lord Lance, don't worry. There will always be opportunities. Jesse Ava soothed him. She had reached out to pat Lance's shoulder, but she pulled her hand back halfway. Size was a disadvantage for goblins. I hope so, Lance said perfunctorily, his spirits low. Sir, pack up. Okay. Let's go. It's getting late. We need to find a dry place to camp. It might rain tonight. Lance looked up at the slightly gloomy sky. The chances of rain were high, so he needed to take precautions. Otherwise, getting caught in the rain all night would be a disaster. Okay, sir. Several Lordaeron Rangers handed their horses to their companions and set out on foot, scimitars in hand, through the woods to clear a path for the others behind them. Chapter 119. No way. Sir Lance, are we really going to camp in a place like this? Jesse Ava nervously wrapped his blanket tightly around himself. Early spring was still a bit chilly for a goblin's constitution. He couldn't help but ask, nervously watching the soldiers setting up camp in an orderly manner. Short in stature and frail in constitution, goblins are clearly much less resilient to the elements. They usually live in underground cities and rarely dwell in the open air, as even wild beasts are a formidable threat to goblins. Of course, there aren't any caves nearby that can accommodate more than 100 people. At least this place is dry enough, and we can camp after cleaning up. Lance shrugged helplessly. Our conditions are limited, and a temporary camp certainly can't compare to the comfort and safety of living in this city. But with the Rangers keeping watch, we should be able to get by safely. Lance noticed Jessiva's nervousness and offered reassurance. As for why they didn't have heavy cavalry on duty, their eyesight. Forget it. They'd probably only be able to detect them if they were right up close. All right, boys, hurry up. Set up the fence first. Then, pitch the tents. It's getting late, and I don't want you shivering in the night wind. Lance urged, clapping his hands. Yes, sir. Everyone responded. Crackle. Dozens of blazing bonfires burst into flames, the warmth of the flames instantly warming everyone and dispelling the night's chill. Thump, thump, thump. A dozen or so Lordaeron Rangers tiptoed onto the nearby treetops, each one concealing their figures in the shadows of the branches, barely visible from beneath. All right. Your Highness Jessieva, you may rest in peace. By the way, your tent is over there. Lance smiled kindly and pointed to a separate small tent. All right. Jessieva glanced at Lance anxiously before leaving, looking back every step of the way. Huh? Lance breathed a sigh of relief. He suddenly felt that this Goblin King was even more difficult to please than a child. Stay alert. Protect our supplies. We can't get far without them. Don't let anything else get away. Remember to exchange guards with the Rangers on guard, Lance said solemnly, looking at the dozen or so carts in the makeshift camp. Yes, sir. A Ranger nodded in response. Ah. A series of uncanny howls echoed, sounding particularly eerie in the dark forest. Woo, woo, woo. What's that sound? Jessieva huddled in the tent, buried under the blankets, shivering helplessly as he endured the ghostly howls outside. But the eerie, piercing sound was no match for the tent and blankets. What the hell? Lance was also startled by the noise. He jumped out of bed with a start, grabbed his long sword, and rushed out. Sir! Looks like a pack of ghost wolves. A Lordaeron Ranger swung down from a branch. What? Ghost wolves? This is tough. They may be low-level monsters, but their numbers are too great. Defend. All Rangers, take up the nearest trees for defense, take care of your horses, and all cavalry, put on your armor. Form a defensive formation within the campfire. Lance was stunned for a moment before reacting. He gave orders while observing the situation around him. Damn it! They can't even let me sleep properly? Lance thought bitterly, his teeth gnashing with hatred for these disturbing monsters. If one of them were before him right now, our Lord Baron would surely chop it down with a single blow. Hold your spears tight. Hold your shields tight. Don't panic. They're just a bunch of beasts. Don't be timid, Lance said in a deep voice, listening to the clinking of armor from the anxious cavalry around him. You have to remember that these heavy cavalrymen are merely ordinary humans, yet to awaken their extraordinary powers. Facing ferocious monsters, ordinary humans are always at a disadvantage. While their thick chainmail can withstand most fatal damage, there's still a chance of injury. Therefore, facing a monster attack, it's best to maintain a well-organized formation and be on guard to minimize losses. 500 meters to the east. They're coming! The Lordaeron Ranger from the treetops was the first to spot the wolves scurrying rapidly in the distance. At this moment, giant wolves, each with a green fur and a nearly 3-meter-long streak extending from their backs to their heads, swiftly leaped over the trees and moved towards the camp. Multiple arrows. All the Lordaeron Rangers quickly raised their longbows, their battle spirit flowing from their fingertips onto the bowstrings, and a crystal-clear arrow quietly gathered. Bang! The bowstring trembled, and the arrow streaked through the sky. In an instant, the single arrow split into 3, and a total of 150 crystal-clear battle spirit arrows flew towards the wolves. Ayo! Woo! Woo! Ayo! A few ghost wolves were shot to the ground, while many that hadn't been hit were still writhing and struggling on the ground, their wails surprisingly eerie. Damn it! They activated their innate abilities. It's ghosts! The Lordaeron Ranger, standing high and far-sighted, shouted with his pupils constricted. Ghost, immune to physical damage. Damn it! Lance saw the Lordaeron Ranger's attacks weren't effective, and then suddenly heard this awful news. His heart sank. After all, these Lagrang heavy cavalrymen didn't possess any fighting spirit. All cavalry, listen. Drop your weapons. Light your torches in order. Lance suddenly had an idea. Fire isn't physical damage, is it? Whoosh. Suddenly, rows of heavy cavalrymen lit their torches. Prepare to withstand the impact. Lance held his shield in one hand and his sword in the other, a brilliant flame of fighting spirit flickering on his blade. Kill! Just as the ghost wolves were about to pounce, Lance charged forward, his sword swung in a cold, smooth arc, slashing down the 2 ghost wolves with lightning speed. Bang! Bang! The flaming torches slammed fiercely into the shadowy ghost wolves. Instantly, engulfed by the flames, they snapped out of their ghostly state. With wide eyes and bared teeth, they glared fiercely at the neatly arrayed heavy cavalry. Oh no! They were now heavy infantry. Hold your guns. Kill them! Lance roared angrily. How can you get away with not letting us sleep in the middle of the night? Roar! Several clever ghost wolves prepared to attack them from behind. Bang! Several steel-feathered arrows darted accurately, piercing the ghost wolves' skulls and burying themselves in the ground. Lance gave a thumbs up toward the distant treetops. He believed the Lordaeron Ranger's excellent eyesight was still sufficient to see clearly. Spread half of the men and advance in spear formation, Lance commanded, sizing up the remaining 30 or so ghost wolves. Tiger! 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 The line of Lagran heavy cavalrymen shouted in unison, forcing the ghost wolves back. With each retreat, one or more ghost wolves were shot to the ground. The Lordaeron Rangers, with their sharpshooting range, were the main actors in this slaughter. Done, sir! 67 ghost wolves in total. All the magic crystals are here. A Lordaeron Ranger, still stained with animal blood, respectfully handed Lance a small bag. Despite the size of the ghost wolves, the magic crystals were only the size of a dragon eye. Chapter 120. River Rapids. Lance and the others have been gone for a few days. I wonder if they're safe, Roland said with some concern. They should be fine. They're already out of Caldor's detection range. If they were any further, I wouldn't be able to get back in a day, Caslow said helplessly. Oh well, I hope I'm overthinking it. Roland sighed. Don't worry, Your Highness. With so many people following them, there won't be any problems unless they encounter a large army of orcs. However, I don't think the orcs are capable of organizing a large army in that area right now, Renaud said reassuringly. I'm not worried about the orcs, I'm worried about the monsters that roam the area. You know, monsters at night are more terrifying than orcs. Roland shook his head helplessly. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. Overthinking gives me a headache. What should I have for breakfast this morning? Roland stretched. Suddenly, Roland's face darkened, and he shouted, Whoever brings me that raw, pickled caviar that makes you vomit up your last meal again today, I slap you in the face. Roland spoke fiercely, but his face couldn't hide the sullenness. Clearly, Roland was recalling some unpleasant memories. You see, the first time Roland saw this specially prepared delicacy yesterday morning, he was utterly astonished. The taste nearly killed him. This was supposedly a delicacy reserved for the Lagran nobles. Thinking about it, Roland, who had been holding it in for so long, vomited. So, the Lagran nobles like to eat shit? Roland was shocked. How did they get this stuff into their mouths? It turned out Middle-earth had biological weapons as powerful as canned herrings. If Roland had had more of this raw pickled caviar during the Battle of Lonely Mountain, he wouldn't have had to give up Swift Flow. The soldiers went to fight, and simply smearing this shit on their bodies would have immediately suffocated the orcs. Even those filthy orcs probably couldn't stand the smell. So Roland really wanted to ask, Are you really going to give this to your king? But when he saw those sincere faces, he was speechless. It's said that this stuff is made with exquisite ingredients. It requires the fattest, fertilized whitefish roe. It's difficult to make, requiring dozens of fermentation steps, and is rich in nutrients. They've been working on it since winter, and only just now have the finished product, barely enough to fill a few fist-sized jars. And then they presented it to us. Give me a break. Roland wanted to cry just thinking about it now. Those Lagran chefs are the masters of dark cuisine. Plus, that yellow-black color, the soft, mushy texture, the grainy texture. And most importantly, it's stretchable. The chef, dismissed by Roland, assumed the Lord had a poor appetite and didn't want to try this nutritious delicacy, so he took it away. But to his surprise, when Roland planned to have a late-night snack, they brought it back. Roland immediately vomited. It's no exaggeration to say that, not even the leftover food, his stomach juices erupted, and all he vomited up was yellow bile. Imagine ordering takeout late at night, opening the package and planning a delicious meal, only to discover a pile of poop inside, a jet-brushed mess. The scene is so touching that I won't explain it in detail. If you'd like to experience it, consider buying some genuine canned herring and heating it until it becomes a paste. Believe me, your mother won't want you after you open it. Roland then developed a psychological scar on this thing. On Blue Planet, Roland was skeptical of the power of canned herring, but now, he truly believed it. It turns out there really is food that can make it so infuriating that even gods and ghosts fear it, invulnerable to all attacks, and capable of repelling all evil, even affecting the lives of ordinary people. Honestly, not even the yellow dogs in River Rapids City would eat it. Yes, Your Highness. Renaud said quickly, clearly not impressed by the smell either. Oh my god! What kind of amazing chefs are these? Roland sighed. Ever since life had gotten back on track, his diet had become increasingly bizarre. This raw marinated caviar was just the one thing Roland couldn't stand. Some of the more bizarre dishes were simply mind-blowing. Cicada pupae dug from the ground, fried until golden brown, and then stuffed into quail. Quail smoked and stuffed into hare. roasted hare, then stuffed into lamb. Finally, the lamb was stewed in a large pot until it became a thick soup. The soup continued to simmer until only a small bowl remained. The meat was discarded, leaving only the milky broth. So Roland wondered if these people had lost their minds. Was it because he was rich, or because food was no longer scarce? This is just a waste. Let's just forget about it for their sincerity and loyalty. But the next dish is too much. Let me eat large intestine sashimi. Yes, large intestine sashimi. Select freshly killed wild boar, peel off the pig skin, roast the suckling pig whole, then rinse the intestines with hot water. Carefully cut into rings of onion rings with silver knives, and add carefully prepared spices. I was so shocked, I turned the table over. I think Roland is just a small king in the countryside now, but he is still a king after all. Well, I'm not some crazy streamer chasing fame. Eating large intestines raw. Do you know how much strength Roland exerted to hold down his sword-drawing left hand with his right hand? At that moment, Roland inexplicably missed the black bread and grilled fish made by the refugee cooks and their maids. Compared to them, those cheap meals seemed like delicacies from the land and sea. Ever since citizens began to appear among the refugees drawn by river rapids, several Lagrange chefs had been recruited to the Lord's castle to cook for Roland, and they lived up to their reputation as chefs. Roland was treated to one dark dish after another, to the point where he was a little afraid to eat, fearing these talented people would serve him some new and unusual dishes. The steaming, slightly wriggling brain of the monster power monkey, the sturgeon fillets, even after being sliced, still danced on the long plate. The lit-cut bare paws of the violent bear, peeled, blanched, simmered in sauce, thickened, and reduced to a sauce. They were not only innovative, but also devoted to being close to nature. High-end ingredients often require only the simplest cooking methods. To the point that Roland now has to consult the menu before every meal to see if he needs to eat bread. The saddest thing is, when Roland suggested returning to the original chef, most people opposed it. The only one who agreed was Ivy. After all, what these people do is really inconsistent with their teachings. Your Highness, breakfast includes vegetable porridge, toasted white bread, some bacon, and an egg. Someone quickly brought Roland the recipe. Huh? Roland breathed a sigh of relief. After all, there wasn't anything strange about breakfast, so he could still eat without worry. Chapter 121. System check-in. Roland muttered vaguely while chewing on bread. His resentment for the ridiculous food had made him neglect his daily check-in routine. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully triggering the random event. The crusade? Puff. Roland spat out a mouthful of warm soup. This crusade trick really impressed him. He almost pointed at the system and asked, "Brother, we're in Middle-earth now, and we're still talking about the crusade? Everyone who gets it can go on a grand crusade, right?" Note: the Crusades were an organization formed by civilian and noble soldiers after the Lagran Empire was severely damaged. After the Empire regrouped, they launched a war east of the Rhône region, known as the Crusades. This time, the system actually gave a rare explanation. So what was the outcome of this war? Roland's face turned grim. Even a die-hard Lord of the Rings player had no recollection of this war. He figured it was either a failure or the entire army was annihilated. Ding! Historically, this crusade ended with the capture and execution of Archduchess Nyx. All but 100,000 crusaders, save for the Knights of the Cross, 100 men, who managed to escape. The system's emotionless electronic tone rang out. Roland's heart trembled. Oh my goodness! I'm calling you an expert. The Archduchess was captured and killed. 100,000 soldiers were completely wiped out. Were we really attacking the barbarians in Eastern Rhône, and not encountering well-equipped orcs or Urukhors? Wait! Archduchess Nyx. Isn't this the small principality on the eastern edge of the empire? I remember it had only 3 towns. Roland's face darkened. Then he understood instantly. What? The Raglan soldiers were completely wiped out fighting the barbarians? From the Principality of Nyx? That's fine. After all, they're home to a wealth of beautiful women, and fighting and slaughtering isn't Nyx's specialty. No wonder I never heard of this. No wonder I didn't know about the Crusades. They might have been completely wiped out before 2 days. The mastermind probably didn't even have time to issue a quest, and the storyline ended. Roland maliciously speculated about the situation. Actually, he was right. In fact, with a high degree of freedom in The Lord of the Rings, a military operation of this magnitude, whether initiated by NPCs or players, could be considered a call to arms, summoning the pioneering lords of the Empire to assemble for an attack. And what's more, even a Grand Duke personally rolled up his sleeves and took part. Unfortunately, this mixed-use crusade, comprised of both soldiers and civilians, was far from up to par. Shortly after setting out, it suffered a devastating defeat. The Archduchess was captured and killed, and the entire army suffered unprecedented damage. Furthermore, during their retreat, they were leaderless and ambushed, leaving no one alive except the knights. Forget the players, the system itself probably didn't react. Even a large-scale magical realism show wouldn't dare stage such a performance. But I should know about this. Roland's face suddenly turned strange, remembering a large-scale mission he participated in for nothing. The defense of the Principality of Nyx. Damn, this is the sequel to that. Roland complained helplessly. After all, the mission had been to save the Principality of Nyx from barbarian invasion. Sadly, the barbarians were driven off, and Nyx was annexed. After all, with both the Archduke and the army gone, who could resist a delicious treat? This crusade is a revised version of current history. The number and quality of participants are vastly different from the original crusade, the system suddenly announced. Goodness! The Principality of Nyx is already a worthless force, and you're still cutting it down. What good will this event activation do me? Roland rolled his eyes. His hopes were completely dashed. You have to remember that the Crusaders weren't facing some backward Eastern barbarians from over an epoch in history, but the Easterlings, minions of Sauron, the troublemaker in Middle-earth. Just one of the charioteers alone would be enough to give them a hard time. Roland couldn't bear to think about the scene ahead, it was too cruel. Your Highness, I'm afraid we still have a long way to go. A knight, draped in a cloak of redbuds, approached Grand Duke Nyx. The redbuds were the family emblem of the Principality of Nyx, signifying him as her retainer. I wish we could reclaim our land soon. Let's stop and set up camp for a while. That's all for today. Nyx rubbed her temple and dismounted, her heroic demeanor radiating a touch of charm. Yes, Your Highness. Your kindness will surely be celebrated. The knight complimented. Chuckles. A series of silvery laughter echoed, the young Archduchess clearly laughing at his slightly comical compliment. Go, go! Princess Nyx was in high spirits. She was only 16 years old, but to restore her kingdom and her people, she resolutely took up arms and embarked on the Crusades. In the game's history, she launched the Crusades out of her duty to defend her lord. Roland would have been shocked to see this young Archduchess. He could hardly imagine the inhuman torture and humiliation this young and beautiful Archduchess endured after her capture. In fact, when the Knights of the Cross Bohemia, with the help of various lords, defeated the barbarians and recovered their lord's body, they found him naked, bound with his limbs tied behind his back, a spear thrust through his anus and exiting his mouth, his body lying erect before the Crusader army. The place of annihilation. This torture has a prototype, the medieval impalement. The Knights of the Cross Bohemia Knights were heartbroken. Ultimately, they marched alone eastward until their entire army was annihilated. According to later player statistics, this 100-man knightly order committed a brutal massacre. They encountered 17 barbarian tribes along the way, totaling over 300,000 people. Except for the last tribe they destroyed, the other 16 tribes were completely annihilated. They slashed a bloody path through the entire East, and the infamous Blood Road was later created by them. Your Highness, the situation is not good. We have discovered charioteers from the east 5 miles ahead. There are about a dozen chariots, and they are probably patrolling soldiers. What do you think our next move should be? Suddenly, the knight who had been scouting ahead returned with this troubling news. Ah! Nyx's face paled, and she was instantly at a loss. This young lady was even more inexperienced in warfare than Roland. If you asked her to manage a castle or act like a young lady, she'd definitely be up to the task. But asking her to command an army in a hurry. It's no surprise that she'd be captured and slaughtered in history, given her lack of military training. Nyx glanced nervously around, taking in the countless hopeful faces behind her, and the resolute faces of the knights around her. Finally, she clenched her fist. Are we sure we can keep them all? Nyx whispered. Of course, Your Highness. We are Knights of the Cross Bohemia family. Your honor is a faith we swear to defend. The only 24 Cross Bohemia Knights in the group drew their swords and shouted. Then let them stay, Nyx said calmly. As you command? Chapter 122. G. The Cross Bohemia Knights rode out, heading forward to lure the enemy. Form a formation. Stay hidden. Nyx drew out a slender staff, and streams of magical elements flowed around it. Everyone be alert. Be careful. We're facing the Dongi people in chariots. They're brutal, powerful, and well-equipped. Grand Duke Nyx sighed. The Crusaders at this point weren't the massive army of 100,000 men that had been seen in history. This army, comprised of militia and professionals, numbered no more than 5,000, and now they were about to face their first clash with the Doni. Huff! The heavy breathing of the cross-Bohemia knights emanated from beneath their visors. Seeing the enemy approaching, the knights unsheathed their flails from their horses. Caw! The flail swung in a flurry of warm blood, sending a corpse with a dented chest flying from the cart bed. The body rolled several times on the ground, convulsed a few times, and then fell still. The well-made flail was a true can opener, its opening accurate. Hitting leather armor would instantly dent and bruise the affected area. Hitting iron armor was even more exciting. The flying iron and blood would reveal the blunder of using flesh to flail directly. Kill them all! The suddenly assaulted tankmen's eyes flashed bloodshot. They whipped their chariots harder, turning to chase the cross-Bohemia knights. They're coming! The knights looked back, realizing they had successfully seduced the tankmen's scouting force. Reassured, they quickened their steeds. The enemy is about to engage. Prepare to meet the charge, roared the cross-Bohemia knights as they crept over the hill. Not far behind them were the charioteers, lances in hand. Hold your formation. Grand Duke Nix gulped, his voice trembling. Kill! The charioteers, driving their chariots, crept over the hill and appeared before the crowd. Rails! Barricades! The lower-level officers spontaneously commanded their troops. Whether conscripted light infantry or professional warriors, they all raised their lances. Steel and wooden shields were raised before them. Meet the charge. Facing the roaring giant chariots, the officers shouted with all their might. Only by successfully halting the chariots' momentum could they hope for victory. Otherwise, the terrifying impact of the chariots could easily crush their formation, drive them away, and slaughter them. Boom! Several chariots jolted, their pulling horses slamming into the soldier shield walls. The horses' terrifying inertia instantly overturned sections of the shield wall, and the sharp blades embedded in the chariot wheels sliced through the armor of the soldiers on either side. The armored soldiers were fine, only their armor being sliced open. Some professionals, protected by their battle chi, didn't even have their armor pierced. But the unarmored light infantry were in dire straits. Their armor instantly ripped apart, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Dozens of light infantrymen immediately fell into a pool of blood, clutching their wounds and wailing. Giant vines entwine. Grand Duke Nix's starry eyes flashed, and a flash of emerald green light flashed. Several giant vines burst out of the ground, and quickly wrapped around the madly rolling wheels. The immense tearing force instantly tore the entire chariot apart, countless parts scattered to the ground, and the 3 charioteers on board fell with the crumbling chariot. Puff! Several ordinary soldiers in linen robes embroidered with cross patterns rushed forward, slashing down the dazed charioteers, who had just landed. Puff! A warrior casually raised his spear and stabbed a passing charioteer, blood dripping down the shaft and onto the ground. Ah! Several charioteers, struck by arrows, fell off their chariots. After the initial panic, most of the crusaders reacted. Led by junior officers, they regrouped and surrounded the chariots that had unexpectedly intruded into the crowd. Archers! Release! Seeing that many charioteers were still hiding in the chariots and resisting stubbornly, Grand Duke Nix had no choice but to order a long-range attack. After all, sacrificing soldiers' lives for these mad, mortal men was a waste. Shoot them! Boys, show them how powerful we are. A knight reacted, and with a wave of his hand, several archers drew their bows and arrows. Ah! Shrill screams rang out. The charioteers, who had been holding out tenaciously, could no longer withstand the powerful archers' onslaught. Their thick leather and iron armor were pierced by the longbows, and their warm bodies fell beneath the chariots. See if there are any survivors. Make sure nothing escapes. Finally, after the enemy was overwhelmed by the hail of arrows, the officers inched forward, ordering the soldiers to clean up the battlefield and finish off the enemy. The crusaders, receiving the order, were also clever. They raised their spears and lashed the already dead charioteers' bodies again from a distance. Sir! They're all dead? The soldiers exclaimed, taking credit. Looking at the charioteers before them, reduced to bloody gourds, the officers grinned. I told you to finish off the enemy, not to whip their corpses. Look at how mangled these corpses are. They're no longer human. What's wrong, Your Highness? A knight of the cross-Bohemia approached the silent Grand Duke Nix. Only a few chariots this time? These few enemies have already caused heavy casualties among our soldiers, and nearly led to the collapse of the army. Now I'm beginning to doubt whether the crusade was a mistake. Nix's mouth twitched, and the light in his eyes dimmed. Originally, she had imagined that she would, like in the novels, drive out the enemies, recover her homeland, and return to the lands of the Principality of Nyx to rebuild her kingdom. But the harsh reality dealt Nyx a heavy blow. The previous encounter made it clear to her that her crusaders were truly a motley crew. Perhaps their numbers alone might offer Nyx comfort, but otherwise they were worthless. Your Highness, you must believe in yourself. Even more so, you must believe in us. No matter what, we will stand before you and fight for you. To the last drop of our blood. The knight shouted passionately. It's a pity that Nyx lacks a true general. If Renaud were here, he would immediately order the entire army to cover up any traces of the battle and retreat, definitely not down this road. A missing patrol would surely attract attention, and a second, larger reconnaissance team would soon follow the path they disappeared from. All right. Thank you for your trust. Then we will continue the fight. We will strive to quell the enemy as soon as possible. Nyx clenched her fists, her flushed face filled with determination. If Roland were here, she would probably burst into tears. This little girl is truly fearless. She probably doesn't even know how many enemies there are at her destination. Let alone a crusader army mingled with 5,000 militiamen. Even a regular Lagrang legion would suffer a heavy loss. Clean up the battlefield. We camp out front tonight, Nyx said, gazing at the clear, open mountain pass ahead. Okay, Your Highness. Several knights rode out to conduct reconnaissance ahead. Chapter 123. Why do I feel uneasy? Knight Commander Ravian of the Cross Bohemia Knights frowned as he walked through the camp, holding his sword at his waist. Sir, stop being paranoid. With so many troops at our side, how could those eastern barbarians defeat us? A Cross Bohemia Knight said, swirling his exquisite cloak behind him. I'm very worried about those chariot-riding foreigners today. You saw how a mere dozen of them were able to break through our 5,000-man army. And our casualties were even higher. Ravian worried. He had already discovered the flaw in this eastern expedition. They knew nothing about the enemy. All right. Don't sleep. Come with me to scout. We have to get further away. Ravian put on his helmet, his eyes filled with determination. No way. Knight Commander. We had a fight, and then walked all day. The Cross Bohemia Knight, who had been conscripted by Ravian, suddenly twitched his mouth. Stop talking nonsense. Follow me. Ladian grabbed the knight by the scruff of the neck. If the Grand Duke wakes up later, remember to tell her I take a knight to scout. You guys, keep your guard up, Ladian warned cautiously. Grey River. Lance gazed excitedly at the vast river before him. Sir, following this river leads to the Anjouan. The Logron heavy cavalryman beside him unfolded the map in his arms. All right, boys, we need to find a boat to cross the river. Lance surveyed the vast river. It would be perfect if they could just sail downstream. After all, traveling by water is convenient and fast. As you command? Everyone quickly dispersed to search for any possible villages. Although humans were scarce in the north, and this place was even more inaccessible, that didn't mean there weren't any humans living there. Some still lived under the protection of the druids. Perhaps we should try our luck at Kar Rock. Jeseva rubbed his hands. Perhaps you're right. Lance glanced at Jeseva before turning his horse and galloping north. Indeed, if there were no ferry boats at Kar Rock, then there wouldn't be any in the entire Grey River upstream of Anjouan. I hope there are still druids holding out at Kar Rock. Lance sighed. The entire north was depopulated, and finding a few humans was a real challenge. I think the hope is slim. After all, the entire north is in such a state of decay. The druids won't stay there to die, a Lordaeron ranger said. At least we have to go and take a look. If they already left, we have to find another way. Hopefully, they haven't. We need them. Lance sighed. Honestly, even if this group of druids had already migrated, Lance wouldn't blame them. The north is truly in such a state of decay that it's hard for these druids to have persisted for so long. Speed up. Let's go to the Kar Rock ferry. Lance whipped his whip. What a turbulent time. Roland vented to Caslo beside him, watching the busy crowd from his horseback. A great struggle. Each of us is a pawn. If we don't want to be eliminated, we have no choice but to keep fighting. Caslo saw the situation clearly. My lord, believe in yourself. Believe in the soldiers under your command. The glory of Lagran will follow you and me. Caslo said humbly. Haha, I just want to quietly finish this year's spring plowing. No more swordplay. And tell the cooks to take that awful food away from me. Roland said angrily. By the way, sir, isn't it time to expand your castle? Caslo gestured towards the cramped lord's castle. Remember, King Roland currently lived in the open space between the castles. Let's wait until the spring plowing is over and everyone has some free time before expanding the castle. Right now, our main task is to stockpile food. Roland felt uneasy for some reason. You're probably scared of the famine. There shouldn't be any enemies now. After all, the orcs need to rest and recuperate. The orcs we killed in these 2 battles should give them enough time to recover. Even the orcs couldn't mount a series of attacks of that scale. Caslow smiled, feeling that Roland was overdoing it. Alright, Caslow. Seriously? Your Highness is not kidding. We can't let our guard down. Don't forget, even though we severed the northern orc southward reach, they're still far from seriously injured. They can still mobilize tens of thousands of troops and march south at any moment. Renaud scolded. Caslow was underestimating the northern orcs too much. The well-equipped northern orcs were no match for those pathetic wasteland orcs. Their ability to fight back and forth against the perverted centaurs was a testament to their bravery and skill. Forget it, Renaud. Stay alert and double the range of our outposts. I need to know every little movement within 100 miles of river rapids. Oh, and focus on investigating the east, Roland said calmly, his eyes filled with deep fear. God knew what unpredictable consequences this crusade he had triggered would bring. In Roland's heart, these crusaders were doomed. After all, the 100,000-man crusaders in history were annihilated by primitive barbarians. What's more, this time they were facing fully armed and highly motivated tank warriors. Roland would have to perform a handstand and run away without getting beaten to a pulp. However, one must admire the tenacious fighting spirit of the crusaders of the Principality of Nyx. After all, not everyone could fight to the bitter end after their Grand Duke was captured and murdered. At least this army, assembled with the utmost care by the Principality of Nyx, lived up to Grand Duke Nyx's trust in them, and demonstrated their loyalty to the Principality with their lives. The East? Aren't there centaurs stationed in the Tupit Forest? Renaud asked, puzzled. He couldn't understand why his king suddenly focused on the East. A remnant of a principality loyal to the Empire has launched an eastern expedition. I'm afraid they attract enemies from the East, and we're completely unaware of it, Roland had to explain. After all, he had to tell them about this, otherwise his men would be caught off guard in the event of an unexpected incident. There's actually a principality loyal to the Empire? Which principality? Can we still contact them? How many soldiers do they have? It was clear that Renaud and Caslow weren't paying attention to the matter at all. They were deeply captivated by this principality. Forget it. It's just a remnant of the Nyx Principality. Roland sighed. What? The Nyx Principality? There's no hope. They probably won't even get rescued. Renaud declared that they could abandon their efforts. The Nyx Principality. They probably don't have many soldiers. Forget it. Let's figure out how to defend ourselves. Caslow shook his head. The 2 men both said that if it were a principality under another empire, they could still try to save it. As for the Nyx Principality, with its weakened combat effectiveness, let it be. I hope they don't lure the tribes from the east. Renaud expressed considerable distrust of the combat effectiveness of this principality, which consisted of only 3 cities. Well, maybe things aren't so bad. The shadow of war won't always loom over us. Instead of worrying about Lord Lance's safety, we should worry about his safety. Roland had to change the subject. After all, the question of the combat effectiveness of the Nyx Principality's soldiers was a bit heavy. Chapter 124. Boom! Boom! The sound of heavy hooves echoed, as an army bearing the Raglan Dragon banner appeared near Carl Rock. Watch your surroundings. We're not sure if there are any orcs here. Lance rode his warhorse, gazing at the towering Carl Rock ahead. Clang! The heavy cavalry casually drew their weapons, their sharp swords and upright lances flashing a deadly cold light. Do-do-do. 3 feathered arrows flew out in quick succession, landing in front of Lance and the others. Seeing the arrows pierce the earth, their advance faltered. Be careful. They can't be orcs. Lance's cautious tone tinged with a hint of joy. Why? Jaseva asked, puzzled. If it were orcs, those 3 arrows wouldn't have sunk into the ground, but would have landed on your forehead or throat. Lance shook his head. Masters of this place, I wish to speak with you. We hold no ill will. Lance spotted a number of boats floating on the river nearby, quickly sheathed his weapons, and slowly approached. Who are you? A man in a dark green robe, holding a staff, leaped out of the bushes. We are northerners from Rovanian, affiliated with the Kingdom of Raglan. We have important business to travel south to Gundor. Lance glanced at the human before him, and immediately recognized him as a druid of the human clan. Raglan Kingdom? What is that? Clearly, the druid had never heard of it. It's a newly formed human kingdom at the foot of Lonely Mountain. Lance managed to be brief. How about this? Come with me to meet our leader. But your army must remain here and wait for you. The druid was cautious. Well, thank you for the introduction. Lance patted his chest in gratitude. Bayan? Lance asked with some surprise. Wasn't the person before him the skin-changer druid who had appeared at the Battle of Five Armies? Because of the variables brought in by Roland and the others, Bayan and his men played a much smaller role than in history. Although Lance didn't witness the druids' devastating slaughter at the Battle of Five Armies, Ivy's photostone faithfully recorded their heroic figures. You know me? Bayan was surprised. He hadn't been out and about in ages, save for that one time at the Battle of Five Armies, at the wizard's invitation and for his own survival. I saw your heroic presence at the Battle of Five Armies. Your giant bear form was a meat grinder on the battlefield. Lance praised him without reservation. The simple-minded druid had never experienced such flattery before. Lance's words flattered Bjorn, leaving him feeling completely refreshed and comfortable. No way, no way. Bjorn waved his hand sheepishly. Lance's words had made him so overjoyed that he hadn't even realized how powerful he was. In fact, as one of the few beast druids in Middle-earth, wielding transformations like Druid's Bear, Druid's Eagle, and Druid's Wolf, druids are truly versatile warriors on the battlefield. Their natural magic can inflict massive damage at range, while their melee transformations grant them combat prowess comparable to that of Warcraft. Their abundant magical power grants them powerful magic shields, so when they take to the battlefield, even knights tremble in fear. By the way, what brings you here? Bjorn finally remembered his business. We need to travel south to Gundor, and we like to rent one of your ships. Lance turned and nodded at the boats floating on the river. I see. We can rent you the boats, but you have to pay a commission. Bjorn thought for a moment. Of course, that's the rent. Lance readily pulled a small bag of gold coins from his pocket and handed it to Bjorn. Wow! Bjorn shook it in one hand and nodded with satisfaction. You know, that bag of gold is enough to buy many necessities for him and his people. There are still many human villages here, at least unlike Roland and his people, who have money but nowhere to spend it. Let your soldiers come in and rest. While the conditions here aren't particularly good, it's safe enough. No creature from the dark camp would dare to cause trouble here, Bjorn said proudly, patting his chest. Lance's mouth twitched. Honestly, few would be so foolish as to target these druids. After all, they were a bunch of idiots capable of both ranged and close combat, with both tankiness and damage. There was no point in messing with them, right? Wow! How simple this place is. Jessava gazed in amazement at the idyllic druid settlement. The druid's habitat was filled with natural beauty, with few industrial products to be found. This was clearly inextricably linked to the druid's love of nature. These druids are so strange, Jessava said with a touch of disdain. Goblins probably have a longer history than humans, and they had dealings with druids long before, so they were well aware of these eccentric druids. Dwarf? Bjorn's face suddenly changed when he saw Jessava mingling with the group. Druids, who love nature, and dwarves, known for their destruction of nature, naturally clash. If they didn't have the orcs as their common enemy, they might have already started a fight. Oh! Damn! I was just afraid of this kind of misunderstanding. Jessava rolled his eyes, looking frustrated. He dismounted and lifted his hood. Hey! Are you venting your anger on me? Can't you see my noble green skin? Can't you see my pointy ears? I'm a goblin. Not one of those dwarves with their heads full of muscle. Jessava was furious. Clearly, goblins and dwarves weren't particularly hostile. Bjorn wiped his eyes and took a closer look at Jessava. Seeing that the creature before him was indeed not a dwarf, his face flushed. Is there anything to eat? I'm hungry. Suddenly, Jessava's stomach rumbled, and the initially furious Jessava froze for a moment. Then, calmly, he asked Bjorn. Some freshly baked shortbread. Want some? Bjorn gestured friendly. Of course, the druid's culinary skills are worthy of recognition. Jessava tugged at Lance and began to introduce him. Because the druids who inhabited the river valley had been experts in farming and herding for generations, their baking techniques had been refined through countless generations. They even created magical foods with special effects. If you were lucky enough to sample a druid's cuisine, it was worth a try. By the way, do you have any cheese jerky? Our ancestors once tried that dish, and it was said to be quite good, Jessava asked. He, too, wanted to try the food his ancestors had praised. Of course. Bjorn narrowed his eyes and smiled. For them, who loved nature and peace, it was obviously a happy thing to be recognized by other races. Chapter 125. Lord Lavian, I think you're worrying too much. The cross-Bohemian knight accompanying Ladian said helplessly. They had been running for almost a day, and hadn't seen a single tank rider, not even a few wild animals. Shut up. Don't you think this is strange? A patrol went missing, and no one came out to look for them. Are you crazy, or are they? Pay attention to your surroundings. I have a bad feeling. Ladian sighed helplessly. The accompanying knights were speechless, and could only silently follow Ladian. Oh no! The Grand Duke and the others are in danger. Ladian suddenly cried out, watching the birds flying in the sky. Go! Let's go back. The main force can't go any further east. The enemy might have air knights. Radian bitterly expressed his suspicions. It was one thing for no one to look for the patrolmen after they disappeared, which was a sign of the tankmen's slow reaction. However, the soldiers they had encountered earlier had clearly told them that this was their patrol route, and Radian hadn't encountered any enemy troops along the way. This could only mean that someone had alerted the patrolmen ahead of them, and circumvented them, hoping to trick the army further east into a trap. Damn it! The knights accompanying them were no fools. Well educated, they possessed the most basic skills for warfare, and Radian immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Gee! Two sturdy rune horses, their hooves whirring as they raced back along their original path, whipped by their whips. Whoosh! A sharp, shrill cry echoed from the sky, and a massive figure emerged from the clouds at the horizon. Fuck! An elegant herb with a bright green color and a fragrant aroma. Ladian looked up and let out a graceful cry. Holy crap! A two-headed dragon. The cross-Bohemian knight's face suddenly turned pale, as if a paint palette had been overturned. Run! Ladian's eyes flashed coldly, and with a flick of his arm, he suddenly drew a longbow to the full moon. Buzz! The bowstring vibrated, and a stream of light shot out. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing resounded through the air. The air knight riding the two-headed dragon used his sturdy lance to deflect Ladian's upward-firing arrow. No way! Run! Ladian said to the knight beside him with a twitch of his lips. He, a knight commander, couldn't do anything about that flying thing in the sky, so the knight beside him was even more helpless. Damn it! Two-headed dragon knight. What bad luck! The accompanying knight Holland spat. That thing flying in the sky was truly disgusting. Dragon? Does it even deserve that? Just a two-headed lizard of mixed blood. If it had a heavy crossbow, it wouldn't be so arrogant, Ladian said helplessly. Although he couldn't do anything to the air knight couldn't do anything to him either. The brief exchange had already allowed Ladian to figure out his opponent's strength. This air knight was either level 3 or level 2, and with a mixed-blooded dragon, he could barely hold his own. Ignore him. Our most important priority now is to get back to the Grand Duke and protect her. Seeing the knights beside him repeatedly turning back to fire back, Ladian intervened. They were knights, not professional archers or rangers, and they didn't have the specialized skills for mounted archery. Shooting the air knight now would not only waste energy but also arrows. How disgusting. The fellow cross-Bohemian knight, Huolin, lowered his head helplessly, his horse's speed increasing slightly. You have to know that although the two-headed dragon is a mixed-blooded sub-dragon, it still possesses the distinctive dragon breath ability. Even the knight commander, Ladian, would not want to touch its highly corrosive acid. Quick! 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 Be careful! Ladian suddenly roared. Huolin lowered his head, and a flash of cold light grazed his helmet and flew out. Lord Ladian! It's the chariot! Huolin's eyes narrowed. The cold light was clearly a sharp arrow fired by the archers on the chariot. Kill! For the glory of the knights! For the principality of Nyx! Ladian raised his star steel lance, a fiery fire-type battle energy instantly engulfing his body. Waves of battle energy twisted and entangled, extending for several meters along the straight lance. Fight! Huolin gritted his teeth. Like Ladian, he crouched down and thrust out his fine steel lance. Cyan battle energy swirled around him, the slender cyan spear edge stinging anyone's eyes. Ouch! Huolin grunted. A sharp fine steel arrow pierced the battle energy flame armor on his left arm, and then penetrated his plate armor, finally becoming lodged in his shoulder blade. God! Ladian saw Huolin struck by the long arrow from the corner of his eye. A puff of bloody mist erupted from his shoulder. Die! Huolin gripped the lance with his good right hand, and fiercely rammed the side of the speeding chariot. Bang! Accompanied by a dull explosion and the crisp sound of breaking wooden boards, the chariot's bed in front of Huolin had disappeared, and only the two horses pulling the chariot were still galloping wildly, dragging the shafts with undiminished momentum. Hualin had just completed a 1-on-3 feat with his lance. The 3 Dongi people driving the chariots and their chariots were smashed to pieces by the furious cross-Balhenia knights. Swish. Compared to Hualin's frenzied display, Ladian seemed far more graceful. With a flick of his lance, a charred corpse, scorched by the flames, tumbled from the chariot. Ah! Ladian swung his lance at an oncoming chariot, a sharp wail echoing through the air. Only the lower halves of 3 bodies remained standing in the chariot's bed as it sped past. Ah! Die! Hualin, unable to lift his entire left arm, frantically squandered his wind-attributed battle chi. Wind blades spun from his lance, dismembering the unfortunate soldiers, horses, and chariots one by one. Hualin! Go! Ladian roared, deflecting a falling arrow. Don't forget, there's an air knight watching them from the sky. Ugh! Hualin growled in pain, grudgingly slung his lance onto the saddle, then leaned forward on his horse and retreated from the battlefield. Swish! Swish! After casually drawing his long sword and slashing down a halberd-wielding Dongi charioteer, Ladian yanked on his horse's reins and quickly fled the scene. After all, cavalry was more mobile than charioteers. Sir, Hualin said weakly, slumped over his horse. The blood loss and the massive depletion of his fighting spirit had brought him to the brink of exhaustion. Can you still hold on? Ladian asked grimly. After all, he was a knight of his own order. Ladian couldn't bear to see him sacrificed. Sir, leave me alone. Run away, take His Highness the Archduke with you. Hualin muttered, his eyelids drooping. Damn it! Stop! Ladian rode up to Hualin's horse, stretched out his hand, and grabbed the horse. Seeing that the enemy hadn't caught up, Ladian immediately halted the horse. Hold on. You need a bandage. Or you bleed out. Ladian glanced at Hualin's wound, his face grim. The arrow might have ruptured his bones. But there was no time to worry about that now. He had to save his life first. Ah! Hualin screamed in agony as Ladian successfully broke the arrow shaft. Quickly removing Hualin's plate armor, Ladian's face suddenly changed. How vicious. Ladian observed Hualin's ripping wound and immediately understood that these Dongi people had used triangular, armor-piercing heavy arrows. Swish. Ladian casually drew the dagger from his waist and plunged it into Hualin's shoulder wound with lightning speed. With a flick of his wrist, a triangular heavy arrow with half the shaft slid out, accompanied by a spurt of blood. Ugh! Hualin's eyes rolled back in pain, and he fainted. You can't sleep yet. We're not safe yet. Radian quickly sprinkled medicine powder on Hualin's wound and bandaged it. He quickly fastened his plate armor, then hoisted him onto his horse. He unscrewed the canteen and poured cold water on his face. He then mounted his horse and quickly fled. Ahem! My lord, you're committing murder? Hualin grimaced, choking awake. His left arm was likely temporarily disabled without the priest's care. He glanced back at the sky behind him with a melancholic look. The enemy air knights had already caught up, slowly lingering behind them. Chapter 126. Hurry! We need to notify the Grand Duke. It's no longer safe here. We need to retreat. Ladian's expression was stern. Hiss! My lord, I suggest you first find a way to deal with that thing in the sky. With it around, our whereabouts are invisible to the enemy. The pursuers behind us are all attracted by it. Hualin said weakly, slumped over his horse. He's too far away. I can't reach him. Ladian's mouth twitched. This 2-headed dragon sky knight was truly disgusting. He could have fought them back and forth, but he refused to come down, hanging behind them like a fly. Alas! It's a pity we don't have a sky knight. Hualin sighed. Even if there were, we wouldn't be able to defeat it. That's a worm. Though its bloodline is a bit mixed, dragon blood still flows through its veins. What are you going to use against it? Unicorn? Griffin? Ladian glanced at the 2-headed dragon in the sky and suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. Indeed, the entire crusade lacked the means to counter the aerial knight. If it were Roland, it would be much easier to deal with. Caslo would show him the majesty of a dragon knight. After taking the dragon blood potion, Cardo has broken through the limitations of his bloodline and evolved into a giant dragon. Against a worm with mixed bloodlines, all he needs to do is unleash his dragon might, and he could bring it down from the sky. Lord Ladian. It looks like we have our men up ahead. Hualin narrowed his eyes. A group of light cavalrymen in dark purple leather armor appeared before their eyes. It's the Balhenia banner. Our cavalry. Ladian breathed a sigh of relief. Soldiers. I am Ravian, Knight Commander of the Cross Balhenia Knights. Now obey my orders. Retreat the same way you came. Radian quickly ordered, without time to explain. We will obey your orders. I hope you understand what you are doing. The leading cavalry captain was silent for a moment, then spoke. If you don't want to be completely consumed by the two-headed dragon's acid, you better retreat with us immediately. Holland straightened up, supporting his injured left arm with his right hand, and nodded in the direction of the two-headed dragon circling in the sky. Dragon God. Two-headed dragon sky knight. The cavalry captain's expression immediately changed. Let's go! Take me to the Grand Duke, Ladian said succinctly. Okay, Lord Knight. The cavalry captain also immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. The presence of the Sky Knight meant that they were under enemy surveillance from beginning to end. What's wrong, Ladian? Nyx elegantly crossed her legs and casually accepted the Dorwinian fine-ground coffee offered by the servant. Your Highness, we should retreat. Ladian's face was grim. Why? Nyx looked at his most trusted knight commander. Ladian's rank was one of the highest in the entire Principality of Nyx, and his influence within the military was considerable. We're probably under constant enemy surveillance. I led a knight on a reconnaissance mission, only to be pursued by a two-headed dragon knight. During our retreat, we were ambushed by the tankmen. So, I have reason to believe our situation is very dangerous. Ladian blurted out hastily. So, then what do you think we should do? Grand Duke Nyx was completely at a loss upon hearing this. After all, asking a little girl to be pretty and adorable was fine, but asking her to lead a large army was a bit much. My advice is to retreat immediately, Ladian said firmly. Why? Can't our crusaders defeat them? Nyx was puzzled. It's not a question of victory or defeat, but of our complete ignorance of the enemy. We can't even effectively counter their two-headed dragon knights. Ladian poured cold water on her. Is that so? Nyx sighed. So, there's no hope for us to restore our nation? Nyx's voice was already tinged with a hint of tears. Your Highness, we should now conserve our strength and plan for the long term. You must know that we are rootless now. We can't even properly maintain our weapons after a battle. Our knightly order is down to only 24 knights. We can't even muster a decent knightly order of 100. Ladian could only offer an explanation. Then order the soldiers to retreat, but where should we retreat to? Nyx asked, raising her head. We can only retreat westward. If the situation gets serious, we have to retreat all the way to the Shire. Ladian sighed. After all, there were only a few human settlements in the north, and they were unfamiliar with the area. They could only take things one step at a time. Your Highness! My lord! This is bad. Those chariot-driven Donnie are catching up. My lord, you better come and see for yourself. Huolin lifted the tent, his face grim. Assholes! They're following us so closely. Ladian cursed, then stood up and walked out quickly. You really think highly of us. Ladian gritted his teeth from the camp's watchtower. The scene he saw nearly broke his back teeth. Nearly 1,000 chariots lined up in a massive formation stretching for a kilometer. Halberds gleamed aloft from the three-man chariots, their gleaming icy light gleaming. The entire army numbered at least 3,000 men. We're in big trouble, Huolin said, his face icy, leaning on his crutch. Despite their numerical advantage, the infantry-based crusaders were no match for the thousands of chariots of the East barbarians. The immense power of the chariots could easily shatter their formation. What should we do? Nyx suddenly appeared behind Ladian, draped in a mink coat, and spoke in a panic. All troops, listen. Form a formation with your backs to the camp. Ladian commanded helplessly. While holding the camp could effectively minimize losses, the densely packed structure also limited the crusaders' ability to perform. The narrow aisles would block their formation and hinder the transmission of orders. If they were truly trapped in the camp, the entire crusaders would be left without a leader. Therefore, choosing the lesser of two evils, Ladian had to force the army to fight with their backs to the camp. Assemble. Prepare for battle. The time has come to serve His Highness. Crusaders, march. Fight for the Principality. Assemble. The enemy is coming. Nearly 5,000 crusaders, commanded by officers at all levels, quickly assembled. They put aside their duties, donned their armor, drew up their weapons, and poured out of the camp like a tide, forming a massive square formation with their backs to the camp. Linen robes emblazoned with blood-red crosses, lavender leather armor, zither-shaped ironclad broadwood shields, one-handed fine iron swords, 3-meter-long ashwood spears, and 1-meter-long single-edged skull-crushing axes. The light infantry, equipped with these modest equipment, comprised the primary branch of the Crusaders. The Crusaders? At this moment, the Crusaders formed neat lines, ready to face the continent's most formidable mobile force. The Dongi chariots. Waha! The Dongi people roared frantically, their cries emitting meaningless shouts. Their unholy howls brought immense pressure to the Crusaders. Hold steady. Prepare for the charge. The officer standing in the front row roared, as he watched the horses pulling the chariots slowly pick up speed. The formation must not be disrupted at this moment. If the orderly formation was lost, these lightly armored common soldiers would be prime targets for the chariots. Archers, ready. Ravian raised his lance. Besides the nearly 4,000 main crusaders, the entire crusade force also included a 1,000-man mixed force of archers and marksmen. They were the most valuable long-range strike force of the entire crusade. Release. Ravian thrust his lance downwards, unleashing a hail of arrows. The arrows laced with archery skills were even more deadly, striking the chariot army head-on. Some halberd-wielding soldiers on chariots were shot and tumbled painfully out of the chariots, only to be run over by the wheels behind them. Other chariot drivers were pierced by long arrows, and their chariots, losing control, slammed head-on into the chariots beside them, sending riders and horses careening off. Hold on! The officers roared at the top of their lungs. Bang! With the crash of the torrent of steel, the once intact phalanx suddenly shattered as if it had been gnawed, leaving the front row of soldiers lying flat on the ground like they had been harvested. The chariot axles sliced through the crusaders' shields, leather armor, and flesh. Steaming entrails lay scattered on the ground, and the wails of the wounded echoed through the air, countless wounded struggling in their last moments. The Dongi were suffering equally. Although they had inflicted horrific casualties on the crusaders phalanx ultimately succeeded in stopping them. Countless broken ash spears told the story of their fate. Countless Dongi soldiers, pierced by spears, and their chariot horses lay in all sorts of strange positions. There was no winner in this clash. Chapter 127. Kill! Ladian thrust his lance, knocking a chariot to the ground. The sharp lance directly lifted up 3 enemies on the chariot. Roar! Ladian roared, and with the force of his muscular right arm, he lifted the 3 struggling enemies directly into the air. Ladian's roar seemed to send a signal, sounding the clarion call for a counterattack for the remaining 22 Cross-Bohemia knights. One by one, the knights hidden in the phalanx raised their lances and charged. The whole scene was brutal yet incredibly realistic. In reality, even the most devoted general would not deploy his precious knights on the front line as cannon fodder for defense. Knights were a purely offensive force. Their destiny was to charge on horseback. Hiding knights among the infantry, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack, was Ladian's helpless yet incredibly effective method. We have too few knights. This was Ladian's helpless side to Grand Duke Nix afterward. Ultimately, the Grand Duke chose silence. After all, in that situation, ensuring the most effective combat effectiveness was the choice any normal person would make. No one could ask for better from a knight commander leading 22 knights in a charge against thousands of enemies. Horland's arm injury forced him to stay by the Grand Duke's side to protect her. Counterattack. The surviving Crusader officers roared frantically, brandishing their weapons with all their might, and hacking at the enemy until they fell or themselves perished. At that moment, the Crusaders of the Principality of Nix, suppressed by the Dongi charioteers, unleashed unparalleled fighting power. Fearlessly, each light infantryman launched a counterattack against the chariots, which had lost speed due to the pile of corpses. The members of the Cross-Bohemia Knights were the sharpest spearhead of this counterattack. Roar! Suddenly, 2 thick streams of acid descended from the sky, showering the Crusaders below. Instantly covered in acid, the Crusaders fell to the ground with screams. The areas touched by the acid were corroded so deeply that the bone was visible, and eventually, even the bones were broken and melted away. Six-headed Dragon Sky Knight. The Crusaders' offensive faltered instantly. A single Sky Knight riding a worm could change the outcome of a battle of this magnitude. The Crusaders' previously high morale instantly waned, their charge faltering as they frantically dodged the six-headed dragon's flight path. Damn! I forgot about that. Radiant's face paled, a feeling of powerlessness washing over him. Oh no! It's the enemy's six-headed Dragon Sky Knight. Your Highness, we need to contain it. Otherwise, our army will collapse. The injured Holland gazed solemnly at the six-headed dragon soaring freely through the sky. Roar! Suddenly, the 2-headed dragon roared to the heavens, then leaped towards Grand Duke Nix's position. Your Highness! Leave this place. Protect your Highness. Hualin drew his sword with his good right arm, a chill creeping across his face. He had neglected his duty, allowing the guards to crowd around the Grand Duke. The distant charioteers couldn't see this, but the Sky Knights in the sky could see it clearly, exposing the Grand Duke's position. Perhaps the Dongi people's culture and civilization were not highly developed, but the principle of capturing the leader first was universally true. The two-headed dragon Sky Knight immediately realized that the figure surrounded by guards on the battlefield must be someone important. Asshole! How dare he? Nyx's eyebrows immediately arched, a hint of anger crossing her delicate face. How could she, a Grand Duke, be so embarrassed? A mere Sky Knight dared to hunt her down. This infuriated Nyx to the core. In reality, she would never know that in the game's history, she wasn't just hunted down, but ultimately, she was pierced from the bottom up by a barbarian spear and her specimen was erected at the site where the Crusaders had been annihilated. Asshole! Nyx finally clenched her fists and made up her mind. A mere second-level mage was powerless to stop this two-headed dragon, which was at least a high-level magical beast. But as a Grand Duke, she carried the legacy of a principality. Even if it was just the weakest. Hear the wind's song. The sky resonates the melody of death. Weeping wind? Follow death. Nyx chanted, tearing apart an ancient green scroll in her hand. 5th tier wind-based single-target magic. Death Rattle Wind Song. Activate. Visible streams of cyan air swept out, swirling and entwining, at a seemingly slow, yet in fact swift, speed, they spread toward the two-headed dragon. The whistling sound of the wind along the way was as melodious as a musical melody, and the whistling wind actually gave everyone a sense of peace. But it was just an illusion. The two-headed dragon clearly sensed the terrifying power contained in the cyan airflow and automatically turned and fled before its knight could even give the order. Its speed was even faster than the pursuit. Will all this work? Nyx coldly regarded the fleeing figure. When 5th tier magic locks onto you, normal speed is useless. You can either evade the attack by leaping through space or defend yourself with various methods. Running is impossible, unless it is a monster that excels at speed and can escape the magic's tracking range. After all, single-target magic is all about locking onto you. As expected, a cyan air current quietly crept up the two-headed dragon's body. At this moment, the two-headed dragon, over 20 meters long, actually let out a shrill wail. Its two heads thrashed frantically, its dragon power surging wildly, attempting to resist the increasing cyan air currents. The knight on the dragon's saddle shattered and disintegrated the moment the cyan air currents passed through him. That wasn't air currents at all. It was wind elemental elements that had almost condensed into a solid substance. The fate of being swept away by the elemental torrent. This air knight had demonstrated for everyone. In reality, a worm is a dragon too. Its terrifying magic resistance is truly remarkable. Even a mixed-blood worm, like the Zelda, can withstand high-level magic. However, a worm is clearly not a giant dragon, and its magic resistance is still not as strong as that of a pure-blooded dragon. Even a Zelda, which can't even match the flying dragons, is already quite proud of itself after resisting a few single-target 5th-level spells. A terrifying torrent of wind elemental power silently engulfs the Zelda's body. The first to give way are its wings, which flutter with all their might. The terrifying elemental power explodes, and the frail flesh is easily shredded into pulp. Next comes the limbs. As its scales flutter, the Zelda wails as it plummets from the sky. Without its wings, it can no longer fly. Boom! A weight of over 10 tons plummets from the sky, instantly crushing the solid ground. Ouch! The two-headed dragon roared shrilly. Its limbs, already strangled by the wind element, revealing bare bones, yet it stubbornly held on. Puff! With a cracking sound, the scales on its belly finally lost their protective power. Wind element surged, sending viscera and flesh flying. In other words, this sub-dragon was doomed. Wow! What a tough life. Huolin witnessed the entire process. Even until the two-headed dragon's death, the scales on its back, neck, and head remained unripped by the wind element. This must have been the last vestige of its dragon bloodline's tenacity. Dragon bloodline greatly strengthened these parts, granting them terrifying resistance to magic. Humph! How dare you set your sights on me? See if you survive? Nyx shouted fiercely, waving her fist. Chapter 128. Your Highness, are you alright? Huolin, having reacted, hurried to Nyx's side, asking with concern. After all, some scrolls require very demanding conditions to use, and no one knows the price Nyx paid to unleash that magic scroll. While most scrolls release their stored magic simply by tearing them open, a few rare high-level magic scrolls require the caster to expend mental energy or even life force. I'm fine. Nyx shook her head. A mere 5th-level wind spell, Death Rattle Wind Song, wasn't considered rare. Nyx hadn't even expended a single point of mana to unleash it, But then the precious single high-level magic scroll shattered and vanished into the wind. "Protect His Highness the Grand Duke and leave," Huolin said sternly. This place was no longer safe. Staying here could lead to accidents at any time. No one knew if these Dongi people had other ranged attack methods. "Then be careful. And make sure you come back alive." Nyx clenched her fists nervously. After all, she was still a young girl, and her ability to calmly answer Huolin at this moment was already a satisfactory performance. "We will live up to our honor. Long live the Principality of Nyx." Holland pounded his chest, then turned and rode away. Nyx, staff clutched, rode atop a mid-level magical beast, Ice Gallop, and, protected by nearly 100 Lagrange royal guards, swiftly passed through the camp and exited from the rear. "Why are you back? Where's the Grand Duke?" Lavian froze upon seeing Holland's face, stunned. "You look so handsome, yet you actually lost your own home?" "I had the guards lead the Grand Duke away. It's too dangerous here. Even the aerial knights on worms have appeared. I wouldn't be surprised if something else pops up." Holland shrugged helplessly. "Then you should retreat with His Highness. Protecting His Highness is far more important than winning or losing this battle." Ravian practically grabbed Huolin by the collar and yelled. "There's no point for a wounded soldier like me to follow His Highness. I'd rather stay with the others and contribute my remaining energy." Huolin sighed. Honestly, he wasn't very effective alongside the Grand Duke. Knights are always social creatures, and the deterrent power of a single knight is far less formidable than everyone imagines. Of course, if you're a level 6 hero, that's a different story. Ravian was speechless. What he didn't say was that he wanted to preserve the last spark of the Cross Balhenia Knights. If this battle, at least someone could carry on the story and spirit of the Cross Balhenia Knights. "Master Knight, give the order. It's time to attack. We are knights. We were born to be either charging or on the way to charging." Huolin forced a sly smile. Every true knight is a madman. The very nature of the knights meant they rarely had a chance to face an enemy of equal strength. For a standard knightly order of 100 to charge into a 1,000-man army was standard practice, and so was the Holy Glory Knights, crushing 10,000. Therefore, knights endured pressures unbearable for ordinary people. "As you wish." Knights assemble. Ravian's heart suddenly ignited with immense ambition, a flame of faith burning within each knight. "We are the last knights of the duchy. We fear nothing. If hell lies ahead, let us embrace the abyss with all our might. Face death head-on. Knights of the Cross Balhenia, charge." Knight Commander Ravian thrust his lance forward, radiating a blazing fire of battle energy as he activated all his status abilities. "Glory is my life." Huolin raised his lance with his good right hand, and a cyan wind-type war flame spread across his body. "For the Principality of Nyx. For the Lagran Empire." A Cross Balhenia knight roared tragically. "Lagran Empire, you finally remembered me. Is my overlord so unknown among the seated principalities? Perhaps you may look down on the infantry of the Principality of Nyx. Their equipment is poor and their training is minimal. Their only commendable qualities are their courage and loyalty. But that doesn't mean the Cross Balhenia Knights of the Principality of Nyx are equally inferior. Don't forget that Nyx is a principality under the Lagran Empire. They follow the systematic training of the Lagran Knights, and every knight is considered a true Lagran Knight. In both combat effectiveness and loyalty, they are top tier. Their existence is the cornerstone of the Empire. Kill! The few remaining cavalrymen of the Crusade charged, following the knights led by Radian. This mobile force of less than 100 men now became the greatest variable on the battlefield. Puff! Puff! The fine steel Lagran lances easily pierced the iron, leather, and cloth armor of the enemy chariots. The knights only needed to summon their fighting spirit and hold their lances level to easily cut down the enemy. One Dongi soldier after another was picked up by the knights. Now, whether ordinary soldiers or professionals, facing these desperate knights, they were like paper, pierced with a single thrust. Crack! The sharp sound of wooden poles snapping echoed. Facing the enemy formation, which had been combed through like a comb, the remaining Dongi soldiers met the lances of the light cavalry, although the light cavalry's impact was far less formidable than that of the heavily armored knights. Facing the East barbarians desperately entangled by the Crusaders, each of them now presented a tempting, motionless target. The sharp wooden lances easily pierced their armor and bodies. The ordinary light cavalrymen were undoubtedly overwhelmed by this powerful impact. Fortunately, these wooden lances had been designed with this in mind. When the impact reached a certain level, they would automatically break, preventing these brave cavalrymen from being thrown from their horses. Swish! The light cavalry, having lost their lances, drew their long swords. With the speed and immense inertia of their horses, they could often simply swing their swords sideways to easily decapitate their enemies. For a moment, the light cavalry's killing efficiency was significantly increased. Wow! The East barbarians, terrified by this terrifying mixed force of knights and cavalry, threw down their weapons, uttering meaningless cries. In an instant, the entire army was in disarray. Retreat! Radian's eyes lit up, and he quickly abandoned the pursuit. Organize rescue of the wounded. Finish off the enemy. We're leaving this damn place. Radian shouted. He didn't want to stay in this hellish battlefield any longer. If the fighting continued, all the Crusaders would be lying on the ground. At a glance, Radian estimated that there were less than 500 Crusaders still fighting. Only they knew the devastation of the previous clash, but they definitely couldn't withstand the next onslaught. Retreat! The crowd shouted clamorously, and the call for retreat brought a sigh of relief to the surviving soldiers. Although they had been prepared for sacrifice, escaping alive was still a blessing. Chapter 129. How's it going? Ladian asked Wallin grimly. Honestly, the Crusaders are completely destroyed. The archers and bowmen have also suffered heavy casualties, but the most crucial thing is, the Crusaders, there are less than 1,000 left. Wallin was distressed. Only after counting the casualties did he understand the horrific price the soldiers of the Principality of Nyx had paid to stop those damn chariots. Of the 3,000 Crusaders, less than 1,000 were still standing, and the enemy's bodies remained at the front, barely 1,000 or so. And most fatally, this was only the first wave of enemies. It was still unknown whether there would be more to pursue them. Take care of the wounded, burn the bodies of our soldiers, and then retreat quickly. Ladian gave this order with great difficulty. After all, they no longer had the means to give their fallen comrades a proper burial. To protect their bodies from being desecrated by the enemy, Ladian reluctantly ordered their remains to be burned. All right, I understand. After a pause, Holland gritted his teeth, then turned to relay the order. Sir, the results are worse than we imagined. A knight galloped over and said to Ladian, Tell me, I can still hold on. Ladian forced himself to cheer up. The remaining Crusaders' organization has collapsed. Almost all the officers have perished in battle, even Commander Roquefort, a level 3 berserker. The highest ranking officer available is a trainee. This is truly the best news I heard today. Ladian said self-deprecatingly, his eyes grim with an unprecedented solemnity. Although the Crusaders were mostly ordinary, each 10-man squad was led by a professional officer. 300 warriors or trainees, led by a third-level berserker commander, formed the backbone of the army. Facing the enemy, the Crusader officers naturally stood in front of the ordinary soldiers. As a result, the Crusader officer column was already annihilated in name only during the first round of clashes. The terrifying impact of that moment killed nearly 90% of the professional officers. As a result, by the end of the battle, only a handful of Crusader officers remained alive. It's tragic. This misguided war must end. We chose the wrong war at the wrong time and place. Radian sighed. We failed in this crusade. The knight sighed, his expression deeply forlorn. Failure? Ha ha. Now I only hope the surviving duchy soldiers can escape unscathed. Winning or losing is no longer a concern for me. Radian's lips curled into a wry smile. Lord Ladian. The fires are lit, and everything that can be quickly moved from the camp has been packed. Holland turned back. Ironically, the chariots left behind by the charioteers became a crucial tool for the Nyx Crusade's wounded and supplies. Leave this place where we have shed so much blood and tears. Ladian gazed at the blazing flames in the distance, the remains of the incinerated soldiers of the Nyx Principality. Retreat! Holland growled to the few remaining officers gathered around him. In an instant, the shrunken column clambered away. Though groaning and cursing continued along the way, their pace and discipline remained unshaken. Wow! That's a big ship, Jessava said with exaggerated eloquence. At that moment, at the Karl Rock ferry, Lance and his companions were waving goodbye to the druid leader, Bjorn, and were boarding the ship in an orderly fashion, their horses leading them. Lance rubbed his brow. Having seen galleons before, these double-decker wooden vessels were unimpressed. For him, any ship that could carry his army downstream was a good ship. Stop sighing. Follow me. Lance picked up Jessava, who was standing on the shore, ready to start a poetic recitation. Hey! That's very rude. Jessava glared angrily. Okay, Your Highness, I apologize, but we're really pressed for time right now. If possible, I'd like to be back before summer. I don't have much time to waste on this journey. Lance knew of Roland's Moria expedition plan. As one of the most important figures in the kingdom of Lagran, Lance didn't want to miss the opportunity to fight alongside his lord. Well, if that's the case, time isn't really an option. Jasaba's expression softened. After all, he needed to beg for help, so he had to be humble. Thank you again, Sir Bjorn. Thank you for your help. Lance thanked him heartily. If it weren't for the druid branch still entrenched at the Car Rock Ferry, Lance would be worried about crossing the river. You're welcome. You paid after all? Bjorn jokingly tossed the purse at his waist. Ha ha ha. Then we say goodbye. See you in the summer. Lance waved. Oh! And by the way, you have to take these potions. Bjorn suddenly rushed over, pulling out several small bottles of blue liquid from his waist bag. What's this? Lance looked at the crudely packaged magic potions, and felt a sudden sense of familiarity. Haha, this is an exorcism potion I concocted myself. It barely makes the grade as a high-level potion, and should be no problem expelling ordinary mid-level monsters. Bjorn grinned broadly and innocently. Huh? Lance's eyes widened. This druid was no ordinary one. Apothecary as a secondary class. If there was a legitimate apothecary in River Rapids, Lance would have laughed his ass off. Although Yunfeng was a sage, there was still a gap between alchemists and apothecaries. An alchemist, with as many skills, certainly couldn't achieve the purity of an apothecary and the special bonuses of his class. So, under the same circumstances, an apothecary's potions were far more effective than those of an alchemist, a semi-combat class. Thank you for your generous gift. May the dragon god bless you. Lance gave Bjorn a delightful, aristocratic courtesy. He knew full well that the bag of gold coins he used to rent the boat was probably not even a fraction of the value of these potions. Don't thank me. I made these myself when I had nothing better to do. Don't expect them to be so expensive. Although you're traveling by water, it's not completely safe. These exorcism potions will help you avoid most aquatic monsters. Bjorn said sincerely. Thank you very much. Lance nodded emphatically. After all, even in that shabby place called the Rapid River, a water watcher could emerge. He wouldn't be surprised if anything happened in a river this wide and long. All right, boys. Are you ready? Let's go! Lance waved his hand, and the boatman he hired immediately maneuvered the sails, and soon the boats were slowly underway. Stay alert. Be sure to watch out for aquatic monsters, Lance urged. Don't worry, my lord, the Lordaeron Rangers said in unison. After all, as rangers, their exceptional eyesight made them perfect observers. Let's go! The crowd said cheerfully, leaning over the side of the boat. Chapter 130. How's it going, Lavian? Nyx asked with some difficulty, looking at the visibly thinning army behind Lavian. I'm sorry, your highness. We lost miserably. Lavian gazed calmly into Nyx's eyes. Tell me, I can still hold on. Nyx took a deep breath and spoke as calmly as possible. The Crusaders have been crippled. Almost all the professional officers were killed, and Commander Roquefort was also killed. The archers and marksmen also suffered varying degrees of casualties. About 200 of them were left there forever. Lavian paused before continuing. Has the battle deteriorated so badly? Can you tell me about the enemy's losses? Nyx's grip on the reins paled. I'm sorry, your highness, but our enemy has probably lost over 1,000 men. Our greatest achievement in this battle may be the aerial knight and his two-headed dragon you killed. Lavian's expression was gloomy. Alas, let our people leave this sad land. Perhaps we will never restore our nation in this lifetime, but my descendants will surely remember this glorious mission. Nyx glanced eastward, then resolutely turned and rode away. No one saw the tears welling up in her eyes the moment she turned. Knights, organize the soldiers. We get them out of this damn place. Lavian watched Archduke Nyx's departure, a flicker of pity in his eyes. As you command? We still have 1,047 Crusaders still breathing, but fewer than 900 are combat ready. We still have over 600 archers, and over 200 trainee archers and marksmen combined. We still have 24 knights. 65 light cavalry. The rest are the Archduke's 100 Lagran Royal Guards, level 3. These are all we have capable of fighting. Oh! By the way, we also have a fire mage and 3 priests. Holland caught up with Lavian and reported in a low voice. Assholes! Ravian slapped his saddle and shouted furiously. Who could withstand this hellish start? Sacrificing 60% of the soldiers right off the bat is a good idea? Forget Ravian, a level 4 knight. Even a level 6 hero would have been forced to flee with his troops. Sir, we spotted those barbarian pursuers 15 miles behind us. The arrival of a cross-Bohemia knight interrupted Radian's train of thought. What? How many? Radian's pupils shrank. These Dongy people were incredibly quick to react. In just a few hours, they regrouped and even sent out pursuers. I don't know. The smoke and dust were so thick that the cavalry didn't dare to approach for reconnaissance. The knight, who came to report, shrugged. If those lightly armored cavalry had actually approached the chariots, the archers and marksmen on board wouldn't have shied away from demonstrating their marksmanship. Indeed, if the light cavalry's reconnaissance wasn't thorough enough, the enemy still had many ways to threaten them. Radian rubbed his chin. So select 8 knights, divide them into 4 teams, and send them out to scout. With a wave of his hand, Radian made this extravagant decision. After all, few factions could afford knights to perform scouting duties. Yes, sir. You are truly extravagant, sir, Huolin exclaimed. There's no other way. We can't just send the light cavalry up there and use them as moving targets, right? We don't have rangers. While light cavalry has plenty of speed, they lack defense. Our options are limited, so using knights for scouting is the best option. Radian rubbed his brow wearily, saying, a good cook cannot cook without rice. I hope the pursuers aren't a number that will despair us. Radian's eyes glittered with hope. I hope so. If nothing can be done, we can only choose to serve our country. Huolin sighed. But we must first ensure His Highness's safety. Ladian nodded at Grand Duke Nix, who was walking in the front. I arranged for His Highness to leave first. If he follows the main force, the speed of the Raglan Royal Guard will be slowed down. Huolin glanced at Grand Duke Nix, who was surrounded by the crowd. Indeed, the ordinary soldiers are seriously slowing down the Raglan Royal Guard. After all, they are the Raglan Empire's finest warriors, the Principality's last glory. Ladian nodded, agreeing to Huolin's arrangement. The Raglan Royal Guards are arguably the most elite troops the entire Raglan Empire and its principalities can muster. As one of the few fully fledged third-tier troops in Middle-earth, their strength is exceptionally formidable. Their class isn't the standard third-tier Berserker class, but rather the special third-tier Royal Guards. Their very name suggests their specialty. Guards. Each Raglan Royal Guard has the power to withstand a single attack from a top-tier 6th-tier titled class. Their third-tier skill, Guards, grants them the formidable ability to withstand any attack, a core skill of the Guards. During the game's fall of Raglan City, it was these magnificent Royal Guards who stepped forward, taking turns to withstand the enemy's various advanced abilities, solidifying the city's defenses, and awaiting the arrival of the Northern Governor Raynor's army. While their offensive capabilities are relatively weak, their defensive capabilities are unmatched by those of shield warriors and knights of the same level, excluding the special knight classes. Paladins, Black Knights, and Dragon Knights all possess invincibility abilities. Your Highness, the enemy is approaching. We need you to leave first. You are the Principality's last hope. Huorin lightly kicked his warhorse and approached Grand Duke Nix, clasping his chest in a salute. What about you? What about the remaining soldiers? Nix's eyes flashed with panic. We will buy you enough time to leave. After all, as long as you are alive, the Principality of Nix has not perished, and the bloodline of the Raglan nobles remains on this continent. You may be the last of the Raglan royal family, Huorin declared firmly, his voice soft but filled with determination. Most of the principalities surrounding the Raglan Empire were created by the imperial family, and Nix also carries the blood of the imperial family. Truly speaking, Nix is now the legitimate king of Raglan. Send Lavian to see me. We must have another solution. I still have many magic scrolls. Perhaps we can hide them, Nix said hurriedly. This is what we all want. Lord Radian agrees. You are above all else. Holland nodded gently, rejecting Nix's request. Royal Guards of Ragran. You have walked across mountains and rivers. You have defended the Empire, and upheld the honor of the Principality. You are the last pillar of the Nix Principality. Now, I ask you to take His Highness the Grand Duke and leave here for refuge in the west. Keep going west. Don't look back until you reach Rivendell. Can you do it? Though only a second-rank knight, Holland stood undaunted before a group of third-rank guards. He calmly gazed at these soldiers, known as Ragran's last line of defense. Of course, Your Excellency. Fight with confidence. We will bring His Highness safely out of here, but we need time. The leading royal guard stepped forward. Of course you need time, and we'll give it to you. The Crusaders will hold off the pursuers and fight to the last man. Until you are safe. Holland pounded his chest. If we're safe, we crush the Echo Crystal to notify you. We hope we meet again. A royal guard pulled out a pair of crystals the size of pigeon eggs and handed one to Holland. You Nyx choked back tears. She wanted to say she still had plenty of magic scrolls, and could take everyone away with her. Your Highness, you need to survive and protect yourself. Leave those cards behind. Don't waste them here. I wish you peace. Holland bowed decisively and turned away, leaving Nyx, her face stained with tears, behind. Take care. Nyx whispered tearfully. Chapter 131. Regrets? Radian leaned against a rock, gazing at the knights before him. Logically, they were the ones least needed to be wasted covering the rear. Ha ha ha, killing so many barbarians is enough. What's there to regret? We show them the glory of our Principality of Nyx. Let them experience the greatness of Knight Logrand. Cut a few more of them later, and see if they can withstand my charging lance. The knights laughed heartily. Though they looked relaxed, their words tinged with sadness. But for the last bloodline of the Principality, they were willing to stay, forging a moving wall with their flesh and blood to resist the enemies who dared to cross the line. Gather the soldiers, I have a few more words. Radian grinned wryly. Yes, sir. Clap. Radian clapped his hands, and the previously noisy troops quickly quieted down. This demonstrated the strong obedience of the Nyx Principality's army. Brothers, the enemy is upon us. Our 2 legs can't outrun their 2 wheels. We are powerless, after all, manpower is limited. But the Grand Duke cannot afford any accidents, so I ordered the royal guards to take him away. But his safe escape will take time. So we give him time. I, Lavian, will lead the remaining knights of the Cross Bohemia Knights and stay here with you to secure a chance for our beloved Grand Duke to escape safely. Are you willing? Lavian roared at the top of his lungs. Fight for the Grand Duke. Fight for the Duchy. Fight for Lagran. Kill! 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 The remnants of the army let out a heart-wrenching roar. They had disregarded life and death, their only concern being the safety of the enemy and the Grand Duke. At this moment, they were filled with grief and anger. If Roland were here, he would definitely describe this army with one word. A pitiful army. These remnants, having died for their sovereign, no longer knew what fear was. They had already witnessed hell on earth in earlier battles, and now they were more like warriors returned from hell, a spirit of fighting bravely emanating from them. Thank you, my brothers. My warriors. Regardless of whether we survive this battle or not, regardless of our success or failure, regardless of whether we can withstand the enemy, you have fulfilled your duty and obligation. You are all heroes of Lagran. Lavian said, then he knelt on one knee with a loud thud, pounding his chest in a salute to the soldiers before him. For our glory, Lavian whispered softly. Whoa. Nyx, who had been sobbing softly the entire way, had wept until her eyes were red. Her tears had dried up, long since dried up. Your Highness, have some water. The lone mage beside her used his fire magic to heat water directly through the silver bottle, respectfully handing Nyx the luxurious bottle of warm water. Asking a mage to use magic to heat water was indeed a luxury, especially during the escape, when every drop of magic power was precious. Thank you. Nyx gently extended her delicate hand, not refusing her subordinate's kindness. After all, she had been crying for a long time and urgently needed some water. As the warm water slid into her abdomen, Nyx sighed softly, her fatigue from the long march seemingly eased somewhat. Speed up. We can't stop. The priest in the center of the group gritted his teeth and released a sprint aura, stabilizing the group's pace once again. After all, only Nyx and 4 spellcasters were on horseback. The royal guards on foot were a heavily armored class, and only with the aid of a series of auras and status-enhancing abilities could they keep up with the trotting warhorses. Form a formation. We have no plan or strategy, our only goal is to hold them off. As long as we can. Lavian sighed, as he looked at the Donny charioteers gathering before him. The situation is better than expected. At least they haven't received any reinforcements yet. The bad news is, neither do we. Huolin chuckled self-deprecatingly at the charioteers, who had been shattered by their counterattack not long ago. The enemy still has at least 2,000 men. We can't let our guard down. After all, the Crusaders are almost gone, and our front line has a large gap. If they're breached. Radian calmed down and observed carefully. He didn't say the rest of the sentence, but everyone knew that a team of archers attacked by a melee force would face a massacre. After all, archers aren't rangers, and their melee skills are relatively poor. Forget the Bedanian archers, they're one of the few exceptions among archers. We need to fight tenaciously. Even if our formation is breached, we must keep them. Radian commanded. Hold on. Radian shouted, and the 2,000 men huddled together tightly. In the distance, Galloping chariots rushed frantically towards the defending crusaders. 3 days later. Your Highness, it's been 3 days, and aside from a few wandering orcs, we haven't encountered any pursuers. They succeeded. Even then, they didn't wait for the remnants of the remnant army to return. I know. They are the backbone of the principality, the bravest of Raglan heroes. Thinking of the duchy soldiers, who resolutely turned to meet the enemy, Nyx burst into tears. Raise the flags. We're almost to the Lonely Mountain. It's said that humans still live in Long Lake Town at the foot of the mountain. We can go and see. I hope they're Raglan people. Nyx, fighting back tears, ordered her soldiers to raise the flags. Soon, a brilliant Raglan dragon flag and a redbud cross flag were carried by the royal guards. The 2 new banners fluttered in the wind, seemingly mocking the destitute remnants beneath them. Damn! A series of sharp arrows suddenly lodged themselves a meter below the crowd's feet. Form a formation. Protect His Highness. The Raglan royal guards reacted with incredible speed. One after another, alloy tower shields, each 1.5 meters long and 1 meter wide, were erected. Grand Duke Nyx was immediately helped off his horse, followed by the spellcasters. In less than a second, a standard 3-layer circular formation appeared on the ground. This was the Raglan Royal Guard, a fully equipped defensive force. Their defensive awareness and prowess made them one of the most fortified armies in Middle-earth. Detection Array. The 3 priests unleashed their combined abilities, sending faint streams of magic seeping into the ground and spreading far into the distance. This was the priest's most commonly used detection skill, effectively detecting within a 1-kilometer radius. Within a 100-meter radius, it could even illuminate even invisible units of the same tier. The effective range of this detection array, cast by the 3 priests, was 5 kilometers. Centaurs. The priests' faces fell. It was truly a double whammy, a hapless situation. Even drinking cold water was a chokehold. The strained relationship between centaurs and humans, not to mention the fact that they had seemingly invaded their territory. A fierce battle was inevitable. Your Highness, if we're ever at a disadvantage, immediately use the teleportation scroll and take as many people as you can. The captain of the Royal Guard said solemnly to Nyx. Men, we may be in for a tough fight. The centaurs are far more formidable than those barbarians. May our mithril alloy plate armor hold up against their arrows and spears. The captain took a deep breath. After all, dealing with centaurs was like confronting an entire knight's order. Even though this Royal Guard consisted of a Tier 3 average level, their chances of winning against centaurs were pitifully low. Remember, while their guards' abilities were powerful, their 24-hour cooldown meant they could easily abandon resistance. Don't be discouraged. We still have Middle-earth's most powerful javelins. The captain of the guards encouraged. Yes, while this heavily armored guard lacked ranged attack capabilities, they still possessed the most terrifying javelins in the land. These meter-long, star-silver steel armor-piercing javelins, enhanced by their passive skill, throwing mastery, and combined with their active skill, wind-chasing hand, could deliver deadly firepower within 100 meters. In a one-on-one fight, even a heavily armored knight wouldn't be able to withstand such a lethal blow, let alone a centaur, whose physiques were far more fragile than a knight's. Da-da-da. The crisp sound of horse hooves echoed, and the entire team tensed. It seemed to them that the centaurs were about to charge. The royal guards, clad in mithril alloy plate armor, wielding adamantium alloy tower shields, and bearing 3-meter-long conical armor-piercing spears, or wielding star-silver steel javelins, all stood at attention. However, the centaur army of nearly 50 men halted about 500 meters from them. Bullshit! They're heavily armored centaur? Where did they get their smelting technology? Upon seeing the centaur army before them, the entire royal guard circle erupted in disbelief. Stop! The leading centaur, carrying a massive bow, slowly stepped forward. This was the centaur Lord Balder. Who are you? Why are you waving the Ragran dragon banner? Balder narrowed his eyes, and quietly put his hand on the bowstring. Although he had no arrows at the moment, they could learn the archer's skill of multiple arrows. Balder himself had no recollection of any Ragran troops advancing eastward from this place, so this small force flying the Ragran dragon banner was extremely suspicious. Although he was a centaur, since he had sworn allegiance to King Roland, he had to fulfill the obligations of a vassal. Huh? These centaurs actually recognized the Ragran dragon banner? The captain of the royal guard was stunned. What? Nyx's eyes widened. They had been summoned by the system, and instilled with memories of the demise of the Ragran Empire. Now, someone could actually recognize this banner. Did that mean? Who are you? How do you recognize this banner? The captain of the guards demanded. With his excellent eyesight, Balder carefully observed the soldiers arrayed in front of him, and then looked at the two large flags flying above them. He recognized the dragon flag, but had no idea about the other one. I am the Lord of Tupit Forest, a baron appointed by King Ragran himself. Stranger, please explain your purpose. If I discover you are attempting to impersonate the royal army, you will face war, Balder declared solemnly, his men trotting around Nyx and the others. The Ragran Empire still exists? But now it's a kingdom? Nyx ignored Balder's other words. Her mind was preoccupied with the thought that Ragran still stood tall in Middle-earth. We are the army of the Principality of Nyx, appointed by Emperor Ragran himself. Our forces were defeated in the war to reclaim our territory, and we have fled here, hoping to receive the king's protection. The captain of the guard spoke quickly. The Principality of Nyx? Balder was puzzled, he had never heard the name. We request an introduction to the current king. Our Grand Duke is also here. Seeing Balder's silence, the captain of the guards could only grimly reveal his final trump card, hoping the lord before him would consider the Grand Duke's title and allow him and his men to meet the current king. Balder's pupils shrank. He knew the weight of a Grand Duke, he was already the ruler of a nation. After all, who could say a duchy wasn't a nation? Come! Quickly go to River Rapids and report this to His Highness. Balder realized he was no longer able to handle the situation. When the title of Grand Duke was mentioned, even if it was fake, he had to be cautious. What if it was actually a Grand Duke? Balder, a mere baron, couldn't take the gamble. I sent someone to inform His Highness, but for safety's sake, you must remain here and not advance. The rest depends on the king's decision. I will provide you with tents and food, and I guarantee your safety, Balder said solemnly. He wouldn't dare allow a strange army to enter the kingdom's territory without the king's permission. As for food and safety guarantees, those were the courtesies a noble should be entitled to. Thank you very much. The captain of the guards breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed this battle was unnecessary. If the current king of Raglan were any normal person, he would surely be familiar with the name of the Principality of Nyx. After all, the title of the weakest principality in the empire, after so many years, was indeed quite famous. Your Highness, have something to eat. As Balder and the others retreated, everyone hurriedly called in Grand Duke Nyx. The days of living outdoors had left him somewhat thinner. Soon, several pots of dried meat stew were placed on the fire pit. Everyone stared at the enticingly fragrant broth before them, even the noble Grand Duke showing a look of longing. Chapter 132. Your Highness, Baron Balder of Tupit Forest has sent a report, saying a force under the banner of the Lagrang Dragon is coming from the east. They number around 100, are well equipped, and appear to be highly skilled professionals. Renaud suddenly entered the tent. What? Roland, who had been playing with the smuff in his hand, suddenly had a questioning look on his face. He searched his memory carefully. Perhaps, he hadn't set any troops east of Tupit Forest. No way. Roland's eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed he had recently signed in for a plot event. The Crusades? Could it be the remnants of the Crusade that have fled here? Roland boldly speculated, and his guess turned out to be the truth. Get your horses ready. I go take a look. Roland finally decided to go and see for himself. However, he had already determined the identity of these remnants. They were likely the Principality of Nyx's Eastern Expeditionary Force. But I wonder what's become of Grand Duke Nyx. What a shame if he was killed, just like in history. Roland shook his head slightly. After all, Grand Duke Nyx was indeed beautiful, a true otaku goddess. My lord, what are you thinking about? About that army from the east? Asked the ace lackey Caslow. Yes, indeed, but I can roughly guess the identity of this force. They should be soldiers from the Principality of Nyx. Roland said casually. Ah? The easternmost principality of the empire? Caslow exclaimed in surprise. That was a bit outrageous. The Lagran Empire had collapsed, so how did the tiny Principality of Nyx survive? Caslow expressed his confusion. Hee. Roland smiled mysteriously. Accompanied by the resounding clatter of horse hooves, Roland, Caslow, and the El Nino Rangers set out on the road eastward. What's going on? Roland's eyes revealed fatigue. He casually patted his armor, and dust immediately fell from his body. Roland and his companions had ridden at top speed all this way, without a single good rest. Your Highness, please rest for a while. Balder soothed, looking into Roland's bloodshot eyes. No problem. Where's the army flying the Lagran banner? I want to see them. Roland waved Balder off. He just wanted to see the true strength of this group that had defected to him. Remember, there had once been a knightly order within this crusade? Roland figured the army that had broken through must be the Knights of the Cross and Bohemia. After all, the others weren't as strong. As for why they weren't riding horses, it might be because the fierce fighting had reduced them from cavalry to infantry. Okay, Your Highness. They're stationed not far ahead. Balder had no choice but to lead Roland and his group to where Nyx and the others were stationed. A well-organized camp. Small, but fully functional. Caslow surveyed the camp. Seeing the log walls and the arrow towers at the four corners, he immediately felt a stronger sense of identity with this group. It should be one of us. This method of tying the wooden wall is unique to us Lagran. With the eyesight of a dragon knight, Caslow noticed the appearance and position of the ropes fixed on the wooden wall and nodded slightly. After all, each race and force has different methods of setting up camp. The group slowly stopped 200 meters from the camp. The reason for choosing this distance was precisely to guard against heavy javelins and armor-piercing darts, which posed the greatest threat to the knights. In reality, archers of the same level had little deterrent effect on the knights. They could hardly inflict a fatal blow. Conversely, their fellow warriors and melee classes equipped with javelins and darts posed a deadly threat to a single knight. Roland glanced at Caslow, and Caslow immediately understood. He spurred his horse forward 2 steps, and spoke with full energy. Troops ahead. Prove that you belong to Lagran. The king has arrived. If you dare deceive his highness, believe me, you will regret it. Sir Knight, please prove your identity. We need to be sure you're not deceiving us. The captain of the guard said cautiously. What a hassle. Caslow spat softly. He admired the soldiers' caution. If they had actually opened the gate and bowed after he had spoken, then he would have doubted their identities. Caslow casually drew the dragon flute hanging from his neck. Amidst the melodious sound, a massive dragon, over 20 meters long, covered in green scales, with wings and 4 claws, appeared before their eyes. Though still a bit smaller than a real dragon, its imposing presence and ferocious horns betrayed its authenticity. In other words, the somewhat ruffian-looking knight before them was a true dragon rider. Dragon rider. The captain of the guard's pupils shrank sharply. Even if he didn't believe the man they faced was from the kingdom of Lagran, he could only resign himself to his fate. After all, a dragon rider could easily single-handedly clear the crusade as a dungeon. Your Highness, perhaps you should take a look. The dragon knight has appeared. The captain of the guards leaped down the wooden wall and entered the tent, addressing Nyx respectfully. Dragon knight? That's the Empire's pinnacle of combat power. Nyx narrowed her eyes in a smile, revealing her strong sense of belonging to the Lagran Empire. Grand Duke Nyx requests an audience with His Majesty. Nyx gracefully emerged from the camp, gently lifting the hem of her skirt and curtsying. More importantly, she addressed Roland as Your Majesty. This was a title reserved for the Lagran Emperor, indicating that in Nyx's heart, Lagran was still the Empire. Grand Duke, please rise. I am unworthy of the title of His Majesty. The Empire is in ruins, our territory is pitifully small, and it's difficult to maintain even a kingdom, let alone an empire. Roland dismounted and stepped forward, a hint of bitterness lingering in his words. Is there still a force in this land capable of defeating the Dragon Knights? Nyx asked curiously, her face flushed. After all, in her mind, the Empire's Dragon Knights were invincible. It's not the enemy, it's our small population that's limiting our development. Roland sighed. After all, only a handful of refugees joined the fray each day, and the population base couldn't grow. Roland felt helpless. Nyx nodded obediently. She suddenly thought of the shattered principality, and the wandering army. Perhaps the principality could be recaptured, but that loyal crusaders. Thinking about it, Nyx's tears welled up. Wipe it! Roland handed her a handkerchief in a gentlemanly tone. Thank you. Nyx accepted the handkerchief, then raised her head and smiled at Roland. Roland froze in place, as if struck by lightning. Oh no! This was a heart-pounding feeling. This was too beautiful. Her delicate features were already stunning even without makeup, and the faint traces of tears on her face made her even more pitiful. Oh no! Your Excellency has been bewitched. Caslow slapped himself in the face. How shameful. He was the king of a country after all. How could he stare at a woman so intently, especially with that pig-like expression, practically drooling? Why are you here? Is the Principality of Nyx all right? Roland asked knowingly. Wow. Roland would have been fine if he hadn't said anything, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Nyx, who had just stopped crying, burst into tears again, and in an instant, tears flowed like a fountain. They all sacrificed. To protect me. Amidst everyone's astonishment, Nyx threw herself into Roland's arms and burst into tears. "Oh my God! What's going on?" Roland stared at Nyx, burying her head in his chest. His innocent eyes widened, and then he turned to see Caslow, who looked disgusted. "What's that look? She was the one who started it," Roland protested. Caslow. "Okay, stop crying. Welcome home." Roland gently patted Nyx in his arms, feeling relieved. After all, she was just a little girl. She'd been through so much, and it was a sign of good mental health that she hadn't broken down yet. Nyx sobbed. "Oh, are you shy? You didn't look like that when you just rushed over," Roland teased. Nyx, blushing, sat across from Roland, wishing she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Her behavior just now was so unreserved. "So these are all you have left?" Roland sighed and returned to the point. Maybe they're on their way." Nyx's voice trailed off. Even she herself had given up hope. 100-man Raglan Royal Guard. 1 second-level fire mage, 3 second-level priests. Sigh. Roland sighed. He remembered that the system's abridged version of the Crusade had over 5,000 men, but now only these were standing before him. Too bad. Come back to River Rapids with me. While there's a lot of work to be done, it's safer. We have allied armies nearby, so we can help each other. Roland patted Nyx's shoulder soothingly. A whisper, as soft as a mosquito's hum, barely audible, emanated from Nyx's nose. Congratulations to the host for successfully reuniting with Grand Duke Nyx, and achieving the achievement of being the first Duke. Reward, 100 Lagran Royal Guards. Royal Guards? Those sturdy tin cans? Roland smiled. This reward was quite good. Including the Royal Guards Nyx brought, that's a full 200. More than enough to plug a gap in a major war. Okay, pack up and let's go back, Roland said to Nyx and the others. Baron Balder, I have received your loyalty. I hope you will fulfill your duties, protect your territory, and defend the kingdom's land. You did a great job this time. I have someone return to deliver the reward. Roland was unstinting in his praise. After all, these men had truly proven their loyalty to Roland. Chapter 133. System. Check the territory. Roland muttered to himself, and soon a screen appeared before his eyes. River City. Area, 1 kilometer in radius. Buildings, 1 ruined lord's castle, 200 ordinary wooden houses, intermediate-level magic pattern walls, stone well, blacksmith shop, barracks, archer's temple. Generals, Caslow, level 3, Renault, level 4, Rattle, level 4, Yunfeng, level 6, special personnel, Ivy, level 3, Grand Duke Nyx, Nyx, level 2, city defense officer, Marcus, level 4, administrative officer, Lance, level 2, troops, 2,242. Holy Glory Knights, 100 level 2 knights. Lagran City Guards, 100 level 2 warriors. Batanija Archers, 700 level 2 archers. Dewinian Heavy Swordsman, 100 level 2 swordsmen. El Nino Ranger, 50 level 2 rangers. Raglan Royal Guard, 200. Riding Stream Legion, 683 Riding Stream Infantry. Levy Light Infantry, 200 Light Infantry. Raglan Heavy Cavalry, 100 Heavy Cavalry. Priests, 8 level 2 priests. Mage, 1 level 2 fire mage. Population, 2,516, trainable civilians. 1086, review, the Lonely King led his remaining people back to their homeland and built this high-walled city. With the arrival of a few residents, the city has become more vibrant and lively. Everything is progressing well. The city's military is formidable, with a wealth of qualified recruits. The city is fully capable of defending itself even against a small-scale attack. Note, the Grand Duke of the Principality of Nyx has fled here, leaving the kingdom without a mistress or heir. Abilities, 1. As the only territory of the Kingdom of Raglan in Middle-earth, it will attract the remaining Raglan citizens. The system will guide a group of wandering Lagrang civilians to arrive every day, hoping that the Lord can properly accommodate them. 2. Allow the recruitment of local civilians to train as flood infantry. Damn! Roland blushed when he saw the absence of the mistress and heir. Wasn't this too explicit? Let's go home, Roland said gently. Nyx nodded obediently. What does Flood look like now? Nyx imagined the magnificent city in her memory. After all, it was once the largest city in the north. Even though the empire had declined for many years, it should still be quite large, right? Your Highness, what is the current situation in the kingdom? How many towns do we still have? Who are the remaining nobles? Nyx asked softly. Ahem. Roland choked. What was this damn awkward feeling? Currently, only River Rapids remains in the kingdom's hands. As for the nobility, Roland rubbed his nose in embarrassment. After all, his family's wealth didn't quite live up to the title of kingdom. Fortunately, the presence of the Dragon Knights and the Knights gave La Grande a lot of points. Even Long Lake Town fell? Nyx exclaimed in shock. Even Long Lake Town, once a major northern city, was lost. Long Lake Town was destroyed by the dragon, and we currently don't have the ability to rebuild it. Roland sighed. His population base was his biggest weakness. Ah! Nyx's eyes widened. The kingdom of Raglan, which had dragon riders, had its towns destroyed by a dragon? This was a joke. If Roland knew what was going on in Nyx's mind, he would definitely cry out in injustice. During the War of Smog, Caslo was still a lousy dragon rider, a win attributed four-legged dragon weak in melee combat. If he really wanted to go up and have a passionate 1v1 battle with Smog, Raglan would be finished immediately. Don't worry, we eventually reclaim what we lost. Roland feigned a casual air, as if he understood Nyx's surprised expression. Even with the system's help, recreating the glory of the Lagran Empire from the game's history wouldn't be easy. Roland had long since seen that this idiotic system wasn't anything like the systems in other time travel novels. Other systems' hosts were fathers, but Roland was the grandson. There were very few times when the system truly responded to Roland's every request. Roland didn't know how to complain about the pile of crap he signed in every day. Not since the Ranger of Lordaeron had Roland signed out a unit. The best he got was equipment and supplies, which made him so angry he wanted to find the complaint page. Well, I believe you. Nyx nodded, gazing intently at the young king before her. Roland frowned slightly at that moment, the sadness in his eyes, and the steely expression on his face instantly stunned Nyx. Can you tell me about your battle? Roland asked softly, glancing at Nyx beside him. He was curious about how this 5,000-man Crusaders had been nearly annihilated. However, unlike history, Archduke Nyx remained safe and sound, not impaled on a spear and hung for public display. Ah. Nyx sighed deeply, ultimately deciding to tell Roland the whole story. Roland remained silent for a long time after hearing this. The Crusaders' zeal was so similar to that of the Torrent infantry. It was these soldiers, willing to face death in the face of adversity, who forged La Grande's reputation. They are all heroes, La Grande's heroes, Roland said after a moment's silence. Is this the former largest city in the North Swiftstream? Nyx asked, stuttering slightly as she gazed at the small town before her. Clearly, she had underestimated it in her imagination, but upon seeing it for herself, she realized she had overestimated it. Aside from the walls of magic-patterned stone, this city had absolutely nothing to recommend it. There was no mage tower, no heavy crossbow tower, no protective array. If Nyx were to truly compare, Swiftstream, now considered the capital of Lagran, would at most rival the size of a baronial town during the Lagran Empire's heyday. Well, Swiftstream was originally destroyed. The Swiftstream you see now is what we rebuilt from the ruins. Roland said this with a gleam of pride. Actually, this city was built by the system in the wasteland. Roland muttered to himself. Oh, I see. Nyx was instantly relieved. Building a city from ruins is much more difficult than establishing one in the wasteland. Later, during their casual conversation on the way into the city, Nyx, upon learning Roland's true age, and when the city was founded, immediately became Roland's fangirl, her eyes filled with admiration and adoration. Did I overdo it? Seeing Nyx's sparkling eyes glaring at him, from time to time, Roland instantly regretted his actions. Pretending to be cool was fun for a while, but he kept pretending. What a crematorium! Welcome home, Ms. Nyx. Roland gracefully performed a chest-touching salute upon entering the city gate. A qualified candidate for queen has been detected. Nyx. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. What the hell? Roland's voice was immediately disheveled. I treat you as a vassal, and you want to be my husband? This system shouldn't be called the Lord of the Rings system anymore. It should be called the Life system. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission. Mother of the World. Reward. A random level 6 hero. Then, a heavenly voice echoed from the system. Level 6. I have level 6 combat power. Whoa. Roland suddenly choked up. It was too hard for him. The kingdom's top combat power was actually a level 4 knight captain. Even if he was a dragon knight, he was unreliable. A level 4 dragon knight really couldn't get any advantage against most level 6 professionals, unless his dragon was an adult dragon. When the kingdom of Lagrang truly possessed level 6 combat power, it meant that Lagrang had truly entered the kingdom club. Yunfeng, good guy. I'm not level 6? Then I'm leaving? Chapter 134. I wonder which 6th rank knight is really looking forward to this. Roland's eyes lit up with excitement. Based on the system's personality, it's likely to give Roland a historically known 6th rank hero. However, the world of heroes is a complex one. There are fake heroes who don't live up to their reputation, and there are also heroes who can successfully defeat 5 opponents at once. The gap between the upper and lower limits is astonishing. At this moment, a knight in his 30s, wearing seemingly ordinary heavy armor with black and white stripes, suddenly appeared dozens of miles south of Stream City. He rode a plain black horse towards Stream City. But this is all superficial. A closer look at this knight would be astonishing to discover that his heavy armor is woven from fine dragon scales. The black scales come from the Black Dragon clan, and the white scales come from the White Dragon clan. And his warhorse is even more extraordinary. The heavy, 5-meter-long, adamantine, tapered armor-piercing lance resting flat on the saddle, along with the broad knight's tower shield at his side, reveal this horse's terrifying endurance and incredible load-bearing capacity. This is none other than the high-level magical beast known as the Abyssal Warhorse. The cloak embroidered with the Lagran dragon emblem frames his majestic figure in the wind. Caslo, go get Old Man Rattle, and find some workers to repair this castle. Taking advantage of Nyx's distraction, Roland quickly approached Caslo, his face thick with embarrassment. Roland didn't think much of it when he lived here alone before, but when a beautiful woman was about to move in, Roland suddenly felt a little helpless. What? You want Nyx to move out? Consider her status and position. Even if she is only a nominal Grand Duke of a duchy, she needs to be received with the highest etiquette. The best living environment in the entire Rapid City is the 2-story castle filled with various supplies. It is still a bit dilapidated. Seeing Nyx's surprised eyes and twitching lips, Roland felt for the first time that not repairing and expanding the castle was a mistake. He had embarrassed himself in front of the Duchess. Dragon God, Your Highness Roland, do you usually live here? Nyx stared in shock at the large tent erected in the castle's central open space. Pa! Roland immediately covered his face. How embarrassing. It's okay. I've been with the army for a long time, sleeping in the open air. A tent is no problem. Nyx, with her high emotional intelligence, immediately noticed Roland's embarrassment and quickly spoke up to smooth things over. In his heart, Nyx greatly admired a noble like Roland, a man of practical ability. He knew what was most needed at the moment. Unlike other lords, he didn't just build castles to show off his wealth. Instead, he devoted most of his resources to development. Such a pioneering lord generally had a good future. I'm sorry to inconvenience you for a while, but I already had them begin expanding this place. I've been too busy lately, and haven't paid much attention to it. Your arrival just reminded me that my castle needs renovations and expansion. Ha ha ha. Roland quickly took over. Your Highness, Lord Verve has something important to discuss with you. He seems very anxious. A guard said. Let him in. Roland was curious about what had so agitated the would-be elf king that he came to see him in such a hurry. Verd had been temporarily residing in the city of Rapids with his people, waiting for the right opportunity to gather the scattered grassland elves and find a land that could accommodate them and establish a kingdom. Roland, a level 6 warrior, is approaching Rapid City. Vannerway's face was incredibly grim. Roland was stunned. Vannerway was quite something. The level 6 stalker's passive skill, patrol perception, was incredibly effective. He could actually sense the approach of a level 6 warrior. However, it was probably because the new hero had leaked his aura. The aura of a level 6 warrior, who didn't deliberately conceal their aura, was terrifying. A level 6 warrior skilled in perception and reconnaissance could easily detect their presence from kilometers, even dozens of kilometers away. Among these warriors, dragon riders were the best. Every dragon rider was a mobile light bulb on the battlefield. With the exception of a few dark and space-type dragon riders, even if they deliberately restrained their aura, the dragon aura of the others could be easily sensed by their level 6 counterparts from dozens of miles away. Therefore, the Dragon Knight's fighting style is always aggressive, making them one of the most dazzling presences on the battlefield. Their inherently taunting dragon power confines them to the center of the battlefield, rather than hiding in the shadows to deliver a fatal blow. I strayed off topic. However, this also demonstrates that once a professional reaches level 6, they are extremely difficult to sneak attack. Even a level 6 assassin can't easily kill a level 6 mage. Their wide variety of detection skills and inherent perception abilities allow them to detect you from hundreds of meters away. I wonder who's coming. I'm really looking forward to it. Roland wondered as he climbed the city wall with Van Erway, gazing into the distance. But then Roland saw Van Erway's face, as dark as if he'd eaten a fly, and suddenly felt like laughing. By this time, Van Erway's palms were already sweating. This was his first time facing an opponent of the same level. He just hoped they were also fragile classes. If they were heavy armored, lacking armor-piercing abilities, he'd be in big trouble. Any other elves would have turned and fled at this moment, but facing Roland, who had done them a favor, could these wandering grassland elves just run away? No, no, no. They would simply charge forward. Never underestimate the grassland elves' determination to attack. Woo, woo, woo. The emergency call horn blew, and the city gates quickly closed. All the soldiers within scaled the walls. Once the war horn towering in the heart of the city sounded, it would signal the imminent fall of Swiftstream City. Furthermore, this horn was a magical item, boosting the defenders' morale by 50%. Swish. Yun Feng flashed back from the plantation. What's going on? Why is the war horn blowing? The wise man's face turned pale. He was conducting an alchemical experiment, and who knew the war horn would suddenly blow? A 6th-level professional is heading for Riverstorm. Vervet announced before Roland could even begin. Dragon God. Yun Feng narrowed his eyes. Although the alchemist class lacked attack power, Yun Feng was still willing to serve this energetic king, even if it meant bloodshed. Roland wanted to tell them not to panic, because they were our own. But seeing the entire city bracing for a formidable threat. Forget it. Let it be a misunderstanding. Let's just treat it as a defensive drill. The civilians outside the city, commanded by the soldiers, who had also remained, fled north without looking back. They would wait and see on the farm, seeking help from Aluber, Lorsenal, and Dale. Damn it! A light and shadow hero. A heavily armored unit. Van Erway's sharp pupils shrank in pain. Hero? A dual-element light and shadow hero? Big trouble. Yunfeng's face changed drastically. This man who had arrived could truly take on an entire city, or country, by himself. Roland! Lead you and my people out through the north gate. Caslow and Yunfeng stay. We will stop this uninvited guest, and buy you some time. Clearly, in Van Erway's mind, 3 against 1, they could only manage to defeat this knight. In Verway's perception, the knight before him was as unfathomable as a black hole, yet as dazzling as the sun. A hero embodying the opposing attributes of light and shadow was no ordinary 6th-level class player could face. Light for attack. Shadow for defense. He was a miniature holy evil hero. Knights possessing both holy and evil attributes. Capable of both good and evil, they can switch between paladin and black knight at will, or even coexist in both states simultaneously. They represent one of the ceilings for advancing knight classes. Omsk. Roland couldn't see his face, but he could clearly see his equipment. The black and white dragon scale plate armor was unmistakable. The Lagran Empire's 1,000-man standing knights. Captain of the Teutonic Knights, Omsk. Hailed as the Empire's top spear and shield hero. A truly all-around hero, his damage output isn't outstanding among heroes, but his attack range is undoubtedly one of the strongest under the Dragon Knight. His attack range encompasses the range of most classes, a true hexagonal knight. Chapter 135. Your Majesty, Omsk offers his loyalty to you. Omsk walked straight to the foot of the city, dismounted, and knelt on one knee in a respectful gesture. Far away. Yunfeng. The Lagran dragon emblem. His plate armor looks very similar to the Teutonic Knights. The defenders on the city wall quickly noticed the windless cloak behind him, and the strange plate armor. Master Omsk of the Teutonic Knights wishes to see your Majesty. Seeing no response from the city wall for a long time, Omsk calmly whispered. Although his voice was low, it was like a whisper in everyone's ears, and everyone in the city of Rapid City heard it. Open the city gate, and let him in. Roland turned and walked down the city wall. Roland's action instantly elevated him to prominence in everyone's eyes. To them, it was the ultimate display of confidence and kingly demeanor. Roland, who had long known the visitor was one of his own, had no idea how much this unintentional gesture had earned him. Welcome, Hero Omsk. Roland met Omsk in a newly vacated reception room. Your Highness, it's my honor to fight for you. Omsk said gravely. Well, I need your continued care. Our situation is precarious. The orcs and other dark enemies are still watching us, waiting for us to reveal a flaw and strike a fatal blow. Roland sighed. Honestly, River Rapids' location was truly unfavorable. Enemies on 3 sides put them in a vulnerable position. Therefore, Roland could only do everything he could to strengthen his own strength and thwart any possible attack. Where your thoughts lead, my sword points. Omsk knelt on one knee and pounded his chest. Well, you must be tired after just arriving, Kaslo. Take him down to rest. I organize a banquet tonight to welcome Omsk. Roland showed great respect for his first true 6th level warrior. Omsk alone was enough to bring the kingdom of Lagran to the threshold of universal recognition. Yes, sir. Sir Lance. We reached the Graden Plains. Further down is the Anduin River. A Lordaeron ranger said. Finally here. Let's get the boats to shore. We go hunting and gathering supplies. Lance said happily. The plains were rich in supplies. More than enough for their small group of soldiers. Oh! Gold. I never ride a boat again. Jesava, somewhat weakly, emerged from the cabin, leaning against the wall. Hey! I didn't expect you goblins to get seasick. This is an inland river. Lance said in disbelief. Haha, is it strange that we get seasick living underground? Jesava said with annoyance. Well, your highness Jesava, you can go ashore and relax. We probably reach Gundor in a while. Lance looked south. I hope so. Hope nothing unexpected happens. Jesava sighed. Don't worry, as long as we don't go too deep into the plains, there shouldn't be any major problems. Lance said confidently. He didn't believe the orcs were just sitting around hanging around all day. The orcs in Dol Guldur should be frightened right now. How could they possibly attack this human army that was neither worth eating nor worth abandoning? You should be on the lookout for wandering orcs, wargs, and other enemies. These wilderness bandits are incredibly resilient and seem to be everywhere. Jesava warned. You're right, they're like a dogskin plaster, lingering everywhere. They seem to be everywhere. Lance's face darkened. After all, there were so many orcs wandering Middle-earth. He encountered several waves of them just on his way down the river, but he simply ordered the Lordaeron Rangers to disperse them with their bows. Honestly, these orcs were as disgusting as flies. It wasn't just that they were lingering, but the most important thing was that you couldn't ignore them. Oh! Dragon God. Your Highness Jesava, you should become a prophet. Lance looked at the chaotic army ahead with a headache. Hey! What happened? Lance's voice came from afar. Sir! Those damn goblins ambushed us. A Lordaeron ranger came running over, almost laughing in anger. What? Who gave those frail dwarves the courage? Lance was furious. Orcs harassing him was one thing, but you pathetic goblins, relegated to the bottom of your ecological niche, actually dared to harass them. Did we suffer any casualties? How many of them were there? Lance exclaimed angrily. No, no, no. How could their pathetic arrows possibly penetrate our leather armor? The Lordaeron ranger said with disdain. That's good. All rangers, retreat. Lance ordered. While the quality of the goblin weapons was questionable, the lightly armored Lordaeron rangers could still be harmed. While casualties were inevitable in war, Lance absolutely did not want to report back to King Roland and tell him that he had lost troops fighting the goblins. All heavy cavalry. Mount up. Crush them. Lance swung his spear. Clink, clang. Amidst the resounding clash of metal, 100 Lagran heavy cavalrymen adjusted their armor and that of their horses. Their plate and chainmail armor, polished to a gleaming shine, gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. Horsemen! For the glory of Lagran! Crush them! Lance roared, raising his arms. Lance watched the cavalry charge, leading the Lordaeron Rangers to hang back to prevent any mishaps. But what kind of mishaps could the goblins create? Boom! Boom! The heavy cavalry, like a torrent of steel, frantically urged their horses on. Under their urging, the Char horses unleashed 120% of their combat power, their speed instantly soaring to a new level. Kill! Watching the might of these heavy cavalry charging, their thunderous shouts and frenzied momentum would be enough to move any elite army. Lance watched their charge with a touch of envy. What a shame! I'm just a warrior. Lance sighed inwardly. He could charge on horseback. His riding skills were no less impressive than those of the cavalry, but he also had the pride of a professional. He was a warrior. Without any skills that enhanced his riding skills, charging on horseback would at best improve his stats. He appreciated the impact, but as a warrior, he truly despised that small bonus. After all, a single strike of his great shield could easily inflict more than double that. Soon, the heavy cavalry engaged the fleeing goblins. With a casual thrust of their lances, they could pierce even the skeletal goblins. However, there was a benefit. Lance was surprised to discover that, against these goblins, their disposable lances, for the first time in history, remained intact. What a weakling. Lance raised a brow, wondering if he was being too serious. Even a butcher knife wouldn't dare use it like this. Swoosh. The Lordaeron Rangers, not to be outdone, drew their bows, easily pinning the goblins, each shrouded in rags, to the ground. These half-elves are truly effective. Lance exclaimed inwardly, glancing at the Lordaeron Rangers' slightly pointed ears. Sir, it's done! How boring. The heavy cavalry returned listlessly, feeling they hadn't experienced a battle, but a massacre. There was no joy in victory at all. The enemy was simply too weak. A single heavy cavalryman could easily hunt down dozens of goblins. All right, let's burn the bodies. Men, grab your weapons and find something to eat. We have a good meal today, Lance said, sitting in front of the campfire. Hooray! The crowd quickly disappeared from Lance's sight amidst cheers. Chapter 136. Good morning, Nix, Roland said, sleepy eyes straining to the beautiful woman standing before him. Good morning, Your Highness. Would you like to have breakfast together? Nix raised her eyebrows happily. Yes, of course. Roland nodded. After all, who could refuse an invitation from a beautiful woman? System check-in, Roland said weakly. Successful check-in. Congratulations to the host for receiving a luxurious royal carriage, with 6 primary magical snow horses. Go away. Roland's mouth twitched. He was barely able to eat, and yet he was being offered such a luxury item. But then again, Roland had just taken a look at the carriage in the system space, and was astounded by its opulence. It should fetch a considerable sum. After all, a certain king, looking at his pitiful wealth, wouldn't even dare to open them all. What's breakfast? Roland said weakly. There's bread, fried eggs, vegetable and meat soup, and some very delicious berries. Nix counted seriously on his fingers. Okay. No. You're not a cook. How do you know the recipe? Roland asked in surprise. Hey, I personally went to the kitchen this morning to prepare this for you, Nix said proudly. Thank you for your support, beautiful Grand Duchess. You really listened to my heart. Roland was touched. As a time traveler, he still retained his original eating habits, but the food here was truly greasy. Especially since he was a lord, and his subordinates gave him the best of everything. Can you imagine the shock of seeing a whole roast suckling pig served on the table, with a large plate of bread for breakfast? By the way, are you getting used to living here? Roland asked subconsciously. Well, it's not bad. It's safe and feels like home, Nix whispered. Ha ha ha. This is the last safe haven for the people of Lagran, Roland said proudly. System, what's your business without me? Well, Your Highness, are you free today? Nix tugged at the corner of her clothes, looking at him expectantly. Of course. I believe any gentleman would have time for a lady as beautiful as you. Roland smiled. Then after breakfast, could you accompany me out of town? Nix looked forward to spending time with Roland. There doesn't seem to be much to see outside the city. The plantations and farmland are our property. Roland rubbed his chin. Honestly, his control over his territory was still very weak. Aside from a few production areas, the entire territory of the Kingdom of Lagrang was practically undefended. A small force could practically tear it through like a sieve. Then let's go to the magic plantation first. Roland nodded. Yes, Nix replied. Where's Lord Yunfeng? Roland asked the patrolling conscripted light infantryman. Lord Yunfeng is crafting alchemical items in the alchemy workshop. Can I go in? Roland had to ask. After all, he still needed to consider whether Yunfeng would be disturbed. Disrupting alchemists could lead to horrific accidents. Sorry, that shouldn't be possible. Lord Yunfeng often works in there all day before coming out. Your Highness, you can take a look at the tools made by Lord Yunfeng to see if there is anything you need. You don't have to wait for him, said a guard. Oh, that's fine. Let's go check it out, Nix. Roland raised an eyebrow. Nix's dimples flashed. Your Highness, please. The guard led Roland and his group to a cluster of wooden huts. These huts each house a different type of alchemical item, and their categories are written on the doors. The guard explained. Roland glanced up at the hut, with the word potions written on its door, and pushed it open before entering. He saw several wooden tables, upon which rested several small wooden boxes, each labeled with the name of the potion inside. Nix, come and take a look. See if there's anything you need, Roland said softly. Hey, here I am. Nix jumped in joyfully. Hey! Be careful. My little ancestor. Roland's eyes widened, and he quickly held out his hands. This girl was so reckless in a place so cluttered with potions. What if a dangerous potion got knocked over? That would be a real bummer. Roland reached out his hand, and immediately sensed something was wrong. It felt soft and gentle, and a little chewy? "Aww," Nyx exclaimed, her pretty face flushing. Sorry." Roland's face was filled with apology, but she couldn't help but rub her hands. It feels nice," Roland thought to himself. "What are these?" Nyx blushed and changed the subject, her spring scallion-like fingers gesturing at the wooden box in front of her. Let me see, this is the Sands of Time potion," Roland said after carefully examining it. Sands of Time, a remarkable potion. It speeds up or slows down the flow of time for the user by a factor of 2, lasting for 30 seconds. There's no limit to how many times it can be taken. Roland told Nyx the instructions the system had detected, and noticed stars in her eyes. A potion that branches off the space and time systems? Amazing. Nyx's eyes gleamed with admiration. Hey, Yufeng is a 6th level sage. And we have the alchemy inherited from the goblins. This thing is very simple. Roland immediately put on airs, acting like a wealthy man. If Yufeng knew that Roland was talking about the lost potion he spent 3 days toiling away on, he'd probably spit blood. "You're a mage, right?" Roland asked, looking at Nyx. A 2nd level water mage." Nyx lowered her head somewhat embarrassedly. "That should be very smooth." No, a very good support mage," Roland added guiltily. "This potion is for you. It can save your life in a critical moment." Roland gently removed the transparent potion, shimmering with silvery light, from the velvet padding inside the wooden box. "Ugh, this is too expensive. I can't take it." Nyx quickly shook her head. Although she had a good impression of Roland, she couldn't just accept such a priceless gift. "It's okay, it's worthless. Take it. If I'm ever away, it might be able to protect you." How could Roland not know the significance of this potion? Whether it's the space principle or its offshoot, the rules contained within them are terrifying. Correspondingly, the rank of their potions has also risen, and their effects are even more devastating. They all possess either unstoppable attacks or invincible defenses. Take the Time Quicksand potion, for example. Whether it increases or slows down time, it could save lives in a critical moment. Roland believed that even the Principality of Nyx wouldn't possess more than 5 space-time potions. In fact, Nyx currently only possessed a single, epic space principle potion, which was already considered the Principality's most valuable treasure. After all, the Principality of Nyx was small, and possessing such a potion was a real challenge. "Well, then I take it. Thank you, Roland." Nyx was about to refuse, but changed her mind after hearing Roland's words, "I protect you." "Well, let's look at something else. I finally got to visit Yunfeng's treasure trove. How could I still be considered a king if I didn't empty it?" Roland said with a sly grin. Nyx quickly covered her mouth and chuckled, hoping that Lord Yunfeng wouldn't be so angry about the miserable scene he saw when he came out. "Come on, I take you shopping today. Take whatever you like." Roland pounded his chest, a heartbreaking gesture, like a son selling his father's land without a second thought. Chapter 137. This fire resistance potion is quite good. Roland casually pulled out a potion secured in a wooden box. Unlike the Quicksand of Time, this potion wasn't placed on its own on a velvet cloth, but rather on a bracket within the box along with several similar potions. Although it's a common potion, it's of good quality. Nyx bent slightly, picked up a potion, and began to study it. The Grand Duchess's body unconsciously curved into a beautiful curve. Gudong! Roland's peripheral vision caught sight of this distracting scene, and he swallowed uncontrollably. "Hey! What are you looking at?" Nyx stomped her foot, snapping Roland back to his senses. Unconsciously, Roland had been staring at Nyx for half a minute. Noticing something was amiss, Nyx looked up and saw Roland with a shrewd expression. "Humph! All men are pigs," Nyx blurted out, blushing, and turned away. No, listen to my explanation." Roland's heart suddenly sank. After a long while, Roland finally calmed the little idiot down. He then took Nyx, whose face flushed red, and continued browsing Yunfeng's collection. "Would you like to take a look at some magic equipment?" Roland coaxed the girl beside him softly. Nyx narrowed her eyes, enjoying it immensely. It wasn't clear if she was savoring the warmth of Roland's palm or his concern. "Your staff looks quite old, and the crystal core is cracked," Roland asked thoughtfully. "Well, there's nothing we can do. Without high-level spellcasters, we can't replenish our magic equipment and items." Nyx shook her head. The Principality of Nyx lacked high-level spellcasters, so replenishing these magical items was out of the question. Magic items don't necessarily require alchemists to create. Any spellcaster can be a qualified magic item maker, as long as they learn the relevant techniques. However, among spellcasters, alchemists are the most sensitive to magic items, and possess the strongest talent for magic creation. Creaky. The wooden door creaked, and Roland led Nyx in. The wooden house wasn't large, only about 100 square meters at most, but it was clear that Yunfeng was a very tidy person. The room was spotless, and both the shelves and the items on them were spotlessly clean. About 1/10 of the items in the room were placed on the shelves. Roland led Nyx through each item. Dragon Flame Battle Axe? There aren't any axe-wielding warriors in the city, so this thing is useless right now. Roland casually stroked a battle axe with a slightly curved handle, and an overall golden red color. The blade wasn't the bright silver of a normal battle axe, but a bright yellow like a flame. The entire axe seemed to be blazing with flames. Dragon Roar? Nyx pointed at the battle axe in horror. Dragon Roar. Roland had just heard that faint dragon roar. Isn't this thing made of Smaug's flesh and bones? Roland was unsure. The more he looked at the handle, the more it looked like the finger bones of some pitiful giant flying dragon. Dragon Flame Axe, veteran equipment, Smaug's essence, blood, and gold, mixed with his dragon scales, form the axe's head. His finger bones are infused with mithril and inscribed with magic patterns. This handle embodies Smaug's dragon might, intimidating all creatures with dragon blood below the pure-blooded dragon clan. Additional skills. 1. Dragon Flame Slash. Strike with the axe leaves a thin layer of dragon flame burning in the wound. Passive. 2. Blazing Dragon Flame. Unleash the power of Smaug, unleashing dragon flames to attack 5 enemies, with a range of 1,000 meters. The dragon flames attack in a straight line, dealing damage to those in the path. 30-minute cooldown. Roland glanced at the system's results, and nodded in agreement. This ability was indeed enough for battle-hardened equipment. The added damage passive gave it a significant boost. A weapon with this kind of continuously stacking damage was the dream of every class. What a shame. No one can use this weapon right now, Roland sighed. Honestly, this battle axe was one of the best weapons Roland had ever seen, but it was a shame Roland didn't have any nobles or powerful axe-wielding classes under his command. Lance might be a warrior, but he specialized in spear and shield. One day, it will meet its master. Nyx stroked the battle axe, a gentle glint in her eyes. Let's go check on the staff. Business is more important, Roland said quickly, remembering the main purpose of their trip. Roland, if nothing else suits me, I can make do with what I already have. After all, I probably won't have many opportunities to fight again, Nyx said. She knew Roland wouldn't let her go to battle again. After all, she was a member of the royal family of La Grande. Even if Roland had no feelings for her, he wouldn't let a Grand Duke so recklessly commit suicide. Then you should have a proper weapon for self-defense, right? Roland said seriously. It's okay. I trust you protect me and the castle. Nyx smiled brightly and innocently. Of course. Roland puffed out his chest. Look at this. Roland used his system to scan through the staff stored on shelves and in boxes, finally finding one that perfectly matched Nyx's. This has to be the best of the 8 staffs, an epic weapon. The Scepter of the Silent Sea. Roland's eyes flickered with surprise. He had never expected Yunfeng to create such an epic weapon. Didn't this **** even tell him? Wait. Yunfeng seemed to have sent someone to report it, and it seemed that Roland had gone there in person to inspect the goods. King Roland, too busy farming at the time, didn't have the time and simply ignored Yun. Yun, too proud, never mentioned it to Roland again. But today, Roland had brought it up again. Epic weapon? A staff? Nyx also became excited. Although she said no, what mage could refuse a staff of excellent quality and high rank? After all, a good staff could greatly increase a mage's strength. Roland turned his gaze to the staff. The staff was approximately 1.5 meters long, its sleek azure body gleaming with the heart of the ocean. Azure elemental currents swirled from the azure dragon scales atop, imbued with dragon might. Scepter of the Silent Sea, epic weapon, its core is an ocean heart. The body is crafted from a silent sunken tree, and the head is inlaid with a wind dragon's reverse scale. This powerful weapon possesses the power to temporarily mobilize a wide range of water elements within the scepter's perimeter. The magical energy contained within can easily create an artificial tsunami. Skills. 1. Silent Sea. Projects a silent sea domain, silencing enemies within it. Magic suppression. This domain can be toggled on and off at will. 2. Sea Tree Dance. summons a projection of a sea tree into battle. Its attacks inflict both water and wood magic, with a chance to poison or freeze enemies. 3. Shocking waves, summons water elements from the surrounding lakes or oceans to form a tsunami that impacts the enemy. 7-day cooldown. 4. Ocean silhouette, forms a water shadow clone through water refraction. The clone can store 50% of the original body's magic power, and will bear any damage for the original body, consuming the clone's magic power, and the clone will disintegrate after the magic power is exhausted. 5. Turbulent Dragon Strike, summons a giant dragon condensed from water and wind elements. The dragon's attacks will cause water and wind magic damage. The dragon has 150% of the caster's magic power reserves. After the magic power is exhausted, the dragon dissipates. 1-year cooldown. 6. Sea Summoner, receive a 25% magic bonus when using water and wood magic, and reduce the damage taken by wood and water magic by 50%, passive. Roland read out the subtitles he saw. So fierce? It was incredibly fierce. So fierce that Roland questioned his own life. The Heart of the Ocean and the Silent Sunken Wood were both odds and ends Roland had earned from signing in, and he'd given them all to Yun Feng. That Wind Dragon's reverse scale. Yun Feng had definitely plucked it from Carter. A dragon's reverse scale only grows once, and this indestructible scale shields a dragon's most fatal weakness. Obtaining a dragon's reverse scale is truly difficult. I wonder how Yun Feng managed to trick Caslo. As an epic weapon, this staff has reached its peak. Both its skills and appearance are perfectly suited to Nyx. Girl, it's yours. Roland gently removed it from the red velvet-lined box and handed it to Nyx. Nyx was completely stunned at this moment. She held the Silent Sea Scepter in her hand with some trepidation, a flicker of panic in her eyes. You have to remember that the Principality of Nyx's national treasure back then was an epic-level item. She hadn't expected Roland to casually gift her this precious staff. Honestly, using this staff as a betrothal gift to marry Grand Duke Nyx was quite an exaggeration, especially considering he was marrying her as a Grand Duke. This shows how rare epic-level equipment is. Even Roland's Dragon Slayer sword was only an epic-level item. Wow! Little stars gathered quietly in Nyx's eyes. Chapter 138. Thank you. Nyx gently lifted the scepter of the Silent Sea and clutched it to her chest, tears welling in her eyes. It's okay, why are you crying? Who has offended His Highness the Grand Duke again? Roland smiled and reached out to wipe away the tears. Gold above. This is over. Jessie Ava said in agony, clutching her head. This is trouble. Our supplies are in serious trouble. Lance's face was extremely grim. Just as they were sailing through the Leningrad region, an unknown water monster whipped up a massive wave in the river. Thanks to the war spirit of the accompanying Lordaeron Rangers, they avoided being overturned by the waves, but water still splashed into the cabin. The Bjorn's shipbuilding skills were not very advanced to begin with, and their boats were only suitable for the gentle currents of inland rivers. As a result, all the flour they carried was soaked. We need to dock and rescue this food. Lance's eyes showed a hint of helplessness. He truly feared natural disasters more than man-made disasters. Stop on the west coast, Lance said, holding his forehead. Further in on the east coast was Dol Guldur. Although the orcs there had been severely damaged by the coalition forces, many remnants remained, far beyond the reach of Lance's small force. First, let's bake this soaked flour, and then we look for a village or something to restock. Lance adjusted the long sword at his waist. As you command, my lord. Sir Lance, we're going ashore? Oh my god! Jessieva exclaimed in horror. The goblin was already terrified of the surface, and now the thought of setting foot on land adjacent to the misty mountains had him trembling. No way. I thought goblins were pretty brave, Lance said, looking at Jessieva. Indeed, they're certainly quite courageous when it comes to stealing. Lance muttered to himself. Well, our goblin warriors are also very brave and tenacious. Jessieva stood up and patted his chest, which was barely more fleshy than a spare rib. Goblin warriors. Lance couldn't bear to imagine the scene. Imagine a bunch of green-skinned cuties, about 1.34 meters tall, wearing thin steel armor. Who would harm them? It's better to believe that the skeletons will rise up than to believe that the goblin warriors will strike back. At least the necromancers still have undead attack spells. Okay, I believe you, but we need to salvage our precious food now. Lance calculated the distance. They were still short of 10 days, or half a month's worth of food. The consumption of fodder for these 100 or so men was alarming. At least half the flour had just dissolved in the water. Lance couldn't possibly lead them on a hunting life, could he? Besides, the The grasslands and plains below didn't have enough prey to sustain so many people. It seems we need to find a town or village for supplies, otherwise we won't make it to Rohan. Jaseva sighed, looking at the salvaged flour bags and the mess in the cabin. He had originally planned to resupply in Rohan, but now he probably wouldn't be able to reach Rohan. Let's make bread out of this. Lance's head ached. Half a day later, the Lance army, having deployed their boats, set out towards the sunset on the road to the village. Each warhorse had a few loaves of what barely passed for bread dangling from it. Without supplies and prey, this would be their rations for the next few days. Damn, I just realized there's a waterfall here. Lance, studying the map, suddenly discovered something he hadn't noticed before. A waterfall in the lower reaches of the Anduin River? This meant they couldn't sail down to Gundor's capital. Does that mean we need to abandon those boats and walk south to Gundor? Jaseva's mouth twitched. I'm afraid so. Lance was also feeling overwhelmed. After all, there was still a long way to go. Although they wouldn't pass through Orc territory along the way, the journey by land would take at least a month to reach Gundor's border. Good news, sir. There's a village ahead. After walking dozens of miles along the river, the Lordaeron Rangers conducting radiation reconnaissance ahead finally brought the best news of the day. Let's go visit them. Lance adjusted his clothes to look a little more refreshed. I hope they have a tavern. I can't wait to treat myself to a beer. Jaseva wiped the sweat from his brow. Even though he was riding, the bumpy ride still made his delicate skin feel tired. If there is, I'd buy everyone a drink. The clattering of gold coins in Lance's purse underscored his wealth. He was a nobleman, wasn't he? Ding ding ding. Some worn bronze bells were struck by the militiamen standing on the earthen wall. A dozen or so misshapen militiamen clutched rusty, twisted spears, their eyes filled with panic. At the edge of their sight, a torrent of steel rushed towards them. Outsiders, outsiders, stop, stop. Finally, a militiaman stammered to Lance and his group at the village entrance. Lance looked far more imposing now than when Roland first entered the village. 100 heavy cavalry and 50 Lordaeron Rangers gave him the confidence to defy these militiamen. We are regular troops from the northern kingdom of Raglan. We hope to receive supplies and a place to rest in your village. We pay, of course. Have your lord come out to see me. Lance pulled out a small bag of gold coins and shook it. The 10 coins inside made a crisp, melodious sound. These militiamen, raised in the wilderness, had never seen such a spectacle. Lance's innate aristocratic aura completely overpowered them. Although he sat quietly on his horse, his intimidating power was undiminished. Village chief. Village chief. A noble lord has come to our village. A militiaman, crying out for his parents, crawled into the crowded square and stopped the village chief as he was about to give an order. What? Noble sir? The village chief's brain buzzed, and he felt a chill in his hands and feet. Could it be the noble sent by the kingdom of Rohan to collect taxes? You have to know that almost all human villages north of Rohan are independent. They swear no fealty to anyone, and their lords are the village chiefs or clan elders, figures of prestige and power. Where are you from, sir? Having finally reached the wall and seen Lance's formation, the village chief lost his temper. Putting aside the frail soldiers, I never thought these people would think I was less deadly than heavy cavalry. Just these guys in tin cans could easily overwhelm the village if they charged. Let them in, the village chief said dejectedly. Faced with such overwhelming power, they couldn't even struggle. Excuse me, we just wanted to find a place to rest and restock our supplies. You know those goblins love to wake people up in the middle of the night. Lance shrugged at the village chief. It's all right. Let everyone in, but we don't have enough rooms, so you have to camp in the village square, the village chief said quickly. It's all right, as long as there's a place. Lance nodded in satisfaction. He was lucky to have found the village, and the people seemed so easygoing. How could they not get along with 100 heavy cavalrymen around? Oh my god! What are you doing? Jaseva suddenly screamed. His scream instantly alerted Lance. He immediately drew his sword, resting it on his shield, and stared at the village chief nervously. He was already nervous. Perhaps he had been careless, entering unfamiliar territory unprepared. Perhaps they were going to ambush him. Lance thought uncertainly, thinking of the embroidered spears that were about to break. What's wrong with His Highness Jaseva? Lance gazed around, sword in hand. The village chief, frightened, had raised his hands and knelt on the ground. Oh! Lord Lance, you should come and see. What are these unruly, worse-than-animal people doing? Jaseva's angry voice echoed from the square ahead. Lance strode briskly to Jaseva's side, and was immediately startled by the scene before him. A ragged girl, bound and pinned to a wooden block. Her body was covered in wounds, and streaks of blood trickled down her thin legs and dripped into the dirt. Firewood was piled nearby. "What are you doing?" Lance could sense the magical fluctuations emanating from the girl without even needing to probe. These self-awakened, unconventional magicians had no control over their magical powers, so the magical element was very strong around them. "My lord. She's a disaster. She's an ominous sign. She even attracted magical beasts to attack the village yesterday," the village chief said, pointing at the kneeling girl. "Bullshit!" Jessieva couldn't help but exclaim. Though his rank wasn't high, he was still a spellcaster, and he was instantly enraged by this pedantic, pathetic, and superstitious old man. The dark red wooden block and the pile of firewood clearly indicated that the girl was about to be beheaded as a witch and burned to ashes. "Damn it! I can't believe there are places so backward, still believing in stories of witches bringing bad luck." Jessieva gritted his teeth after using a knife to cut the ropes and free the girl. The axe-wielding executioner was clearly displeased with Jessieva's actions, but the sight of the lances lying flat taught him the correct way to communicate. Drop the weapon and kneel. "We're taking this girl." Jessieva rolled his eyes at the village chief and ordered everyone to carry the scarred girl to their temporary camp. Human nature is truly despicable. Jessieva was filled with righteous indignation as he watched the girl sleeping in the tent. He couldn't understand why anyone would mistake a spellcaster's natural awakening for a collar-inducing witch in a knight's novel. Chapter 139. These fools are truly detestable. I finally understand why you human spellcasters are so scarce. Jessieva looked at Lance with disdain. Lance rubbed his nose in embarrassment. Indeed, ignorant people often mistook naturally awakened spellcasters for demons. Their inability to control their awakened magic often led to situations where it spiraled out of control. For example, a firecaster might inadvertently release their magic, igniting nearby objects, or a watercaster's presence would cause the area to become dark and damp. Fearing these unknown powers, the ignorant people often resorted to private lynchings against these newly awakened spellcasters. It can't be helped. Ordinary people don't have access to these things. This isn't surprising in a village without noble leadership. The saddest thing is that most villages lack noble leadership. Lance sighed. Middle-earth now isn't the Middle-earth of the game. Every village lord is at least a lord. How could uninformed villagers learn about the details of the professions? It's truly speechless. By the way, what are you going to do with this girl? Jessieva shrugged helplessly. Indeed, a lack of education has dulled the common people. They only react to these uncontrollable nature awakeners based on their deepest fears. Take her with us. Once we reach Rohan, we test her talent and decide what profession she should choose. Lance shook his head. As for leaving this girl here, why save her then? The girl, lying on the hay mat, opened her eyes and muttered. "Hey! You're awake." Jessieva, sitting nearby, offered what he considered a friendly smile. "Ah!" A piercing scream pounded everyone's eardrums. Lance flung open the door curtain and rushed in. "What's going on?" He then saw the girl, huddled in a corner, shivering under the covers, and Jessieva, looking bewildered. "Monster! There's a monster?" the girl said quickly, realizing the newcomer was a familiar human, hoping Lance would chase it away. "Ah, girl, you misunderstood. He's my friend. Don't worry, he won't hurt you," Lance assured her, offering her an encouraging look. "Don't be afraid. I'm the Goblin King. I don't eat children." Jessieva felt deeply hurt when he saw the girl's skeptical look. That damn bard had fabricated goblins into man-eating monsters. While city dwellers knew it was nonsense, it still held a strong appeal for the country folk. "Hello, Mr. Goblin," the girl said timidly. "Hello, lucky girl," Jessieva said kindly. This girl was indeed very lucky. First, she had successfully crossed the chasm between ordinary and professional. Second, she happened to run into Lance and his group just as she was about to be killed. Truly lucky. "Could you tell me your name, young lady?" Lance whispered. "My lord knight, my name is Nina Bond." "You may call me Nina," Nina said timidly. "Okay, Nina, but I'm not a knight. I'm a warrior. You may call me Lance." Lance was amused by Nina's cautiousness. "You probably can't stay here any longer. Come with us. We find the most suitable career path for you." Lance rubbed her head, feeling elated. After all, picking up a spellcaster for free would be a joy for anyone. "Get some rest. We leave tomorrow." Lance waved at him, and left her tent with Jessieva. "Well, my lord, what are your plans for tomorrow?" Jessieva teased sarcastically upon entering Lance's tent. "Okay, we go straight back, and take a boat south to Argonath. Then, we travel overland around Rags Falls, and see if we can find a boat down the river, Lance said calmly, unfolding the somewhat blurry map. Not going to Rohan? Jeseva asked. I calculated that with the supplies we successfully acquired this time, plus the food we already have, we can march for nearly 10 days. In those 10 days, we should be able to find a Rohan village along the river. That way, we won't have to travel overland, which is too slow. Lance rubbed his brow. Who knew what would happen to the heavy cavalry under such intense marching? After all, these tin cans didn't have the perks of riding 2 or 3 horses, and Roland certainly couldn't afford them. Whether in wartime or peacetime, the price of war horses was always exorbitant. Even if Roland could get some for free from the system all day, it wouldn't make a difference. After all, the shortage of war horses was huge. That's a good idea. Good night, then. I'm going to rest. Jeseva took off his hat and bowed slightly. After greeting Lance, he slowly walked back to his tent. The early spring night was deep. Aside from a few hidden Mordarin rangers, only a few heavy cavalrymen remained on patrol. Even while resting in the village, Lance still arranged the night defenses according to the minimum intensity of the war. So, Your Highness, you're not going to say anything? Yuan Feng leaned forward, his hands resting on the table, his face furious, staring at Roland. Ahem, I saw the magic item reserves were running low, so I went to get some from you. Roland lied with his eyes wide open. A little? Billions. You completely emptied my potion reserves, and even taken the best weapons, which is no big deal, but you taken all the spellcasting resources. That's too much. Yuan Feng said fiercely. After emerging from his alchemy experiment, he was shocked to discover that not only had his high ground been lost, but even his crystal had been stolen. Your Highness, I'm not saying anything bad about you. It's your business if you like Grand Duchess Nyx, but using my things to curry her favor is excessive. Yuan Feng was practically crying. Roland had taken all those precious cultivation potions, meditation potions, and other rare items. Ahem, you're already a 6th level sage, already at the top of the professions. Why are you competing with that little girl for resources? Roland feigned disdain. Don't I need to maintain my own status? Do you need a girl of your dreams with talent and potential, or a 6th level sage, who can cast forbidden spells at any time with the aid of magical artifacts? Yuan Feng's face was sullen. Although he wasn't a spellcaster known for combat, he could still use his profound understanding of elemental power to unleash a complete forbidden spell with the aid of an external object. Alchemist, my lack of combat prowess is only relative. If you piss me off, the ultimate sage can still cast a forbidden spell on you. Huh? Roland's eyes widened. He had never expected that a sage, a black hole of magic, could use external objects to cast forbidden spells. Are forbidden spells so worthless now? Roland couldn't help but feel that forbidden spells, with their demanding casting requirements, were cheap. Chapter 140. Your Highness, something's happened. Renaud rushed in early in the morning, interrupting Roland and Nyx's morning cuddles. What happened? Roland withdrew his hand nonchalantly. Grand Duke Nyx, blushing, immediately stood up obediently, straightened his slightly disheveled clothes, nodded to Renaud, and then ran out, covering his face. Tell me what happened, please. I hope the news you bring will offset your disrespect in ruining my beautiful morning. Roland feigned anger, taking a sip of water. He secretly thanked Nyx's dissuasion for not making such a public announcement. Otherwise, he would have killed Renaud to silence him. It seems the castle's restoration and expansion plan needs to be implemented as soon as possible. It's awful to be without that door. The Star Elves of Singer were attacked by the orcs of Dol Guldur last night. They didn't suffer much loss, but their morale is completely shattered, and most importantly, King Eovia is seriously injured and missing. Renaud frowned. Puff! Roland spat out a mouthful of water. Without even bothering to wipe the water stains, Roland hurriedly asked, Eovia is seriously injured and missing? How did you know? Are they mentally disabled? How could they be attacked by orcs? Is Singer's star barrier made of snot? They sent a messenger asking for help. Eovia was attacked by a black hero riding a nightmare during the general's attack on Dol Guldur Fortress. Her life or death is unknown. The entire Star Elves, led by Star Dragon Knight Peter Grow, have successfully escaped the orcs and retreated. The problem is that the orcs have tracked them to the secret star realm. Singer, the entire Star Elves territory is surrounded. They're in panic and need support from their allies. The messenger just spoke to us, and then headed north again, probably to inform the 2 kingdoms of Lonely Mountain. Renaud saw the unprecedented helplessness in Roland's eyes. God knows why the Singer's elves would go to provoke the orcs in that old fortress. What? Roland was stunned. What was Iovia doing? Dol Guldur, an orc outpost, was far more than it seemed. The second strongest of Sauron's 9 Black Knights was entrenched there. Even when Sauron returned later, at least 5 or 6 Black Knights were stationed there as an outpost. The current lord there should be the Black Hero Khamul. As the second in command of the Ringwraiths, second only to the Witch King of Angmar, he's a formidable opponent. Iovia must have been seriously wounded. Roland muttered to himself. As for whether Iovia had died in battle, Roland had no idea. After all, the Knight class was a counter to the Ranger class. Now he could only hope that poor Iovia was still alive. Does that mean we must send an army to Isengard? Roland paused. Thingri was surrounded, which meant the Star Elves were directly exposed to the orcs. Without reinforcements from their allies, a breach was inevitable. Yes, sir. We need to send our forces to fulfill the covenant. Renaud nodded in affirmation. His chivalry compelled him to lend his support even without an alliance. After all, mercy and honor will always be with the world. Then do it. Gather our knights. Summon the El Nino Rangers. This battle will be in the jungle, and the terrain will be complex. The remaining soldiers will remain in River Rapids. Oh, and send Omsk over, Roland said wearily. As you command, your highness, Renaud growled. For the glory we once lost, Roland muttered, leaning back in his chair, his mind clear. Your highness, you're looking for me. Omsk approached with heavy steps, the ground trembling with each step. Yes. We might be facing a major battle. The enemy is orcs. They have at least one black hero. We can't rule out reinforcements from other level 6 professionals. With our other allies holding back, you're the only level 6. Are you feeling the pressure? Roland looked at Omsk with some concern. While the Light and Shadow Knights are powerful, never underestimate a Black Knight's counterattack. If they have help from others, Omsk thinks the battle will be very difficult. System, check the territory information, Roland said silently. He needed to assess his own combat power. River City. Area, 1 kilometer radius. Buildings, 1 ruined lord's castle, 200 ordinary wooden houses, intermediate level magic pattern walls, stone well, blacksmith shop, barracks, archer's temple. Generals, Caslo, level 3, Renaud, level 4, later, level 4, Yunfeng, level 6, Omsk, level 6, special personnel, Ivy, level 3, Grand Duke Nix, level 2, City Defense Officer, Marcus, level 4, Administrator, Lance, level 2, Troops, 2,292. Holy Glory Knights, 100 level 2 Knights. Raglan City Guards, 100 level 2 Warriors. Badin Archers, 700 level 2 Archers. Dwinian Heavy Swordsmen, 100 level 2 Swordsmen. El Nino Rangers, 50 level 2 Rangers. Raglan Royal Guards, 200 level 3 Guardsmen. Lordaeron Rangers, 50 level 2 Rangers. Strife Legion, 683 Strife Infantrymen. Conscripted Light Infantry, 200 Light Infantrymen. Lagran Heavy Cavalry, 100 Heavy Cavalry. Priests, 8 level 2 Priests. Mage, 1 level 2 Fire Mage. Population, 2,601, trainable civilians, 1136, review, the Lonely King led the remaining people back to their homeland and built this high-walled city. With the arrival of a few residents, the city has become more vibrant and lively. Everything is progressing well. The city's military is strong, with a large pool of qualified soldiers. The city can fully defend itself even against a small-scale attack. Note, the Grand Duke of the Principality of Nyx has fled here, and the kingdom is still without a mistress or heir. Abilities, 1. As the only territory of the Lagran Kingdom in Middle-earth, it attracts the remnants of the Lagran people. The system will direct a group of wandering Lagran civilians to a daily. The Lord is expected to properly accommodate them. 2. Recruitment of local civilians to train as flood infantrymen is permitted. Of course. I will fulfill your dream with my spear, Omsk said in a deep voice. Very good. I decided to send the Holy Glory Knights and El Nino Rangers for support. Do you think these forces are sufficient? Roland explained the whole story to Omsk. We have too few frontline professionals. As you said, the elves are very strong in ranged professions. We need to add some strong frontline professionals. Of course, the flood infantry won't do. Omsk looked at Roland's face and seemed to realize something, immediately dispelling Roland's hope of sending the flood infantry. Then what do you think we need? Roland decided to listen to the experts. The Lagran Royal Guards are excellent. We need them. Omsk reviewed his existing troops. The only melee fighters left were the guards. Alright. They're the ones we need. Tell them to assemble now. We set out in half an hour, Roland said. I will obey your orders, your highness. Omsk pounded his chest and slowly left. Chapter 141. Dragon God. I really don't understand why the Star Elves would attack those orcs. Roland was in a state of panic. They had already fought 2 bloody battles in the winter, and were now licking their wounds. But then the elves of Singrid quietly attacked Dol Guldur without a word, only to be directly attacked by their lord, Kemul. Even after killing Iovia, he had no idea there were still 6th-level warriors in Dol Guldur. I guess the Star Elves want to take advantage of the orcs' severe damage to completely eliminate this destabilizing factor. Singrid and Dol Guldur are not far away, and the Star Elves' hatred for the orcs has been going on for a long time. Omsk sighed as he rode his abyssal warhorse, lamenting the Star Elves' reckless advance. Perhaps Iovia's fate is unknown, but Singrid cannot be lost again. We already lack allies, so we must preserve this precious fighting force. Roland expressed his determination to aid Singrid. If Singrid fell, the remaining Star Elves would surely flee, and Roland and his companions would lose this elven ally. Hey! Such a big thing happened, and you didn't even tell me? Vannerway, a gleaming longbow in hand and manicotti on his back, chased after them from behind. Hey! I've been chasing you for ages. How come you're moving so fast? Why didn't you call me? I'm a 6th-level stalker, right? Vannerway sighed helplessly. After all, he was a 6th-level stalker, not the most powerful, but at least mid-level. And yet, he'd been forgotten. Roland. Omsk. Sorry, I really forgot about you. Roland's face flushed. He had successfully forgotten a certain elf king who didn't live up to his name. The most embarrassing thing was that he was chased after. Forget it. So why don't you bring more people? Vannerway looked at the lineup around Roland and felt amused. That's all? Is there a problem? Roland was puzzled. Such a small number of people? Are you going on an outing? Or are you just cheering them on? Verway looked at the people around Roland with some helplessness. 350 soldiers seemed like a drop in the bucket. What? You mean I'm just slacking off? Come on, these are the best soldiers in Riverstorm. We're only supporting Singer, not saving him. They still have the power to fight back and defend themselves. Whether Iovia lives or dies, at least Peter Grow is still alive. The presence of a Dragon Knight would make even the Black Hero look askance. What Singer needs right now isn't soldiers, but high-end combat power, Roland analyzed. He was only bringing reinforcements to reassure the Singer people, not to go all out in a fight for the Star Elves. He had a responsibility to his subjects and Nyx. Of course, if the territory of the Kingdom of Lagran was attacked, Roland would not only mobilize his entire army, but also call upon the kingdom's vassals to lead troops to support him. Oh, then I should be considered high-end combat power. Verway scratched his head. Good fellow, have some shame. Roland felt his scalp tingle as he watched the 6th-level stalker show off before a 3rd-level Grand Knight. Hee, I'm already 6th level anyway, Vannerway said proudly. Although Manicotti had altered his attributes, he had successfully reached the 6th level. What a bargain. I really shouldn't have gone with you. Roland's face darkened as he rode away from Verve. Have you found him? A hoarse, deep voice echoed. Sir, men, we lost track of him. Several orcs knelt on the ground in obedience, trembling with fear. Waste. The voice's owner shouted, and a puff of black smoke enveloped the orcs. A few seconds later, a few scattered plumes of ashes confirmed that life had once existed here. Elf King. Roared a figure in black bone armor. A narrow wound on his left shoulder was glaring, for even in the gloomy jungle, it reflected the silvery blue starlight. The wounded was none other than Kemul, the current overlord of Dol Guldur. After Azeg's death, he had taken over the power here and become a lord. In a recent battle, he had successfully ambushed an Elf King. The Elf King, with his uncanny skills and agility, dodged his fatal blow. Though severely wounded, he was still able to fight back. Thus, the wound on Kemul's shoulder was left. The properties of the starry battle energy made it indelible, constantly clinging to Kemul's wound and tormenting him. Send more men. Find him. He's seriously wounded, Kemul roared. The orcs behind him fled from Kemul's side, fearing that this capricious demon would kill them. The Elf King is a very good prey. I will use his blood to soak my long sword. But this dragon is really a nuisance. Kemul's hoarse voice was as terrifying as the 9 Netherworld. At this moment, he stared at the star barrier that looked like an upside-down bowl and waved his hand to alert the orc army. Several people escaped from it last time. I wonder if they went to seek help. Kamul's face was frustrated. If reinforcements really broke their encirclement and let these star elves escape, it would undoubtedly be a slap in the face. Kamul, with the remaining 20,000 or so men of Dol Guldur, firmly held the roads around Singir. He was determined to annihilate this tribe of elves and consign them to history. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Singir still had over 2,000 elven professionals, who were more than capable of putting up a desperate fight against his orc army of varying quality. Peter Grow, riding a star dragon, could also fight Kamul alone. Meanwhile, Thranduil, the elf king of the northern woodland kingdom, was personally leading 3,000 elven soldiers from the woodland kingdom, and was marching day and night. Erebor had also sent 500 dwarf warriors to Singir, along with 100 soldiers from Dale. The White Winged King of the Akvia Kingdom had also sent a 200-man army under the command of the Grand Knight, Maple Leaf Purple. Roland had also already marched south with 2 6-tier warriors and a force of 350 all-professional warriors. In short, once the coalition forces were united, Kamul could reopen the battle on the spot. Hurry up, we need to get there as soon as possible. The Star Elves need us. No matter how many of us go, our presence will give them hope. Roland urged the troops. He knew that a city under siege for a long time would cause morale to plummet to an incredible level. Taking advantage of the Star Elves' still deep weakness, sending them strong reinforcements to the battle would restore their confidence and hope. This would be tough for the heavily armored and tower-shielded royal guards of Lagran, but they were the elite of the elite, their formidable physiques still supporting them on the rapid march. With the various status-enhancing abilities of Paladin Roland, they barely managed to keep pace. Iovia, you're such a jerk. You caused this mess yourself, and now I have to clean up your mess. I hope you don't die. Roland cursed inwardly, his whip lashing increasing in speed. Chapter 142. 1 day ago. Your Highness, the old fortress of Dol Guldur lies ahead. We cleared the path of orcs. A male armored elven ranger leaped from the treetops and landed before Iovia. Dol Guldur. Amon Lance, the former home of the woodland elves, the grassy hills. Alas! Damn Sauron! A glint of cruelty flashed in Iovia's eyes as she rode her unicorn. The Star Elves, a branch of the elves, had once stained the Black Gate with blood alongside the woodland elves, and the two races had a relatively harmonious relationship. When the Dark faction occupied this place, it wasn't just Thranduil who was facing a blow, it was also the Star Elves. This time the darkness will dissipate. Veins throbbed as Iovia gripped the hilt of her sword. Neither side could have known that the Star Elves would decisively attack Dol Guldur during a period of recuperation. Barring any unforeseen events, it would have been a one-sided massacre. Swish! A jet of black blood shot out. A third-level intermediate ranger flashed out from the forest. His elven scimitar, energized with the swift blade and hunting skills, whistled across the head of the last orc in the patrol, its edge gleaming with battle aura. The pungent, fresh scent of blood wafted from behind, and the orcs in front simultaneously picked up the distinct scent. Swish! Puff! Swish! The elven rangers, hidden in the treetops, leaped down one after another, their scimitars, armed with their combat skills, swung with nimble arcs through the dense forest, carrying out a carefully orchestrated murder. A moment later, only a few orc corpses lay sprawled in a pool of blood. Some had their heads chopped off, some stabbed through the heart, and some split open at the shoulder. Black blood flowed freely through the gloomy jungle, nourishing the dark forest. A moment later, a small group of elves scurried over. They stepped over the corpses, wielding their sharp scimitars, hacking at branches and brush. With their efforts, they cleared a path barely wide enough for 2 people. Behind them, the path continued, until the end of the sight. We're not far from those bastards. Iovia gently drew the slender elven scimitar from her waist. The increasing number of corpses along the way indicated that they were getting closer to Dol Guldur. Stay alert, don't be careless. We're very close to our target. Iovia whispered, and someone would pass on his orders. He raised his head, and through the faint cracks in the treetops, he caught a glimpse of the towering tower of Dol Guldur. Once a proud structure of the elves, it was now covered in thorns and inhabited by filthy black skins. Iovia trembled. Having long since withdrawn from the world, they had no idea that the woodland elves, having lost their old king, would later migrate north under the leadership of Thranduil and abandon their capital, Amon Lance. A great shame. Iovia, like the other elves, possessed an insurmountable pride, and as the elven king, he was even more arrogant. How could a proud elf tolerate their capital being invaded by others, even those from a different lineage? The biggest difference between Iovia and Thranduil was that he had not lost his enterprising spirit. The Star Elves' reclusiveness and caution were entirely due to their pitiful population. If the Star Elves had a larger population, Iovia wouldn't mind leading his army to Mordor to meet at the Black Gate again. Through the shadows of the forest, one could see nearly 3,000 Star Elf soldiers quietly marching through the dense woods. Their ranks resembled a long dragon, its head pointed toward Dol Guldur. "Halt!" Iovia commanded immediately after hearing the reports from the assassins, who had been conducting the reconnaissance. The entire column came to a halt. Assassins are common among the elves, and assassins and rangers share many similarities. The elves' agility and extraordinary talents make elven assassins a nightmare for many enemies. "Reconnaissance," Iovia said succinctly. He needed to enter the battlefield at the right time. It was still daylight. "Order everyone to rest and begin eating." Iovia gave the order, glancing at the darkening sky. He had already decided to attack at night, so now was the time to give the soldiers a break after their long march. "Line up. Assemble." Iovia, riding a unicorn, drew his scimitar and stood before the army. The Star Elves quickly cleared a space with their knives. Of course, they couldn't cut down the thick trees, as that would attract the enemy's attention. No reaction yet. Iovia grinned cruelly at the still calm Dol Guldur. So many patrolling soldiers had lost contact, yet the orcs remained silent. It seemed she had overestimated them. They hadn't the slightest sense of defense. Who could have imagined that an army would actually journey such a great distance to attack Dol Guldur? "Go!" Iovia drew her exquisitely carved longbow instead of her sword. Swish. "Huh?" A whistling arrow flew past, and the outermost sentries of Dol Guldur collapsed instantly. With the elven archers' calculated effort, several archers aimed at a single orc. If they could still miss, the elves could have resumed their attack. However, the elven archers lived up to their reputation. All their targets were pierced with arrows, tragically dead on the spot. "Hill!" The elves, having climbed the hill and crossed the road, finally reached the entrance to Dol Guldur. There, they encountered the orcs at the bridgehead. Unlike the orcs' surprise and confusion, the elven rangers seized the opportunity and swung their scimitars. Blade dance, broken limbs and black blood, mixed with fragments of internal organs and shattered bones, instantly spread across the dozens of meters of stone bridge. The rangers desperately rushed forward, quickly seizing the entrance. The Star Elf Ranger vanguards were like messengers of hell. The murderous aura mingled with their blood-stained armor made the ferocious orcs tremble with fear. Clang! A ranger fighting on the front line swung his scimitar in a circle, then slashed it down, striking the orc in front of him on the shoulder. This time, the blood gushing out from the armor flattened against his chest didn't reappear as before. Puff! The orc's sturdy arm plunged the thick long sword into the ranger's heart, sending him limp to the ground like a fish with its tendons pulled out. Countless others were doing the same thing around him. Retreat! The orc heavy infantry are approaching. Finally, a ranger noticed something was amiss. While the ranger's armor-piercing abilities were decent, these orcs in double-layer plate armor might only be able to be cut through with blade dance. But on such a complex battlefield, how could the elven rangers have the opportunity to unleash their spatial release abilities? "Draw your heads!" Countless low shouts echoed. Amidst the humming sound, countless silver-glowing moons, like streaks of silk, flew overhead at a 45-degree angle, then landed in the orc camp. With wailing and a sharp grinding sound, the moon spun back again. "Excellent! It's our swordsman!" "Moon Blade Rondo?" "Perfect!" Yes, it was none other than the Singari swordsman, whom Roland had dismissed as useless. Unlike ordinary swordsmen, these swordsmen were equipped with elven moon blades that could be thrown and spun. These massive moon blades could easily slice through heavy enemy armor as they spun. Compared to charging lances and swinging flails, the swirling moon blades in the hands of the Star Elf swordsmen unleashed an undeniably terrifying power. Combined with their unique skill, the Rondo, their plan to use heavily armored soldiers to block the elves at the gates of Dol Guldur had completely failed. Chapter 143. Hurry! Iovia drew her two swords and swung them wildly. The terrifying fighting spirit of a 6th-level stalker radiated from the sharp scimitars. Under the king's leadership, the elven army, already high in morale, fought even more courageously, successfully pushing the enemy back into the city. The street fighting began. Bang! Roar! A hidden ogre burst through a stone wall, its massive wooden club wielding a direct blow to the two advancing swordsmen. Swish, swish, swish! Dozens of sharp arrows instantly rained down upon the ferocious ogre, instantly turning it into a gourd of blood, gushing out its black blood like a showerhead. Kill! The swirling moon blade sliced off a row of heads, the hideous orc heads tumbling to the ground. "Watch your surroundings. Enemies are everywhere," Iovia shouted. The sprawling elven city provided the orcs with ample hiding places. They leaped frantically from the shadows and charged at the star elves. The orcs resisted stubbornly. "But this is our city. They are being defeated. My people, use your weapons to drive them out. Reclaim our city," Iovia shouted passionately. "Kill!" The star elves, fired with blood, swarmed the fallen ancient city. "Ah!" The orcs retreated, their crude equipment no match for the star elves' meticulously crafted weapons. Press forward. Iovia was filled with excitement. Today, this ancient city would return to the elves. The dark camp stake in the north would soon be removed by her own hands. Dol Guldur was a tumultuous night, a cacophony of roars, cries of pain, and cries of slaughter. Black and red blood mingled and flowed slowly along the city's dry canals. "Your Highness, our casualties are quite high." Peter Grove frowned. Even the loss of a mere 100 men was heartbreaking. Iovia, utterly excited, suddenly sobered up. He glanced around at the elven soldiers locked in a fierce battle with the orcs, and a sudden sense of relief washed over him. "Don't engage them in close combat. Use your bows and arrows," Iovia said hastily. No matter what, close combat with these tough-skinned orcs would be a disadvantage for the elves. The elven longbows weren't just for ranged attacks, they were also incredibly effective in close combat. According to the order, the star elves distanced themselves from the orcs. With the exception of the rangers leading the way, the others drew their bows and arrows, their longbows drawn into a half-moon, practically piercing the orcs' faces. While not quite a full crescent, the close distance made up for this flaw. Orcs, weapons raised, howled, lunged at the elven soldiers, while the elves pinned them to the ground from over 10 meters away. It proved that organized elven archers could easily hold their own against the enemy's advance. Anyone daring to approach would be blasted to pieces. Orcs who managed to block the arrows with their shields would face rangers wielding elven scimitars. As the blades danced, corpses and viscera alike were scattered everywhere. "Don't disperse. We must clear this place out." Iovia leaped from her unicorn, which now stood in the square at the entrance to Dol Guldur, unleashing its various buffs with abandon. "Find the way to the royal hall," Iovia commanded loudly, surveying the chaotic battlefield. The royal halls of elven cities are often located at the heart of the city. Capturing them effectively cuts off the connections between various areas, allowing them to gradually devour the entire city. Soon, someone found a path to the royal hall among the weathered stone pillars. Iovia hurriedly led her troops there, leaving behind squads of elven soldiers to divide the battlefield. "We arrived," one elven soldier exclaimed ecstatically. Ahead lay the former royal hall of Amon Lance. Although long occupied by orcs, the magnificent building still retained a strong elven style. "We're back." Iovia's murderous gaze locked onto the orc army gathered on the steps of the royal hall. "Kill!" A fierce burst of silver battle energy erupted, and a blade of light several dozen meters long silently advanced towards the orcs. "Space blade?" A high-ranking orc roared in terror. "Space, the most destructive attribute." Swish, swish, swish. The silver space blade slashed through the orc's body, leaving a smooth cut as if swallowed by a black hole. Iovia swung his sword, tapped his toes, and leaped into the air. The next second, his father's legacy, the longbow, Lornan, appeared in his hand. Ah! Life force surged into him like a spring. Though immense, it was still a drop in the bucket compared to the Elf King's long lifespan. With a long roar, Iovia let go of the bowstring. Buzz! Amidst the dazzling light, the orcs collapsed to the ground. Although they suffered no fatal injuries, their life force and souls had been dissipated by the arrow. Stars twinkle. Iovia's ears twitched, and his body curled in the air. In the starlight, Iovia appeared 100 meters away. The next second, a thick crossbow arrow flew past where he had just landed. Damn it! Space Rangers. An orc leader gritted his teeth. Rangers are formidable, capable of long-range shooting and close-range slashing, and are agile and flexible. Space Rangers are even more formidable, elusive, appearing and disappearing, and dealing incredible damage. Space Rangers. The orc said they were tired and wanted to restart, as the game was simply unplayable. Yes, Star-Lord Iovia is a Space Ranger. The essence of the stars is space. Wherever the stars shine, Rangers appear and disappear. Will it work? Iovia sneered as the fourth-level orc before him, who was wielding his sword to resist, suddenly became ethereal, and his scimitar pierced the orc's weapon and pierced his neck. Untouchable. Iovia twisted his body and vanished, leaving only a rolling head and a headless body. Advance! Destroy them! Iovia shouted as he appeared before his own army. Boom! The massive stone gate wailed, collapsing with a violent tremor. Countless elves stepped through the fallen stone gate and successfully entered the royal hall. Kill! Iovia charged in first, easily slaying the orcs, who had been holding out at the gate. The elves were on the verge of victory. Peter, take the men and clean up the remaining resistance. Iovia marched into the hall without looking back. Yes, your highness. Peter Grow bowed, stepping over the corpses before leaving with a team of elven rangers. We're back. But this isn't our home. Iovia walked towards the throne in the hall. Such a perfect work of art, what a shame. Iovia stroked the shattered throne, a wave of sorrow filling his heart. The once thriving elves were now forced to retreat to a few hidden havens to recuperate. Alas! Iovia raised her head, preparing to leave. Huh? Iovia's eyes suddenly widened. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted from Iovia's mouth. A silver-black greatsword plunged into her abdomen from behind. Behind Iovia, Camul's figure slowly emerged. Get out! Iovia forcibly freed herself from the long sword, then swung her scimitar backhandedly. As Camul raised his sword to block, Iovia vanished in a flash, leaving only a trail of blood. 6th rank Black Knight. Black Knight. Your Highness has been attacked. The elven soldiers retreated from the royal hall. Camul clutched his sword and dragged his flail, blood dripping from the tip of his blade. It was the king's blood. Chapter 144. Retreat. Peter Grow watched the soldiers retreat from the hall. Upon hearing the news of the attack on Iovia, he had rushed madly upstream towards the royal hall. Seeing that it was Camul emerging, he had a bad feeling. His eyes then fixed on the blood-stained sword in Camul's hand. A wave of sadness welled up in his heart. He screamed miserably and organized the Star Elves' retreat. He clutched the dragon flute tightly in his hand, pointed his sword at Camul from a distance, tears welling in his eyes. Retreat! Get out of here! Watching the orcs, goblins, and ogres pouring in from all directions, Peter Grow knew the war was over. It was time to lead everyone back. No matter what Iovia did, the Star Elves would continue. Peter Grow was left humiliated, unable to even lead a charge into the royal hall to see if Iovia lived or died. It wasn't that he was cowardly, but the Black Knight, blazing with black flames like a remnant from hell, had completely abandoned his desire to fight back. He was only a 4th level ranger, and without the Star Dragon, he couldn't even last 2 rounds against Camul. Get out of here! Go! Peter Grow roared mournfully, grabbing the unicorn Iovia had left at the entrance. Any news of the king? Although Peter Grow had led the elves out of Dol Guldur, he still sent a large number of rangers to search for Iovia around Dol Guldur. He knew Iovia possessed the power of space, making it difficult to kill. No, sir, but the orcs are not far from us. The black hero led the orcs out of Dol Guldur, said the reconnaissance ranger. Damn it! We didn't even consider the presence of the ringwraiths here. I should have thought of it earlier. Peter Jarrow tore at his magnificent hair in self-reproach. My lord, with all due respect, we don't know whether his highness is alive or dead, but we must continue with our people. We need to take the rest home. Peter Jarrow glanced around at the dejected elven soldiers, and felt a sudden sense of sorrow. Not long ago, they had been a high-spirited army, but now they seemed to have been stripped of their bones, hunched over, their heads lowered, their eyes filled with gray. Go! I cover the retreat. Peter Jarrow raised his head, and decisively blew his dragon flute. At this moment, Sky, who was dozing in Singri, heard the familiar melody and call, and with a long roar, he teleported to Peter Jarrow's side through the special channel opened by the dragon flute. Boom! The massive dragon's body crushed the surrounding trees. Dragon Rider? Camul's expressionless face finally showed some seriousness. Camul, who had been playing cat and mouse, began to take the 4th level ranger in front of him seriously. His initial contempt gradually disappeared when the star dragon descended from the sky, and he slung it onto its back. Where is my king? Peter Grow couldn't help but ask. King? That worthless piece of shit, who can't even block a single strike from me. Camul scoffed harshly. Asshole. Peter Grow's massive longbow was effortlessly pulled into a full moon shape. His fighting spirit instantly merged with the dragon's power beneath him, and an ice blue arrow, shimmering with brilliant starlight, gathered on the bow. With a push of his finger, a sonic boom erupted, and a wave of impact sent the longbow carelessly careening across space, landing directly in front of Camul. Boom! A brilliant starlight suddenly blazed from the pitch-black knight's shield. Amidst the violent roar, the shield stood motionless like a mountain, guarding Camul. Is that all you got? Ha ha ha! But you're certainly better than that worthless elf king. At least you still have the strength to resist. Ha ha ha. Kamol scoffed wildly, attempting to disrupt Peter Grow's actions with words. Behind him, countless orcs surged forward. Dragon crossbow. Peter Grow's gaze focused. His excellent eyesight immediately spotted the heavy crossbow slung across the shoulders of the ogres among the orcs. They had brought the dragon crossbow because they were hunting the elves, but they hadn't expected to actually encounter a dragon. Huh? Seeing that the soldiers had successfully broken contact with the pursuing orcs, Peter Grow fled without a word, pulling on his dragon saddle. Faced with a hexagonal black hero and the support of the dragon crossbow, anyone would know what to do. Damn these orcs, they're chasing too closely. Peter Grow was furious. Kamol's presence prevented him from wantonly slaughtering those fragile orcs. Even Peter Grow, a dragon warrior, could not ignore the deterrent power of a ringwraith. Even if it was just driving the nightmare to slowly hang behind the elves, Peter Grow was helpless against it. Forget about forbidden spells. Star dragons had no single forbidden spells, and area forbidden spells could not kill Kamol at all. Moreover, after releasing the forbidden spell, Peter Grow and Sky would enter a period of weakness. If they failed to kill Kamol, it would be a devastating disaster. After Peter Grow lost his combat effectiveness, no one among the Star Elves could stop his massacre, and the disaster of genocide was foreseeable. Retreat. Ignore the orcs. Peter Grow had no choice but to give the order. Even if Singri was exposed, at least everyone had to get back alive. Besides, the Star Elves weren't fighting alone. Their allies near Lonely Mountain could always move south. Hurry, go to the Woodland Kingdom, the Kingdom of Legrand, the Kingdom of Aquavia, Aluber, and the Riverlands for help. Peter Grow was lucky enough to find several elven warriors still riding moon deer. Stars above. Goddess, please. We must catch up. The fate of the Star Elves depends on you. Watching the moon deer leap and dart through the forest until they quickly vanished from sight, Peter Grow silently prayed to the Goddess of Stars, gritted his teeth, and continued to the rear of the group, confronting Kamol in the distance. When will we get there? Roland wiped his sweat, sighing as he looked at the identical jungle around him. Almost there, Your Highness. Omsk said after a moment's silent calculation. Then charge in one go. Roland's patience was clearly running out. After nearly 2 days of galloping through the dense forest, he could no longer bear the harsh conditions. It was only spring, and yet countless flying insects were already causing trouble. Your Highness, absolutely not. Omsk halted him, a cold sweat already forming in his heart. Your Highness, have you forgotten the story of His Highness Iovia? He was attacked by the ringwraiths. We only know of one ringwraith through the elves' accounts, but how many are actually here is truly unknown to the dragon god. We need to enter Singri cautiously and await reinforcements. Omsk spoke hastily. If there truly were other ringwraiths, Roland wouldn't be able to withstand the onslaught of a 6th-level professional. If they targeted him, he would be doomed. This was the fundamental reason Omsk didn't dare gamble. If he were alone, Omsk would have slaughtered all those orcs today. Now Omsk regretted bringing Roland along as a burden. Your Highness, King Iovia has disappeared. I don't want you to disappear too. Omsk sighed. Roland. Chapter 145. Then let's sneak through. Roland was also afraid of being beheaded by the ringwraiths. After all, not everyone is named Frodo, and not everyone has Aragorn by their side. That's right. Omsk nodded quickly. His king had finally persuaded him. But Thingrid is a secret place, requiring a special entrance to enter. I wonder if the orcs have discovered it, Roland suddenly said. It would be a disaster if they sneaked through and found it surrounded by orcs. Your Highness, I suggest we don't go directly into Thingrid. If the elves can't defend the city, our current forces will be a drop in the bucket. Moreover, if we are intercepted on the periphery, the blow to both the elves and us will be devastating. The most important thing is that we can't lose these soldiers and you. Omsk's eyes were filled with solemnity. Then we just engage them from outside. Roland thought about it, and realized what Omsk said made sense. While their men were of high quality, they were limited in numbers. They couldn't influence the outcome of Singari's attack or defense. After all, there were still quite a few elves within Singari. If they couldn't defend Singari, then Roland and his men would be useless even if they entered. All troops, halt the advance. Ranger El Nino, scout. Roland glanced around, feeling somewhat familiar. Singari wasn't far away. Ha ha ha. Why are those damn elves so cowardly? Kamul was already standing before Singari's barrier. In front of him was the entrance to Singari, and behind him was a figure equally radiating a sinister and oppressive presence. Kamul, how do we break the shell? The Star Dragon's barrier is no joke. A hoarse voice rang out. Ladilius, we must be patient. They can't escape. The soldiers are already attacking the barrier day and night. They won't hold out for much longer, Camul said to Ladilius, a fellow ringwraith. A second ringwraith appeared. Your Highness. Ranger El Nino knelt on one knee to greet Roland. Tell me what's going on, Roland asked. Singri is surrounded by orcs. Orcs are at all 7 barrier exits. They're attacking the barrier, probably draining the Star Dragon's energy. The entire Singri barrier is supported by the dragon power of a single dragon, Sky, the Star Dragon. Maintaining such a massive barrier is already a heavy burden on him, and the orcs' attacks only exacerbate the drain. It seems the Star Elves have caused quite a bit of trouble this time. There must be quite a few orcs in Dol Guldur. This is the gathering place for all the orcs in Rovanion. Thing Red is in big trouble. Roland remembered that the orcs in Dol Guldur were finally annihilated by the elves of Lothlorien. Celeborn and Queen Galadriel led the elves of the Golden Forest across the Anduin to annihilate them, restoring elven rule there. Then, with the rise of the Raglan Empire, the elves withdrew from Rovanion, and this became a fortress in the Empire's southern province. The orcs should have sent out their entire army this time. There are still some smart people among them, who know that it is better to break 1 finger than to hurt 10 fingers. It seems that we have to share some of the pressure with them, otherwise the Star Elves will never be able to hold on until other reinforcements arrive. Roland frowned. He didn't expect the Dark Camp to make such a big move this time, and actually blocked all the exits of Sinjeri. As for how the orcs found these barrier entrances, the Black Knight could sense most of it after 2 rounds. In addition, the Star Elves sent messengers for help, which also exposed the undiscovered entrances. Why are they so confident? Omsk asked curiously, scratching his head. After all, a massive siege of an elven secret realm was beyond the capability of the orcs of today. After all, orcs excelled at sneak attacks, not sieges. Sauron hadn't yet awakened, and the lack of high-end combat power made the Dark faction cautious in their military operations. Haha, that means your guess was correct. There are at least 2 ringwraiths there, and perhaps a third hidden, Roland said with a sneer on his face. It seemed Sauron had awakened and must have returned to Mordor to recuperate, so the ringwraiths were now moving in large numbers. For the Dark faction, both the Woodland Elves and the Star Elves had brought them painful memories. If they could make them history, they would gladly do it. The unknown fate of the Star Elf King Eoya and the exposure of Thingri were a godsend for them. If they could successfully remove this hidden thorn, then gathering 2 or more ringwraiths would be a natural progression. Then our plan to disperse the orcs would be very dangerous, Omsk said, looking at the 2 men. The black hero possessed impressive striking abilities. In the gloom of Mirkwood, the ringwraiths, who could blend into the shadows, thrived like fish in water. Even Verway didn't have the confidence to confront them. But we must help them, for they are our allies. We cannot betray our covenant, Verway said firmly. As a fellow elf, he couldn't stand by and watch. If Roland and the others were unwilling to act, he would act alone without hesitation. Of course, we won't abandon them, but we need to find a suitable opportunity. But I rather know where the other reinforcements are. Roland had a headache. He felt that his impulsive behavior of sending out troops was simply stupid. If he had waited for the reinforcements from the Woodland Elves or the coalition forces of the 3 kingdoms of Lonely Mountain, Agvia Kingdom, Lonely Mountain Kingdom, and River Valley Kingdom, there would be no need to worry about it now. He could just charge in first. Indeed, with 2 6th-level warriors, the Kingdom of Raglan could easily engage the orc army if they had sufficient low-level troops. With the protection of his soldiers, Roland could easily free up 2 6th-level warriors, Omsk and Verway, to confront the ringwraiths. As for the battlefield with low-level troops, are you kidding? Raglan's Iron Cavalry and the Royal Guards, you know? Forget it, never mind. Let's find a gathering place with a few more orcs and charge them. Roland simply gave up on the idea. However, he was careful not to go to the least and most populated entrances. The most populated one might be the ringwraith camp, while the least populated one might be a hidden trap. The Golden Mean is king. As you command? Omsk turned and assembled his troops. 200 royal guards, surrounded by 50 El Nino Rangers, formed a standard tower shield circle. El Nino Rangers were the main output. Omsk's order to them was to stay outside the battlefield and use El Nino Rangers' abnormal long-range projectiles to block the battlefield and separate the battlefield for the charging Holy Glory Knights. Omsk personally led the Holy Glory Knights. As for tactics, there were no tactics. Just charge. Vannerwee and Roland were left in the circle. Omsk didn't dare let Roland charge with the army. If something went wrong, the day would really fall. With Vannerwee by his side, He could take Roland and evacuate successfully even if the battle situation deteriorated. Chapter 146. Tap, tap, tap. The clatter of heavy hooves echoed through the forest as knights slowly emerged. Crack. The visor dropped. Start charging. Omsk growled. Swish, swish. The breeze blew as the knights galloped past, their cloaks rustling behind them. Charge. Lance pointed forwards tore through the air, their battle aura rising through the jungle. They smashed trees and leaped over boulders, their eyes fixed only on the orcs gathered ahead. They were humanity's most elite killing machines. They were the last knights of Lagran. Roland was about to witness the terrifying destructive power of a knightly order led by a hero. A fusion of light and shadow. Omsk roared. His powerful battle aura emanated from his body, and black shadows and white light intertwined to quickly envelop every knight. The sound of hooves. The orcs cried in horror. Where are they? I can't see them. The orcs quickly stopped their work, clutching their weapons and huddling together in a circle. In reality, whether facing a cavalry charge or a knight's charge, the orcs were at a disadvantage without the wolf riders. Forming a circle was a skill they had learned over countless years, and at the cost of their lives. The light and shadow blending skill's effect was invisibility. Omsk, leading the charging knights, had already reached the orc circle. Even now, distorted by the light and shadows, the orcs could only hear their voices but not see them. Bang! Omsk, the knight's spearhead, led the charge, striking the orcs. Bones and tendons shattered, and at least 5 twitching orcs clung to his lances. With a single swing of his lance, the struggling orcs were instantly swept away. The heavy lances unleashed a gust of wind, killing anyone who touched them, and wounding anyone who touched them. Kill! The knights wielded their weapons recklessly, slaying the orcs. Countless orcs fell in the path of the knights' charge, a trail of blood and corpses that betrayed their tragic fate. Buzz! Misfortunes never come to those who haven't recovered from the blows. These pitiful orcs were truly in sync. Before the orcs, freshly pierced by the knights, could recover, these grim reapers with their powerful bows appeared. El Nino Ranger, a representative of exceptional range, commanded their full range when they formed a group and opened up their range, forcing even dragons to retreat. Swish! An orc collapsed helplessly, clutching his pierced eye socket. Paw! Even the heavy iron shield couldn't stop El Nino Ranger's powerful arrow. As the shield shattered, a streak of light vanished into the figure behind him, piercing 3 before landing on the 4th orc's lower abdomen. Charge! In the name of the champion! Omsk roared loudly after regrouping his troops. Even Roland, who was far away, could hear his voice clearly. Roland's face flickered with surprise. This guy was once a member of the Champion Knights. And he even knew Champion Charge. You can't judge a person by their appearance. According to Roland's knowledge of the game's history, the Champion Knights were the strongest knight order in La Grande. Their ordinary members were knights of 4th and 5th ranks, and their officers were heroes. Their unique Champion Charge made them famous, but the knight order inexplicably vanished. Who would have thought Omsk was once a member of his Champion Charge? Roland smacked his lips. This status skill was truly insane. Activating it could easily double the entire knight order's strength. The only drawback was its short duration, lasting only about a minute at a time. But it didn't seem to matter much at the moment. After all, Omsk had already led his men through the orc ranks. El Nino's rangers were left to divide the battlefield. As for Omsk, he was already roaming around with his knights, hacking away at the fleeing orcs. What? Why aren't they charging? Even a single misfire from an El Nino Ranger's armor-piercing arrows could drain a significant amount of their fighting spirit. Remember, this unit is a formidable enemy of dragons. The Lagran Knights braved the blows of Batanian archers, Lordaeron Rangers, and elves on their backs, but they absolutely wouldn't dare stand in the crossfire of El Nino Rangers. With their massive stature, they could easily be shot down by their own troops before the enemy. Don't hit too hard. We need to lure away part of their army. We need to keep them hanging. We need to lure the orcs from the other entrances, so they can keep up with our speed. Otherwise, it'd be troublesome if they don't take the bait, Roland said to the El Nino Rangers beside him. Though only 50 men, they unleashed a terrifying effect even more terrifying than the knights. Their arrows were imbued with battle energy, detonating upon impact. Against armor-piercing arrows powerful enough to rip dragon scales, the armored orcs were practically useless. Furthermore, the knights targeted specific points, while Ranger El Nino attacked areas. Watching the unbridled display of Ranger El Nino, Roland couldn't help but twitch his lips. With this kind of combat prowess, who else would be exterminated by the authorities? Even his own men were horrified by this perverse display. Didn't they notice that the fearless, unflinching knights had quietly retreated to the edge of their attack range to clean up any remaining enemies? Here they come! Orcs are approaching from the south and north. Verway unleashed several nature's eyes, detecting the passing orc army along the way. Brothers, retreat. Roland turned around and left. He was already moving slowly with his infantry, so he slipped away first. Once the Holy Inspiration aura was activated, the holy light shone upon the positive state, and the entire circle ran very fast, disappearing at the edge of the battlefield in the blink of an eye. We gradually moved toward the edge of the battlefield. Be ready to charge and break through, Omsk said to all the knights after glancing at the direction of Roland's retreat, and the birds startled by the orc reinforcements. This was the advantage of the knights. Their decision to stay or go was entirely up to them when the gap in strength between the two sides was close. After all, few of their level could stop them. Oh! Big fish. The black heroes are here. Omsk scoffed, but there was no disdain in his eyes. After all, each black knight's skill set was unique, and rare classes possessed special talents and skills. Therefore, facing off against unique classes like dragon knights, paladins, black knights, and arcane mages presented significant uncertainty. Perhaps their hidden talents or skills would be enough to turn the tide of battle. Retreat! Omsk shook his head, finally extinguishing the urge to engage the opposing black hero. While the light and shadow hero might not be afraid of the black hero's threat, the knights behind him might not be. Even if they remained in a state of glory, they could still be attacked by the black hero. After all, attacks from the soul were hard to defend against. Human hero? Interesting. I didn't expect to reap such rewards from pulling out a nail. The figure hidden in the pitch-black smoke muttered to himself as he sat on the nightmare. Wherever he walked, flowers withered and grass withered. Chapter 147. Your Highness has a big catch. Omsk spurred his horse forward. 6th tier? Roland exclaimed in surprise. It should be a ringwraith. I can smell his sickening, decayed scent from a distance. Omsk shrugged. That's good. Let's leave them in a detour. The rest is up to the Star Elves. We've done everything we can, Roland said casually. Hurry up. Don't let the orcs get close. Omsk, you lead the knights as cover, Roland said to the soldiers beside him. Okay, Your Highness. Omsk struck his chest, slowing down and leading the knights far behind them. Lord Verve, please pay attention to your surroundings. I don't think the ringwraiths will be easy to deal with, Roland said cautiously. After all, a 3rd-tier paladin like him would be as fragile as a sheet of paper against a 6th-tier black knight, completely unable to defend himself. King Roland, I think you should recruit some assassins. Your reconnaissance skills are sorely lacking, Verve lamented. Roland's cavalry and infantry were adequate, but their reconnaissance capabilities were weak. He used to have the Lordaeron Rangers to provide scouting, but ever since Lance left with the Lordaeron Rangers, Roland only had El Nino Ranger left. As for using El Nino Ranger as a scout, Roland wasn't that lavish. Group long-range projectiles were the very foundation of El Nino Ranger's abilities. TSK? Verve frowned. What's wrong? Roland had a bad feeling. Go! Verve frowned, growled at Roland, and then sprang away. Catched up? Roland suddenly felt himself tearing apart, and his men couldn't help but whip their horses a few more times. Protect His Highness. The experienced royal guards yanked King Roland off his horse. If this gentleman were still on horseback, wouldn't he be a target? The guards stacked their shields in a solid circular formation. The battle-hardened royal guards knew that in such a situation, a slow, steady advance was far safer than a rapid, reckless advance. To maintain the stability of the shield formation, the guards had already inserted their spears diagonally inside their shields, holding them with both hands, their eyes filled with vigilance. The entire team's attack was handed over to El Nino's Rangers. El Nino, in turn, sheathed his longbow, powerful enough to slay dragons, and instead drew the broad runed blade from his back, cautiously observing his surroundings. Pursue and slash. Vaynor stomped his foot with a mighty stomp, leaping into the air. He drew his manicotti with an arc of flaming blade, slashing towards a dark jungle. Clang! Sparks flew as the sharp elven holy sword, manicotti, was unexpectedly blocked. Ringwraiths! Verway narrowed his eyes. Elven King? A black-armored knight riding a nightmare emerged from the gloomy jungle. He stood there, yet seemed to be nowhere, his entire being seemingly unreal. Soul Scythe? You are the breath of death. The 3rd Ringwraith, Cerner? Verway exclaimed in surprise, observing the swaying scythe and the great swords behind him. Huh? You have some experience. You participated in the last Alliance war, didn't you? I wonder if you fought me back then. Surtur gracefully adjusted the scythe's chain, a hint of amusement in his deep eyes. That battle was both a victory and a defeat for the coalition. Their failure to completely eradicate Sauron's power allowed him to return, and all 9 ringwraiths successfully escaped. Half-dead creature, you're worthy? Verv scoffed. Huh? You're a wild elf? No wonder few of you can fight. Surtur was startled, then burst into laughter. He had just noticed the totem of the steppe elves on Verv's armor. Because steppe elves roam Middle-earth, many orcs like to call them wild elves. Looking for death. Verv's eyes were filled with rage, and the holy sword in his hand fell with a slashing gleam. Huh? Are you angry? Not bad, you even taken the holy sword of elven fire? You should be the only elf king among the wild elves, right? Logically, there shouldn't be any more wild elves. How can the wandering wild elves support you? You should be the last one, right? Which means killing you would be tantamount to exterminating the entire race. Surtur feigned surprise. Hunting moon. Verv, laughing in anger, raised his hand and threw out a fiery crescent moon. Swish. The high-flying hunting moon flew towards Cinar with lightning speed. Even though he tried his best to dodge, it still grazed his left shoulder armor. Several wisps of black energy surged in the air. You were careless. Never mind. I won't play with you anymore. Go peacefully. I turn you into an undead soldier. Cinar said seriously, putting away his laziness. Death Realm. Cinar extended his left hand, and a gray-black airflow instantly spread along his body. It was his evil battle chi. Wherever Cinar's battle chi passed, the grass and trees withered instantly, and even the ground cracked. Within a radius of 100 meters from Cinar, not a blade of grass grew, and there was no life. Damn it! Verway leaped away from the unsettling realm. The hunting moon he had unleashed had long since been completely consumed by the onslaught of the Death Realm. So? Surprised? Are you feeling helpless? Life force draining. Ha ha! It's simply designed to annihilate you elves. Cinar let out a piercing scream. Depriving elves of their life force was the only way to restrain them. It could be said that Cinar had completely suppressed these beloved elves. I can't defeat them. Verway was filled with grief and indignation. You have to know that elves' skills almost all utilize life energy, and Cinar's realm simply nullified those that involved life energy. To fight him, you either had to endure the life force-consuming melee combat of the realm, which, with the exception of a few special classes, was almost certain to end in death. Or you could use ranged magic or armor-piercing arrows, but Cinar's agility made direct hits difficult, unless it involved large-scale strategic magic or forbidden spells. What's wrong? You're not going to fight anymore? If you don't, I attack. Cinar grinned, brandishing his renowned soul scythe. This legendary weapon's ability was to sever souls. This meant that if struck by it, both body and soul would be damaged. He would also absorb the souls he had annihilated, releasing a shrieking attack to disrupt and intimidate the enemy during battle. Soul Harvest. Cinar swung the scythe, which vanished into thin air the moment it left his hand. Falway's heart was now filled with alarm. He rolled over without regard for his appearance, dodging the scythe's passing, but was still slashed by the sharp edge of the battle energy. Swinging in the wind, Falway, stepping on the wind blades, quickly soared into the air and fled. He could no longer fight. Cinar was too restrained, and there was no way to harm him effectively. Chapter 148. Can you escape? Cinar let out a shrill laugh. He swung his soul scythe at the airborne Verv, the scythe seemingly ignoring the constraints of space, slashing towards Verv's back. Get lost. The massive lance flashed brilliantly through the air, its black and white light instantly striking the scythe. Swish. Verv broke out in a cold sweat as he felt the soul scythe brush past him. Had Omsk not redirected the attack, Verv would undoubtedly have been stabbed to death. Omsk, riding his abyssal warhorse, rushed out of the jungle, saving Verv in time and confronting Cinar. Hero? Cinar exclaimed in astonishment. Betrayer of faith. Omsk held his lance steady, his calm exterior concealing a raging rage. No knight would show mercy to a degenerate knight like the Black Knight, who had betrayed the faith and embarked on a path of hostility. TSK? You self-righteous wretch, do you really think what you believe in is right? Is your sacrifice worth it? Ridiculous, pathetic. Cinar's words seeped into Omsk's ears like poison soaked in honey. Don't waste your energy. I'm the Knight of Light and Shadow. Your allure won't work on me. Omsk watched him silently for a long moment before finally interrupting his clownish performance. The Knight of Light and Shadow. He's truly formidable. Cinar's rare seriousness. Omsk's attributes were causing him considerable pain. Light could dispel his evil attributes, while shadow could assimilate with him, making him immune to his evil attacks. This meant that aside from the soul hook soul damage and physical damage, which were effective against Omsk, his other skills were completely useless. Lord Verve, you may retreat. This is my battlefield now. The spatial ring on Omsk's hand flashed. He sheathed his lance, and drew the great sword from his waist. Redemption from the abyss. Death domain. Sinar decided to strike first. Activating his domain skill, he drove Nightmare forward, his scythe wielding a deadly arc. Parry! Omsk unleashed Parry, a legendary melee skill, easily blocking the incoming scythe. Parry allows a character to perfectly block a single attack, up to twice their maximum attack resistance, with their weapon or armor. Using it on Omsk practically rendered him immortal. Fortunately, the cooldown of Parry limited this legendary skill. In the game, this skill is a universal tool, learned not only by melee characters, but also by spellcasters. It grants the caster the ability to block a single melee attack. Hail to light! Omsk roared. A golden halo instantly blasted outward, centered around him. His abilities swept across a 1 kilometer radius, even suppressing the death domain, which could sap life energy. Dispel. Omsk waved his hand, unleashing a ball of light. As pure white battle energy surged, even Sinar's death domain faltered. At this moment, Sinar fully understood Vannerway's frustration. After all, Vannerway could still fight back, while he lacked the ability to do so. This light attribute was too abnormal in daytime combat, constantly absorbing the free light elements in the air to replenish himself. As Omsk's battle energy grew stronger, Sinar's battle energy began to fade and gray. Soul Harvest. Sinar seized the opportunity, and unleashed a powerful skill. A pale white, ethereal sickle swept towards Omsk. Shadow Escape. Omsk yanked the reins, leading his abyssal warhorse to dodge the incoming scythe, and vanish into the shadows. Invisible? Sinar muttered. Omsk was already difficult to defeat, and now that he could evade attacks by blending into the shadows, it became even more difficult. Sinar was already considering retreating. Although he had completely restrained the Elf King, the shadowy hero before him, clad in bizarrely shaped plate armor, was equally capable of restraining him. Although the Wild Elf King had vanished, Sinar remained cautious. Even if the Elf King ducked and launched a surprise attack, there was still a chance he would injure him. Seeing this clear disadvantage, Sinar was already considering retreating. Judgment. Omsk leaped high, his long sword piercing the earth. A hexagram flashed from the sky, and the next second, a massive, shimmering white knight sword descended straight toward Sinar's position. Bang! Sinar raised his death-wreathed heavy shield against the falling giant sword. A humming sound followed, and the spot where the smoke and dust had cleared had sunk halfway. Too bad it wasn't Holy Sword's judgment, Omsk said with regret, observing the beleaguered Sinar. If a holy hero had been there just now, a single Holy Sword's judgment would have made those evil creatures vomit blood. Holy Sword's judgment is one of the paladin's most damaging skills, with special effects like purification and annihilation, capable of inflicting heavy damage on any enemy it hits. See you later, you're lucky this time. The nightmare beneath Sinar's crotch spread its wings and soared into the air, dodging Omsk's heavy sword that followed closely behind. Although he couldn't defeat Omsk, Surtur was not defeated in battle. He roared at the top of his lungs, only to receive a crushing blow from Omsk. You will eventually be devoured by darkness. Death is imminent. Will. Despair. You will find death so luxurious. Surtur quickly withdrew from the battle circle, his body slowly fading into nothingness. Before vanishing, he laughed heartily at Omsk. Omsk shook his head helplessly, wielding his sword to drive away the surrounding orcs. He frowned and finally rode back in the direction Roland had left. Although he hadn't been able to capture Surtur, the Ringwraith with strange abilities, he had successfully opened a path to Singrid. If Roland wished, he could lead his army quickly into Singrid to help the Star Elves hold their ground. What should we do? Should we enter Singrid or continue to contain the orcs from the periphery? Vervet asked Roland after returning. Where's Omsk? Why hasn't he returned yet, when the knights have returned? Roland, who had been cheerful, suddenly exclaimed. That was his truly capable 6th-rank professional. It was impossible for a single fight to consume a 6th-rank professional, right? Who could possibly withstand that? But Roland's concerns were soon reassured by the knights and Verway's accounts. After all, Roland didn't believe the future leader of the Teutonic Knights would be defeated by the Ringwraiths. The full power of light and shadow was terrifying. After Roland and his men dispersed the pursuing orcs, they stopped, awaiting Omsk's return and counterattacking. Your Highness! We fulfilled our mission. Although we didn't kill the ringwraiths, we opened a path to Singri. Omsk expressed no pressure at all. The orcs still gathered were perfect targets for the knight's charge. By the way, who are those ringwraiths across the way? Roland asked curiously. It's Sinar, Omsk said grimly. Although he had completely suppressed Sinar's death domain had a profound effect on vitality, causing even a level 6 professional like Omsk to feel discomfort. A walking scourge, the breath of death. Sinar? Roland was stunned. Logically, this thing should be lying in Mordor. Why was it out now? Chapter 149. Forget it. Let's not go into Singari. Sinar's specialty is chaotic fighting. We don't have much of an advantage against him on a large battlefield. Let's just stay on the periphery and wait for reinforcements. Roland thought of Sinar's terrifying ability to kill enemies in one fell swoop and his dominance on the battlefield, and instantly gave up the idea of entering Singari. If Singari were to fall and chaos ensued, it would be Sinar's perfect harvest. Yeah. Vannerway, who had suffered a great loss, nodded repeatedly. Just Sinar's manipulation of absorbing life force into battle energy, or his own life force, was enough to make Vannerway vomit. Grassland elves are the elves closest to nature, and their every move is filled with the use of life energy. But to Sinar, it's just a moving blood bag. As you wish, your highness. Omsk nodded. Although he didn't think entering Singari was a good idea, if the king ordered it, he would advance without hesitation, even if the path ahead was a sea of fire and swords. Fortunately, Roland also had similar concerns, so Omsk didn't have to worry about it. Hurry! Singrid is under siege. They need us. Our compatriots await our rescue. Hurry! Thranduil, leading 2,000 rangers from the Woodland Kingdom, soared swiftly through the treetops in the jungle. This was as many rangers as Thranduil could muster in such a hurry. As for archers, mages, and other specialties, Thranduil had omitted them all. After all, melee combat didn't require range damage. Even elven rangers could handle it. Yes, Thranduil was ready for a head-on bloody battle with the orcs. Unlike before Erebor, Thranduil had come specifically to rescue Singrid. He would fight for the elves. Just how powerful were the dedicated woodland elves? Just look at his father's actions at the Black Gate. Star elves and woodland elves had once fought side by side. Both blood ties and friendship were enough to motivate Thranduil to fight to the death. Damn those orc spies, Thranduil said with a frown as he led the elven assassins in the front, clearing the way for the army. He cleaved an orc in the procession. Swish! The assassins beside him swiftly slashed their rapiers across the orcs' necks. With a flurry of thumps, dozens of orcs, their throats slit, fell to the ground, struggling. Go! Thranduil didn't pause. Before the enemy beneath him could fully breathe, he swung his scimitar and continued on his way. Stepping resolutely on the blood-soaked mud, Thranduil set out on the road southward, his path paved with the corpses of countless orc spies behind him. Stop, Elf King! Ledilia sneered, leaning on his battle axe. You come here to die, after all? You're no different from your father, Kamul said flatly. The two black heroes stood there calmly, but to the elves, it was like a mountain bearing down on them. Shut up. Fallen ones. You are unworthy to mention my father. Thranduil drew his sword in a rage. To the elves, black heroes are called fallen heroes. Black heroes is the term used by the Raglan Empire. Common Middle-earth dwellers call them fallen heroes or ringwraiths. However, this is a misunderstanding. Ringwraiths are definitely fallen heroes, but fallen heroes are not necessarily ringwraiths. They are simply 9 fallen heroes who surrendered to the undead Lich Sauron and gained the immortal power of the dead, becoming famous. There are many other powerful fallen heroes. After all, many, even 6th-rank warriors, are tempted by power and willing to fall to achieve the ethereal title of God. You can't defeat 2 ringwraiths. Kamul and Ledilias exclaimed in unison, their piercing voices stinging everyone's ears. Thranduil's chances of victory were indeed slim. Kamul, the 2nd ringwraith, the Dark Lord, and Ledilias, the 4th ringwraith, joined forces, making even the Dragon Rider commander wary. Thranduil's blood rushed to his head at that moment. With a throbbing sensation in his head, his body involuntarily rushed forward, his razor-sharp scimitar slashing through the air with a silvery glow. In his windswept state, he soared through the air on wind blades, swiftly striking the two. Ledilias raised his battle axe to block, while Kamul frowned and instinctively swung his flail. Clang! Kamul took a step back, and Thranduil was flung back. People of the Woodland Kingdom, listen! Break through the orc encirclement. Enter Singrid. Thranduil shouted to the elven rangers arrayed behind him, then twisted his body and charged at the 2 black heroes. Bang! The scimitar and the battle axe collided fiercely. Thranduil, using the recoil, swung his scimitar backhandedly at Kemul, who was brandishing the flail behind him. Clang! With the crisp sound of weapons clashing, Thranduil retreated from the battle circle. However, turning his head to look at the elven rangers locked in a fierce battle with the orc army, the hesitation in his eyes gradually turned to determination. He couldn't afford to play with these two knights of his own rank. If one knight were free to deal with ordinary elves, it would be a massacre. He could only do his best to entangle the two ringwraiths. The lives of 2,000 elven rangers depended on it. Later, countless historians studying the Battle of Thingr, a turning point in the fate of the North, were astonished to discover everyone, human and demon, was showing off, while Thranduil was the only one to take the brunt of the blow. He was the only one to defeat every ringwraith in the battle, battling Kemul, Ledilias, and Cerner. He was consistently outmatched, suffering heavy wounds each time. If it weren't for the elves' terrifying talent and formidable healing abilities, Thranduil would have perished 8 times over. In truth, only those who experienced this battle could truly understand the true magnitude of Thranduil. What he accomplished. With his scimitar, he forcibly entangled Kemul and Ledilias, the second and fourth ringwraiths, preventing them from entering the crucial battlefield, leading to the orc army's defeat and allowing the woodland elf reinforcements to successfully enter Thingr. And the price. Thranduil groaned, suppressing the urge to vomit blood and putting some distance between himself and the two dark heroes. Thranduil's face was utterly pale, his left hand drooping limply as if boneless. Indeed boneless. Kemul's flail, nearly identical to the one used in Angmar, swung fiercely at Thranduil's side. Helpless, Thranduil could only parry with his weapon and arm. While he successfully blocked the damage, the subsequent shockwave still shattered the bones in his arm. TSK, TSK, TSK. As expected of the Elf King. He survived even after this. Kemul exclaimed in admiration. Wind shadow chasing light. Thranduil's expression suddenly darkened. A moment later, Ledilias's expression drastically changed. Thranduil, empowered by the power of wind, had already reached him. Ledilias struggled to lean back, but the wind blades condensed from the wind element still sliced through his breastplate, evaporating into plumes of black air. Puff! Thranduil was sent flying backwards at a speed even faster than when he had come. Wounded in the chest, Ledilias smacked Thranduil back with his battle axe. I am immortal, Ledilias said with a weak but unusually triumphant smile. Kill! Thranduil said nothing as he continued his frantic charge. Chapter 150. Destroy! Thranduil roared, a crescent moon flashing from behind him. Hunting Moon activated. Bang! Kemul swung his flail, smashing Hunting Moon into pieces. The unrestrained war flames scattering in all directions. Nature sundering. Thranduil, having distanced himself, drew his longbow from his back and activated the skill. 9 strands of war flame, woven from wood and wind elements, condensed into an arrow, propelled by the combined force of war energy and bowstring. Wailing blood shield? Thranduil sensed something was amiss the moment he unleashed nature sundering. Seeing the rippled, blood-red shield surrounding Ledilias, he immediately rolled to the side at an unnatural angle. Ah! As Ledilias's wailing blood shield shattered, a wave of sound spread in visible blood-red ripples, and a terrifying wailing echoed through the air. For psychic attack? Thranduil's face turned green. Elves are nature's favorites, and their non-spellcasters possess considerable psychic power, giving them an innate foundation for resisting psychic attacks. However, the most powerful aspect of the blood-red howl, triggered when the wailing blood shield is broken, is that it ignores psychic defenses. One can only dodge or resist. Thranduil, of course, wasn't that brave. Resisting a psychic attack often resulted in bleeding from the mouth and nose, severe headaches, slowed or halted movement, interrupted skill casts, and the loss of some beneficial effects. So, Thranduil dodged at breakneck speed, retreating towards the entrance to Singri. Just how fast can a high-speed ranger maneuver? Just look at the afterimage Thranduil left behind. Goddess's blessing. Thranduil calmly cast a skill that buffed all his attributes. Then, with a sudden twist, his longbow sprang into his hand, a glittering magic arrow poised on the bowstring. Nature's fury. Thranduil's fingertips were like a floodgate, the mighty flames of his inner battle energy flowing madly through them into the magical arrow. This arrow, called a charged arrow, had a power that varied depending on the battle energy or magic it contained. When the full battle energy of a 6th-level stalker was poured into it, its power was truly immense. Defend? The soul fire in Kemul's hollow eye sockets pulsed fiercely. Hailed as the Lord of Evil Spirits, he had practically shed his physical form, becoming an energy being composed entirely of battle energy and soul, the undead. But at this moment, his soul trembled uncontrollably. The arrow, thrust across space, seemed to freeze his very being. By this point, Ledilius had already sliced through space with his battle axe, cloaking himself in the void. He too feared the arrow. Die! Thranduil, without a backward glance, rushed towards the barrier's entrance. Having fired that arrow, he had no strength left to retaliate. Now he could only hope that the arrow, imbued with all his fighting spirit, would work. Undead Guardian. Bone Barrier. Soul Fortress. Wall of Evil. Undead Spirit. K'mul frantically stacked his defensive abilities. Buzz. For a moment, everything around him seemed to slow down. K'mul's eyes were filled with a blinding torrent of turquoise elemental energy, the eruption of the battle energy flames that Thranduil had compressed within the arrow. The next second, K'mul was sent flying backwards, his layers of shields and various forms constantly cracking and fading. Cough, cough, cough. K'mul knelt on one knee, propping himself up with his right hand, and coughed weakly. Although he lacked a physical body, the attack on his soul inflicted even greater pain. Furthermore, this wasn't just an ordinary infusion of battle energy, but an arrow imbued with the skill nature's wrath. The terrifying destructive power of the detonated natural elements not only obliterated all of K'mul's hastily deployed defenses, but also shattered his left arm. At that moment, the sinister black battle energy surging from the base of K'mul's left arm slowly began to repair itself. What a shame! Thranduil, upon teleporting into Thinger, saw the results of his all-out attack. K'mul was severely wounded, while Ledilius, cautiously hiding in a dimensional gap, escaped unscathed. Thranduil sighed in regret at the outcome. He had nearly sent the second ringwraith back to the phylactery, but K'mul had luckily survived. Thus, Thranduil was powerless against two 6th level orcs, and the two ringwraiths were powerless to stop Thranduil's mad charge. They could only watch helplessly as the woodland elves and star elves joined forces in Thinger. Once a Black Knight dies, he will become undead. He will automatically gather his phylactery. As long as the phylactery is not destroyed, the Black Knight is, in a sense, immortal. The same applies to necromancers. What's that sound? Roland jerked his head up as he hurried. The commotion caused by Thranduil reminded him of the forbidden spell unleashed by the Star Dragon. Dragonstar Skyfall. The damage caused by that forbidden spell still lingers near the city of Lochner, later known as Dragonstar Lake, near the Long Lake. The woodland elves must be fighting the orcs. Roland calculated the time. Only the woodland elves could arrive so quickly through the jungle. As for why Roland's army arrived so quickly, it was probably because of Roland's numerous buffs. The combined buffs he and Oms possessed allowed the Lagran Royal Guard to outrun ordinary cavalry, which was why Roland's marching speed was always incredible. We should go help them. Vanelly's blood boiled. It was undeniable that the elves were very united. Roland stared at Vannerway silently for a long moment. Did he think he was up to the task again? Honestly, an elf ranger was at a disadvantage against a ringwraith. Aside from elemental attacks, a ranger's physical attacks rarely dealt devastating damage to a knight of the same rank. And for a knight, known for their high attack, defense, and mobility, facing a ranger of the same rank was practically a noob. Their damage wasn't as high, their armor wasn't as thick, and they couldn't even outrun them. Under these circumstances, Roland still believed rangers could survive and thrive amidst the knight's pressure. It was simply because the knights were so few in number. What's wrong? Vannerway asked, puzzled. Let's just focus on cleaning up the scraps that slipped through the net. If we run into Cerner, you'd be ruined. We can't put all the pressure on Omsk. Roland said helplessly. Cerner alone could cripple Verway. After all, the stat suppression was too severe. Roland didn't dare rely on luck. If they ran into two ringwraiths head-on, Omsk could only stop one at best, while Cerner alone could overwhelm the rest of the team. Verway absolutely couldn't guarantee that he could withstand Cerner's pressure. How about we watch from a distance? Verway was still worried. Knowing that the woodland elves had arrived to support them, Verway still wanted to check on them. King Yovium was already dead, and he didn't want Thranduil to die at the hands of the ringwraiths as well. Alright, let's go around and take a look. Roland nodded in agreement. He really needed to get information about his allies, at least the situation of the woodland elves. This was crucial to Roland's future tactical plans. Chapter 151. The orcs have suffered heavy casualties. Judging by the bodies on the ground, the woodland elves must have fought the orcs at all costs. TSK, TSK, TSK. Oms quietly observed the remains of orcs and elves scattered across the battlefield. He carefully counted the bodies of at least 200 or 300 elves lying on the ground. The orc casualties were even more severe, to the point where the bodies were piled high. The entire battlefield was filled with a strong stench. Several crows paced over the corpses, carefully selecting the parts they desired. Damn it! Verway's eyes were red. The bodies of the elves that had fallen during the charge had already irritated him. Several wisps of battle energy emerged from his body, and the powerful aura of a 6th-level hunter swept across the area. Not good. Omsk's pupils shrank. How dangerous could the situation be to force the Elven King Thranduil to lead a desperate charge against the Elven army? Looking at the vast crater in the distance, Omsk could guarantee that Thranduil had encountered at least 2 6th-level warriors, or the Witch King of Aumar himself. Otherwise, no one could have so humiliated a battle-hardened Elven King at the peak of his powers. Now that Verway had revealed his peak-level aura, it would surely alert certain entities. Get out of here! Omsk turned sharply and shouted at Roland, then decisively turned and rushed out of his hiding place. He hoped to distract the enemy from their small force. Boom! Crimson battle energy surged skyward, causing the surrounding trees to curl and turn yellow before bursting into a blazing flame. Vannerway, holding Manicotti upright, stepped out of the flames. He realized how reckless his actions had been, but now he had no choice but to confront the unknown enemy. He had to at least give Roland time to retreat. A 3rd-level paladin was too weak in a 6th-level battle. The aftermath would be enough to kill him. Let me see what monsters and demons lurk in this decaying forest. Vannerway held Manicotti upright with both hands, his fiery battle energy swirling around the blade and wrapping around it. At the end of darkness lies light. Omsk, riding his abyssal warhorse, lance in hand, his black and white battle spirit surging. With the silent clatter of hooves, Omsk slowly pressed forward towards the orcs at the entrance to the Singari secret realm. Your Highness! Lead the soldiers and charge in. I will clear the way for you with my lance. Omsk's mental power connected with Roland, and his voice echoed in Roland's mind. People of Lagran. Charge. Roland chose to believe Omsk's words without hesitation. He charged with the knights, disappearing into the crowd. This was the knights' deliberate protection. While the knights in their glory state would collectively share the damage, no one could guarantee their safety against the 6th-level combat power, the epitome of supreme strength. There were cases of 6th-level professionals destroying the coordinated defenses of a 100-man knight order with a single blow. For example, even Cerner, who was here now, could easily break through the glory state with a full-strength attack. Stop! Human knights. Kamul, riding Nightmare and dragging his flail, stood in front of Roland and the others. Boom! A terrifying torrent of battle energy streaked like a meteor, crashing into Kamul. The 5th-level knight skill. Spear piercing the sun activated. Your opponent is me. Omsk calmly looked at Kamul, who blocked his attack with his shield, and raised his lance in a provocative tone. You don't know how to live or die. Kamul's hollow mouth cracked, the soul fire in his eyes pulsating violently. Evil spirit corruption. Kamul raised his hand, and a pitch-black hexagram flashed with an unholy light. A purple-black skull flew directly towards Omsk. Kamul's skill reduced the target's resistance to evil skills by half. Light dispel. How could Omsk let that thing hit him? Once his vaunted resistance was weakened, the difference in stats between a light knight and a regular knight wouldn't be that great. Light hero. Kamul was stunned as he watched his own abilities instantly dispelled by the aura erupting from Omsk's body. Now that was interesting. A light hero was no less powerful than a dark hero. Light attack. A jet-black shadow pierced from Omsk's spear. A trifle. Showing off your skills before an expert. Kamul scoffed. Shadow-attributed battle energy was practically ineffective against evil-attributed ones. Sensing the nature of Omsk's attack, Kamul immediately blocked the incoming spear shadows, attempting to withstand them head-on. Ah, hiss! Kamul screamed, clutching the burned wound on his chest. Light and shadow. This was the light and shadow knight's greatest strength. His attacks could be single attribute or dual attribute. The most terrifying thing was that no matter how you perceived them, you could only sense the attribute displayed. The other attribute hidden within would only suddenly reveal itself after the attack landed. Die! Omsk raised his spear and charged directly at Kamul. Blazing white battle energy streaked across the tip of his spear, its radiant flame blinding Kamul. Damn light! Kamul wailed, covering his eyes and retreating. The Black Knight's most hated attributes were definitely tied for first place, holy and light. Slash! Vannerway had unknowingly arrived in front of Kamul, swinging his manicotti in a terrifying arc and slashing down, sending sparks flying through the air. Kamul is dead. Verwey and Omsk thought simultaneously. Even Kamul couldn't withstand the terrifying onslaught of two sixth rankers. Necromancy. Ladilias burst through the void, and from behind, a ward of wailing souls appeared before Kamul. Bang! Ah! Whoosh! The sharp battle axe swung in a strange arc, slashing towards Omsk and Verwey. Clang! Omsk thrust his spear into the ground, blocking the incoming axe. Then, undeterred, he charged directly at Ladilias. Necromancy. Ladilias retreated, pulling Kamul up with him and vanishing. Simultaneously, two dazed undead reappeared where they had been. Damn it! Omsk paused. His charge had already begun, but it hadn't hit its target. He was forced to interrupt his attack and search for the two ringwraiths. Let them escape, Verwey angrily cried. He had tried his best to conceal himself, aiming to strike at a crucial moment, allowing Omsk to pin him down and kill him with one blow. However, the ringwraiths reacted too quickly, thwarting their previously perfect coordination. Looks like we're in big trouble. Omsk glanced at Roland's army, which was still steadily advancing through the orcs, then averted his gaze. Damn it. Surtur is coming. Verwey's face darkened. The situation, originally 2 against 2, was about to change. Now it was 3 against 2. Their chances of winning were slim. Fight while retreating, Omsk said. Being trapped by 3 ringwraiths would be disastrous. Their constant negative effects would be enough to kill a paladin, let alone the abridged version of the Light and Shadow Knight and a ranger. Looks like we have to retreat to Singrid, Verwey said helplessly, watching Surtur's figure. Originally, they had planned to send Roland and the soldiers into Singrid, while the two of them would deplete the orc soldiers outside. After all, when a level 6 professional targets lower level professionals, it's a massacre, and no force can withstand such losses. Under pressure, the orcs' offensive would be immediately thwarted, forcing them to retreat to their lair. However, the appearance of the 3 ringwraiths had already put a stop to Verwey and Omsk's plans. In the dark forest, a terrifying level 6 melee was about to unfold. Chapter 152. Stop them! Kamul let out a piercing roar, his soul fire flickering, revealing his inner excitement. It's important to understand that any true 6-tier warrior is powerful enough to support a kingdom, and the chances of leaving 2 of the Alliance's strongest 6-tier warriors are slim. 3 fallen heroes could easily take on a light and shadow hero and a stalker, and even with good coordination, they wouldn't suffer any casualties. That's right. At the 6th tier, every increase or decrease in a battle has a massive impact on the outcome. Death Domain. Sinar raised his hand and struck, completely unconcerned with the surrounding orcs. In their eyes, orcs were expendable. Wailing Song. Ladilia's battle axe swung, a wailing sound echoing. Degenerate Evil. Kamul pointed, a hexagram flashed, and a purple-black skull flew out towards Verve. Kamul had learned his lesson this time, and didn't attempt to inflict negative status on Omsk. Instead, he sought out Verve, the pitiful child. Disgusting. Vanderwey couldn't stand still and let that thing hit him. He was already fragile, and if he was inflicted with negative status, he would be completely defeated. He immediately cast an afterimage. Although the attribute changed to fire-type battle energy, his original qualities and skills remained unchanged. Vanderwey, in his blazing rush state, with a fiery afterimage, almost instantly escaped Kamul's skill lock. Song of Glory. Behind Omsk, an angel with 3 pairs of white wings slowly emerged. A soul-cleansing song emanated from her mouth. A golden translucent shield instantly covered both Omsk and Vanderwey. The effect of this skill was invincibility. Immunity to 1 attack. Another name for this skill was Blessing of the Seraphim. Ah! Damn the light! Kamul's soul fire pulsed violently. This world should be gray, Sinar muttered, clutching his soul scythe. A complex expression flashed in his eyes, and a touch of emotion crossed his face, as if he were reminiscing about something. A disgusting aura. Ladilias quickly gathered up his revenants and erected a shield. Although their level no longer feared the light, its presence still made them uncomfortable. Hee, I was once a paladin. Sinar offered a mocking smile. Is what you uphold truly justice? Sinar's scythe slashed through space and appeared before Omsk. Soul-shaking flash. Omsk slammed his spear into the ground. A massive beam of light rose from the earth and rapidly expanded. The overall effect resembled a mage's resistance aura, and Sinar's scythe was instantly knocked away, piercing the clouds. Verwey forcibly drew his bow and shot at Ladilias and Kamul. The arrow flashed with light and flew directly towards the two. Bang! The immense force of the impact made Kamul pause. It seemed he hadn't recovered from the severe blow from Omsk. Die! Kamul and Ladilia's eyes met, and they immediately understood each other's intentions. Kill this troublesome stalker. Frankly, when the battle was at a stalemate, the stalker's roaming and kiting could really mess with the opponent's mentality, and then the situation could be broken. Kamul and the others were trying to avoid this. If Verway was allowed to roam freely, he would likely be caught off guard by his backstab attacks. Be careful. Omsk's pupil shrank, instantly understanding the Black Knight's intentions. Indeed, the easiest target on the field was Verve. A heavily armored tank like Omsk could still hold out for a few hits even against 3 ringwraiths. But if Verve was double-teamed, facing the full-strength attacks of both ringwraiths, Omsk couldn't understand how Verve could survive. Flame Instant. Verve activated his ability after the 2 ringwraiths had blocked all his escape routes, instantly appearing in the middle of the path he had just run through. Hesitation leads to defeat. Decisiveness is a sure thing. You can't catch me? You can't. I'm just that powerful. Verve taunted. Kill him. The 2 ringwraiths pounced again. Swish. Verve vanished from his spot and reappeared elsewhere after they closed in on him. His skills are mediated by fire. Sinar, who was happily sparring with Omsk, was puzzled by the two's inefficiency when he glanced up, only to see his 2 teammates being fooled by the stalker. Asshole. Angrily, Kamul summoned his unholy battle energy and ruthlessly extinguished most of the flames left in Verve's path. Let's see how you run. Ladilia's, his undead power surging, followed Verve with axe in hand, extinguishing all the sparks left by Verve's blazing flames. Kamul also swooped in at a high speed. Help! Omsk! Verve was in a state of panic. These 2 were playing a ruthless, annihilating scheme. Buzz! Swish! Seeing disaster looming, Vanderway had a sudden inspiration. He attached his fire-attributed battle energy to an arrow and blasted it out. The next second, he appeared where the arrow had landed. Oh my god! Flying Thunder God technique? Roland, who had already fought his way to the barrier's entrance and was waiting for the 2, was immediately stunned by Vanderway's impressive maneuver. You're forcing a Hokage into Middle-earth? Roland's movements were utterly disoriented. Elemental transmission is a core skill for agile attack classes like Ranger Assassins. They can instantly teleport to the corresponding elemental location. Vanderway's flame transmission requires possessing a flame imbued with his own battle energy, which is why he had just blazed so fast to pave the way for himself. Unfortunately, Cerner was a clever ringwraith. If it hadn't been for his warning, Vanderway might have truly created another dog-walking miracle today. Cerner. Kamul. Ladilia's. So dejected and beautiful. Omsk. What a ruthless and disgusting person would have to come up with this plan. It's truly taking survival to the extreme. Now these 3 ringwraiths want to ask you, the Steppe Elves, if this is the only way you survived all these years without extinction. Who could stand this? Are there ways to restrain him? Sure. Just stop him from shooting. But are you sure you can stop a stalker so naive with his bow? They can deliver an arrow at any tricky angle. Let's go! Verwe dodged the battle circle and reached the barrier's entrance. After wantonly slaughtering a wave of soldiers, he roared at Omsk. 3 ringwraiths. Can they stop Omsk from breaking out? No. If the negative status doesn't stack, then the hero is unstoppable. What kind of disgusting beasts are they? The ringwraith's rotten brains have already shut down. Huh? Everyone's here? I don't have to go looking for them. A calm, yet a voice that seemed to come from the depths of the underworld came from beside Roland and his group. A silver crack slowly appeared in space, revealing a dazzling starlight. Chapter 153. Yovia? Roland exclaimed excitedly, gazing at the familiar starlight. The symbol of a 6th-rank Star Elf King. He was a man of natural brilliance. My apologies for my recklessness, which led to today's situation. Please help me clean up this mess. Yovia nodded as she looked at everyone. I knew you wouldn't kill King Yovia. Roland laughed. Of course, a despicable sneak attack can't kill the noble elf king. Yovia smiled. Welcome back, Yovia. Verwe came to his side and patted his shoulder. Alright, let's save the reminiscence for later. Now we're facing the ringwraiths. Omsk said unhappily, cautiously gazing at the 3 ringwraiths standing in the distance. Well, let's talk about the past later. Let's kill them first. Yovia's eyes were filled with murderous intent. After all, being backstabbed in the field of her expertise was a lifelong shame. Damn it! That elf king isn't dead? Kamul, you missed. Sinar's eyes were filled with fear. Just as he controlled his own life, the spatial element was a deadly constraint on him. His abilities barely reached Iovia. His vaunted death domain was merely a spatial barrier against her. As long as they weren't from the same dimension, the death domain had no effect on him. Trouble. Ledilius shook his head, his soul power pulsing wildly in his eyes, evidently finding the situation difficult. Then kill them again, Kamul said fiercely. How arrogant! Iovia shouted, a cold glint in her eyes. King Roland. Send men into Singrid. Tell them the time for a decisive battle has come. Iovia roared, the murderous intent in her eyes tangible. No problem. Roland nodded solemnly. It seemed the time for the decisive battle had arrived. Unlike the previous ones, this large-scale battle was unprecedented in history. Roland's flapping wings had already created a tornado. The powerful force of space-time was working to reverse the changes Roland had brought about. Fight! Roland gritted his teeth, his heart already uncertain. The all-out battle of the three ringwraiths was no mere skirmish like the previous one. Seeing Iovia's return, the ringwraiths finally began to take it seriously. Kill! Iovia cleverly confronted Cerner, who was his strongest opponent. Cerner lacked the means to attack space, so Iovia could suppress him. Asshole! Cerner's sullen face would have been green with rage if it had any color. I hold him back! Cerner shouted fiercely. Bang! Kamul and Omsk collided heavily, their heavy lances grazing each other. As they both leaned sideways in unison, sparks flew across each other's breastplates, leaving deep scratches. For the glory of the knights! Omsk turned his horse and charged again. Evil grant me strength! Kamul charged again, showing no sign of weakness. Bang! The two knights' great shields roared with sonic booms, and the terrifying shockwaves knocked down all the orcs within a few hundred meters. Hey! Big fool! Your opponent is me! Verway unleashed wind swing, soaring into the air. He drew his longbow to a full moon and pointed it directly at the still-dazed Ledilius. Come down! Damn bugs! Ledilius suddenly raised his left hand, a gray battle aura surging as a twisted javelin appeared in his hand. It was his ability, the Wrathful Spirit Lance. As the javelin left his hand, it stabbed towards Verve in a strange parabola. The Wrathful Spirit Lance's greatest strength was its tracking ability. Unfair martial arts? Verve released the arrow in his hand and shattered the javelin with one strike, simultaneously neutralizing his long-charged arrow. The stars are shining brightly, and I shine among them. Iovia lowered her scimitar and thrust it forward. A star-filled space blade whizzed by, silently slashing toward Sinar, who was riding Nightmare. Sensing the mortal danger, Nightmare abruptly stopped and fell to his knees, instantly escaping the space blade's attack range. The space blade, originally intended to sever Sinar in half, could now only strike Sinar's neck. Bang! Sinar shuddered, unconcerned with his appearance, and tumbled off Nightmare's back, rolling several times on the ground to escape the fatal danger. Star-crossed slash. How could Iovia miss such a golden opportunity? She instantly unleashed a skill. Parry! Sinar, hastily forced to use an invincibility skill to block the attack. Star Meteor Shower. Iovia instantly followed up with a ranged combo, completely blocking Sinar's escape route. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dozens of meteors streaked across the sky from hundreds of meters above, hurtling down, their blue battle aura clinging to them, making them appear both magnificent and dangerous. Boom, boom, boom! Even the earth trembled. Like an inverted bowl, streams of blue battle aura flames annihilated the orcs within their range, creating a crater several meters deep. Undead Corpse Rider. Cerner entered his invincible state once again. Huh? Iovia's eyes widened. He hadn't even attacked yet? Silver Blade Storm. Iovia flashed before Cerner, raising his hand and revealing his other scimitar. As he swiftly swung his blades, fine dimensional fissures appeared wherever his blades passed. Cerner's soulfire leaped, and he quickly retreated. No one wanted to be attacked by dimensional fissures. They possessed a powerful pull. If they didn't escape in time, even a 6th-level cultivator could be ripped apart by the violent spatial turbulence. Are these ringwraiths? Iovia scoffed at Cerner, who was retreating once more. Humph. Cerner was annoyed, but he refused to fall for it. He simply refused to engage Iovia. He simply wanted to hold Iovia back while his companions took the initiative. He couldn't defeat Iovia. After all, the power of space was too much for him. Die! Seeing Cerner's resolute determination to play the game of cowardice, Iovia launched into a furious attack, swinging her scimitar like a wheel, continuously hammering at Cerner's great shield and the flames that protected him. Although Iovia's attacks were terrifying, how could Cerner, a Black Knight, be so easily slain? Iovia was already overwhelmed. This damned ringwraith was like an indestructible cockroach, unleashing endless defensive and invincible abilities, leaving him trembling with fear. If it were a normal battle between knights, it would take at least 3 days and 3 nights to determine the winner, wouldn't it? Iovia felt a chill in his heart. In reality, life and death duels between heroes were often fought on a daily basis. Roland once witnessed 2 heroes dueling, and 3 days later, he came to see them still fighting. Take them down. Help me kill this damned elf. Sinar was beginning to feel the strain. The space blades kept coming, and there was no end in sight. If he kept going, his defensive skills would be completely exhausted. Chapter 154. I come from the north. A low voice, filled with age and majesty, came from behind the crowd. End it, sinner. Thranduil, his face slightly pale, stepped onto the battlefield with a look of determination in his eyes. Thranduil? Roland looked at the person who emerged from the barrier behind him with some surprise. Can you do this? Thranduil. Roland looked at Thranduil's pale face, and it was easy to imagine the price Thranduil had paid to enter Singari. The injury is no longer a problem. What I need more now is revenge. Thranduil's eyes burned with rage. It's time for them to pay. Peter Grow rode out slowly on his star dragon, his immense might spreading in all directions, causing countless orcs to retreat in fear. He, for level 6 warriors and a dragon knight, the tide is turning. Roland licked his lips excitedly. Although he wasn't qualified to participate in such a terrifying battle, he could still observe and learn from a distance. King Roland, protect yourself. Thranduil nodded to Roland and tapped his toes, launching wind in the air. He soared into the sky, riding on the wind element. Thank you for coming to our aid. Peter Grow bowed deeply, then stepped onto the dragon's back and soared into the sky. Be careful. A serious look flashed in Camul's eyes. If it weren't for the Black Knight's tenacious vitality, Camul would have turned and fled. Damn it! Why are there more of them? Ledilia's eyes were filled with helplessness. Don't be careless, you really die, Sinar said solemnly, as he watched the shadow cast by the star dragon loom over the earth. Roar! Peter Jarrow attacked first. Sky, beneath him, opened his bloody mouth and gushed out a breath of icy blue star dragon breath. Get out of the way! The ringwraiths quickly urged Nightmare to leave their position, dodging the sweeping dragon breath. The star dragon breath brushed across the earth, cleaving it into pieces, and sweeping with the aura of annihilation. Welcome back, Thranduil said, looking at Evia. King! Peter Jarrow choked back a sob. Well, I'm back to kill them. How could I possibly die without killing these bastards? Evia exuded dominance, the pride of a star elf clearly written on her face. Hee. 5 against 3. It's a bit unreasonable not to be able to save a few ringwraiths today, isn't it? Furway leaped over and joked, paying no attention to the 3 ringwraiths standing on guard in the distance. Angmar's gone, and not fighting these little soldiers, Thranduil said calmly. Proud as he was only wary of Angmar. One-on-one with the other ringwraiths, he had no fear. Star Cross. Light and Shadow Judgment. Gale of Light. Sea of Trees Turbulence. Dragon Prayer Star Swarm. The men exchanged glances and simultaneously unleashed ranged abilities, pelting the 3 ringwraiths head-on. Their faces instantly turned green. The others were manageable. They could just hold on and pass them by. But what on earth was that Dragon Prayer Star Swarm? Are you sure that magnificent meteor shower in the sky was real? How did a 4th-tier ranger get into the 6th-tier chat group? What? Dragon Warrior. That's fine. Defense? Camul roared. The other abilities were manageable, but the Star Dragon Warriors were terrifying. Who starts with their ultimate? Camul, bearing down on his shield, felt the aftershocks of the Star Dragon's meteor shower, his soul fire pulsing wildly. Bang! Ledilia's, unable to dodge, was struck by a meteor that flew sideways. The fist-sized meteor, formed from the condensed energy of a star dragon, exploded upon impact. A blue shockwave radiated from Ledilia's side, sending him flying backward. The force of that blow was undoubtedly as powerful as a direct blow from a dragon's breath. Ledilia's body suddenly straightened in midair, then he pushed off the air, forcing himself to land to the side. His feet plowed 2 long furrows into the ground. The battle energy that protected his body flickered dimly, like a candle in a storm, ready to go out at any moment. But in the blink of an eye, the flame stabilized, and streams of battle energy emerged, rapidly replenishing him. Damn it! They forced me to waste the soul power I accumulated for so long. Ledilia's eyes were bloodshot, and he was furious. These were souls he had carefully collected. Each one could quickly replenish his energy, injuries, and even his battle chi. Theoretically, in a place with abundant souls, his endurance was almost infinite. However, he had only a few souls, and ordinary souls had little effect on him. Only the souls of the strongest were worthy of his collection. Death Realm. Cycle of life and death. Sinar should have been the one to handle it most easily. He plunged into Thranduil's forest and activated the Death Realm. He absorbed the surging vitality, which, under the influence of the cycle of life and death, was transformed into a shield surrounding him. Combined attack. After forcibly killing Thranduil, we leave. Kamol's soul transmission said. Soul amplification. Ledilius raised his hand, and a gray halo instantly enveloped the three. This halo's function was to enhance their mental and spiritual resistance, reducing damage from mental and spiritual attacks, and even blocking one special attack that exceeded their mental or spiritual defense caps. Dance of the Evil Spirits. An evil light shone on the three men's weapons. Undying Rebirth. Cernal unleashed a vibrant emerald aura. This skill was arguably Cernal's pinnacle as a ringwraith. This skill transformed the attributes of undead creatures. Undead creatures imbued with undying rebirth were no longer affected by light and holy attributes. This meant that the ringwraith's attributes now restrained the coalition forces, leaving them only able to inflict normal damage on them. Undying Rebirth? Thranduil's pupil shrank. This skill should have ended with Sauron's demise. How could a Death Knight still possess this skill? Could it be? Thranduil suddenly raised his head and gazed towards Mordor. Impossible. Eovia lost her voice as she watched the emerald aura envelop the ringwraiths. Goddess. Make this damned skill disappear from the face of the earth. Ver suddenly lost the thrill of his devastating ringwraiths. Once this skill was unleashed, everyone was on the same page. No! They were still a little weaker. After all, the ringwraiths were still restraining them. No living being wanted to be invaded by the aura of death. Soul Rip. Hell's Might. Deathblow. The three ringwraiths charged at Thranduil simultaneously, their weapons flashing a dangerous light. Get out of the way! Verve was caught off guard and his defenses were breached, Ledilius instantly shaking him off. Damn it! Omsk's eyes blurred, and the next second, Kamul appeared above Thranduil, flail raised. No! Peter Grow, riding his star dragon, failed to intercept the charging Cerner. Instantly, the three ringwraiths simultaneously broke free of their blockades and charged at Thranduil. You? Do I not exist? Eovia's eyes were icy. Chapter 155. Starlight Chain. An icy blue cross appeared in Eovia's right eye, instantly locking onto Thranduil. The next second, a chain forged from starlight shattered the void and entangled Thranduil. Pull. Eovia pulled, and the starlight chain, carrying Thranduil, shattered the void and arrived at Eovia's side. Boom! The combined attack of the three ringwraiths had no effect other than creating a mushroom on the spot and cracking the earth. Demon-breaking arrow. Seeing Thranduil out of danger, Burbot drew his longbow and shot at Kamul. Kill him first! He's injured. Burbot's eyes flashed coldly. Everyone knows how to kick a fallen enemy. He could do better. Bound by fate. Hunter's intuition. Thranduil quickly activated two status abilities. Shared Fate Bond allows allies to share a percentage of their own damage, ensuring Thranduil, already in poor condition, won't be killed again. Hunter's Intuition, a skill unique to the Woodland Elves, boosts the spiritual power of the Woodland Elves and allies within a 50-meter radius, enhancing perception. Well done. Iovia gave a thumbs up. The Woodland Elves' Hunter's Intuition was always trustworthy, instantly clearing her mind and even improving her accuracy. Wow! Omsk, enjoying this skill for the first time, was stunned. Knights, known for their heavy armor, were often quite slow, which led to the assassin class's weakness against the knight class. After all, when an assassin backstabs from stealth, most knights wouldn't notice the enemy until they were dead. Even at the 6th level, the knight classes, aside from the Dragon Knight, Paladin, and Black Knight, also known as the Fallen Knight or Death Knight, generally had low mental power. However, bathed in the Hunter's Intuition, Omsk was completely blown away. His mental power increased by several levels. Hee. Omsk grinned, raised his lance, and charged towards Kamul. Facing the combined might of the three ringwraiths, their own force wasn't yet completely overwhelming. Evading them was impossible, but if they could spare one, they could still fight. Starburst. Peter Grow waved his hand, and a beam of starlight emanated from his body, enveloping him. The next second, it exploded, sending countless streams of light scattering in all directions. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The streams of light landed on the ringwraith's protective battle chi, making a corrosive sound. Get out of his attack range. These starlights will corrode our battle chi. Cerner's eyes flickered with soul fire. He could clearly sense his battle chi being depleted exponentially. Bang! The thick lance leaped through the air, piercing directly towards Kamol. Omsk made no effort to conceal his murderous intent. Swish! Swish! Iovia and Verve both unleashed their hunting moons, with Verve even risking a blow from Ladilia's to complete the skill. Their intention to kill Kamol was undisguised. Damn it! Kamol, get out of there! Ladilia's exclaimed. Ah! Kamol let out a terrifying scream. A visible wave of energy erupted from his body, pushing Omsk directly out. Hold him. Leave. Both sides roared. The coalition hoped to seize the opportunity to kill a ringwraith, while the ringwraiths hoped to escape safely. To them, the sixth orders of the coalition had gone mad. Several elven lords had completely abandoned their defenses and engaged them in a desperate battle. This made the ringwraiths feel very frustrated. They were clearly at a disadvantage, but they were fighting desperately. We must leave. Kamol quickly communicated with the other ringwraiths through telepathy, a unique method of communication used by the ringwraiths. Even the undead can use it. They're completely desperate. Ladilia's was distressed. A dragon warrior and an elf king had already limited him, leaving him feeling incredibly frustrated and uncomfortable. While he wasn't sure he'd be killed, defeat was inevitable. Get ready to leave. We lost this time. We be back next time. We're the immortal ringwraiths. They will age, Cerner said meaningfully. Swish. Cerner suddenly dodged and shifted, freeing himself from Thranduil's clutches with a shadowy shift. He swung his side straight at Evia. Puff! The sharp side pierced through his armor, piercing through it. Bang! Kamol's battle energy erupted, shaking off Omsk, who was entangled with him, and he fled in a flash of light. Bang! Two crisp blows were heard. Ladilia's knocked the weapons of Verve and Peter Grow away with his battle axe, then turned and left. Swish! The soul scythe flew back into Cerner's hands, accompanied by a puff of blood. Cerner glanced at the crowd, then turned and fled. King! Iovia! The crowd exclaimed in shock. Iovia, already wounded, had become another opening for the ringwraiths. Backstab +2? Ahem. Stop howling. Save me. I'm not dead yet. I still have a chance. Iovia smiled bitterly. She truly had such bad luck. Who could have imagined that Cerner, the breath of death, could unleash such a terrifying power? It seemed the coalition had been deceived for thousands of years. Such a terrifying attack power was definitely more destructive than Kamol's. He's trying to hide his abilities. Iovia spat out a mouthful of blood. Help! Everyone reacted, pulling out their healing items to heal Iovia. Holy salute! Roland, freeing himself from the orc soldiers, led his men forward, raising his hand and casting a divine spell. King Iovia! Are you alright? Roland had witnessed Iovia being backstabbed. From now on, he should be called the Backstab King, not the Elf King. A 6th level stalker, to be backstabbed twice. It shouldn't be a big deal. His soul must have been shaken, but... Iovia pulled out a shattered white gem. Look! He took the damage for me. Iovia smiled. White gem. Roland suddenly understood why Thranduil coveted the white gems from the Lonely Mountain. Soul defense. For non-casters, there aren't many ways to defend against soul attacks. If white gems could have such an effect, then they were truly worthy of the noble elf's pursuit. That's right, just as you thought. Oh! Thank you for your divine magic. Iovia nodded affirmatively to Roland, noticing that the bleeding had stopped. Damn it! They let the ringwraiths escape. Peter Grow angrily punched the nearby tree. It's okay. Peter, we have a chance. Iovia, looking at Peter Grow, whose eyes were filled with concern, felt deeply moved. What do we do down there? Thranduil asked with rage. It was bad enough that he was being constantly attacked by these ringwraiths, but they had actually forced their way past his defenses and severely injured Iovia. Wasn't that a slap in the face to Thranduil? Wait for reinforcements from the Lonely Mountain. Let's first clean up these scattered orcs. Iovia said helplessly, watching the orcs fleeing in the distance. The entire forest had been ravaged by them. Chapter 156. I have 350 men, Roland said. We still have over 2,000 men left. Iovia choked up. In truth, his reckless advance had caused the Star Elves heavy losses. My army also has over 1,000 men left, Thranduil sighed softly. Their forced entry into Singer had cost them dearly. It's still too few. We lack melee support. Roland sighed, clutching his forehead. He had to remember that Singrid had to leave a garrison, at least 1,000 men behind. Their army couldn't even muster 3,000 men, and without a front line, they would be quickly overwhelmed by the overwhelming force of the orcs. Oh my god! Where are the 3 lonely mountain kingdoms? We need them. Iovia cried bitterly. The orcs scattered across Singrid were a thorn in his throat, a thorn in his back, incredibly irritating. They should be on their way. Don't be so hard on them. They're mostly heavy infantry. Not all of them are as mobile as our guards. Roland patted Iovia's shoulder. At least until reinforcements from the 3 lonely mountain kingdoms arrived, he had to endure this filthy barbarian wandering around him. Well, you convince me. Iovia's mouth twitched. It was indeed unrealistic to expect those short-legged dwarfs to run quickly in the dense forest. Let's clear out all the orcs near the exits first. Once reinforcements arrive, we can go after the orcs in Dol Guldur, Roland suggested. Well, that's the only way. Let's clear out the orcs nearby first. Iovia nodded in agreement. Kill all these invaders. Kill them! For the glory of the knights. Kill! Led by several high-ranking professionals, the soldiers launched an attack through the barrier's exit, striking the orcs outside. The unsuspecting orcs were immediately stunned. Perhaps because the ringwraiths had escaped so quickly, they had forgotten to notify the orcs stationed outside the barrier to retreat, leaving these pitiful orcs at the entrance abandoned. Faced with the ferocious coalition forces, and without a numerical advantage, a few level 6 soldiers holding the line meant little advantage. These orcs could only falter in the face of the coalition's assault. Puff! Ah! In the chaotic orc camp, the royal guards faithfully carried out Roland's orders. Finish off the orcs. One by one, the guards chopped off the heads of the still-living orcs with their heavy swords. Even those who attempted a counterattack were left with only a few white spots on their plate armor. That's it? That's all the orcs can do. Roland shrugged disdainfully as he watched the crushing battle unfold. With the addition of the level 6, the orcs couldn't even stop a single charge. Roland immediately lost interest in slaughtering them. Yes! The addition of a 6th-tier professional will make the battle infinitely easier. Iovia sighed. The turning point in the failed attack on Dol Guldur was his own wounds from a surprise attack, forcing him to teleport away. He should be thankful he still had Peter Grow, a 4th-tier dragon warrior, who, in conjunction with the dragon, could escape the ringwraiths. At the time, there was only one ringwraith, Kamul. Otherwise, a ringwraith charging into the elven army would surely make Iovia regret it. The relatively weak elves in the interior would have made few survive. So I'm wondering, what's the point of the others? One 6th-tier professional could completely replace thousands of lower-tier professionals, yet thousands of lower-tier professionals are helpless against a 6th tier. Roland said somewhat dejectedly. After witnessing the devastating damage output and terrifying survivability of a 6th-tier professional, Roland was utterly bewildered. You see, even elves with low defense could survive 2 backstabs from a ringwraith. This fully demonstrates the terrifying power of a 6th-tier professional. No, of course it's necessary. Don't forget that every legendary 6th-level professional has trained their way up from the lower ranks one by one. We are no exception. The lower ranks are the path to the higher ranks. And as you can see, we are ultimately a minority. A full-scale war still relies on your support, isn't it? Iovia said, gesturing to the coalition soldiers scattered ahead, chasing the orcs. So you should improve yourself faster, instead of doubting the meaning of your existence. Even non-professional soldiers have their value, King Roland. Seeing Roland's confusion, Iovia counseled. He had been confused before. Faced with the high-end combat power of his clan, Iovia never understood where the lower-end combat power would survive. It wasn't until they suffered heavy casualties in the Battle of the Black Gate that the high-level professionals were entangled by Sauron's men, and it was precisely these mediocre, low-level professionals who determined the outcome. You're right, I was overthinking it. Roland smiled carefree. He had indeed been overthinking it. The overwhelming power of high-level professionals against low-level professionals only existed in a region without a matching force. The Kingdom of Lodrond, however, possessed its own 6th-level combat power. Not to mention attacking other factions, it was more than enough for self-defense. Welcome. Balin. King Bard. King Whitewing. Everyone opened their arms to welcome the reinforcements from afar. Oh! My friends. Seems everyone's here? Let's hear what we brought you. Balin, the dwarf leader, said happily, his snow-white beard twitching. As you wish, we're all ears. Roland bowed playfully. Ahem, now Balin, let's get started. We brought a full 1,000 heavily armored dwarf warriors with us. Note: heavy armor. I beg your pardon for our tardiness. After all, short-legged dwarves in heavy armor can't run very fast, can they? Balin blinked. Thank goodness. This is the best news I heard. We're just short of melee units. We don't even dare let our rangers engage those scum. Once they're surrounded, it'd be difficult to separate our soldiers, Iovia said excitedly. Although they currently have the advantage in high-end combat power, if a large-scale engagement breaks out, the coalition will definitely suffer. After all, exchanging 10 orcs for 1 elf isn't a loss-making deal. On the contrary, it's quite profitable. I brought 10 knights, 40 cavalrymen, and 50 spearmen. Whitewing introduced them without waiting for anyone to speak. Thank you for your aid. Iovia expressed her gratitude. You have to remember that the kingdom of Arkovia had only just established itself, and as one of the main battlefields of the Battle of Lonely Mountain, they had paid a heavy price. Sending 100 men to support was a gesture of good faith. I brought 50 warriors from Dale. 150 guards. Bard was better off, with a slightly larger force. Yes, with these reinforcements, we have the strength to launch another counterattack on Dol Guldur, Thranduil said excitedly. That was once the capital of the Woodland Elves, a place they longed for. King Roland. Your promise still. Balin sidled up to Roland, rubbing his hands and blushing. Of course, this summer I lead the warriors of Raglan to join you on the expedition to the mines of Moria, Roland affirmed. The reward for this quest was a dragon rider. No one would ever say too much about that. Chapter 157. Crack, crack. The rustling sound of armor echoed through the dark forest. Dwarf warriors, clad in heavy plate armor and bearing large dwarven shields, formed small circles, surrounding the elven rangers and archers. Watch the treetops, Roland warned, looking up at the dense, ancient trees. Watch the treetops. Beware of orc sneak attacks. The person beside him immediately relayed Roland's orders. Roland was indeed quite foresight. Sure enough, one of the advancing team spotted orcs hiding in the treetops. They clung to the trunks, short blades in hand, quietly waiting for the coalition soldiers to pass beneath them, then leapt down. However, after Roland's warning, the orcs' tricks were merely amusing in the face of the well-prepared coalition forces. Not only did they appear as bright as light bulbs to the 6th-level professionals, but even the elves in the coalition could spot orcs hiding in the treetops with their sharp eyes, and easily shoot down these targets. The journey was uneventful. Small groups of orcs harassed them almost constantly, but no major battles occurred. It could be said that the orcs had successfully delayed the coalition's advance with their small force. Oh! God! Can't these filthy scum just come out and fight openly? Ferv, who had just chopped off an orc's head, said in agony. He was fed up with these scattered orcs. Each one was hiding in the treetops or in the burrows, waiting to attack the coalition soldiers. They're trying to hold us back, Omsk said helplessly, clutching his chest. You mean they get reinforcements? Roland was stunned. Even if reinforcements do come, they won't arrive quickly. Besides the Misty Mountains, the only source of support right now is Mordor. I think they're trying to hold on to Dol Guldur Fortress while they wait for reinforcements. Stretch out their defenses and gather their troops. You know that takes time. Omsk shrugged. Then what are we waiting for? Let's charge straight ahead. We can't let them gather their forces. Thranduil narrowed his eyes. If the ringwraiths gathered all the scattered orcs to hold Dol Guldur, the coalition forces wouldn't have a good way to capture the fortress. It's too late. They should have already gathered a considerable number of soldiers. A blind charge now will be futile. We should proceed cautiously. At least we can't let them launch another surprise attack, Roland said, glancing at Iolithia beside him. Ahem. What's that look in your eyes? Iovia said awkwardly. It seemed like she was the only one here who had been backstabbed twice. Your Highness. Omsk approached Roland, seeming hesitant to speak. What's wrong? Roland asked quietly, seeing no one was paying attention. What do you think of the coalition's actions? Omsk looked at Roland seriously. What do you think? What's wrong? Do you see anything wrong? Roland's expression grew serious. Although they had brought only a few soldiers this time, they were definitely the elite of the kingdom of Lagran. Even the loss of a single one would make Roland heartbroken. If things went wrong, Roland said, he could go to the rooftop and queue up to reopen the battle. Our goal this time is to capture Dol Guldur, but we don't have enough troops to support us there, Omsk said slowly. How could that be? We have 4 level 6 warriors, plus this army composed entirely of professionals. How could we not conquer Dol Guldur? Roland breathed a sigh of relief. So, Omsk was concerned about this very issue. But the enemy has 3 ringwraiths. And the Death Breath, who excels in group melee combat, is waiting for us right there. Omsk said pessimistically. But you can stop them, right? Roland said, looking at Omsk. But the ringwraiths won't necessarily engage us directly. They're familiar with the terrain and can easily avoid us and slaughter the lower-level soldiers. It's not that I'm pessimistic, Your Highness. As the highest-ranking warrior in the kingdom of Lagrang, I have a responsibility for you and the other soldiers who have gone out. Omsk said firmly. Then what should we do? Tell them? And then the coalition forces return? They won't agree. Thranduil dreams of returning here, and Eoya seeks revenge. He wants to kill every creature of the dark faction here. Roland said, then fell silent. What they do is none of my business. I simply hope you won't charge too far forward. Lead our men to drive back the enemies around you. That way, even if something happens, our soldiers will be enough to hold out until I can come to your aid. Omsk whispered. That's it. If we can successfully capture Dol Guldur, that would be great, but if anything goes wrong, I lead the soldiers to hold out and await your return. Roland nodded in agreement. If a fight broke out, Omsk would definitely not stay behind, so he was bound to keep his distance from the Lagrand army. Roland's only job was to protect his own safety until Omsk arrived. Omsk! Warn the elves! Roland shouted at Omsk as he prepared to leave. Regardless of whether the elves' pride would listen, as an ally, Roland decided to give them a heads-up. Roland, do you really think so? Vervet arrived at Roland's tent, lifted the curtain, and hurried in. Draw the curtain, it's windy tonight. Roland rolled his eyes helplessly. Don't interrupt me, answer me straight, Vervet insisted. You knew the answer before you came, didn't you? Roland said, hinting. Not just you, Eoya and Thranduil should have understood it too, but they just won't admit it. Roland continued calmly. You mean? Dol Guldur is a giant trap, Vervet said with difficulty. A trap? Not really. It's just a meat grinder at best. We might be able to capture it, but that depends on how many casualties you elves are willing to take. Bard and Whitewing came together, Bard speaking bluntly. Don't look at me like that. We can't risk everything for an elven city. That wouldn't do us any good. Dol Guldur is a threat to us, but it's not fatal. Whitewing sighed and spoke frankly. I understand, Ver said dejectedly. He understood that humans wouldn't pay a heavy price to recapture Dol Guldur. As Whitewing had said, Dol Guldur was merely a threat, not a fatal one. The deadly orc army had already been crushed by them at the foot of the Lonely Mountain. With Dol Guldur not being a necessity, humans and dwarves certainly wouldn't be willing to pay the price for the elves. I bet you take it. If Balin knew about this, he'd take the dwarves and run away. Bard scratched his head in annoyance. Of course, the dwarves were willing to fight the orcs to the bitter end, but only when necessary. If fighting for the elves meant suffering heavy casualties, the dwarves wouldn't mind withdrawing. After all, the relationship between the two races wasn't exactly good. We'd take it one step at a time. For now, we can only hope that the battle for Dol Guldur goes smoothly. Otherwise, the coalition will disband, and the tentacles of evil will continue to spread across this land. Roland rubbed his brow. Chapter 158. Puff. Eoya casually pulled her scimitar from the chest of an orc attempting a sneak attack. We're here. The old fortress. Verway's eyes were filled with eagerness. A dark city, overgrown with tree roots and thorns, appeared before them not far ahead. Amon Lance. Our home. Thranduil's eyes flickered faintly. Everyone follow. Don't fall behind. Dragon Slayer Bard drew his longbow and cautiously surveyed his surroundings. The pitch-black forest always made him feel incredibly oppressive. Be on guard. Be prepared to attack and counterattack. Whitewing, bearing a large shield, weaved through the crowd, constantly slapping the halting coalition soldiers, warning them not to simply marvel at the grandeur of the elven city, but also to be wary of the attacks that could come at any moment. Archers at the rear. Rangers in the center. Warriors in the front. Knights, follow me. Keep calm. Roland growled, gazing at the dense jungle around him. The dense tree trunks clearly hindered the soldiers' ability to assemble. The areas where they should have formed their battle formations were often blocked by the branches, creating gaps and loopholes in the soldiers' square and circular formations as they moved. While no major incidents occurred, many were injured by surprise attacks. Form a formation. Suddenly, several low voices echoed from the front. Dozens of dwarves scouting the path ahead raised their large shields and formed a tight double shield wall. The few low-quality iron arrows that struck them only made a crisp clang against the shield wall. Counterattack. The elven rangers following them immediately hid behind the shield wall, drew their bows, and hurled arrows at the approximate location of the enemy's concealment. Ouch! A shrill wail echoed, revealing an unfortunate individual struck by an arrow. Judging by the lively, still breathing sound, it seemed the arrow hadn't hit a vital point. However, after the elves fired another round, the orc was completely silent. Rain of arrows. The coalition commander, having suffered a heavy loss in this area, clearly had no intention of advancing again. He directed his archers and rangers to unleash their firepower. All right. No survivors. Retrieve the arrows, and let's go, Verway said grimly, folding his arms across his chest. His mental power had already spread out, scouting for a long time. Aside from the orcs, who had just hidden behind the tree, there were no other living creatures. As for why Verway didn't kill them, what a joke. A few harmless orcs wouldn't be enough to warrant a 6th level attack. Gather the troops. We're too close to Dol Guldur. There's no point trying to hide our movements on such a large-scale march, Roland said to the coalition leaders. The coalition soldiers were now spread out over several square kilometers, too thinly spread out. If a Tier 6 force were to be entangled, even a single cavalry unit could wreak devastating damage. Even ordinary knights wouldn't underestimate the Orc-Wolf cavalry. Toot toot. Woo woo woo. The horns of each tribe within the coalition blared in unison. Hearing the horns, the soldiers quickly converged on the source, a magnificent sight like a river merging into the sea. In a matter of moments, the entire forest was filled with soldiers. Melee fighters up front. Rangers supporting from both wings. Archers in the center. Spellcasters at the rear. Cavalry roam freely, but don't stray too far. Oms took command. In terms of combat proficiency and multi-service coordinated operations, Omsk was undoubtedly the best here. What a golden opportunity. It's a shame Peter Grow isn't here, otherwise a dragon tongue spell would have been much better. Roland lamented, gazing at the silent fortress of Dol Guldur. It was clear the ringwraiths had no intention of leaving the city to fight. From where Roland could see, not a single orc soldier could be seen on the ramparts. It was clear they were already prepared for a street fight with the allied forces. They abandoned the outer wall? Great. Attack immediately. Branduel's sharp eyes instantly saw through the wall's strength. No! Branduel, you can't be so hasty. Roland grabbed Branduel's gauntlet. What's wrong? Branduel was puzzled. Let's proceed cautiously. They might not let us over the city walls so easily. They're likely hiding in the shadows. Don't forget, the evil faction has occupied this place for years, and they have ample equipment to disrupt our psychic detection. Don't let your psychic powers fool you. Furthermore, there are 3 ringwraiths hiding here. Don't forget the tragedy of King Ealvia. Roland's gentle shout suddenly made Thranduil shudder. Ealvia calmly gazed at the quiet, lifeless city, his clenched fists betraying his inner excitement. This was a battle of revenge. The elves, formerly skilled in agile attacks, were being toyed with in their strongest area. This was a disgrace to Ealvia and all the Star Elves. We killed them all. Ealvia snorted coldly, the sharp scimitar in her hand piercing his eyes painfully. Of course. But we don't need to pay a heavy price for these dying men, right? Roland warned the 2 agitated elven kings. As for Verway, he didn't bring any troops with him, so why bother with him? In Roland's eyes, even if high-end combat power committed suicide, it wouldn't be swiftly annihilated. As long as their own support was timely, that was a minor problem. However, once the ordinary soldiers, who made up the majority, rushed out in a fit of rage, it would be difficult to recover. They would either annihilate the enemy or survive. It was impossible for most of them to retreat intact. These ordinary soldiers precisely determined the fate of an entire race. The elves' thin population base was due, on the one hand, to reproductive difficulties brought about by their long lifespan, and on the other hand, to the overflowing individual heroism of the elves. Once the elven army was deployed on the battlefield, the final casualties could take thousands of years to recover. It's always better to be cautious. King Ealvia. King Thranduil. Think of the few people of each race. The dwarf leader, Balin, also stepped forward. Compared to the elves, the stubborn dwarves had it even harder. After enduring countless hardships, their population was not much larger than the elves. With the mentality of every man counts for a man, while the dwarves didn't fear dying in battle against evil, minimizing losses was preferable. I agree. Bard raised his hand. Me too. Whitewing raised his sword, asserting his presence. The kingdoms of Aquabaya and Dale were the epitome of no man's land. One, devastated by smog, fought the battle of 5 armies, while the other, driven out by the orcs, also fought the battle of Lonely Mountain. Neither faction was willing to lose too much combat power. This battle will be difficult. We need to proceed cautiously. Don't forget, Orc reinforcements could be waiting behind us to deliver a fatal blow. All we have to do is deny them any opportunity. Roland had no objection. Just kidding. The Knights? The Royal Guards? El Nino Rangers? Each one of them is priceless. Roland's heart would be crushed to pieces if one of them died. That's it. Iovia and Thranduil agreed after seeing the crowd's reaction. Attack! Omsk raised his lance and pointed it at the abyss-like Dol Guldur ahead. The dark old fortress seemed like a gaping maw, waiting to swallow up this elite expeditionary force. Chapter 159. Alternate fire, provide cover. Thranduil, a master of commanding archers, personally drew his bow and stood alongside the other archers, firing at Dol Guldur's outer walls and arrow towers. Although the elves' firing speed was slow, it was accurate enough. Every arrow was destined for the battlements and embrasures of the arrow towers. Any enemy who appeared there would face a hail of arrows pre-aimed for them. Guards. Form a shield formation. Cross the bridge. Roland narrowed his eyes. The Royal Guards of Raglan, possessing an invincibility skill, were undoubtedly the best vanguard. With this steep and treacherous terrain, as long as the enemy ambushed a few tough ogres within the wall on the other side, almost no one besides the Royal Guards could get past their defenses. Shield wall. The guards divided into 3 columns, 100 strong. The guards on the left and right pressed together, their thick tower shields forming a shield wall around them. The guards in the center column raised their tower shields overhead. The stacked shields instantly shielded them from the sky, leaving no blind spots. The 3 columns of Royal Guards pressed together, activating their shield wall ability. In an instant, a moving wall appeared. No one can break their defense. No one. Omsk praised enthusiastically. These were the most elite infantry of the Lagrang Empire. They had once terrorized all of Middle-earth. They were the foundation of the empire. Boom, boom, boom. With steady, muffled steps, the moving wall finally reached the bridgehead. Destroy the bridge. The orc leader watched in horror as the impenetrable wall pressed toward the castle. Realizing there was no way out, he quickly gave the order to destroy the bridge. Beyond Dol Guldur, perched on the summit, lay a cliff. Kill them! Don't let them destroy the bridge. Verway roared, his voice catching the wind as he heard the orcs' conspiracy. Slingshot! Slingshot! Don't save your energy or your fighting spirit! Iovia roared. As their words fell, the originally accurate and fierce shooting became swift and accurate. A torrential rain of arrows rained down from the sky, instantly riddling several ogres carrying rocks to hurl them. Their bodies were covered in fine bolts, and they were killed instantly without a single grunt. Quick! Charge! They're trying to destroy the bridge. The experienced Royal Guards saw the orcs' intentions, but they had to maintain their formation while wearing such heavy equipment, not giving them a chance to attack. So, despite their efforts, they couldn't move quickly. Bang! 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 A series of muffled sounds echoed. Damn! Giant crossbows! The discerning Royal Guards exclaimed. The arrow towers in Dol Guldur began to counterattack, the crossbows hidden in the flat-top towers working their magic. Hold on! Bang! Although the heavy crossbows couldn't immediately break their defenses, the terrifying impact wasn't so easily countered. The impact of the previous few crossbows had already pushed them half a step to the right, forcing the entire team to stop. If there had been a few more giant crossbows, they would have been completely blown away. Iovia. Thranduil. Verway. Suppress the crossbow tower. Roland cried anxiously. Ordinary elves couldn't reach a crossbow tower 3 or 4 kilometers away, but these 3 6th level hunters could easily do so. I see them. Verway grabbed his longbow, pulled it to the full moon, and fired at the crossbow tower hidden among the towers. Bang! The fire-based battle energy attached to the arrow exploded and spread, instantly engulfing half the tower's roof in flames. Bang! Damn it! It missed. Vannerway cursed. Although he had successfully hit the crossbow tower, he hadn't destroyed it. A few seconds later, the crossbow tower fired again. Your Highness! We can't hold on. We can't move forward. The Royal Guards at the rear roared helplessly in the direction of the Roaring Alliance. The barrage of crossbows, one every few seconds, made it impossible for them to move. If they moved, some of the guards would inevitably be knocked back by the force of the giant crossbows due to their unstable footing. Think of a solution. The shields are dented. The Royal Guard shouted. Each falling crossbow arrow not only dispersed the battle energy on the shield surface, but also damaged their tower shields. Although the adamantine alloy tower shields were sturdy enough, they were no match for the giant crossbows that rivaled the dragon hunting crossbows. Directly ahead. Trolls charging. Fire! A guard warned. Sure enough, several massive trolls in armor scaled the wall and charged towards them. If they had been allowed to proceed, they could easily have pushed this elite royal guards off the cliff. Swish! 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 3 flashes of cold light suddenly emanated from the gaps in the shield wall. The oncoming troll howled and fell to the ground, struggling for a few moments before moving. This fall instantly brought misfortune to the trolls behind them. The trolls that had been charging at high speed were tripped and thrown to the ground by the first troll, and one even tumbled off the cliff with a wail. Their unusual behavior immediately attracted the attention of the coalition forces. Relying on the abnormal defense of the royal guards, Roland directly ordered the elven archers to indiscriminately shoot at that area. The royal guards hiding behind the shield wall heard the sound of rain hitting banana leaves, while the ogres could only sing the song of withered chrysanthemums. They were shot miserably, and immediately fell to the ground or rolled down the mountain. Oh my god! They blocked the road. Roland leaped up in anger. The ogres were dead, but what on earth were these piles of flesh? Without the giant crossbows, the royal guards could have just pushed the bodies down, and that would have been enough. But the problem was, they were pinned down on the bridge, unable to move. What the hell? Has this become a stalemate? Roland facepalmed. Besides the royal guards, who were taking the beating, everyone else was unleashing their fire. The orcs were directing their fury at the entrance's stone bridge, and the royal guards atop it. The coalition forces were directing their fury at the orcs hiding in the city, and the royal guards. They huddled behind their shield wall, trembling. Bang! With the efforts of the foremost royal guards, they successfully pushed down the first ogre's corpse. They had just reached the center of the stone bridge, and ahead, there were 7 more corpses waiting for them. Suppress the crossbow tower. Roland was practically furious. Those damned orcs were darting in and out like rats in the ground, their giant crossbows always unleashing a surprise shot. Even the 3 6th level hunters couldn't completely suppress them. How many crossbows had they installed? Haven't they all been eradicated? Omsk's face was bitter. He had confirmed that at least 10 crossbows had been hit, but some were still firing. The ring wraiths are attacking. They're protecting the crossbow tower. Although we successfully hit the tower, we clearly haven't broken it. Roland immediately realized the problem. Clearly, the ring wraiths didn't want to let the coalition forces in for a city fight. Keep going. Kill them. Roland angrily grasped a longbow and launched his own shot. Accuracy? No need. After all, it was full of orcs, so I definitely hit them, right? Chapter 160. Clear the obstacles. While the heavy crossbows were being distracted by the hunters, the royal guards finally had a free hand to clear the bodies ahead. Quick! Push down. Several royal guards hiding behind the shield wall thrust their spears into the ogre's body and lifted it up, sending the massive ogre tumbling backwards. Drop. Defend. A shrill voice rang out, and some guards caught sight of flashes of cold light in the distance. Clang. Bang. Bang. As expected, in the blink of an eye, 3 crossbow bolts pierced the air, slamming into the shield wall. The guards behind the shield wall stumbled, their wounds shaking violently. Fuck. A magical annual herb, there's no way through. The guards, once again held on the bridge, began to curse. Hold steady. Move slowly. The royal guards, caught between a rock and a hard place, could only inching forward, hoping to reach the next ogre corpse. They're advancing. Roland exclaimed in delight, pointing at the royal guards shuffling slowly across the bridge. Yes! Cover them. Iovia narrowed her eyes, and once again engaged the opposing crossbowmen with all her might. The third one. 4 more. The leading royal guard wiped the sweat from his brow and exhaled. Their attacks are getting more ferocious. The royal guard sensed the sounds outside their shield wall intensifying once more. Don't worry. They can't break us. We're a moving great wall of 100 stacked shield wall abilities. Unless they unleash a truly massive dragon hunting crossbow, they never be able to break our defenses. Of course, pushing them down doesn't count. That last humorous remark brought a smile to the royal guards' faces. Hold on. Don't let your guard down. Our men are suppressing them. Their complacency won't last long. The royal guards all cheered. Damn it! I should have sent the Holy Glory Knights charging in. They can't stop our knights' charge. Roland was furious as he watched the royal guards shuffling along the stone bridge. You tell me the knights can charge in such a short space? A knight without speed could be knocked off their horses by a peasant with a dung fork. Iovia said with exaggerated force, pointing to the narrow bridge before Roland. If only a ringwraith had blocked the entrance, it would be a different story. Omsk grinned. Wait. Why didn't you charge in first? Roland suddenly realized that these level 6 warriors were theoretically the easiest to break through. Hey! They're either nobles or kings. There's no way they waste their time on something as lowly as scouting. If the ringwraiths were lying in wait to attack them, no one could withstand a head-on attack from 3 of them, Bard whispered, quickly embracing Roland. Roland was stunned, then realized. These weren't the NPCs in the Lord of the Rings game. They were living beings. As the elite few in Middle-earth, they had their own pride and value. Sending out a force of Tier 6 fighters, like the game's player lords, would be difficult to achieve in real Middle-earth. Unless it was a matter of life and death, no noble would be willing to sacrifice themselves. After all, their lives were far more precious than those of ordinary soldiers. King Roland, we can't force our way into the city, risking an ambush from the ringwraiths, Iovia explained, frowning. Hey kid, you have to learn to play the role of a king. War isn't a simple math problem, there are many factors to consider, Thranduil said meaningfully. In his eyes, Roland was simply overly enthusiastic. Anyone who reached his level would understand that a qualified ruler is right to sacrifice some people to achieve their goals. Rolling up one's sleeves and taking action personally is a matter of circumstance. It's unwise for a ruler to put himself in danger unless he has no other choice. Thranduil, who has lived for thousands of years, saw this all too clearly. Omsk closed his eyes, feeling incredibly embarrassed. His own lord, his own king, it seemed he hadn't yet grasped the role a king should play. His mindset was still stuck in the days of a minor lord commanding hundreds of men. Roland sighed. Honestly, having grown up in the modern world and lived a peaceful life, he simply couldn't believe they could so easily sacrifice their own troops to achieve their goals. This was clearly avoidable. We can't wait any longer. Roland gritted his teeth as he looked at the shaky shield wall. He knew full well the immense wear and tear on the royal guards, wearing heavy equipment and enduring the onslaught of giant crossbows powerful enough to pierce dragon scales. If they didn't find a solution, they would be destroyed in pieces. The enemy at Dol Guldur had also become more cunning. They were concentrating their crossbows on attacking only the front few areas. Now, the royal guards on the other side were less than an arm's length from the bridge. Assemble the knights. Roland roared at Omsk. Your Highness. Omsk was stunned. Follow orders. Roland narrowed his eyes, and a sense of pressure from King Raglan permeated him. Assemble. Knights of the Order. Assemble. Omsk roared. Knights. Our brothers are trapped on the bridge, unable to advance. They're about to be thrown off the cliff by the orcs. Will we allow it? No. The Raglan Knights of the Holy Glory Knight shouted at the top of their lungs. Excellent. For the glory of the knights. Charge. Roland raised his Dragon Slayer's sword and pointed it at the bridgehead. Kill. For the glory of the knights. Long live Raglan. Are they mad? Iovia looked in horror at the knights rushing towards the narrow stone bridge. They're courting death. Thranduil's face turned wildly. Roland! You can't do this. You're asking them to commit suicide. Bard shouted angrily at the charging knights. Oh! Beard. The dwarves covered their eyes. Madman. Whitewing muttered. Your Highness. Fight. Omsk tried to hold Roland back, but how could he keep him with the charge? The knights under the glory skill were invincible. Seeing no hope of staying, Omsk gritted his teeth and charged forward, instantly passing everyone and taking first place. Encircle the vines. Roland suddenly tore open a scroll, unleashing a wood-based war spell stored within. Thick vines, like giant pythons, sprouted from beneath his feet. Dense vines instantly wrapped around the stone bridge, following the knight's charge, then bypassing the royal guards blocking the way and spreading to the other side. Kill! Omsk breathed a sigh of relief and instantly sensed his opportunity. He took the lead, treading the vine-paved path and charging across. Charge! Bard's eyes widened. Kill! Charge in. Take Dol Guldur. Thranduil was also shocked by this wave of operations. What the hell? Starting with war magic. Kill! Enter the city. Clang. Boom. The knights, in their glory state, easily blocked several whistling crossbow bolts. It didn't even slow them down. In just a few seconds, Omsk was the first to step onto the land across the bridge, officially standing before Dol Guldur. Chapter 161. Kill! Omsk roared, his lance radiating a terrifying surge of fighting spirit. The next second, he thrust it fiercely toward the narrow stone entrance. Bang! The flying stone chips tore through the surrounding orcs like sharp arrows, leaving bloody corpses scattered all over the ground. Kill! The knights rushed in through the gap Omsk had opened. The orcs, who had just assembled their forces to block the attack, had barely reached the steps when they collided head-on with the charging knights. Bang! Crack! The roars of the horses, the screams of the orcs, and the roars of the knights intertwined. For a moment, the stone steps at the entrance flowed like a river of blood. The knights desperately rushed upwards, while the orcs desperately pushed the knights downwards. Omsk, open the breach. The troops behind are coming. Roland, caught in the crowd, roared as he saw the endless stream of dwarves and royal guards rushing across the river. If they were stuck here, countless lives would be lost in this narrow space after the orcs turned their crossbows. War trampling. Omsk tugged on the reins, and the abyssal steed instantly raised its front hooves, then, enveloped in a raging wave of battle energy, stomped down heavily. Boom! A terrifying shockwave, swirling with violent light and battle energy, erupted in a 60-degree area in front of the abyssal steed. Instantly, the area within 50 meters in front of Omsk was like being smacked by a giant hand. Every orc was reduced to a mixture of flesh and broken bones, and dark green blood swirled and spread throughout. Even Roland, who had begun to adapt to the battlefield, felt a frantic stomach ache. Charge! Charge! To the end of the world! Kill them all! Omsk seized the remaining orcs, lance in hand, and charged forward while the horrifying scene shook them. His long lance swept through the orcs, shattering bones and tendons, and those who survived wailed on the ground. Boom! Boom! Knight Lagran, worthy of being one of the most elite knights, suppressed the shock in their hearts and the churning in their stomachs as they continued to charge with Omsk. It's through! Omsk exclaimed excitedly. Finally, the orcs blocking the stone steps were defeated. Omsk led the knights to occupy the stone hall at the entrance. Through the doorway, they could clearly see the numerous paths leading out. Dismount. Occupy this place. Wait for the follow-up. Roland exclaimed in delight. Finally, the most difficult hurdle of entering the city was overcome. The orcs were clever. Seeing that the city gate had been lost, they gave up using their crossbows to snipe the coalition soldiers crossing the bridge. Instead, they shifted their crossbows, waiting to inflict greater casualties on the coalition forces in the street fighting. The giant crossbows have been moved, Iovia said grimly. These scum have become clever. Thranduil's expression was also unpleasant. As long as the giant crossbows remained in the crossbow towers, or arrow towers, Iovia and his men could eliminate the troublesome ones in a targeted manner. It would only take a little time. Have the soldiers follow, Thranduil said helplessly to his adjutant. Now they could only hope that the giant crossbows would cause less damage to the coalition forces in the street fighting. As you command? The elves cautiously followed the dwarves into the city. By now, the dwarves had secured the main street in front of the hall. Only the branching intersections were like gaping mouths, ready to devour any who entered. We have to split our forces. There are too many forks in the road, Roland said with a headache. We need to hurry to the Hall of State to control the city's central hub and block the enemy. Bard was familiar with the architecture of each race. He knew the Elven Hall of State could serve to divide the battlefield. The ringwraiths are still hiding in the shadows. Don't forget, Balin said, leaning on his battle axe as he surveyed the brilliantly lit hall. 5 forks in the road, and we only have 4 level 6 combatants. More importantly, we don't know if the ringwraiths are together. Roland sighed. Looking around the hall, he could vaguely recall the glory of the elves in the last era. Sadly, elves are now an endangered species. The exquisite stone carvings on the walls seem to lament their tragic fate. Don't worry. Think of a way. There's always a way. Verway reassured the sweat-splattered crowd. We must explore all the paths and not leave them alone. After all, the roads here are interconnected, and we don't know what the goblins have done to this place over the past millennia. Thranduil stepped forward as the host. While he knew every street here, that was only thousands of years ago. You should ask Gandalf. After all, he's been here before and discovered the goblin army. Roland was speechless. The woodland elves, clearly intent on reclaiming this place, hadn't they asked Gandalf, who had been there before? While melee mages were somewhat unreliable, with their formidable memories, they could easily describe the situation here. By God, Beard. Poor dwarves, ignorant dwarves, pathetic dwarves, would actually agree to fight an unprepared war with you. Thorin and I must be mad, or we wouldn't have sent troops in the first place. Balin howled, covering his eyes. So the enemy can stop us with just 5 crossroads? Whitewing shrugged, his words thick with sarcasm. No one wants to sacrifice themselves, and if the team without a 6-tier warrior chooses the wrong path, they're almost certain to die. Bard said wearily, exhausted by this unsolvable proposition. The casualties in street fighting are horrific, and if those without a 6-tier warrior encounter a ringwraith, they're doomed. And even if there were a 6-tier warrior, there's no ruling out the possibility of 3 of them banding together and forcing a sudden attack. This is simply unsolvable, Roland thought to himself. If he had to abandon Omsk's protection and lead his troops to attack a single city block, he certainly wouldn't want to. Of course, no one in the coalition was willing to sacrifice their own people's lives to save others. If only Peter were here. Iovia rubbed her brow. Didn't you keep him here to watch over the house? Roland frowned, speechless. I regret this. I didn't realize there were 5 forks in the road, Iovia said aggrievedly. My great lord, the Star Elf King, we all charged in. 3,000 of us are stuck here, and you're telling me you've forgotten? Hurry and call Peter Grow over. Don't just block us up here. Who knows where the orc reinforcements are? Roland said speechlessly. He knew the plot well, knowing that Sauron had a horde of demon dragons at his disposal, and their combat power was among the best of the dragon race. System check-in, Roland said helplessly, gazing at the already dim sky. An entire night had passed, and he still hadn't had a proper fight with the orcs. He'd been stuck on the bridge for half the night with a giant crossbow, and now he was stuck at this damn fork in the road. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for achieving El Nino Ranger *50. This? Heaven. Oh, Earth. After so many years. System, you finally released a unit. Roland was touched that the system had so kindly provided such a high-end unit in this critical moment. System. Chapter 162. Contact Peter Grow. If he doesn't come, the coalition should disband. Several 6th-level warriors stood together and whispered, their gazes fixed on Iovia. After all, he was the Dragon Knight of the Star Elves, and Iovia's approval was crucial. I contact him. He's a very fast dragon rider. Iovia sighed. Only Peter Grow, a figure of comparable 6th-level combat power, could save the situation. However, Iovia also hated Thranduil to the core. 5 forks in the road? He really wanted to crack the brain of the woodland elf architect to see if he had such a talent. 5 main roads through 1 entrance, how many more forks would there be? Ah. Your Highness, I'm here. After receiving the magical communication, Peter Grow dismounted his dragon and rushed to support Iovia. Welcome, great dragon rider. Bard breathed a sigh of relief. Greetings, dragon rider. Balin also paid his respects. Welcome, Peter Grow. The others also offered their congratulations. It's great you come. We've been stuck here all night. We don't know when the orc reinforcements will arrive, and we've been forced to stay here because we can't split our forces. Now that you're here, we can start advancing on all fronts. Roland breathed a sigh of relief. Let's have dinner. After dinner, we launch the attack, Roland suggested. That makes sense. We can't delay any longer. I can already see those damn crossbows waiting for us on the street corner. Thranduil was overwhelmed. Those crossbows had already been moved to their perfect positions by then. There was no point in rushing now. It would be better to have a good meal, and then attack slowly. Okay. Let's eat. I got some dried meat and cheese. Just add some water, and we make a thick dwarven broth. Balin excitedly patted the ration bag he carried on his back, which was filled with dried meat and cheese. Oh my god. Iovia, Thranduil, and Verway all grinned and quietly moved away from him. It was well known that the nature-loving elves were vegetarians, and this kind of strong-flavored meat was enough to keep them away. Wow. The dried meat tastes good? Roland had been eating dwarven dried meat for a long time, and the moment he took a bite of it, he knew it was the finest, most refined meat. Hee, you really have good taste. Balin praised with a thumbs up. The elves all frowned in unison and moved away from the two. Although it was called a meal, in reality, everyone just ate a quick meal. The rock-hard bread loaves, enough to be used as weapons to crush orcs, were sawed into brick-like pieces by these muscular soldiers and distributed. They ate them with cold water and dried meat, the harsh grinding sound making Roland think they were scratching the bread with their teeth. However, the officers and lords were treated much better. They gathered together, using their fire-attributed battle energy to heat pots of hot water, and then devoured them with cold bread and cheese. Other than that, there was no difference. It must be said that the elves were truly elegant. Even the rations they carried in combat were so unique. Unlike the bread, meat, and cheese carried by humans and dwarves, the elves pulled out their ration bags and pulled out snacks? And then, there were even a few berries and nuts. Wow! They had actually taken a vacation on the battlefield. Alright. Let's assign the routes. Thranduil, you know this place well. Find me a route where the knights can deploy. Don't make me blindly advance the knights like infantry. At least make sure they can charge. Roland patted the meat and bread crumbs in his hands. Well, then you take the middle route. It leads directly to the royal hall, but be careful of the giant crossbows. There are sections along the way where a single crossbow can practically block the entire street, Thranduil recalled. Okay, you know this place well. Assign them as well, Roland said. In the end, the coalition forces mixed the dwarves, elves, and humans together. With the exception of Roland and the Lagrang soldiers, who took the middle route, each of the other routes received over 800 men and a 6th-level warrior. Thranduil led the first route, the most winding and complex, with many potential ambushes. Only Thranduil, the host, was familiar with the terrain and could avoid ambushes and backstabs by orcs. Iovia led the second route, which was unremarkable. Verway led the team along the fourth route, which featured steeply undulating buildings, so attacks from higher ground were a concern. Peter Grow led the fifth branch, which skirted the city's edge and abutted the cliffs. This side required minimal defense, so Peter Grow simply circled the city on his dragon, monitoring any other allied forces for possible distress signals. Knight Omsk, thank you for your patience in this battle. We have the fewest men, but our fighting power and resilience are the strongest. I believe no one can stop the combined might of the knights, the royal guards, and El Nino Ranger. Roland patted Omsk on the shoulder. As you wish, your highness. Omsk nodded earnestly. I go first, and your highness, it's best for you to follow at the back of the knights. That way, the knights can protect you, and the royal guards behind can provide support at any time. Omsk thought for a moment. Yes. Roland, so fearful of his life, naturally obediently agreed. Warriors of Lagran. Assemble. Let's kill these demons. For the king. For Lagran. For our homeland. Charge. Omsk led the charge. Kill. Amidst cries of killing, the allied forces surged into the gloomy ancient city like a tide. The morning sun, still filtering through the pale stone walls and withered vines, made the city appear utterly silent and desolate. It was as if all the orcs within had perished overnight, not a single ghost left. However, as the coalition forces advanced deeper into Dol Guldur, they engaged the orcs hiding there. The first to engage was, as expected, Thranduil's group. As he led his men through the streets and rooms, they encountered orcs within a stone wall with a layer between them. About 20 or 30 orcs leaped out and engaged them. 3 seconds later, the dwarves drew their blood-stained spears, the elves laid down their longbows, and the humans brushed the blood off their swords. Nothing. Thranduil spat in disdain. Although his vaunted mental detection was limited by the pervasive shadows, he could still detect the enemy's approach with his memory and keen hearing. Charge. Omsk swung his lance, sending the mangled corpses of 2 orcs flying. Soon, the orcs blocking the path were completely annihilated. Less than 100, Omsk conservatively estimated, surveying the corpses on the ground. Oh my god! We're less than 100 meters in, and someone's already sniping. I wonder what's happening to the others, Roland said worriedly. Although he easily dispatched those orcs with his exceptional individual skill, the rest of the coalition didn't have the perverse and flawed units like the royal guards and the knights. The battle was destined to be exceptionally arduous and difficult. Chapter 163. Always pay attention to your surroundings, Roland warned, raising his lance. No one dared underestimate the orcs lurking in the shadows. In this place shrouded in darkness and evil for millennia, their perceptions were suppressed to the lowest level, leaving them in constant danger of a surprise attack. Your Highness, this isn't a place for knights to lead the way, said the captain of the royal guard. Indeed, we're rushing too fast. We might be surrounded by orcs. We need to clear the streets and houses one by one along the way. Most importantly, we must keep the knights' fighting spirit at full strength. Maintaining a constant state of glory is unrealistic. Omsk nodded. Then the knights will stay behind to provide support. The royal guards will lead the way, and the El Nino Rangers will be in the center, Roland said readily. Be careful. A squad of 10 royal guards stalked the wall until they reached a dark doorway. The leading guard was about to enter when someone behind them grabbed him. Stab! A sharp spear lashed out from behind, its gushing battle energy forming a nearly 3-meter-long spear beam that plunged straight into the darkness. Ah! Several shrill roars echoed, followed by a stream of purple-black blood flowing out from the cracks in the stone. Orcs! Torches! With cries of alarm, several torches fell into the darkness, illuminating the stone house. Several heavily armed orcs were lurking in the area, but two had been unlucky enough to be struck by the royal guard's swift stabbing strikes. One was pierced through the chest and abdomen, leaving a half-meter-long wound on his torso, leaving him completely empty. The other orc had his left leg severed by the sharp battle energy spear beam, and the wailing cries had clearly come from him. Swish! Puff! After a few incoming royal guards launched a flurry of stabbings, the orcs were freed, leaving behind only a few punctured remains and blood on the ground, telling of the Legrand's brutality. Roar! A large stone slab beside the road suddenly swung open, and a group of orcs leaped out. Their instantaneous appearance in the ranks caused everyone to pause, and then the highly skilled Lagrang soldiers responded. An El Nino ranger dropped his bow and arrow, drew his rune blade, and slashed the orc's head. The headless corpse suddenly rushed forward a few steps before twitching helplessly and falling to the ground. Kill them all! The El Nino rangers responded in unison, abandoning their longbows, which were cumbersome in close combat. The dragon-hunting longbows were only a death warrant in close combat. The reliable rune blades on their backs were their most trustworthy friends. Protect the king! The royal guard's focus was clearly different from theirs. Ranger El Nino, eager to attack, was focused on killing the attackers, while the royal guards immediately blocked Roland's path. Don't block them. Kill them! Roland, stunned, stared at the massive tortoiseshell formation that had suddenly formed before him and wordlessly ordered the royal guards. These fools had actually immediately trapped Ranger El Nino, who had fought so bravely, outside the shield formation. Bang, bang, bang. The royal guards, reacting quickly, showed no mercy, charging forward with their massive shields. The distinct crack of broken bones made Roland's heart tighten. He suddenly felt like an orc being hit by a train. By the time the royal guards had passed him, only a bloody, limp, and mangled corpse remained. Damn it! Roland couldn't help but curse. Today, he finally realized the El Nino Rangers' incredible melee prowess. No wonder they nearly annihilated the Dragon Tribe's army. Their melee prowess was even more ferocious than the Botania archers. I feel offended. It seems my title as the strongest melee-capable ranged unit is about to be ceded to me? These El Nino Rangers, with their agile agility, showed off their orc-like agility. In Roland's eyes, each of these 50 El Nino Rangers possessed incredible agility. Let's explore their hidden potential together. Filled with endless murderous intent, the orcs used their nimble bodies to perform a variety of difficult maneuvers as they attacked. Splits and bridges were child's play. The truly impressive thing was that they actually spun and leaped through the trajectory of their machete attacks. With their eyes closed? Then, with a swing of their long arms, the sharp and broad rune blades mercilessly sliced through the throats and cervical vertebrae of three bodies. Puff! Puff! Bloody spear tips suddenly emerged from the orcs' backs, leaving behind a trail of blood and their lives. The royal guards, reacting quickly, relied on their superior defense to press forward, pushing forward despite the orcs' slashing and stabbing weapons. In that brief moment, they had placed the orcs near their ranged units. Technically, this was a clear dereliction of duty, but Legrand's ranged units. Were they really ranged? The orcs, desperate for tears, were being slashed and driven back by the rune blades of the El Nino Rangers, eager to see the prey. They finally realized that this ranged unit, which lacked even helmets, wasn't incapable of wearing them, but rather that their formidable strength made them unwilling to defend themselves. After all, by the time their attacks landed, these terrifying rangers had already killed their attackers or taken refuge elsewhere. Push them back. Omsk glared. The light and shadow hero, never known for his psychic powers, had a perception nearly indistinguishable from the naked eye in this darkness-shrouded place. The pervasive malevolent energy and atmosphere severely hampered the coalition's detection capabilities, leaving Omsk feeling deeply ashamed. After all, the enemy had nearly struck Roland in the face. I should have brought the priests with me. Roland grieved deeply at the priest's combined detection array, which supposedly could dispel darkness and evil and reveal the orcs lurking in the shadows. Your Highness, Omsk said guiltily. It was fortunate that a group of orcs had emerged, not a single ringwraith. Otherwise, in that split second, he would have been able to slaughter dozens of them. Of course, Roland, bearing the brunt of the attack, would have been even less likely to survive. It's not your fault. Accidents can happen here at any time. We can only try our best to avoid them, but there are bound to be some oversights. Don't worry, Roland consoled him. Honestly, even he was stunned by these orcs' underground warfare, let alone the others. But they were just ordinary orcs, devoid of any fighting spirit. They couldn't do any damage to the Legrand soldiers, let alone even wear them down. At least they sacrificed their lives to show Roland what it meant to be as ferocious as a tiger, then all dead a minute later. Frankly, Ranger El Nino had them cut down like dirt, not to mention the royal guards, who were nothing more than tin cans. A single royal guard, shield and lance in hand, would have broken bones or been stabbed into a mess. Ugh! A splash of black blood. Did it get clean? Roland asked, watching Omsk emerge from below. Of course, not a single one was breathing. Omsk gave a thumbs up. Keep moving, Roland ordered, while holding his shield high above his chest. He was also afraid that an orc would suddenly attack him. Chapter 164. Kill! Peter Grow led the way atop his star dragon. His icy blue dragon breath, carrying the power of the stars, violently charged through the streets. Several orcs who were unable to dodge were struck by the dragon's breath, its annihilating effect instantly disintegrating their bodies. Only the parts not exposed to the breath survived. Ha! A sharp crossbow bolt streaked diagonally from below. Dragon hunting crossbow. Peter Grow cursed inwardly, tugging on the dragon's reins to pull Sky high into the air. Sky, beware of the bugs below. They're hiding dragon hunting crossbows, Peter Grow warned. This position made the star dragon's belly extremely vulnerable to attack. Understood. The massive star dragon, Sky, spoke slowly, speaking in human language. Give me vision sharing. I need to sense the movements of these wretches. My mental power is suppressed by the evil energy here, and I can't detect anything far ahead. Peter Grow sighed softly. Alright. Star Dragon Sky let out a melodious dragon roar, instantly connecting his dragon power to Peter Grow's fighting spirit. Peter Grow's vision suddenly brightened, his mind cleared, and his pupils transformed into magnificent vertical pupils. Fine dragon scales quietly appeared beneath the skin of his cheeks. At this moment, Peter Grow had truly entered dragon form. Dragon form is a more advanced combined attack skill than the Knight class's Human Rider fusion. Anyone who signs a contract with the Dragon Clan can enter dragon form, the only difference being the responsibilities of dragon form. The higher the level of the contract, the greater the effect and area of dragon form. When a person truly achieves absolute understanding with their contracted dragon, their dragon form transforms into a terrifying dragon man form. This form possesses the appearance of a human, but the combat power of a dragon, and is said to rival that of a true god. Surging dragon power surged uncontrollably through Peter Grow's body. The dragon's powerful mental force instantly burst forth, sweeping across the ruins before him. Suddenly, Sky's dragon eyes narrowed, and Peter Grow's narrowed theirs as well. I saw what you saw. Kill them! Peter Grow's vision mirrored Sky's own. In a stone chamber several meters underground, a massive dragon hunting crossbow, operated by dozens of orcs, slowly drew its bowstring. One of the orcs ran towards the heavy crossbow, clutching a bundle of what looked like black arrows. An immersive dragon hunting tower in the Elven City? It's still functional. Sky asked curiously. This ancient artifact should have decayed long ago. It was a defensive weapon built by the early elves to prevent dragon attacks. Normally hidden within the city, it would be raised by a mechanism when needed. The massive dragon hunting crossbow would rise to the surface to attack the incoming dragons. After firing a magazine of 5 black arrows, the entire tower would sink again to reload, preventing the crossbow from being destroyed by the dragons. To resist dragon attacks, the tower's roof was covered with defensive and forbidden magic circles to prevent melee damage and dragon language magic. After all these years, it still works, but the defensive and forbidden magic circles have failed. It requires maintenance by a magician, Peter Grow said calmly. To them, it was just an annoyance. They would dismantle it the moment it surfaced. Weapons targeting dragons were the most repulsive and disgusting to the dragons. Peter Grow, now in dragon form, felt a deep-seated aversion to the building. Star Torrent. Peter Growlong waved his spear and pointed it at the rapidly rising dragon hunting tower below. Boom! The star dragon Sky, taking a deep breath, opened his mouth and chanted obscure dragon magic. With the final syllable, a complex magic circle appeared in the depths of his throat. The next second, Sky unleashed it with all his might. A torrent of dragon power, like a stream of silk, erupted from his mouth. The unique annihilating power of the Star Force instantly disintegrated the buried dragon hunting tower. Without the protection of its forbidden magic circle and defensive array, the dragon hunting tower, decayed over time, was nothing more than an ordinary structure. How could it withstand the Star Dragon's breath? Hey! Peter? If I'm not mistaken, those people down there seem to be the group you lead. They seem to be in trouble. Sky's dragon eyes fixed on Peter Grow. At this moment, the last remaining coalition force was pinned down on a staircase. The orcs above attacked them from above, hurling logs, boulders, and arrows at them. The 800-strong force could only huddle at the foot of the staircase, relying on the shield wall of dwarves and humans to withstand the attacks from above. Only the elves within the army, armed with bows and arrows, kept the orcs in check with their occasional fire. "Where's my commander? We need him," a Dale guard cried in agony, resting on his shield. A bolt of lightning pierced his leg, but he, shouldering the defense, had no time to bandage himself. "Someone, please help these orcs. They're crazy. They can't all be attacking us here." A dwarf, nearly paralyzed by the rain of arrows, saw the damage done to the front through the dents on the back of his shield, but the dwarf had no desire to investigate. "Fight back. Elves? Kill them! Don't just take the beating. We can't wait for them to come down," an officer spontaneously commanded. Whoosh! A burst of air swept through, and before everyone's eyes, a thick dragon's breath, hundreds of meters long and nearly 10 meters in diameter, descended from the sky, plowing hundreds of meters in front of the column and back. Instantly, the intensive firepower ceased. That single blow had killed at least hundreds of orcs. That was the fighting power of the Sky King. The remaining orcs scattered, leaving the main road and taking shelter in the streets on either side. Bang! The heavy dragon's body descended from the sky onto a stone hut, causing the already shaky structure to collapse with a loud bang. Sky shook his head to shake off the dust. "How's the situation?" Peter Grow, perched on the dragon saddle, asked with concern. "Sir, you arrived just in time. If you had been any later, we would have been collecting the bodies." The soldiers laughed. Peter Grow smiled but said nothing. It wasn't such an exaggeration. Were the coalition forces just defeated by the orcs? No. Attacking a higher enemy with a low-ranking force would only result in heavy casualties. No one would want to risk their lives against these worthless orcs. Besides, the orcs could take advantage of their weaker physiques. After all, the defenses of the 3 kingdoms of Lonely Mountain were truly impeccable. The dwarves and the Dale Kingdom, who were located near the mines, were the best equipped. The next best were the soldiers of the Kingdom of Aquavia, near River Rapids. They all wore heavy armor of alloy or fine steel. Only the elves, due to class restrictions, wore leather armor. "Let's go! Raise this place." Peter Grow drew his longsword angrily. Whoosh! A faint blue dragon power spread from his arm to the tip of his sword. A terrifying aura brewed within him, and the dragon power condensed into the shape of dragon scales, clinging to his body. Dragon Knight. Arrived. Chapter 165. Die! Peter Grow suddenly thrust out the dragon spear in his hand, the 3-meter-long spear piercing straight into the stone slab. Boom! The dragon force carried by the dragon spear exploded, and a vast underground hall appeared before everyone. However, most of the orcs were lying on the ground, their lives unknown. Only a small number of orcs stared in horror at the suddenly opened ceiling. "Damn it! They're hiding in places like this?" The dwarves looked down angrily. Who could have imagined that there was a horde of orcs just meters below them? That's not the point. After jumping down and clearing out the orcs below, Peter Grow returned, weapon in hand. He was now worried about how many such chambers there were. If there were many, the orcs would be more than capable of blocking their retreat. After all, each branch of the coalition had only about 800 men, and Roland only had 351 Raglan troops with him. If those ringwraiths entangled the Sixth Order and himself. Peter Grow had given up thinking about it. Perhaps they could win, but how many soldiers would they leave behind? Even if they did, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. "Stand still. Halt!" Peter Grow roared as he mounted the dragon's back. He was about to turn around and check if there were any more of these damned armory chambers along the way. Bang! A dragon claw imbued with star power descended from the sky, its several-meter-long forearm plunging straight into the earth. The shockwaves sent shattered rock flying around, and the blue star power spread wildly. It was the Star Dragon's ability. Dragon Star Fist. Got a bug. Sky turned and gave Peter Grow a sinister grin. His sharp claws had just pierced through something soft, unmistakably the body of an orc. "On!" With a clear, passionate dragon roar, the Star Dragon Sky stretched out his claws, holding onto the ground, and then exerted force with his other claw. Instantly, hundreds of square meters of rock were lifted up, and hundreds of terrified orcs below stared in amazement at this apocalyptic scene. A figure in ferocious blue armor descended. The war energy in his hand, spreading 5 meters in a blaze, forced all the orcs to retreat. This was the last thing they saw. 3 seconds later, as if being engulfed, the scene of the Bladestorm's attack unfolded beneath the sky. Every orc had been brutally dismembered, arms, legs, and other body parts scattered across the ground. Purple-black blood bathed the entire basement, like a still pond. Go! Find the next one. Peter Grove's face darkened. He knew the coalition had been tricked. Although it was a simple ploy to lure the enemy deeper, everyone had fallen for it. No, not everyone. Probably only the king and King Thranduil. Peter Grove felt bitter. An open conspiracy. A blatant one. He knew the dangers were rife here, but the proud elf king would never give up the opportunity for revenge and recovery. Peter Grove said bitterly to his dragon. There's nothing we can do. This is his choice. We can only obey his will and fight until death. Sky lowered his head. Having lived with the elves for thousands of years, he understood the pride ingrained in their bones. These handsome elves held a pride no less than that of dragons. We can't lose these people. Peter Grove's mind was clear. The demise of these people was enough to eliminate the star elves from the fold. Even if they managed to survive, it would take an entire epoch for them to recover to their current level. So, my friend, I will follow your instructions. Sky lowered his head and looked at his contracted partner. Keep searching. At least we can't let the orcs block our retreat, Peter Jarrow said. The star elves had escaped almost unscathed last time thanks to good luck. Dol Guldur wasn't as heavily guarded as it is now, and the elves' surprise attack had thrown the orcs into disarray. Otherwise, if the ringwraiths had attacked Yaldia and shattered the star elves' fighting spirit, Dol Guldur might have actually changed hands in that one battle. But Dol Guldur is now a formidable nemesis. Not to mention the ringwraiths lurking in the shadows. Even a massive army of orcs hiding in the darkness underground would be enough to give the coalition a hard time. Peter Jarrow wasn't sure if the rest of the coalition had noticed this news, but he decided to inform everyone soon. After all, those obstacles made of walls and houses were practically nothing to him. Is this the last one? Peter Grove gasped. He already killed his way to exhaustion. He was now certain the ringwraiths had pulled back their defenses, and nearly all the orcs were inside Dol Guldur. There were at least 20,000 orcs in the city. Peter Grove had already unearthed nearly 3,000 of them along the way, just from those hiding underground, not counting those in ambush ahead. That meant there were at least 5,000 orcs along this route, waiting to encircle this small group of 800 orcs. Damn it! Let's go check on the others. Peter Grove was disgusted by these orcs, who could only dig holes. Those basements were clearly not the work of woodland elves. The crude workmanship would be recognizable as Orcish by any intelligent race. Dragon God! Sky exclaimed. What's happening? Peter Grove also saw what the star dragon saw through Sky's shared vision. Countless orcs poured out from street corners or from beneath lifted stone slabs, flowing like streams into the main road to form a rushing river. Their target was the advancing coalition forces. These orcs are truly cunning. Verway looked helplessly at the wall he had violently destroyed. Behind the massive stone wall lay several twisted orc corpses scattered across the ground. Sir, shall we continue our advance? The soldier, after searching fruitlessly, reported to Verway. Rest for a while. We continue in 5 minutes, Verway said, looking at the sweat-drenched soldiers. Thank you for your kindness, the soldier said respectfully. No need to say more. Shit! Verway quickly put the new vocabulary he had learned from Roland to use. Enemy attack. Circle formation. Minervi screamed, then instantly leaped forward and lunged towards the orcs. Your opponent is me. Ledilia suddenly appeared at the corner of the street on his warhorse. Damn it! Everyone defend. Vannerwy stopped dead in his tracks, his face sullen as he stared at Ledilia's ahead. If he went to slaughter the orcs in the rear, there was no doubt that the soldiers he commanded would also be attacked by Ledilia's. While the two sides were deadlocked, the coalition forces in the rear were already engaging the orcs. The dwarves formed a circle, forming the outermost barrier. The elves raised their longbows and hurled them wildly into the air. The humans, swords raised, rested on their shields, ready to block any possible breach. In that instant, the three races coordinated with each other in perfect harmony. Whoosh! Suddenly, a magnificent blue column swept across, clearing a 100-meter stretch of road in an instant. The hundreds of orcs that had been running wildly along it were slowly annihilated by the dragon's breath. Peter Grove. Our dragon knights are here. Vannerwy's face lit up with joy. The dragon's breath from the sky was enough to make these poor orcs a perfect target. Thinking of this, Vannerwy didn't hesitate and pounced, frantically engaging Ledilia's. Peter Grove, who used dragon breath to interrupt the orcs, who were blocking the nerve at this moment, did not feel any joy. He quickly controlled Sky to spit out a few breaths of dragon breath at the building below where the orcs were hiding, and immediately pulled up the star dragon. You know, The situation of others was not optimistic either. Chapter 166. Sure enough, there's a conspiracy. Gan Xia said helplessly, looking at the orc armies surging from behind and ahead. Dragon God. We just killed so many orcs, and yet we haven't wiped them all out? Omsk's eyes widened. Give up. They're like rats, they find their way out of any crack in the ground. Roland looked helplessly at the incoming orcs. Damn it! The knights, get ready. Omsk rode up to the front. Your Highness! Those bastards at the back are in your care. Lead the royal guards and El Nino rangers to hold the position. Wait for us to return. Omsk spoke helplessly, looking at the surging orcs on both sides. The Lagran army, with its sparse numbers, was now somewhat stretched thin. Protect the king, Omsk said, then drew his rifle and led the charge. Form a formation. Shield wall. The royal guards demonstrated the correct method of attacking a turtle-style infantry unit. The massive tower shield's tip was slammed into the ground. The shields pressed together, forming a wall blocking both ends of the street. Roland was dragged off his horse by Ranger El Nino. He now stood out in the crowd. Such a high target was a living target. Fire up. Watch out. The royal guards stared vigilantly, their spears pointed at the sky. Oh my God! They're climbing over the wall. One of the royal guards suddenly exclaimed. As expected, orcs continued to leap from the buildings on both sides, charging towards Roland and his group. Kill them! El Nino's rangers fiercely drew their rune blades and slashed at the orcs. The orcs were instantly stunned by the ferocious range fighters. They thought charging into the group of leather-armored humans would lead to a massacre. But the massacre happened, and the target was them. The sharp rune blade chopped down, and an ugly head flew up. Purple-black blood flew several meters high. The headless corpse rushed forward a few steps under inertia before falling to the ground. It twitched weakly, and gradually grew cold. Kill them all! Don't let them reach our inner lines, Roland cried anxiously. Although El Nino's melee abilities were exceptional, their light armor made them vulnerable to the orcs' heavy weapons. While the orcs couldn't easily penetrate their dragonhide armor, dragonhide wasn't as defensive as dragon scales. Dragonhide, with its high magic resistance, offered limited protection against the orcs' heavy weapons, like clubs and axes. Unite? Converge. The royal guards, even as they blocked the onrushing orcs, retreated slowly. Soon, the shield walls on both sides joined together, sealing the final opening. Clear the enemies within. Prepare to meet the enemy. Roland glanced at the few pitiful orcs trapped within the formation. Bang! Swish! The first sound was the sound of rune blades severing orc weapons, followed by the sound of flesh being slashed. The remaining orcs were quickly torn apart by El Nino's rangers. Ranger El Nino! Guard the flanks. The enemy could scale the walls and appear on either side at any moment. Shoot them before they descend. Don't give them any chance, Roland shouted fiercely. Although the circular formation formed by the royal guards and Ranger El Nino was impregnable, in this narrow terrain, the enemy could easily swoop down and attack their flanks. Don't panic. Maintain your formation. Withstand the onslaught. They are nothing but beasts with weapons. You are Lagran's most elite infantry. Do not fear. Do not retreat. Their blood and heads will forge your reputation. Roland, dragon slayer in hand, patrolled the crowd and shouted encouragement to his troops. He knew that if surrounded and morale weakened, they would face the risk of collapse. They must have a tunnel. Damn it! These rats are so hard to defend against. Roland cursed, thrusting his sword into an orc's chest. He couldn't understand why these tall and strong orcs were so obsessed with burrowing holes. You love burrowing holes, huh? Today, I make sure you all sleep in the ground. Roland roared. The current scene filled him, even someone who had experienced the Battle of Lonely Mountain, with despair. The streets in front and behind were completely blocked by orcs, and the buildings on both sides were covered with orcs. Ranger El Nino had fired his arrows quickly enough, but it still couldn't stop the orcs' determination to scale the walls and attack from both sides. They simply stopped aiming and just fired. They would always hit something. Our space is shrinking. The royal guards cried in agony, feeling the pressure from all sides. Even the tower shields dug into the earth were being pushed sideways. The royal guards only needed to thrust their spears, no need to stab. The orcs would charge at them. Each spear was draped with corpses, and the weight of the bodies made it difficult for the royal guards to draw their spears. Prepare for a shield wall charge. They're almost in. One royal guard roared. To the rear, where the orcs were most numerous, an orc had already stepped on its comrades to tumble into the circle, but Ranger El Nino quickly chopped it down with a single blow. Shield wall charge. The royal guards roared. War energy emanated from their bodies, gushing forth, toppling the foremost orcs. The shockwaves ripped through them, tearing their flesh and breaking their weapons. In an instant, the entire 3-meter radius around the circle was empty. Retreat! Watch out for counterattacks. Watch out for the corpses beneath your feet. Don't fall. Following Roland's command, the entire circle shrank again. The orcs quickly surrounded them once more, completely encircling them as if nothing had happened. Prepare for a thrust. Roland observed these frantic orcs, intending to try something new. Thrust! Roland commanded, and the royal guards thrust their spears, imbued with battle energy, fiercely forward. The battle energy contained within them suddenly erupted, and 210-meter-long blood trails appeared before Roland's eyes. Excellent effect, Roland exclaimed. Your Highness, we must leave. Fighting like this is too exhausting. The royal guard shouted to Roland. The intense confrontation was rapidly draining their strength. They couldn't see any signs of improvement yet, but soon they might not even be able to raise their shields. Forward. Rear guard follow. Front guard advance. Roland swung his sword, aiming for the direction where the Holy Glory Knights and Omsk had disappeared. He couldn't leave the Holy Glory Knights alone, no matter what. With Omsk there, they could still retreat even if 3 ringwraiths attacked them. Roland decided to lead his men forward. Successfully breaking through the orcs in the rear depended on the knights' terrifying impact. If Roland led his infantry to attack them head-on, they would tire themselves out. After all, their numbers were enough to make Roland's 250 men weep. At that moment, King Legrand experienced the profound impact of quantitative change on qualitative change. Forward! Attack! Roland roared. He was even mentally prepared for the first loss of high-level professionals. This battle would be more difficult than any he had ever experienced. Chapter 167. Boom! A violent explosion echoed behind Roland and his group, illuminating the sky with a blue glow. Leaked dragon power. A dragon knight. Roland's pupils shrank, but he quickly reacted. It must be one of ours. He's attacking the orcs. Our dragon knights are here. Roland announced this morale-boosting news to everyone. In this world of magical warfare, dragon knights are undoubtedly one of the most powerful forces. Whoosh! A strong wind blew. It was the gust of wind whipped up by the wings of the star dragon's sky. Even if the low-flying dragon didn't attack anyone in its supersonic flight path, it could still kill them. Although the star dragon wasn't known for its speed, the wind whipped up by its wings still blew most of the orcs around, and even the Lagran soldiers were affected to some extent. Peter, block the battlefield. We need to rest, Roland roared. The royal guards, their formation scattered by the wind, desperately needed to regroup. Their strength, already depleted by half, had been expended in the fierce wind whipped up by the dragon's wings. The vast tower shield offered immense resistance. Oh my god! How did King Roland break away from the knights? Peter Grove faintly heard the call from below. He looked closely, and saw that Roland's infantry had separated from the cavalry by several blocks. What kind of formation was this? Before Peter Grove could think, Sky had already flapped his wings and soared into the sky. A powerful radiant dragon energy emanated from his body, forming a shield that broke the sound barrier. Then, Sky swooped down, roaring and swooping down upon the still unresponsive orc army. Ah! The dragon's roar echoed through the sky, and the orcs once again recalled the fear of being dominated by the dragon riders. The genes hidden in their blood were activated. Countless years ago, this terrifying aerial force had slain the orc army, and now, this power had descended upon the continent once again. Hide. Roland suddenly felt something was amiss. The power of large-scale, area-of-effect weapons, like dragon breath and dragon speak magic, was terrifying. Even a scratch from the edge of a dragon's breath would leave them dead or wounded, for the star dragon's breath carried the power of annihilation. Ouch! Ah! Ah! Hit directly by the dragon's breath. How could these poor orcs possibly survive? Orcs wailed and fell to the ground, struggling, helplessly watching themselves and their companions die. Annihilation. Their bodies slowly weathered, shattered, and dissipated as the dragon's breath invaded them. Dragon God. What kind of power is this? Roland stared in shock as the road behind him widened more than twice as wide. A massive trench, over 300 meters long, 20 meters wide, and 5 meters deep, appeared before everyone's eyes. In some places, the dragon's breath had not yet completely dissipated, still consuming the surrounding soil and rocks. As for the orcs, Roland looked up and saw that the entire area behind him was deserted. Even the buildings on either side were in ruins. Many of them had been destroyed by the dragon's breath, and the orcs, who had taken refuge within them, had been sent to heaven. Even those who weren't killed immediately were buried alive underground. Bang! The heavy dragon's body crashed down. The star dragon Sky slowly lowered his head, revealing Peter Grow, who was sitting on his neck. King Roland, your knights are fighting the orcs in the front. You can join them. The remaining orc remnants are left to you. I have 2 other coalition forces that I haven't gone with yet. I'm leaving first. I wish you good luck. Peter Grow held his chest and nodded to Roland before riding his dragon into the sky again. How cool. When can I finally have a dragon? I want to be a dragon knight too. Roland envied Peter Grow's unrestrained and good fortune. Any intelligent race that forms a pact with a dragon not only gains an extended lifespan, but also possesses exceptional cultivation talent. Even a life of idle pleasure won't hinder you from reaching the pinnacle of rank 6. Any dragon knight, dragon warrior, or other professional who survives the growth period has a bright future. A profession that rivals the gods is no joke. Goddess. The king has gone mad. Peter Grow spotted a second coalition force in the sky, specifically, the Elf King, who rode so far ahead. Puff! Swish! Crack! Iovia's ruthless moves. Every strike was deadly. He was seeking revenge. He was venting his fury. This place was a place of shame for a certain Elf King. Here, his vaunted agility was humiliated, and he was actually backstabbed by a ringwraith. A knight backstabbed a ranger. Could anything be more ironic than this? Of course, Iovia, humiliated in the goddess's home, could not swallow this humiliation. So when the orcs launched an all-out counterattack and surrounded the coalition forces, Iovia's first reaction was not surprise or panic, but a radiant green look. The surrounding star elves understood his gaze. It was the look of delight at the sight of prey. When Iovia gave up even the bow and arrow, and drew a scimitar from behind a star elf, she demonstrated the violence of a ranger and the wrath of the Elf King. Luckily, she hadn't encountered any ringwraith ambushes along the way, or hadn't encountered any yet. Without a counterforce of equal strength, Iovia went completely berserk. Battle spirit radiated from the tip of her blade, forming a blade beam several meters long. The double-edged sword was wielded with such force that even the defensive shield warriors and knights frowned. The visual impact was simply overwhelming. Dragon breath, Peter Jarrow whispered. Sky understood and immediately released a blast of dragon breath, sweeping across the orcs pursuing the coalition forces. The coalition soldiers, previously defending the rear from the recurring ambushes, breathed a sigh of relief. The Dragon Knight was a formidable force against the orcs, who lacked air knights. Even the ringwraiths themselves could not restrain Sky. After all, nightmares cannot fly. Unless Sauron had equipped the ringwraiths with demonic flying dragons, the range of a knight class would be a nightmare for restraining a dragon knight with air superiority. Your Highness! Peter Jarrow leaped from the back of a low-flying dragon to Iovia's side, drawing his scimitar and joining the orc-slaying horde. Come on! Kill these bastards! Then follow me to chop off the ringwraiths' heads. I wonder if they're immortal. Iovia's eyes flashed coldly. Your Highness, you're charging too far. Peter Grow gently warned Iovia, practically pointing his finger at him and saying, You're getting too aggressive. Don't forget, there are those giant crossbows hidden in the shadows. Seeing Iovia unmoved, Peter Grow had no choice but to continue speaking. While it was exhilarating to wantonly slash at the enemy with his king amidst the crowd, falling into a trap was a different story. Peter Grow clearly didn't want to be the protagonist, nor did he want Iovia to be the hero, so staying with the soldiers became their only option. Chapter 168. Sky! Dragon breath, clear the way! Peter Grow roared at Sky in the sky as Iovia's hunting moon dissipated due to exhaustion of battle spirit. Without the cover of a single-shot kill, even a group of goblins armed with dung forks could potentially ambush and kill even the most elite professionals, just as a formation of torrent infantry could overthrow a knightly order if they were willing to sacrifice human lives. Peter Grow certainly couldn't really abandon himself and Iovia to the orcs. A tiger among sheep and being surrounded are two completely different things. Your Highness! Peter Grow tackled the high-spirited Iovia, his cold star dragon breath brushing over their heads. In this cramped space, the dragon's breath, capable of reaching every nook and cranny, could truly deliver the most devastating blow. It was truly a delight to be catching chips in Middle-earth, a land lacking an A. The orcs were completely unable to stop a fully fired dragon. Even the ringwraiths retreated into the shadows. After all, in defense, the ringwraiths were no different from ordinary orcs against dragons. Roland would one day be thankful for having El Nino's Rangers, a team with special anti-air capabilities. At least, they wouldn't become targets against enemy air units. Dragon riders are truly perverted. Iovia said to Peter Grod, taking a deep look at the horrific devastation wrought by the dragon's breath and the various limbs and severed arms it left behind. Your Highness! Follow the soldiers. Don't act alone. Don't forget your father. Peter Grod grabbed Iovia's shoulders and shook her. He didn't want Iovia to be surrounded and killed by ordinary orcs like his father because she was too brave and good at fighting. The Battle of the Black Gate was not only the pain of the woodland elves, but also the pain that the star elves would never want to mention. Your Highness! Seeing Iovia stunned, Peter Grod immediately shook him, reminding him they were still on the battlefield. Huh? I see. Let's go see Thranduil. The road there is difficult. Iovia shook her head, burying her sorrow deep within her heart. After calming herself down, she said to Peter Grod, Then be careful. I go see what's happening with King Thranduil. Peter Grod, like a firefighter, rushed between the various coalition forces. Maintain formation. Don't panic. Thranduil nervously commanded the soldiers around him, watching the orcs surge forward and backward. Advance steadily. They are mere beasts. Raise your longbows. Draw your spears. Hold fast to your shields. Victory belongs to us who stand in the light. They will ultimately be forced to linger in the darkness. Long live. Free people. Let us chop off their heads. Split their chests. Use their bodies to demonstrate our valor. Thranduil shouted, encouraging the coalition forces he commanded. Kill! Fear unleashed a greater fighting force against the orcs, who outnumbered them by several times their number. Fear can not only make people cowardly, but also maddening. Clearly, the coalition led by Thranduil belonged to the second category. The sharp steel spears pierced flesh, leaving behind a puff of purple-black blood and strands of flesh hanging from the barbs of the spear tips. The exquisite scimitars made a slight tearing sound as they sliced into flesh, blood slicing along with the blade, separating bones and tendons. The gushing blood instantly pooled on the ground. Shields clashed repeatedly in the hands of both sides, accompanied by the sound of wood splintering and iron plates clashing. A snapping sound. The entire battlefield erupted in chaos. Thranduil discovered with horror that the coalition forces had been scattered due to the winding and narrow terrain. Small groups of soldiers gathered together, back to back, and held their ground, resisting the orcs' overwhelming attack. Soldiers continued to fall under the orcs' attacks, their red blood mingling with the orcs' purple-black blood. The elves abandoned their proud archery skills, the dwarves discarded their heavy spears, and the humans swallowed their saliva and raised their long swords. They no longer fought for the king and the alliance, but for themselves, for survival. We entered the inner city, Your Highness. An elven guard accompanying Thranduil panted, scimitars in hand. Assemble. Everyone. Close to me. Our dragon riders are coming. Thranduil saw the star dragon sky circling in the sky, and suddenly felt a surge of envy. Air power was truly a blessing. Meanwhile, Peter Grod was having a headache. The entangled battlefield below him made it impossible for him to make a move. Classes like Dragon Knights and Dragon Knights, with their formidable AoE damage, were only marginally effective in the melee. The entanglement between the two sides gave Peter Grod a headache. Sky, deal with the orcs' follow-up troops first. It's too chaotic here, we can't help much, Peter Grod said decisively. Rather than playing kite flying here, it would be better to slaughter the endless stream of orc reinforcements. Star Dragon Meteor Shower. Peter Grod commanded Sky, observing the twisting roads. Clearly, the Star Dragon Meteor Shower, with its precise controllable position, was the better choice. Dragon power emanated from his body, instantly forming an exquisitely profound magic circle in the air. As the circle took shape, dozens of meteor showers the size of human heads, trailing a pale blue trail, plummeted from the sky. Under Sky's control, they landed with uncanny precision on the Orcish gathering. Boom! Stone dust flew, and orcs, hurled high into the air by the burst of dragon power, were scattered everywhere like tattered sacks. As the annihilation attribute of the star dragon power took effect, countless orcs began to dismember, wither, and dissipate. Hold on. Kill them! For our fallen kin. Kill them all! Thranduil hacked at the orcs frantically. He couldn't even unleash a full hunting moon, the hunter's signature skill, not only with immense power, but also with a terrifying energy drain. Hoo! Thranduil panted, looking around. The familiar surroundings instantly made him feel as if he had been transported back thousands of years. However, the devastated scene quickly revealed that it was all a dream. This place had long been dominated by orcs. Silent tears streamed down his face. The stalwart elf king, forcing his weary body to bear, wielded his 1,000-year-old elven scimitar, and charged steadily towards the inner city. 4. The Black Gate. Our lost glory. Thranduil muttered to himself, his eyes bloodied. Though disheveled and exhausted, his eyes grew brighter. Closer. Closer. The Hall of Government was just ahead. Kill! For the Woodland Kingdom. People of the Goddess of Nature. We are about to reclaim our lost home. Charge! Charge! Drive these scoundrels back into their filthy caves. Thranduil shouted excitedly, swinging his scimitar even faster. Crazy. They are all crazy. Every one of them is crazy. Peter Grose stared at Thranduil, who was leading the charge with his eyes wide open in disbelief. He thought Iovia was crazy enough, but he was instantly conquered by Thranduil. It turned out that the elves were all stubborn lunatics. Chapter 169. This. Peter Grose, riding on the dragon's back, suddenly froze. In his sight, a surging black tide surged madly northward from the southern woodlands. Damn it. Orc reinforcements are coming. Sky's dragon eyes narrowed slightly, the movements of the orc army clearly visible in their depths. Thranduil. Orc reinforcements are coming. Peter Grose roared in Elvish at Thranduil, who was fighting bloody battles in front of the former Elven King's Hall. Retreat! Thranduil. Get them out! Peter Grose roared frantically. He knew full well that the coalition forces, which had only occupied half the city, could not withstand a two-pronged attack. Furthermore, as expected, the coalition's advantage in 6th-tier combat power would quickly disappear. Peter Grose refused to believe that this southern orc reinforcement army did not contain any 6th-tier combat power. Roar! The torrent of dragon breath poured down directly, blocking the path of the orcs ahead. Bastards! These bastards! Thranduil cast a distraught glance at the nearby royal hall, his eyes filled with despair. The rear guard will become the front guard. Retreat from Dol Guldur! Thranduil roared at the top of his lungs, his anger and helplessness hidden beneath his rage unnoticed. Get out of here! Thranduil! I go get the others! Peter Grose anxiously piloted the star dragon out of their reach. Peter! Dragon breath support! Iovia exclaimed in delight as she watched Peter Grose appear on the horizon. Your Highness! Orc reinforcements have arrived. We need to retreat. Peter Grose, manipulating Sky with his dragon breath to block the orcs' advance, said to Iovia. So soon. Iovia sighed helplessly, his expression immediately darkening. Notify Thranduil and the others to retreat. Iovia sighed. In fact, I'm already doing that. I just notified His Highness Thranduil, and now I need to tell King Roland in Verway. Peter Grose nodded. Be careful. Iovia sighed, glancing at the nearby royal hall. Okay, Your Highness, retreat as quickly as possible and guard the bridgehead with His Highness Thranduil. Don't get stuck in the city. Peter Grose said solemnly. Okay. Iovia shuddered. He didn't want to experience the dilemma of being stuck on the bridge again. Peter Grose is here? Roland asked Omsk, watching the dragon soar overhead. It seems the pressure elsewhere isn't as great as it is here. Omsk quipped. Ha ha ha, it would be great if we could recapture this city. At least the area within hundreds of miles would be firmly under our control. Roland smiled. King Roland. It's a pleasure to meet you again, but now's not the time to talk. Quickly organize the soldiers to retreat. His Highness Thranduil and my king are waiting for you at the bridgehead, Peter Grose said quickly. Orc reinforcements are arriving from the south. We are outnumbered. The current coalition forces are unable to withstand the orcs' two-pronged attack, so retreat is the best option. Peter Grose explained again, fearing Roland and the others might not understand. F***K. Roland's mouth spun a sweet, graceful mosaic. Omsk. Assemble. Let's retreat. Roland shouted. This wasn't Raglan City, and there was no point in Roland risking his life for the elves. Since they had already decided to retreat, there was no reason for him to stay and fight the orcs. Front formation, rear formation. Knights, prepare to charge. Roland said, glancing at the orcs, who were being held tightly outside the shield wall by the royal guards and El Nino's rangers. Put your lances flat. Prepare to charge. The Raglan Knights' shouts echoed in unison. After freeing themselves from the orcs' entanglement, they quickly regrouped. The two outermost layers of Raglan Knights raised their sturdy lances and pointed them forward. The knights behind them sheathed their lances and drew their knightly swords, ready to strike down any escapees that slipped through the lancer's net. Forward! Roland mounted his warhorse and joined the knights, drawing his dragon-slaying sword and pointing it toward the exit of Dol Guldur. Tap, tap, tap! The crisp sound of horse hooves echoed through the cobblestone streets of Dol Guldur. At first, The sound was slow and crisp, but as the horses began to accelerate, the initial crisp clatter gradually became a powerful roar. Boom! Boom! A torrent of steel, commanded by Roland, madly poured down upon the orc army below. Soldiers! Move aside! Get out of the knight's path! Omsk, standing at the rear, shouted loudly, his voice clearly transmitted to the royal guards, who were blocking the orcs. Hearing this, the royal guards immediately opened a gap in the middle of the road, allowing the orcs to flow into their defenses. As the royal guards' formations retracted, they formed two semicircles of defense around the buildings. Knights. The orcs at the front suddenly spotted the knights at the end of the street in horror. Is there anything more tragic than being stuck in a narrow city with a knight's path? That's the knights charging. The moment the two armies met, the Lagran knights plunged into the orc army like a hot knife through butter. The poor orcs couldn't even offer a glimmer of resistance. Even their vaunted numerical advantage was completely negated in such a narrow area. The knights surged forward like a torrent, destroying every obstacle in their path. Nothing, physical or enemy, could stop this charging knight at its peak, except death. Infantry follow. We can't stop to wait for you. Omsk, hanging on at the end, rushed to the royal guards and Ranger El Nino, finding them hacking away at the few remaining foe members of the knight's charge, and hurriedly urged them to retreat. Omsk turned his head to glance at the still quiet street behind him, and followed the infantry. Fortunately, the orcs weren't cooperating well. If a single orc army had come to haunt the infantry, they would have been in serious trouble. However, the orcs, with their low IQ, had no intention of stopping them. The only group of orcs who did attempt to intervene had already been swiftly dispersed by the knights. Don't linger. Don't fight any longer. Don't worry about those who slipped through the net. There will be plenty of orcs for you to kill later. Forget them, we have to get home. Omsk shouted, commanding the infantry to speed up and not be distracted by the scattered orcs. After all, their most important priority now was getting home safely. Stop charging. Roland pulled on his horse's reins and slowly slowed down. There were no more orcs ahead. The elven flags on the nearby stone bridge fluttered in the wind. Chapter 170. King Roland, how is the situation? Iovia and Thranduil envied the Raglan army, whose numbers remained undiminished. After all, it was the Tenkin the elves dreamed of. Not bad. We shouldn't be too far from the royal hall. It's a shame Peter Grow came to tell us to evacuate, otherwise we could still have taken the city, Roland said with some regret. It can't be helped. If we can't clear half the city, we won't be able to hold it with our current forces. Iovia patted Thranduil's shoulder in comfort. Wait for Verve and the others. We withdraw once they're all together. Although we didn't recapture the city, we inflicted terrible casualties on the orcs. Overall, we're still the victors, Roland said after taking a look at the remaining number of coalition forces. Considering the coalition's actions, this was indeed a small gain. Roland didn't know the losses suffered by the coalition forces led by Verve and Peter Grow, but the coalition forces led by Thranduil and Eolivia had suffered almost no casualties. Each team now maintained around 700 men, while the orcs killed by the coalition forces were well over 10,000. Amid the clash of armor and weapons, Verve appeared before the crowd, leading a group of soldiers. Peter Grow also soared in the sky on his dragon. Retreat just like that? Verve, who had hurriedly arrived, exclaimed in surprise. I checked, and the city's defenses are still serviceable. We can deploy them during this period to repel these reinforcements. Verve pointed to the well-preserved fortifications before him. But we haven't cleared out the orcs in the city yet. The most important thing is that the ring wraiths are still lurking in the city. If we reveal any flaws, they will give us a fatal blow, Iovia explained. Retreat. We must be responsible for our respective realms. We cannot sacrifice this elite coalition army for a fleeting hope. Thranduil took a deep breath and said helplessly. He was the one suffering the most. Victory seemed within reach, but it was ruthlessly dashed. Retreat. Quickly. The orc army is about to kick our asses. Get out of here. Balin's resounding voice echoed through the ranks. Warriors of Raglan, let's go. Roland spurred his horse to catch up with the main force. Cross the bridge quickly. Don't stop. The royal guard shouted to each other, their memories of the recent orc ambush still etched in their minds. Quick! Quickly! Verway stood at the bridgehead, longbow in hand, firing arrow after arrow with precision at every orc that appeared to pursue him. Shield formation. Protect the bridgehead exit. Balin, a veteran of countless battles, immediately commanded his dwarves to form a shield formation 100 meters around the bridgehead to prevent the exit from being blocked. Follow me. Bard led the River Valley soldiers in the front, followed by the Actia Kingdom army led by White Wing. As the weaker force in the coalition, they were the first to withdraw from the battlefield. The Singri Star Elves followed them shortly thereafter. As they retreated into the jungle, the orc reinforcements barely appeared on the horizon. Retreat! Peter Grow, after checking the distance between the orcs and himself, said to the remaining 6th-level professionals. Knights, forward! Roland urged his warhorse across the stone bridge first, and the knights behind him followed him across the stone bridge one after another. Let's go! Thranduil, walking last, took a deep look at the towering figure of Dol Guldur, sighed softly, and reluctantly followed the others. Didn't catch up, Peter? Iovia asked, looking up at Peter Grove, who had just landed with a thud. Peter Grove had just ridden his dragon to scout and learn about the orc reinforcements. The orcs aren't pursuing us, but we might be in trouble later. Peter Grove frowned. What's wrong? Could it be? Iovia's face changed drastically. It's the orcs of Mordor. I recognize their totems and banners. I never forget them. There are about 20,000 orcs stationed in Dol Guldur. And I sense the presence of the 4th Ringwraith. Peter Grove said solemnly. Damn it. We sacrificed so many of our people. Rallied the coalition. Paid such a heavy price. And yet, we're back to where we were before the war? Without waiting for Iovia's response, Thranduil roared, his eyes reddened. Your Highness, calm yourself. We haven't lost, and they haven't won. Believe that we will ultimately be the victors. We will fight back. Bard patted Thranduil's shoulder in comfort. Yes. Thranduil nodded decisively and followed the others out. Alas. What's the point of all this fighting? Whitewing sighed. The loss of more than a dozen soldiers left him deeply distressed, and the already struggling nation was now even more destitute. At least you wiped out a group of orcs, didn't you? Bard said to him with a gentle smile. As the king of the Valley State, he possessed an innate kingly temperament. That aristocratic temperament was difficult to conceal. Even White Wing, who was also a king, was influenced by it. His smile and voice could always infect the people around him. Well, you have a point, but I don't think the deaths of those orcs will cause much trouble to the evil faction. After all, orcs are very fertile, aren't they? White Wing gave a wry smile. It was well known that the orcs' incredible fertility was their asset in roaming the continent and fighting against other races. Perhaps, but one day we will kill them all. Perhaps they will be our descendants. Bard shrugged. You're so optimistic. White Wing's lips curled up. How's Thorin? Is our king under the mountain still as stingy and stubborn as before? Just like Oakenshield. Roland laughed heartily. Thank you for your concern. His Highness Thorin, while still stubborn, is by no means stingy. He is absolutely the most warm and generous to his dwarf friends. Balin bowed to Roland. Well, remember to wait for me to say hello to him. And, this summer, I look forward to seeing you outside of Stormwind with your expedition. After all, I still need your wages to survive. Roland quipped. Of course. I swear on my beard and on our ancestor Durin. Our resolve and desire to reclaim Khazad-dûm are as unwavering as the elves reclaiming Dol Guldur. Balin said solemnly. Of course, I have no doubt about it. Roland nodded. He trusted what Balin, the future king of Moria, said. After all, taking a few dozen dwarves to reclaim Moria was something no one could do. But in this world, Balin wouldn't be so poor as to lead a force of just 40. The dwarves could at least muster hundreds to join the fight, and even if they gathered themselves, they could muster thousands. Taking on the mines of Moria? That's easy. Balrogs? Fire demons? Flame demons? Beat them all into a pulp. Does the Raglan Dragon Knight know? Chapter 171. Creaky. The heavy ironclad gates of River Rapids roared open in the morning light, and like fish entering the sea, a flood of people streamed out of the city. On the dirt roads of the countryside, people smiled innocently and greeted those they met, and were not afraid to meet patrolling soldiers. Everything seemed peaceful and calm. The crisp sound of horse hooves shattered the stillness. At the horizon, a red flag with a golden dragon appeared in everyone's sight. Our army? A young man asked, pointing at the flag. Is our lost group returning? Or has His Majesty returned? A patrolling group of River Rapids infantrymen asked curiously, looking at the majestic flag. The king has returned. That flag has golden tassels. It's the king's flag. A moment later, everyone recognized Roland's distinctive royal banner. You're back. It's still so comfortable to be in your own territory. Roland watched the bustling city of River Rapids from his horseback. Compared to its former, somewhat desolate appearance, River Rapids now possessed a touch of life. Farmers plying the country roads and fields, vendors hawking their wares on the streets, the single, yet incredibly prosperous, tavern. All of these things were pointing the city in a positive direction. "Welcome home, Your Highness." Grand Duke Nix, who had been waiting at the city gates with his men, gently lifted the hem of his skirt and bowed slightly to Roland. "Thank you for coming to greet me, my Grand Duke." Roland smiled, dismounting and helping Nix to her feet. "How was it? Did the trip go smoothly?" Nix curiously glanced at the group following Roland. "It's a draw, but the coalition suffered few losses, and the orcs held Dol Guldur. By the way, is everything alright in the city? Nothing major has happened?" Roland asked. "As you can see, life is peaceful, just as I hoped." Nix nodded calmly toward the city. Hee. Roland was amused by Nix's adorable gesture. "Come in. After so much fighting, the city has changed a lot. Come in and get acquainted." Nix stepped aside and invited everyone in. "System, check the territory interface." Roland quietly instructed the system, and soon the interface popped up. Speedstream City. Area, 1 kilometer radius. Buildings, 1 ruined lord's castle, 240 ordinary wooden houses, intermediate level magic pattern walls, stone well, blacksmith shop, barracks, archer's temple. Generals, Caslo, level 3, Renault, level 4, Rattle, level 4, Yunfeng, level 6, Omsk, level 6. Special personnel, Ivy, level 3, Grand Duke Nix, level 2. City Defense Officer, Marcus, level 4. Administrative Officer, Lance, level 2. Troopers, 2,292. Holy Glory Knights, 100 level 2 Knights. Lagran City Guards, 100 level 2 Warriors. Badani Archers, 700 level 2 Archers. Dewinian Heavy Swordsmen, 100 level 2 Swordsmen. El Nino Rangers, 100 level 2 Rangers. Lagran Royal Guards, 200. Speedstream Legion, 683 Speedstream Infantrymen. Conscripted Light Infantry, 200 Light Infantrymen. Lagran Heavy Cavalry, 100 Heavy Cavalry. Priests, 8 level 2 Priests. Mage, 1 level 2 Fire Mage. Population, 3,024. Trainable civilians, 1647. Review: a lonely king led the remaining people back to their homeland and built this towering walled city. With the arrival of a few residents, the city has become more vibrant and lively. Everything is progressing well. The city's military is formidable, with a wealth of qualified soldiers. The city is fully capable of defending itself even against a small-scale attack. Note: the Grand Duke of the Principality of Nix has fled here, leaving the kingdom without a mistress or heir. Abilities: 1. As the only territory of the Lagran Kingdom in Middle-earth, it attracts the remaining Lagran citizens. The system will direct a group of wandering Lagran civilians to this location daily. Hopefully, the Overlord will properly accommodate them. 2. Allow the recruitment of local civilians to train as flood infantry. Not bad. 1,647 eligible recruits. Roland exclaimed inwardly. It seemed that if he continued to aggressively expand his military might, he could quickly raise a new flood legion. Not bad. At least we can protect ourselves now. Even if the orc army attacks, we can still hold our own. Roland was very satisfied. The ability to recruit over 1,600 militiamen gave him confidence. With simple training, the militiamen could be transformed into qualified flood infantrymen. That's how those terrifying flood infantrymen of the past were recruited. Lords could call on the militia for training at any time, and within a week, a fleet of iconic flood legions could be deployed to the battlefield. It looks like the city is developing well. Roland led his horse through the streets, looking around. Dried goods like dried fish hung from the doorframes of the houses. Every resident's face was filled with happy smiles, and people's clothing had become more diverse. What surprised Roland even more was the appearance of street vendors in the city. Is this a caravan from Dale? Roland blurted out in astonishment. This could be considered international trade. Merchants are always at the forefront of the times. Even a remote city like River Rapids can see caravans from other regions. Well, not long after you left, a caravan from Dale arrived. They bought our furs and game and brought us their handmade goods. This is the first time we have commercial tax revenue. Nix spoke eloquently. Well done. Attracting merchants to trade with us is a crucial way to enhance our national strength, Roland praised. He had to admit that Nix was far superior to Roland, a half-baked man, in handling internal affairs. This made Roland realize the profound knowledge of a true high-ranking noble. Everything Roland saw and heard along the way fully demonstrated Nyx's excellent governing experience. As worthy of having once ruled a principality, even the Grand Duke of the weakest principality was still a well-deserved ruler, and his governing ability was definitely no less than that of a certain Roland man. Beep beep! What's that sound? Roland suddenly heard the faint sound of a horn in the distance. Enemy attack! Roland suddenly realized and urged the people around him. The horn sound was unlike any force he knew, and Roland naturally assumed it was an enemy attack. After all, only the orc's inferior and chaotic horns could produce such a variety of tones. Up to the city walls. Blow the horns. Rally the soldiers to defend the city. Send all the cavalry to escort the civilians back to the city. Roland shouted quickly, then turned and ran towards the city walls, leaving a group of confused subordinates behind. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Omsk tiptoed onto the nearby rooftop and caught up with Roland in a few leaps. Your Highness, I go command the deployment. Omsk's voice left only a whisper in the air as he dashed off. Why aren't you blowing the war horn? Roland, after climbing onto the wall, quickly grabbed Omsk and demanded. Your Highness. Take a look for yourself. Omsk sighed. On the distant horizon, a tattered red flag fluttered in the wind, and a slightly battered redbud blossom bloomed proudly amidst the cross pattern. Chapter 172. Crusaders? Roland said, stunned, staring at the familiar banner. Yes, it's the Crusaders. They actually still have some survivors. Caslow sighed, as he came to Roland's side. Are those my people? Nyx trotted up, carrying the staff Roland had given her, and immediately saw the familiar banner. The redbud cross banner was stained red with blood. Let's go out of the city to welcome them. Omsk sighed. With his eyesight, he could clearly tell that this army could not exceed 500 men, which meant that only about 500 people survived the entire crusade. Creaky! The previously closed gate swung open again. Roland led the others, protected by the knights, to meet the army that had disappeared for over a month. Grand Duke Nyx, usually steady and dignified, now whipped his horse like a madman and rushed to the front of the group. Lord Lavian, the city gates are closed. They seem to be defending something. A scouting knight reported. Holland looked up at the tattered flag fluttering in the wind beside him, and grinned. Could it be that the defenders of River Rapids are guarding against them? In any case, we must go and take a look. This is the Empire's only remaining territory on the continent. We're homeless, and I heard from those people that His Highness the Grand Duke is here too. Lavian thought fondly. Ever since Balder and his men spotted them while passing through Tupet Forest, Balder, having seen the Cross-Bohemia emblem, had been wary. After confirming that the remnants of the army bore the same flag as Nyx's, they immediately stopped the remaining Crusaders, who were wandering around the wilderness like headless flies, informed them of River Rapids' recent situation, and sent them there to search for the last pure land of the Kingdom of Raglan. Knights are coming our way. Lavian's face suddenly lit up with excitement. The heavy lances and armor made it easy to tell the difference between knights and cavalry. Lavian was unmistakable. Dragon God. It's 100 knights. The kingdom can actually organize 100 knights. Horan exclaimed, pointing at the banner with a thick tassel. You know, when they learned the Empire had been downgraded to a kingdom and had only one city, they were terrified. How many troops could a single city support? Not all cities were called Lagran. Even River Rapids, the northern capital of the Empire, would decline after experiencing turmoil. So the appearance of a fully fledged 100 knights was a real surprise. Oh! It's your highness! Lavian keenly spotted Grand Duke Nyx, charging in the front. Oh God! Thank God! You're still alive! Nyx's delicate hand gently covered her cherry lips, sobbing. Thank you for your trouble, your highness. We're so lucky to still be here and see you. Lavian sighed. It was undeniable that none of them could have made it back. How did you manage to break through? Roland couldn't help but interject. You're here to see His Majesty the King. Lavian was stunned, then, upon seeing Roland's exquisite attire, with the golden holy dragon emblem on his chest, he suddenly understood and quickly saluted. No problem, Rise. You're all heroes of this country. Would you mind telling me your story? Roland was curious about how a fourth-rank knight commander had led nearly 500 men out of a desperate situation. Actually, it was those wounded brothers who sacrificed their lives to buy us time. We're not heroes. The real heroes are left on the battlefield. Lavian paused. I understand. You're all warriors, and they pay the price. Roland patted Lavian's shoulder, and said after a pause, Any plans? Roland looked at Lavian, the de facto commander of the Crusaders. It would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted by this force. After all, there were hundreds of them. And Roland couldn't just annex the duchy's army. After all, they were subordinate to the Grand Duchy of Nix. The sovereign had the right to order them to fulfill their duties, but couldn't demand their annexation. This? Lavian paused, glancing at the charming Grand Duchy of Nix standing beside him. He truly wanted to fulfill his mission, to restore his kingdom. But he knew that relying on his own strength was a pipe dream. Restoring his kingdom with the help of the kingdom would inevitably lead to annexation, and even if he succeeded, there was no guarantee he would be able to break free again. Stay, Lavian. The Grand Duchy of Nix has fallen. Stop thinking about those unrealistic things. We shed too much blood. It's time to stop. Nix sighed, her beautiful eyes filled with loneliness and reluctance. Roland could clearly see the mist in her eyes. Your Highness. Lavian wanted to insist, but faced with the facts, he couldn't utter a single word. Any word seemed pale and powerless in the face of the huge gap in power. Stay and fight with me. Although the Grand Duchy of Nix has fallen, the Kingdom of Lagran still stands on the continent. What you worry about will not happen. I have no intention of annexing the Grand Duchy of Nix. My children and Nixes will inherit that land, and the Grand Duchy of Nix will be rebuilt. This is my promise to all of you, Roland said solemnly, then firmly took Nix's small hand and held her in his arms. Your Majesty. This? Lavian was stunned by Roland's actions. Not only are you recruiting our army, but you're also kidnapping our Grand Duke? And then you're letting your son inherit our duchy? Are the current suzerains so relentless? Your Majesty. This is probably our best option. Holland leaned over quietly. Just one look at the faces of Nix and Roland, the adulterous couple, revealed they were entangled. Even their own Grand Duke had defection to the enemy. There was no point in them holding on to the end. Was Lavian going to become the Grand Duke himself? A knight who believed in chivalry wouldn't commit such a rebellious act. As you wish, Your Majesties. All members of the Crusades. Form ranks. Lavian took a deep breath and turned to gaze at the ragged but determined army behind him. For a moment, he felt a sense of desolation. Your Majesty. The Crusaders, please review them. The force should be 100,000 strong. Only 470 are here. Currently, there are 20 professional cross-Bohemian knights, 30 ordinary Duchy light cavalry, and 420 ordinary Crusader soldiers. Ravian roared, suppressing his grief. His heart bled with every word. The original 100,000 men, after years of wandering, were reduced to less than 500. After the death of the old Archduke, Ravian led the team across the wilderness, gradually rising from a second-ranked knight to a fourth-ranked knight commander. Meanwhile, the original cross-Bohemian Knights membership steadily dwindled, from 100 to 80, 70, to the current 20. Even the light cavalry regiment, which once numbered over 1,000, now consisted of only 30 wounded and exhausted cavalrymen. This army had been fighting for too long. Welcome back to the family of the Lagran people. Warriors of the Empire. Roland was also moved by the army's tragic heroism. Chapter 173. Through the system interface, Roland clearly saw that his territory's military strength had leaped another level. River City. Area, 1 kilometer in radius. Buildings, 1 ruined lord's castle, 240 ordinary wooden houses, intermediate-level magic pattern walls, stone well, blacksmith shop, barracks, archer's temple. Generals, Caslo, Level 3, Renault, Level 4, Rattle, Level 4, Yunfeng, Level 6, Omsk, Level 6. Special Personnel, Ivy, Level 3, Grand Duke Nix, Level 2. City Defense Officer, Marcus, Level 4. Administrative Officer, Lance, Level 2. Troops, 2,762. Holy Glory Knights, 100 Level 2 Lagran Knights. Lagran City Guards, 100 Level 2 Warriors. Bedanian Archers, 700 Level 2 Archers. Dorwinian Heavy Swordsmen, 100 2nd Level Swordsmen. El Nino Rangers, 100 2nd Level Rangers. Lagran Royal Guards, 200. Speedstream Legion, 683 Speedstream Infantrymen. Conscripted Light Infantry, 200 Light Infantrymen. Lagran Heavy Cavalry, 100 Heavy Cavalry. Priests, 8 Level 2 Priests. Mage, 1 Level 2 Fire Mage. Crusaders, 100 Spearmen and Shieldmen. Crusaders, 300 Archers. Crusaders, 20 Heavy Shieldmen. Cross-Bohemian Knights, 20. Duchy Light Cavalry, 30. Population, 3,024. Trainable Civilians, 1647. Review, the lonely king led the remaining people back to their homeland and built this high-walled city. With the arrival of a few residents, the city has become more vibrant and lively. Everything is progressing well. The city's military is formidable, with a wealth of qualified recruits. The city is fully capable of defending itself even against a large-scale attack. Note: the Grand Duke of the Principality of Nyx has fled here, leaving the kingdom without a mistress or heir. Abilities: 1. As the only territory of the Lagran Kingdom in Middle-earth, it will attract the remaining Lagran residents. The system will guide a group of wandering Lagran civilians to arrive every day, hoping that the Lord can properly accommodate them. 2. Allow the recruitment of local civilians to train as Flood infantry. Flood City, previously only able to withstand small-scale attacks, is now fully capable of withstanding large-scale enemy assaults with the arrival of this army. These 300 ordinary archers have transformed the city's defenses. The devastating impact of archers, when deployed against the city's defenses, is truly terrifying. Most importantly, the city has enough troops to maintain a reserve. City defense with and without reserves is a completely different matter. Flood City can now wage a large-scale, protracted war without collapse. However, after taking a closer look at the army's attire, Roland was speechless. They were indeed a team that had survived the rough and tumble of the wilderness. Their mail armor was almost completely broken, with large plates missing. Their leather armor was even worse. Frayed was considered the worst, while some were so worn they could only be held together with a few hemp ropes. Most of their clothing had become beggarly attire. The army's most dazzling and impressive feature was probably the military flag. Looking at the weapons, Roland almost gave them up on the spot. The spearmen and shieldmen, aside from their barely usable spears, had shields either worn out in battle or discarded to reduce their load. At least half of them had no shields. The archers were better off. At least everyone had a longbow. But when you got behind them, their 50 arrow quivers were practically empty. Most of the archers had exhausted their supplies in their escape. But compared to those who died in battle, they were still lucky. At least they had a chance to empty their quivers. The light cavalry didn't lose much equipment. Their weapons were mostly intact, including a lance and a long sword. However, many of the lance tips had suffered varying degrees of damage, practically rendering them useless. It seems that except for the heavy shield soldiers, whose equipment remains intact, everyone else's equipment needs to be replaced. Roland's eyes twitched, a sudden pang of pain in his heart. What a huge expense this would entail. Ah. Caslow, take them to that guy Yunfeng and have him figure out how to equip these soldiers. Roland finally decided to leave this headache to Yunfeng. After all, the city's blacksmith shops were now under his management, and with the help of the blacksmiths found among the refugees, they could easily meet the soldiers' needs. It was only a matter of time. Okay, Your Highness, Caslow nodded in agreement. These soldiers' equipment needed a replacement. Forcing them to fight with such equipment would be sheer murder. Your Highness, are you going to kill me? Yunfeng walked in with a sullen face, lifting the door curtain. What's wrong? Roland was puzzled. This is the first time I've seen a Lord task a sage with crafting equipment for nearly 500 men. You're exhausting me. Yunfeng sat down with a displeased expression, not treating himself as an outsider at all. He thought a 6th-level professional was worthy of such treatment. In a sense, their status was on par with that of a great lord. It's just some simple, standard equipment. Alchemy should be quick, right? Roland asked. I'm just a little faster at crafting magic equipment and items, but even these ordinary carriers require me to hammer them out, one hammer at a time. Alchemy simply can't achieve that quickly. Yunfeng explained to Roland with a sullen face. Is that so? I thought the raw materials could be instantly transformed into equipment with just one alchemy. Roland was at a loss for words. So these things still need ordinary blacksmiths to make them. It'd take me forever to finish them all by myself? Yunfeng threw his hands helplessly. But we don't have enough blacksmiths. Roland was frustrated. After all, there were only 2 blacksmiths in the entire city of Rapids, and skilled civilians among the refugees were rare. Then we could only buy them from the dwarves. But Your Highness, the war is not pressing right now. We can give this batch of equipment a little more time, so the blacksmiths have plenty of time to craft them, Yunfeng suggested. After all, since they weren't fighting the orcs right now, the need for these equipment wasn't particularly urgent. If the blacksmiths worked on time every day, they could basically have all the equipment ready by the time of the Moria expedition. Forget it, let's do it your way. Roland calculated his wallet, and decisively agreed. After all, customizing a full set of equipment from the dwarves wasn't cheap, and the dwarves weren't philanthropists. They wouldn't give Roland weapons and equipment every day. A wise choice, my king. Yun Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The fact that he could think this way proved his king wasn't completely insane. There was no need to spend a fortune on items that weren't urgently needed. After all, crafting a batch of equipment only required time, and the wealthiest people in River Rapids had nothing but time. Perhaps it's time to improve the residents' quality of life. As the saying goes, when you have enough food and clothing, you want more, and Roland was no exception. With the security issue resolved, the entire city could be said to be on the right track. Chapter 174. System Check-In. Roland muttered silently as he lay in bed, his eyes half closed. He no longer cared about improving the quality of life for the residents, he only wanted to improve his own. Even the refugees had moved into wooden huts, while the great King Roland remained huddled in his drafty tent, watching over the fire and feeling the cold northern wind. Damn it! Roland muttered, tightening his blanket. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in and receiving a wave of refugees. The system's mechanical voice made Roland roll his eyes. A wave of refugees? An increase in the number of refugees. Not bad, not bad. Roland expressed satisfaction, at least it wasn't some strange item. Your Highness, are you awake yet? Nix's soft voice echoed outside the tent. Oh! Right away. Roland realized, startled, that he and Nix had agreed to have breakfast together this morning. Now he was screwed. Your Highness, you didn't forget? Nix asked, blinking her eyes, as she looked at the somewhat uneasy Roland. Of course not. I was a little late last night, researching the direction of River Rapids development. How could Roland admit that? He just lied so easily. Haha, let's go try the hare they hunted this morning. I had them make honey-roasted rabbit. Let's go, and see if it's to our taste. Nix said gently to Roland, but her slightly mischievous look clearly showed her disbelief. Let's go! Roland quickly ended the awkward conversation. He couldn't continue his story. Oh my! What's that? A dragon? The sentry on River Rapids watchtower suddenly spotted a shadow flying from the west. Its terrifying wingspan was intimidating. On! A clear, passionate dragon roar echoed through the sky. Even more terrifying was the presence of more than one shadow in the sky. Dozens of shadows enveloped the earth, and the sky roared like a chorus of dragons. Beep, beep, beep! The sentries blew the heavy war horn. In an instant, the piercing sound of alarm bells and deep horn blasts swirled over the city of Rapids. Everyone looked up in horror at the desperate and suffocating figures in the sky. The destruction of River Rapids seemed imminent. Dragon God. Casso swallowed hard. Even those mere flying dragons were enough for him. Dozens of them were more than capable of shredding a single dragon. This was their way of survival. Living in groups. Caldor. The time has come to serve the Empire. Suppressing his uneasiness, Casso blew his dragon flute and summoned his own dragon. Despite immense fear, he still drew his dragon lance, mounted his saddle, and soared into the skies above River Rapids, intending to engage the enemy with the cover of ground fire. At least this way, he could exploit the dragon's powerful advantage in single combat. Hurry! The dragons are coming! Let's charge! El Nino's rangers were the first to seize commanding heights above the city, apparently intent on showcasing their prowess as dragon slayers. Though outnumbered, they showed no fear. They knocked their bowstrings with demon-slaying dragon-hunting arrows, powerful enough to pierce a dragon's body. Chichichichi. 5 immature griffins cried out in anger, as if expressing displeasure at the intruders who had intruded into the airspace of River Rapids. However, under the terrifying dragon's might, they couldn't even fly. Fight! Prepare for battle. Roland no longer had any desire for romantic pleasure with Nix. This terrifying dragon horde was enough to plow through River Rapids 3 times over. Anti-air warfare. The enemy is coming from the sky. Old Man Rattle nervously leaned on his staff, his hand resting on the awning as he peered out. Earth-based anti-air attacks weren't particularly strong to begin with, and against dragons, they were even less effective. Form a formation. Lance to the air. The flood infantry reacted swiftly, forming small squares of 100 men along the city walls. They rested their shields on their heads, their spears thrust upright through the gaps between their shields. Suddenly, the city walls looked like a forest of steel. Even the Lagrang city guards followed their example, and formed a defensive formation. However, compared to the Lagrang city guards' shorter spears, these flood infantry, armed with chevaux de frise, barricades, over 3 meters long, were far more formidable. Even a giant dragon wouldn't want to engage these hedgehogs with its belly. Dragon attack. The guards in Los St. Neil also spotted the uninvited guest in the sky. Evacuate. Quick! Evacuate the residents. Bai Yi's eyes nearly popped out. This was truly a sudden disaster. Soldiers, form a formation. Prepare to defend against the dragon attack. Knight Commander Maple Leaf Purple, unwilling to sit idly by, began rallying his soldiers to resist. Countless people cried and rushed towards the city gates, and for a moment, the gates were unexpectedly blocked. Ancestors. Someone, please save us. Dragons. Dragons are coming. Dragons are attacking the city. Hearing cries echoed through the sky, and the entire city of Locenial was enveloped in immense fear. The people cried and tried to flee, but how far could they escape from an attack from the sky? Wait! That doesn't look like a flying dragon. Cardo, upon emerging, sensed a powerful dragon's might. His enormous dragon eyes narrowed, and he uttered a slightly mocking voice. Giant dragons? Caslo's voice suddenly rose an octave. He could still manage a flying dragon, but if it was a giant dragon, he just dragged Roland away without a word. As for the rest, they just leave it to fate. No, no, no. What flying dragons? Those are sub-dragons. They're dragon eagles. And there are dwarves on their backs. Look for yourself. Cardo angrily shared his vision. And so, Caslo saw exactly what Cardo saw. It was indeed a group of dragon eagle riders. Dragon god. You dragons are truly formidable. You don't even spare the eagles. And are dragon eagles still extinct? Caslo said helplessly, holding his forehead. Rise up. We demand an explanation from them. Caslo angrily declared the next moment. Dragonhawks and their sub-dragons. These numbers are no match for a giant dragon. We seem to have scared them. The Dragonhawk riders in the sky finally noticed something unusual happening below. Not to mention the interconnected shield formations, even the stream of people fleeing in all directions spoke volumes. Keep your Dragonhawks under control. Don't let them scream. They scare the others. We're only going to Erebor to join the king, not to fight. Put away your dragon power. The leading commander angrily addressed his fellow dwarves, who were showing off in the sky. Yes, Lord Commander. The upright dwarves responded. Good fellow. Who's he? Durin. We're in trouble. The commander suddenly noticed Caslo charging down from below. The pressure of a pure-blooded wind dragon in full force was absolutely formidable. Oh my god. Form a formation. Is he going to attack us? We seem to be invading this city-state's airspace. Cold sweat broke out on the commander's face. No air knight wanted to face the dragon knight's 10-meter-long dragon spear. Even fellow dragon knights wouldn't want to be hit by such a weapon against dragons. Ah! Cardo's furious dragon roar exploded in the sky. Their anger wasn't just because a mere sub-dragon dared to challenge a dragon, but also because of Caslo's humiliation. The two, with their sympathetic connection, could clearly sense each other's inner thoughts. Cardo was redeeming his knight's dignity. Chapter 175. Descend. Lower your altitude. Don't engage the dragon knights at high altitude. The leading Dragonhawk knight remained calm. No air knight could engage a dragon knight at high altitude. Only a dragon knight could restrain a dragon knight in the sky. Boom! The terrifyingly swift dragon's wings created a sonic boom as it charged directly into the flock of dragonhawks. The dragonhawk knights immediately scattered, but Caslo was clearly just trying to scare them. Otherwise, that charge would have ripped at least 4 dragonhawk knights and their mounts apart. Spread out. The dragonhawk knights cried bitterly. Their formation had been broken by the blow, leaving them powerless to resist. The dragon knights, dominating the air from high above, could easily use their massive dragon bows to blast those dragonhawk knights who dared to challenge them. Who are you? Why are you entering our airspace? Caslo asked knowingly. This sudden sound was like heavenly music to the dwarven dragonhawk riders. As long as the dragon knight could communicate, there was still room for maneuver. At worst, they could pay for their lives. The dwarves were as famous for their wealth as for their temper. Respected dragon knight, we are the dwarven dragonhawk riders. We hail from the Blue Mountains and seek refuge with the king beneath the mountain. Please forgive our unintentional actions. The dwarf said bitterly. There was nothing he could do. The Argonians couldn't even raise their heads before the pure-blooded dragons. While the flying dragons could fight back against the giant dragons, the Argonians could only lie flat on their backs. Descent. Caslo commanded Cardo, unleashing a powerful, dense stream of wind blades. Instantly, they cleared a clearing below. Yes, sir. The dwarves quickly steered their quail-like dragon hawks to the clearing designated by Caslo. Boom! Cardo's massive body ruthlessly crushed the flowers and plants. Caslo leaped from the saddle, dragon spear in hand. Boom! The spear sunk steadily into the earth. Tell me, What should we do about this? The city of Losenial across the river has been frightened into a frenzy by you. We're also ready for battle. As Air Knights, don't you know the Air Knight code? Caslo's expression was grim, and everyone was frightened. After all, the continuous dragon roars filled Caslo with fear. Although it turned out to be a false alarm, neither the kingdom of Lagran nor the kingdom of Aquavia would let it go. The two countries were ready for a war of national destruction. Apologies, we dwarves are willing to compensate you for the inconvenience you caused. My name is Yad, and I'm the leader of this squad. Respected Dragon Knight, may I know your name? Yad said humbly. I'm Caslo, a Dragon Knight affiliated with the kingdom of Lagran. You can ask Thorin to come and retrieve us, Caslo said with a sullen expression. Then we brothers, Yad said awkwardly. You're putting pressure on me first. Let Thorin give us an explanation. A flight of Dragonhawks is brazenly passing through our airspace without any prior notification. What are you trying to do? Declare war? Caslo roared. The honest dwarf, knowing he was in the wrong, could only bow his head and bravely meet Caslo's roar. The dwarf, about to return to his homeland, had no idea how much the reckless roar of a flock of Dragonhawks would cause the talons on the ground. Fine, I convey the king's message faithfully. I'd be there then. Ye glanced back at his brothers every few steps, but fearing the Dragon Knight's terrifying power, he mounted his dragon eagle and fled with his tail between his legs. What's going on? With the thunder of hooves, Roland and the Knights of the Holy Glory appeared. As for the Cross-Bauhinia Knights, they refused to join the Holy Glory Knights and continued to hold high their Cross-Bauhinia banners. This was perhaps their last stand as members of the Grand Duchy of Nyx. Apart from that banner, there was no other evidence of the existence of that weak yet tenacious duchy. That's them, Caslo said angrily, raising his dragon lance and poking at the quail-like dwarves and dragon eagles in front of him. However, Caslo's actions clearly frightened the dwarves, who screamed and raised their weapons and retreated. They thought Caslo was about to kill them. Dwarves? Dragonhawk Knights? They're not extinct yet? Roland was referring to the Dragonhawk. These creatures have the slender head of a dragon, but the body of a giant eagle. They possess a certain magical talent. While they haven't inherited the power of dragon language magic, they're still considered a decent high-level magical beast, and among the dragons, their dragon blood is considered to be of relatively high purity. It seems not. The dwarves have actually preserved the spirit of the Dragonhawk. What a miracle! Caslo exclaimed in amazement. Perhaps the world thought the only dwarves left were the Mountain Sheep Knights, but they had no idea that the dwarves still had Dragonhawks. Alright, fellow dwarves, I'd like to know how many Dragonhawks you dwarves still have. Roland asked curiously. It's true that life always finds its way, whether it's the demon dragon or the Dragonhawk. When everyone thinks they're extinct, they always manage to reappear. What are you going to do? We won't hand over the Dragonhawk to you. The dwarven Dragonhawk riders can die in battle. But even if you're a god, you wouldn't let us betray our comrades. The dwarves were surprisingly sensitive to this. Even those who feared the Dragonhawk's pressure straightened their backs instantly. They clutched their weapons, leaned against the Dragonhawks, and stared nervously at the Lagrang soldiers. What the hell? Such a strong reaction? Roland was startled, perhaps thinking he was about to use force on the dwarves. I'm not nervous, I'm just curious. Roland sighed. Sure enough, dwarves can be very sensitive sometimes. Perhaps after experiencing the loss of their homeland, dwarves are particularly sensitive to these issues. There shouldn't be many left. There are 13 Dragonhawks here, plus the one I released, for a total of 14. Including the breeding fire left behind. There should be only about 20 left, Caslo whispered to Roland. Dragon-type monsters are already relatively rare, let alone Dragonhawks, which are believed to be extinct. Wait! You said let one go? What do you mean? Roland suddenly noticed the words in Caslo's words. Literally. I captured these. I let their leader go. Let Thorin give an explanation. Look at the city of Losenial across the river. People are running around in panic across the wasteland. The entire kingdom is in ruins. How much damage must have been caused? How could we just let them go? Caslo said coldly, glancing at the Dragonhawks, pinned to the ground by the dragon's might, as obedient as quails. That? Indeed. White Wing must have suffered considerable losses this time. Roland thought, and understood. With so many people crowded together, it was a relief that there wasn't a stampede. The economic and material losses were catastrophic. Just stay still and wait for Thorin to come and redeem us. You all ride on a dragon and become so arrogant. In some places, even a dragon rider like me has to be careful. How can you be so bold? Caslo laughed at himself as he thought about it. He should be thankful that these silly kids didn't pass by the territory of any dragon group, otherwise Dad would have beaten them out. You know, although there are few dragons in Middle-earth, there are some dragon groups, and there happen to be a few in the Misty Mountains. Chapter 176. What? The Dragonhawk Rider. Where is he? I go and get him myself. Thorin Oakenshield, upon hearing the report from his nephews Keely and Philly, immediately stood up excitedly, his expression no less striking than when he first received the Arkenstone. Uncle, he's waiting on the top of Erebor. He says he needs your help with something important, Keely said quickly. I go see him. Thorin rushed out, leaving his two brothers, still somewhat dazed, to linger behind. It's no wonder Thorin was so excited. When he formed the Lonely Mountain Fellowship, just look at the ragtag crew, he commanded. Dwarves possess nothing but loyalty and tenacity. If Thorin had had a Dragonhawk rider under his command, even if he couldn't inflict a crushing defeat on Smaug, he could have fought him off until Roland and his men arrived to reinforce him. Laketown might have been spared. Your Highness, hello. Ard bowed quickly upon seeing Thorin, wearing a crown. Welcome, brother. I thought the Dwarven Dragonhawk Knights had vanished into history. Seeing one again is truly. Thorin's eyes welled with tears of excitement. The dwarves are seriously lacking in high-end combat prowess. If you were to calculate, Roland's River Storm could easily defend against the entire dwarven race on its own. This is because the dwarves currently have almost no warriors above level 4, let alone peak level 6 professionals. Thorin had to lament his incredible luck, meeting King Bard, capable of slaying dragons, and Roland, who led the knights. Otherwise, it would have been incredible for Old Man Gondofu, a level 3 melee mage, to have taken down Erebor. Your Highness, please hurry and rescue the other brothers, Yates said anxiously. Others? Thorin was stunned. We have 14 Dragonhawk Knights. But because we accidentally invaded the airspace of a kingdom called Raglan, their dragon knights forced us down and detained the others. He asked you to give them an explanation. Yade, the burly dwarf, suddenly felt embarrassed. Raglan. River Rapids. Dragon Knights? That should be Caslo. You flew over their city? Thorin said, eyes wide with disbelief. Actually, we didn't fly over that city. We just skimmed over another. Yates said awkwardly. Oh! Descendants of Durin. Beard be upon you. Oh my god! You actually invaded the airspace of both the Kingdom of Aquavia and the Kingdom of Raglan simultaneously. Thank God those human archers from River Rapids didn't shoot you to pieces. Thorin covered his face, questioning his fate. Don't you know you can't just cross over into another city-state's skies? Thorin was completely utterly defeated by these stubborn dwarves. Forget it, Thorin. Let's go see King Roland and King Whitewing. Not all dwarves have your political talent, so it's understandable they don't pay attention. Balin stepped forward. Alas, this is all I can do. The proud Thorin finally bowed to reality once again. To maintain the dwarves' few allies, this timely surrender was the only option. Thorin had already suffered the pain of being surrounded by enemies. The dwarves, already estranged from the elves, could no longer bear the loss of their human allies. Greetings, King Roland. It's a pleasure to see you again. May you be in good health. Thorin appeared at the gates of Riverstorm. Welcome. Thorin, King under the mountain, welcome to Riverstorm. Roland, smiling, came out of the city to greet him. Your Highness, I would like to discuss compensation for the disrespectful behavior of these Dragonhawk riders, Thorin said humbly. Although we have a covenant, this incident is indeed your fault. Riding a dragon through the streets and soaring through other people's airspace. Do you think it's justified, Your Highness? Roland's smile faded when he mentioned serious matters. The dragon's roars nearly broke his defense. I'm sorry, Your Highness. The dwarves will do their best to compensate you, Thorin sighed apologetically. Is there anything you need? If it's within our ability, we will do it, Thorin said sincerely. Your Highness, equipment. Yun Feng suddenly flashed behind Roland and transmitted his voice with magic. Fuck. Juejwazi. You're taking the blame for this. Roland's eyes widened. He'd been worried about the late arrival of this equipment, leaving the soldiers no time to familiarize themselves with it, but the dwarves were here to offer their support so soon. Ahem, so that's right, Thorin. We have nearly 500 soldiers here who don't have proper equipment. Roland said with a strange expression. No problem. A full set of dwarven steel equipment. Just don't tell me it's for 500 knights. I cover the equipment for the rest of the troops. Thorin patted his chest, his eyes filled with pride. Besides the equipment for 500 knights, the dwarves could easily equip thousands of heavy infantry. Knight? Roland instantly understood what he meant. Indeed, a knight's full set of equipment included a lance, sword, full plate, shield, and most importantly horse armor. The sheer weight of armor covering a warhorse was terrifying. Even the dwarves would have a headache trying to arm 500 human knights. 20 knights, 30 cavalry, and a few infantry. Roland calmly reported the number of men for Thorin. That's not bad. I definitely give you the best steel. Thorin's beard twitched. I hope you forgive me for this, your highness, Thorin said a little sheepishly. Indeed, for the dwarves, these iron equipment were insignificant. Simply clearing out some of their stockpile would equip them to the teeth. Of course, I forgive them, and you can take them back. However, I suggest you teach them a lesson. Flying freely over any city is not acceptable. If there were giant dragon hunting crossbows here, they would have been shot down by now, Roland said sternly, ordering his men to release the dwarves held in the city. You're right. I think they remember this lesson. Thorin nodded in agreement. As a dwarf, he knew the devastating effect that dragon hunting crossbows, built specifically for dragon defense in Middle-earth, could have on dragons, let alone dragonborn. By the way, Thorin, you better check on Lorseinir across the river. Their situation is dire. They're still gathering the scattered residents. Your people nearly scared the entire city away, Roland warned, turning around. Thorin suddenly became withdrawn. How could he compensate him? Thorin could already imagine the people of Lorseinir scrambling for their lives. He doubted the goblins would believe him if he said there were no losses in the process. Thanks for the tip. We go to the other side right away, Thorin said with a mournful look in his eyes. Alas, the poor king under the mountain still has to take the blame for his little brother. TSK, Roland marveled. It can't be helped. It's only natural for a dwarf to do something like this. Yun Feng shook his head helplessly. Chapter 177. I think Thorin's going to have to pay a heavy price this time. Roland shook his head as he watched the dwarves depart. Given the dwarves' greed, the expense of Lothner City would surely leave Thorin reeling. There's nothing we can do. It's like destroying the city in disguise. Yun Feng shrugged helplessly. These two were a perfect match, one daring to fly and the other to run. Yun Feng was practically stunned. If it really were a swarm of dragons, hiding in the city might offer a glimmer of hope, but fleeing into the wilderness would be a complete loss. Forget it. That's the dwarves' business, and none of our business. Let's settle our own people first, Roland sighed. Well, let's go back to the city first. Caslow looked at Roland and nodded. There were still dangers in the wilderness. As the saying goes, a gentleman doesn't stand under a dangerous wall. Even with the protection of the people, there were still certain safety risks. After all, no one could guarantee safety outside the city. There were many orcs roaming the wilderness, and Caslow didn't want the country to be leaderless due to an accident. Ah. Roland sighed helplessly. Why are you sighing, your highness? Nyx came forward, curious to see Roland sighing. I've been living in this tent for too long. I want to try living in a castle. Roland looked hesitant. After all, after the castle was vacated for Nyx, the remaining space was used as a warehouse. After all, in Middle-earth, a castle is the best storage space you can find. Expanded. Streamfort is too small. Nyx covered her mouth and chuckled softly. How can it be so easy? The residents are all busy with farming and have no hands to work, Roland said helplessly. Building a castle is different from building a city wall. It requires significantly more technical skills than building a city wall, so it requires experienced and skilled workers to build it. Take it slow, build it bit by bit. The mages are idle anyway, so have them create some more magic patterned bricks and store them. We can build it bit by bit, Nyx chuckled. Okay, I do as you say, future Queen Lagrang, Roland said seriously. You are talking nonsense. Nyx blushed, and she grabbed a handful of weeds and threw them at Roland. Okay, I won't say any more. My dear lady, please do as you please. La. Roland dodged the weeds Nyx threw, clamped her legs around the horse's belly, and shot out like an arrow. Humph. Don't let me catch you. Otherwise. Heh. Nyx said proudly, waving her staff in a defiant gesture. Sir Later, thank you for your help. Sir Yifeng will cooperate with you. Roland found old Later basking in the sun. He had to admit that Later had the potential to evolve into a Gondofu. Just look at his meaningful eyes, his long white beard, and his simple wizard robes. Unlike Gandalf, however, wizards don't wear peaked hats, but rather robes with wide hoods. Yes, your highness. I do my best. Later bowed, always full of respect for the king. Thank you. Roland nodded. What the hell? What are you doing? Roland exclaimed, pointing a trembling finger at Radian, Holland, and the other cross-Bohemian knights. Roland's king's tent had been largely dismantled, and the remaining half trembled in the clutches of a group of knights. Damn it! Rebellion! 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 Roland's blood immediately boiled over. Damn it! They dared to overturn his own king's tent? Where would he sleep at night? In the middle of nowhere? Roland asked himself honestly, and he didn't treat these cross-Bohemian knights any differently. To be honest, he just had his eyes on their Grand Duke Nix. But wasn't it normal for a king to marry a Grand Duke? Goodness! Caslow stumbled upon hearing the news. What kind of design is this? So unique? Demolishing illegal buildings? What are you doing? Marcus, the city defense officer who had arrived with Caslow, asked carefully, concluding his words. Help the two your highnesses close the tent. Ladian's face was filled with reluctance, a visible expression of resistance written all over his face. Your highness, close the tent. Caslow's expression suddenly brightened, and his gaze towards Roland became unsettling. I didn't expect you to be this kind of your highness, too impatient. Caslow marveled. He hadn't expected that Roland, who appeared so righteous and dignified, could actually be so despicable. Ladian! Restore my honor. Roland pounced fiercely. Your highness, calm down. Oms quietly appeared behind Roland, his powerful fighting spirit immediately restraining Roland's next move. All right. Stop it, I told them to tear it down. Nix slowly approached, her pretty face radiating a smile that made Roland feel pity. This isn't good. Roland rubbed his hands nervously. Huh? You can't? Nix's feigned surprise deeply stung Roland's pride as a normal man. Just wait, you find out tonight if I can do it. My conquests are about to increase. Roland's eyes gleamed dangerously. All right, I wait. I really want to know how your highness plans to conquer me. Nix, now a complete elf, radiated a hormone that captivated Roland. Caslow, follow me. Roland finally gave in. He dragged Caslow with him and rushed out, fearing that if he stayed any longer, he would be forced to kill Nix right there. Huh? Caslow was yanked away by Roland at lightning speed. Congratulations, your highness. Congratulations, your highness. Wishing both your highnesses a happy life. Yunfeng bowed to Roland, his eyes filled with mockery. Clearly, the events that had just unfolded had spread rapidly throughout River Rapids. Thank you, Roland said weakly. From what the guards had just seen and heard, Roland had been successfully portrayed as a successful king, a powerful and wealthy empire, a young and promising young man. Most importantly, he had been offered the services of a Grand Duchess, which greatly satisfied the simple-minded gossip-mongering of the people of La Grande. This is a good thing. It's time for you to leave behind an heir. A powerful kingdom is most likely to collapse from within, and lack of a successor is one of the biggest contributing factors. Yunfeng said earnestly. Find a wife first, then talk to me. Roland said angrily. Was that what he cared about? He was concerned about being perceived as passive. He was clearly very proactive. Give up your struggle, your highness. Yunfeng looked at Roland with a strange look and patted his shoulder. Your highness. The envoys from Los Saint Neil have arrived. Would you like to meet them now? The sudden arrival of the guards relieved Roland. Los Saint Neil? The envoys from the White Winged King? Let's go meet them now. They may need help, Roland said sternly. Los Saint Neil was practically destroyed, its inhabitants scattered. The White Winged King likely didn't have sufficient mobile forces to search for the missing civilians, so he came to Roland for help. After all, who in the entire north could match Roland's cavalry? Chapter 178. Respected King Lagran, King Redeemer cannot come in person. The recklessness of the Dwarven Dragonhawk Knights has caused unprecedented panic throughout the city of Lost Near. Residents have fled for safety, and countless have fled the wasteland. Now, only 1 in 10 residents of the city remains. Due to limited manpower, we cannot send a large number of soldiers to search for the people. We can only send our most mobile cavalry to search for the people, but our limited cavalry is simply a drop in the bucket in the current situation. The Aquanian messenger burst into tears. So you need the help of my cavalry to find your people and send them back? Roland immediately understood what he meant. As he had guessed, the White Winged King had come to borrow cavalry. So, your answer is? The messenger nervously looked at Roland's face, trying to discern his expression, fearing to see even a hint of displeasure. Of course, helping the White Winged King is what we, as allies and neighbors, should do. How about this? In addition to the soldiers Lance took with him, and the defenders, I can give you approximately 300 fully armed horse archers, Bodnia archers. What do you think? Roland considered it for a moment, and decided to use all his mobile forces, excluding his knights. Thanks to the infernal system, Roland had been rewarded with over 400 warhorses. The daily check-in often gave out worthless rewards like Sharma. Without a knight training camp, Streamwind City simply couldn't train knights on its own. Cavalry was still too much of a luxury for Roland, and while overlapping with knights, the cost-effectiveness wasn't high. Therefore, these warhorses could only be used to arm the skilled Bodnia archers. "Thank you for your kindness." "We will remember your kindness," the messenger said, his head practically bowed to the ground, extremely humble. "No need for formalities." "Remember to give my regards to the White-Winged King," Roland said nonchalantly with a wave of his hand. "I send for the troops right away, Caslow. You accompany the soldiers." Roland still trusted his loyal lackey. As a dragon knight, Caslow possessed the most powerful reconnaissance abilities. Could anyone see farther than a dragon's eyes? "Yes, your highness." Caslow patted his chest lightly, and immediately departed. "Thank you for your kindness. May your good name be spread across Middle-earth," the messenger said gratefully. "Pay attention to searching for human residents. Don't spread yourself too thin. Search in small groups of 5 to prevent being attacked by orcs." Caslow instructed the soldiers about to depart. "Understood," the soldiers shouted in unison. "What a nuisance. The dark forest lies next to Los Saint Near. Most residents must have gone into hiding, and quite a few are probably lost." Renaud, who was traveling with him, said with a sullen expression, pulling at the reins. "Just discovered? I knew all along. I saw quite a few people running into the woods back then." Caslow sighed helplessly. "Maybe we should build a bridge across this river." Renaud changed the subject, watching the soldiers crossing the river in batches by boat. "So convenient. For an orc attack?" Caslow joked. Renaud was speechless. "Well, I have to check the heavens first. Hopefully, the orcs aren't here." Caslow's expression darkened as he pulled out his dragon flute and began to play. "Roar!" Cardo roared, carrying Caslow high into the sky. "Ride a dragon so great?" Raynor looked at the dust rising in front of him with disdain. "Brothers, gather. Head for the dark forest," Caslow commanded as he flew over the soldiers. Below him were the fully armed Bedanian archers, mounted on Shar horses as cavalry archers. These Bedanian archers, skilled in close combat, were absolutely worthy of their skill in the forest. No one wanted to be directly smacked by their armor-piercing hammers. "Dragon god. This damned dense forest," Caslow muttered in dissatisfaction. The dense green canopy completely obscured vision. Even a powerful dragon's eye couldn't penetrate far enough to see the people hiding below. The dragon flew silently through the sky. Caslow didn't even allow his dragon to roar, knowing that the frightened citizens of Losenial would panic and continue their advance into the forest. "Oh my god! Balder and his men should be here. I hate dense forests." Reno reluctantly drew his sword and cut off the branch that had snagged his lance. A proper knight wouldn't venture into a dense forest. Not only would the intertwined trees slow them down, but the more formidable obstacles in the jungle would snag their weapons and armor. Aside from a knight in a state of honor who might carve a path through the dense forest, no knight was willing to engage the enemy in a battle in the thick of the woods. "Sir, you should put away your lance. It's too long. A sword will suffice here," the Bedanian archers beside him kindly warned, raising their mithril combat swords and steel shields. "Oh, thank you for the reminder, young man." Reno shrugged angrily. Aside from the old forest path, there were no proper paths in the dark forest. These were simply small paths trodden by elves or hunters, clearly not enough for a fully armed paladin to stretch his muscles. Swish! With a razor-sharp longsword, Raynor quickly chopped down over a dozen large trees within a few dozen meters of him, demonstrating the paladin's terrifying damage output. "You're in the way," Raynor said angrily. "Captain, there are people here." A Bedanian archer was surprised to discover signs of life in the cave ahead. Unlike an orc's cave, the soil is fresh. It must have been dug recently. "Let's go down and take a look," the captain said after a few glances. Bang! The Bedanian archer, carrying a steel-armed shield, leaped down and was struck by a powerful club. Fortunately, the strike hit the shield, leaving only an inconspicuous dent. "I'm human!" the Bedanian archer shouted. As expected, the people inside immediately stopped moving. The Bedanian archer, who had descended, took a closer look. Wow! Nearly 20 people had crawled into a cave less than 10 square meters. Looking at their terrified faces, the soldier was at a loss for words. "Come up! The dragons are gone!" The soldier muttered after a long pause, then climbed out first. You're not Agile warriors. A little boy said timidly. It was obvious that the Bedanian archers, equipped by the system, were better equipped. We are your allies. Soldiers from the kingdom of Lagran. We live across the river from you. Come visit us when you have time. The soldier smiled friendly and patted his head. Gentlemen and ladies, could you tell me where the others are? This forest is dangerous. We need to get them home as soon as possible. The captain asked, approaching. I know a group is heading that way. The boy suddenly pointed in a direction. Good boy. The captain rubbed his head and praised him. Send 2 men to take them back. Tell the team behind us to continue searching along our path. We leave marks along the way. Unless we die. The captain commanded, pointing at the soldiers. Keep searching forward, speeding up the progress. Perhaps after this, we can go to the king and ask him to upgrade us to rangers. Ha ha ha. The captain laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. The other soldiers also laughed out loud. Their current mission was exactly the same as that of a ranger. It had to be said that only Roland's Bedanian archers could be competent in using archers as rangers. The soldiers' slightly bitter smiles just showed that the most important link in the current military system of the Kingdom of Lagrange was missing. The Ranger. Chapter 179. 2 days later, Caslow and his group finally returned. How's the situation? Roland asked idly to Reno, who had returned first. Neither good nor bad. Most of the people have been recovered. Those who haven't are probably in grave danger. After all, we already entered the dark forest and engaged in a firefight with an orc outpost. Reno sighed. How many casualties did Aquavia suffer this time? Roland wanted to hear. Hundreds, probably. The stampede at the city gate caused quite a few casualties, and there were also attacks in the dark forest. Overall, the casualties were heavy. Reno sighed. This was the tragedy of small nations. Without the ability to counter air attacks, small nations were always at the mercy of fate when faced with aerial attacks. Forget it, let's end this sad topic and talk about something else, Roland said. Although River Rapids had experienced a period of panic, the people had not lost their confidence in resistance. This was not only due to the protection of the Dragon Knights, but more importantly, the sense of security brought by River Rapids' abundant military strength. I plan to build a fortress in the south to prevent the orcs from crossing north. I clear the land between the fortress and River Rapids, bringing this area completely under our control, Roland said, throwing out a parchment map. The exquisite map detailed the distribution of various factions, and the direction of the mountains and rivers. River Rapids was also clearly marked with a crown symbol. This was one of the more useful items Roland had picked up when he signed in. Isn't this a big step? Renaud said cautiously, looking at the place Roland pointed to. The other side of the river at the end of the Old Forest Road. This place controls the Old Forest Road. The only road through Mirkwood. Roland said solemnly. You intend to use this fortress to control the threat west of Mirkwood? After all, Raynor had served as a governor of the north, and his political and military acumen were equally impressive. Raynor immediately understood Roland's intention. Once this fortress was built, it would instantly control the marching routes of the enemies to the north and west. Now that the Singrid Elf territory had been exposed, the orcs could no longer impunitely cross the Mirkwood Mountains to attack the cities near the Long Lake. Their fastest route would be along the Old Forest Road. It's a good idea, but unfortunately, we don't have the resources to build such a fortress, both offensive and defensive. Even repairing your castle with our current manpower would take time. Raynor had no choice but to bite the bullet and interrupt Roland's daydreaming. Of course I know, but I have this. Roland smiled mysteriously, pulling out a thick glass bottle from his space ring, a palm's length, width, and height, and handing it to Raynor. Renaud took the glass bottle, bewildered, and examined it closely. Dragon God. Could this be? Renaud lost his voice, standing up and staring at Roland in disbelief. You're right, it's what you thought. Roland confirmed with a smile. That's impossible. She's destroyed. My ancestors told me she was destroyed. Renaud said excitedly, tears streaming down his face. She's right before you, you can touch her. This isn't a dream. She's still in our hands, and no one can destroy her. She's our first war fortress. And our last, Roland said slowly, his voice calm and steady. Dragon God. She's so beautiful. Look at her 100-meter-high walls. They're said to be built with top-grade magic pattern bricks and magic arrays. And look at her main keep. It's said to be as sturdy as the Lagran Palace. Oh my! Those 8 falling dragon towers. Oh my! Even dragon knights wouldn't dare face their might. Raynor kept muttering. Wow! Looks like it's working. Roland thought to himself. As he signed in and out of the system, Roland almost had the urge to smash it. You know, for this thing to work, it would require a garrison of at least 10,000 people. The 100-meter high and 30-meter thick, top-grade magic pattern walls wouldn't even be able to shake a behemoth. The massive dragon-hunting magic crossbows mounted on the falling dragon towers at the four corners of the inner and outer city could even kill a holy dragon head-on. The mythical magic array atop the main keep in the center released a protective shield that, when fully charged, could completely withstand the terrifying attacks of 10 level 6 professionals. But to defeat it, perhaps the only way to bankrupt the dwarves was to bankrupt them. This was the once mighty war fortress of the Lagrang Empire, and it was also the last to fall. Lulong Fortress, unlike its fate of being breached and demolished in the game, this time it was sealed in an alchemical bottle, and Roland had signed it out. With the correct incantation to break the seal and smash the bottle, Lulong Fortress would reappear. I never imagined that a wise man would sacrifice himself to preserve this fortress and pass it down. Raynor paused, looking at Roland, before continuing. Perhaps you will inherit the glory of your ancestors and let the Lagrang dragon flag fly across Middle-earth. The name of Emperor Lagrang will be resounding throughout Middle-earth, Raynor said confidently. Since we have a war fortress, controlling it shouldn't be a problem. Although our forces are insufficient, we can still manage with a 500-man force. For purely defending the fortress, 500 is barely enough, Raynor said immediately. 500 is too few. We could also send a 1,000-man force. Roland hesitated. You have to remember that the nearly 3,000 soldiers in Rapid City currently outnumber the city's residents. Without a system, Roland's actions would be considered extreme warmongering, with soldiers outnumbering civilians practically 1:1. Not too few. Adding the subsequent cross-border escort forces between the two locations, 500 is just right, Raynor pointedly pointed out. The two locations were quite far apart, and transporting supplies would definitely require soldiers to escort them, so maintaining a sufficient number of mobile forces was essential. Okay, take the soldiers and leave now? Roland asked. Your Highness, shouldn't we prepare first before just charging and head first? Renaud was stunned when he saw Roland making such a trifling comment about a military operation involving hundreds of people. A spontaneous trip? Big brother. We're going to reclaim land, not go on a picnic. Do we really need to prepare for this? Roland's innocent eyes widened in confusion. Oh my goodness! Hundreds of men and horses don't need to be prepared? Do they really think they're still the Raglan Empire that dominated Middle-earth? They just supply everything wherever they go. Renaud was instantly conquered by Roland. As expected of the king of Raglan. Renaud's mouth twitched. Did all Raglan kings have that strange trait of being able to travel on a whim? Then, go tell Marcus to get us ready. Roland frowned. Oh, population is such a big problem. Roland felt a headache after Renaud left. The current population structure of the Kingdom of La Grande was extremely unhealthy. Roland could still hold on thanks to the system supply and the dividends from several wars, but after a while, Roland's supplies would no longer be able to withstand it. Chapter 180. In the early morning, treading on a few strands of dew, an army quietly and rapidly emerged, the blood-red Lagrang dragon flag gleaming with an enchanting light. Such fertile land. What a pity we can't utilize it, Roland sighed. Our manpower is limited, and unfortunately, we lack the ability to gather our wandering tribesmen. Renaud shrugged helplessly. We are constantly facing war, and we have no way to retreat. We can only expand our territory as much as possible, hoping to trade space for time for development. Roland's gaze was profound. Renaud was stunned. No wonder his king was so keen on expanding his territory, tirelessly working even when he had no means to develop it. So, this was his purpose. Our population is not as large as the orcs. We can only use our vast territory and sturdy fortresses to impede their movements. If necessary, we can abandon some territory and shrink our defenses, Roland said calmly to Renaud. You are right. Renaud was stunned, but after a moment's reflection, he had to acknowledge Roland's words. But once Lulong Fortress is rebuilt, we can't afford to lose it, Roland said slowly. He didn't want the tragedy of Dol Guldur to be repeated in Riverstorm. Dol Guldur was originally an elven city, not a true fortress, but after falling into the hands of the orcs, it was completely transformed into a fortress. Lulong Fortress was even more terrifying than Dol Guldur, as it was originally built as a war fortress, with no consideration for civilian use. All its facilities were built to serve the military. If the orcs captured it, Riverstorm, and indeed the entire kingdom of Raglan, would be in turmoil. Do you think it's safe to have 500 men stationed there now? Roland sighed. But we can't just abandon the safety of river rapids, Raider said helplessly. Alas. Let Caslo stay permanently at Lulong Fortress from now on. The intimidating power of a Dragon Knight will always deter most villains. Roland had no choice but to send his only Dragon Knight out. A level 3 Dragon Knight's combat power was no less than that of a level 6 professional. After all, their damage output depended entirely on their Dragon Mount, and the Knight's role was merely to protect the blind spot behind the Dragon Mount. It's a bit of a waste to have Caslo here, Rainer said with some regret. We have to have a high-end combat force here to deter the enemy. If Caslo doesn't come, do we expect Ons to come here? Roland's face darkened. Indeed, leaving a hero here was more outrageous than the disgraced Dragon Knight. After all, hero units operate alongside knights. As a class with extremely high command bonuses, the knight has never been able to survive alone. Your Highness, we're almost there. Unconsciously, Roland and the others had already reached their destination. The broad river reflected the distant emerald green forest and azure sky, and a distinct road appeared, leaving a noticeable gap in the forest. Your Highness, the other side is the old forest road. We reached our destination, Renault whispered, gazing at the intersection on the other side. We're there. Roland was startled, then realized. Let's begin. Roland pulled out the alchemical bottle containing the Lulong Fortress and held it up. What a magnificent fortress, Renault murmured, gazing at the miniature fortress within the bottle. As Roland began to speak in an incomprehensible dragon language, 6 golden red hexagrams suddenly emerged from the alchemical flask, hovering above, below, forward, backward, and left and right. As the dragon language emanated from Roland's mouth, the tiny patterns on the hexagrams constantly shifted, and the magic patterns quietly connected in the dragon language. OM! The first hexagram shone brilliantly, then instantly dissipated with a blinding glare. Then followed the second, the third. Finally, after Roland chanted for several minutes, the last hexagram exploded and dissipated. A slight shake of the alchemical flask instantly shattered the magic patterns on it. The seal is broken. Roland's voice trembled with excitement. Yes. The final war fortress. Lulong. Renault's eyes gleamed with a glint. Crack. The alchemical flask shattered with a crisp sound as Roland threw it down. Boom. A shadowy figure slowly stood between heaven and earth amidst a flash of red light. Lulong. 2 Lagrang characters were written in gilt ink on the top of the city wall. Countless golden dragon flags on a red background fluttered in the wind, and the towering walls, stained purple and inky black, evoked a solemn and murderous aura from the ancient wilderness. That stained red with the blood of the orcs, who once fell beneath the fortress. Renault was deeply shocked. How many orcs would have to be slaughtered to coat the entire fortress wall with their blood? Bastion! Roland exclaimed in delight. The Lulong Fortress before them was actually a 4-pointed star-shaped bastion. It was known as the most difficult defensive structure to conquer in the era of cold weapons. How brutal! Only after seeing the real thing could one discover the details hidden within the alchemy bottle. Besides the most obvious 8 dragon-falling towers, this Lulong Fortress boasted 100 heavy crossbow towers. Those things could also pose a significant threat to dragons, if used against humans. I'm afraid even the royal guards wouldn't be able to withstand a few arrows. This thing was originally built to combat dragons. Roland couldn't help but grumble. Your Highness. The facts prove you're right. Lulong Fortress was indeed built because of the threat posed by wild dragons. Its purpose was to hunt dragons. Renault grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Perverted. Roland couldn't help but applaud the Legrand royal family. So brutal. They actually built a dragon-hunting fortress just to stop dragons. This thing was originally deployed in the Grey Mountains, but it was later said to have been captured by the northern orcs. But the facts prove that there's no way the orcs could have conquered Lulong Fortress, known as the Last Fortress. It's a place where even dragons have suffered. Renault sighed. Roland actually wanted to tell him that the Lulong Fortress in the game had not only been captured, but also demolished by the orcs. If it weren't for the omnipotent system, he might not have even seen a single brick of Lulong Fortress. What a magnificent building! What a magnificent building! This is the lingering light of the Empire. The hope of the Empire. The embodiment of the Empire's indomitable will. Renault's voice grew increasingly passionate. Good boy, have you gone crazy? Even your voice is pounding and swaying like a madman. I'm afraid he's seriously ill. Roland frowned as he watched Renault dancing like a madman. Your Highness, why don't you look happy? Renault, who had been entertaining himself with the soldiers for a long time, finally noticed Roland standing quietly nearby and asked curiously. Of course I'm happy, but we're not crazy. Even the strongest and most magnificent fortress is only truly ours if we hold it, Roland said worriedly, looking towards Dol Guldur. Don't worry, Your Highness. No one can cross Lulong while we are alive. The soldiers who were about to be stationed here straightened their chests, with a determined fighting spirit flashing in their eyes.